very, very stupid profession.
So tuko hapa na comrades. Tumezimiwa light. First of all, the cell is very fucking dark. Na OCS ametoroka. Alienda, alisema narudi within an hour, hajarudi. Na amezima simu bro. Na yuko kwake nyumbani. Wanatujaribu imani. They are really trying our patience. Lakini ndio tuko na comrades hapa. Uzuri ametuachia simu. Light wamezima ona. Ana. Power to the people. Yeah. This is what it takes to fight for change. And we are ready. Wale wa inawaweza this is not your time. Tuko tu sawa. Okay. Tuko tu sawa. Thank you.
Iende kukomboa nchi. Iende kukomboa nchi. Sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi. Sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi.
Shame on you. Osama Otero mwenye unaambia watu maandamano ni tarehe 6. Maandamano ni tarehe 30. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Imani Chungwa, who you are telling people that we should be arrested. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Rigathi Gachagua mwenye unatuambia you know these places but you're not telling us. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
And we want to tell you, these people you're wearing capes, these abductors you're wearing leather jackets, mnavaa kama tunawatambua. Kwa hivyo tunaambia wananchi, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye ameshikwa, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye anavutwa na magari si inaitwaje? Si Subaru peke yake. Tunaona pia Probox mnazitumia. So we know you're going to change the way you're going to abduct people. And we are very, very disappointed with you, Mr. President. You cannot come out yesterday and tell us now tunaenda kuachilia wale watu. And then the statement ya polisi, you're telling us that you don't know what is happening.
Tuko na uoga tunaishi ni kama wanyonge. Yaani afadhali ukutana na mwizi kuliko askari. Ukikutana na askari uko na uoga kuliko mwizi. Mwizi utampatia pesa yake atakuacha. Askari anataka kushika na kusingizia vitu vingine. Vitu ambavyo utafanyangi. Wewe utapigia mama yako mzazi aje simu kwambie umeshikwa na robbery with violence. Kitu ambacho hujafanya.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From minors illegally arrested.
Tunanyamaza ajina ni watoto na mtoto ametumwa kwa duka.
To South Sudan tenants rejected.
And before I even proceed, he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese.
Are artists under siege?
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa.
Henry the whistleblower gets new teeth.
Yeah, look on the motor, look on the sound.
Anguka na.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Daring. Police officers from Molem Police Station from Embakasi West, they have been trending recently after they went on to arrest anybody they encountered on the streets. They even went on ahead to arrest underage children who were sent by their parents to go and buy supper at night. The parents later on decided to go to the police station to protest the unlawful arrest of the residents in that area and also the unlawful arrests of their children. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Sio poa bwana. Sio poa. Tunanyamaza hazina ni watoto na mtoto ametumwa kwa duka. Kwa duka, imagine kwa duka. Nimetuma mtoto unga. Na nimeasa kuanzia asubuhi wameshinda njaa. Alafu sasa hivi wanachukua mtoto na unga wanafungia ndani. Tunajaribu kupigana. Mimi nakuja kuuliza mfungo wangu ako wapi? Mfungo wangu ako wapi? Ameipia nani? Hiyo ndio swali. Hiyo ndio swali. Ameipia nani? Hiyo ndio swali tunauliza, ameipia nani? Hamwezi shinda hata kushika watu kiororera. Tulieni. Kiororera hapa mnashika watu kiororera. Tulieni. Nini yako nimechukua? Nini yako nimechukua? Mtoto anatolewa, tulia.
A South Sudanese comrade, she complained that she was denied and rejected from renting an apartment in Kenya. Just listen to her story before I give out my own opinion.
I'm so sure I'm not the only South Sudanese who has been told this. So I was going to look for a house. Yeah, I'm a South Sudanese staying in Kenya, yeah. And then there's this beautiful apartment, I went, and before I proceeded to the office, you'll obviously inquire a little from the watchman, yeah. So I asked the watchman if there's a vacant house, and he's like, no, there is no house. And before I even proceed, he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese. Yes, if you can't tell from, you can either tell from my physical appearance or from my bracelet. I'm always wearing my South Sudanese flag bracelet. So he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese. And we were speaking in Kiswahili, by the way. And I'm like, why would you say that? And then he's like, because you're usually staying 100 people in one house. And I'm like, what? Huh? And that time I'm even like, how do I even defend myself from this? Let me tell you all something. When you compare the dependency ratio or the number of people that stay in a South Sudanese house compared to other nationalities, by the way, I was not so offended because a part of that is true, but this is beyond our control for some people. Because you might find, for example, let me use myself as an example. We are 8 siblings, yeah? And then my mother, and then my late father. Like, I'm just saying, if we were to stay together, because all my siblings are scattered by the way, but if we were to stay together, as a full nuclear family, we would make like a family of 10.
This is totally wrong, unacceptable, and very sad to hear. My heart goes out to this comrade and to all those South Sudanese men and women who have faced a similar discrimination in Kenya. We all know that South Sudan has faced complex set of challenges over the years, contributing to its economic struggles. So many Kenyans are working, studying, and living in different parts of Africa. And so many Africans also living here in Kenya, studying and working here. We are all Africans at the end of the day. These borders that you see here in Africa, they were set up by the colonizers, not us Africans. So let us learn to live, help one another, and to live together as one people, as one community. There should be nothing like you come from West Africa, you come from North Africa, Central or East Africa. Let us not have that discrimination mindset among ourselves towards our fellow Africans. Let us not practice xenophobia in our own country. And to this comrade out there, if you're watching this video, send us the name of the apartment. Even if you have the number of the owners of those apartments, send us those numbers and those names so that you can send them some good greetings. Because I believe they deserve it.
But South Sudanese stay 100 people in a... Oh my God, like, that was so embarrassing and painful. Huh? Anyway, life goes on.
Our president, Kasongo himself, has done it again. He went on to lie about the Grammys being held in Kenya in the year 2025. But the Grammy organizers went on and they denied receiving $5 million from the Kenyan government. And also, they said that the Grammys will not be held in Nairobi, Kenya, but in Los Angeles. Take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only. So the guys who organized the Grammys have come out and said that they have not received any money from any foreign government because they are not for-profit organizations, so they can't do that. And they've confirmed that the Grammys of 2025 are going to be held somewhere in Los Angeles, not in Nairobi, Kenya. Imagine, this is so embarrassing. And why lie internationally? At least us guys, we understand you. But now, because these things are making international news. You tell Kenyans the Grammys are going to be held in LA, and Kenyans will go and ask the Grammys or the organizers, is this being held there? There's people lying to Nabi, which is making his situation worse because it's just like, who is surrounding him? Who is advising him? I know he's a one-man show. Like Gashagwa said, did you hear that? He was injected.
An incident of assault has been reported at Ruiru Sub-County Hospital, where a man was going to visit his wife in labor. He was violently attacked by a security officer from Straight Security Services Limited, and he was denied entry to go and see his wife, despite the hospital being a public facility. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Hivi ndio mnafanya kwa hospitali, ndio? Acha vita na yeye. Hivyo ndio mnafanya? Ha? Ndio nakuuliza, hivyo ndio mnafanya, si ndio? Ha? Kwa hivyo mgonjwa atembee kutoka kwa ward mpaka hapa sababu umesimama kwa gate unataka kuzuia mtu kuingia. Si ndio? Ha? Huyu mzee anafikiria aje? Wewe uko na familia wewe? Uko na watoto? Uko na watoto?
Wacha. Sawa.
Huyu mzee anafaa kuwa anafikiria. Anamwambia niko na mgonjwa na hana mtu. Nimetoka mbali kufika hapa, unataka kunizuia kupeana bag peke yake na nitoka nje.
We are always here every day fighting for good governance, better governance, and a better future and a better Kenya for all. But it seems like there's some celebrities, some artists who are not with us. Like Guardian Angel, he went on to stand up for the president, praising the president. And I'm just wondering, are they not seeing what we are seeing? Just listen to what Guardian Angel had to say about the president.
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa. Maka nasema we. Nasema mi unaweza nitukana hivyo. Juu mi ni boys bana. Maybe si ni age mates. Ama unanishinda rika. Kama mi washai nipasha sana washenzi. Lakini hiyo nishtui. Unajua life yangu iko mzuri. Unajua. But mse bro, hata Biblia unajua inasema leaders sijui ni verse gani, I think unaweza utatupostia hiyo verse. Mali Biblia inasema kwamba kiongozi anachaguliwa na Mungu. Anapewa hiyo responsibility na Mungu. Na wale watu wanaongozwa na huyo kiongozi wamepewa wako mandated kuona huyo kiongozi. So hapo kwa hiyo verse nilitafuta kutry kuangalia mahali wanasema lazima huyu kiongozi akwe mwenye amefanya kile unataka ndio muona. Hiyo pata kuna the fact that yeye ni kiongozi, kuna ile heshima fulani anahitaji kupewa.
This is just some PR. Just because the president shared one of your songs on his page, now you want to tell us that now the Kenyans are living the best lives ever? Get an angel? Seriously?
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa. Maka nasema we.
We all know Henry Omondi, Henry the whistleblower, the young man who went to fight for JKA until the Adani deal was dropped, was cancelled. Courtesy of Eric Omondi, he took his first flight. Just take a look. And that's not all. Thanks to Port Florence Dentists, Hospital in Kisumu, St. Stephen's Cathedral SEK, Henry Omondi got his new pair of teeth. Just take a look.
What's up guys, Eric Omondi, President of Comedy Africa. Niko hapa na ndugu yangu Henry Omondi mazee. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, Mungu halali. Finally, Henry akona onyeshe meno. Finally, ndugu yetu amepata meno mazee. Thank you so much St. Stephen's SEK Kisumu. Inaitwaje? Yeah. Port Florence. Thank you very much Port Florence Kisumu, St. Stephen's SEK, St. Stephen's Cathedral SEK. God bless you. Tumepatia ndugu yetu smile. Wapatie tena. Haiyelele. Wapate He has all his teeth, man.
A Kenyan comedian decided to go and inject and also imitate Mutahi Kagwe after he was elected as the new agriculture CS. Just take a look at this video.
Good afternoon, fellow Kenyans. So in the last 24 hours, we have only registered 8 cases of cows and goats which has been vaccinated. This is not a surprising number, and it is very frustrating for us. And we want to ask our farmers to accept their animals to be vaccinated. We want to tell farmers, we are going to arrest all the cows which has not been vaccinated, and we are going to put them in a quarantine until they are vaccinated. We are also going to put a lockdown. We are not going to accept cows which has not been vaccinated to be transported from one county to the other. We also want to put curfews in cattle dips and in other places where cattle go. But if your cow is not vaccinated, we are going to put a curfew. It will not going to be allowed into a cattle dip. Because we have to take this thing seriously so that we can save our global, because of the global warming, and we can help these animals to stop fatting. We want to ask you people to buy your cows masks so that you can protect them from being attacked by diseases. And I want to tell you very easy things. that if you treat your cows normally, your cows are going to treat you abnormally.
And that's not all Kenyans. Even Rapture the scientist, a comedian, decided to go and inject. And this is what he had to say.
William Samoei Ruto. Ni nini nasumbua huyu jamaa?
Sakayo. Sakayo.
Sugar. William Ruto ni muongo, kila mtu anajua. As in, hii ni fact, kila mtu anajua. William Ruto ameambia Wakenya uongo, but kuna uongo moja ambaye amesema kubwa kuliko uongo zingine zote. Zote. Na hiyo uongo ni ati anapenda Mungu. William Ruto hapendi Mungu. William Ruto anapenda mapasta. Yangalia Shalin Ruto, amekelewa mkono kwa forehead mpaka nywele imeisha.
So, viewers, if you are given a chance to go and spend a day with Kasongo, would you do it? Will you take the challenge? Just take a look at this video showing you about spending a day with the president. Take a look.
Imetokea aje iko sawa? Sawa, lakini mmenipatia kitu transparent bwana.
Tutaedi
bwana, tumetenga milioni 10
bwana. Usijali.
Alafu watu hakukuwa na kitu bwana.
Hii achana.
Haya, chukua hii. Tutaedit.
Tutaedit. Kuna ngoma nyingine nilikuwa nataka kuweka.
Gani hiyo?
Ya Samawoka.
Ya Samawoka?
Yeah. Iko sawa mkubwa.
Okay, sina shida lakini tunaweza tafuta ya Sama Flyer.
Sama Flyer.
Kasongo Chai. Continue. Mombari nanga. Kasongo.
Pull up.
Are you normal?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Parliament, we are coming for you.
From launch to water projects in Migori, to Murara Kebaso having haters. How many ghost projects do we have?
This is what I was talking about.
High quality Tanzanian airport.
Kenya is a crime scene, man. Tunadanganywa. We are being lied to.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? My fellow Gen Zs and Kenyans at large. Welcome back to ShowNewTrend, and I'm your host of the day. My name is Elvis Derry. We all know that Kenya is not only the giant of Africa, but also the giant of East Africa. Morara Kebaso Sr. recently went to Tanzania to show us how the airport of Tanzania has advanced, showing us dust here in Kenya. Take a look.
Najua nimekuwa ziara ya kisiri kidogo kutafuta ushahidi. Guys, let me tell you, Kenya is a crime scene, bana. Tunadanganywa, we are being lied to. Tunaambiwa ati economy za nchi jirani ziko chini, economy yetu iko juu. Acha niwaonyeshe bana airport Tanzania. Ona airport. This is how an airport should look like. Ona airport. Ona. Hiyo roof inakaa kulika. Hiyo ni airport. Imejengwa venye inafaa. Alafu tunadanganywa huko watu wanakula billions za wajengi kitu bure kabisa. Ona hadi floor iko na water effect. Cheki, iko na effect ya kama beach. Hiyo ni floor. Cheki pale kwa mira. Angalia TZ bana. Tanzania looks like Europe. Cheki vile wazungu wamejaa huko. All our tourists. Wote wamekaa huko. Cheki. Wote wamehamia huku. Huku inakaa kama Uingereza. Na kila mahali ukienda ni hivyo. Ukienda supermarket ni hivyo. Ukienda everywhere ni hivyo. Wamejaa huku. Wazungu from every single country. Bana hoteli zimejaa, ziko 90% 100% occupancy. Ukikuja after saa 2 hakuna hoteli. Hadi zile mbaya kabisa zimejaa.
If it was not for corruption in this country, we would have gotten something better than that. Because we have all the resources, we have all the manpower, and we have all the intelligence that we need. But due to corruption, things are still tough. And other countries have started to show us dust.
Ona hadi floor iko na water effect. Cheki, iko na effect ya kama beach. Hiyo ni floor. Cheki pale kwa mira. Angalia TZ bana.
Morara Kebaso Sr. has inspired so many Kenyans from different counties to stand up and educate Kenyans on the ghost projects that were launched for many years or many months but have never been complete and were abandoned. Let's go all the way to Kisumu City, where this student of Morara decided to inject and show guys about these ghost projects. Listen to this.
The maxim of development is highly enshrined that it is relayed from the national government and it trickles down to the county government. Welcome to Kisumu County. Upper Kadianga sub-location, Kajimbo Rachir sub-location, where we have such a barbaric, pathetic, archaic, weird interconnector. And we claim that we have some of the political elites who are well conversant with the software aspects of issues affecting that person at the grassroots level. Now check. This interconnector cannot accelerate locomotion from one point to the other point.
Not only Kadianga sub-location was affected by ghost projects, but also in Nyamira County, where this student from Morara decided to inject. Take a look.
Watu wa Nyamira mjambo. Leo nimewaleta hapa Sironga. The famba ya dialysis. Rais Ruto alikuja 2023 kufungua maneno ya industrial park hapa. Unaweza soma hapa. The groundbreaking ceremony for the Nyamira County Aggregation and the Industrial Park was officially launched by His Excellency William Samuel Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces on Friday 25 August 2023. Leo hii sasa nimewaleta muone what's going on hapa kwa ground. Cameraman unaweza waonyesha kwenda huko. Leo nimewaleta hapa mchione. Waonyesha kwenda huko. Kazi inaendelea. Kazi ya rais inaendelea, trakta siku huku. Naweza kuonyesha hivyo kwenda huko, trakta siku huko. Ng'ombe siku huko zinajenga huko. Sasa mi kitu naambia Ruto, unajua sasa tumerefuka. Sasa tuko kwa ground, tunaangalia nini inaendelea. Hii maneno ya kutudanganya haiwezekani.
Moving on to the next video, we are clearly looking at a government of deceit. Lawyer Ndegwa Njiru decided to inject by saying this and revealing this to Kenyans. Take a look.
Utasema hata sisi tumefika hapa, barabara ya kwenda Dongo Kundu. Inaonekana Zakaya alikuja hapa pia yeye. Akapata barabara imejengwa na His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. Akakuja akaweka posta yake hapa, legi yake hapa kusema ndiye amejenga barabara. Alafu kwa sababu amejua tunamwangalia sana ameitoa. Sasa hapa hata hakuna industrial park pia walikuwa wameanza. We are just following on Morara Chronicles. Na ametoa, nimesikia ameenda mpaka Haiti kulaunch huko. Kwambia kuja ajenge hii kwanza kabla ajenda Haiti kulaunch. We are looking at a government of deceit. Serikali ya uongo. We are fighting unaccountability, transparency and bad governance in this country. Look, deceit, pure deceit. Mbona anakuja anaweka majiwe hapa na andikina kitu anaandika. Kenyans, we messed up. There's no point of us having this guy as a president. We complete messed up. We have to reform this country. We have to work and remove William Ruto, Wanatama. And Rigathi is not a solution. Rigathi is not an alternative.
Some lifestyles in this country should be things of the past. But yet, even our Gen Alphas are not spared under this corrupt regime. Let us go all the way to Kagutio Primary School in Busia County, where our children are learning under inhumane conditions, but yet striving for the best in this country. Take a look.
Ini grade 8 ndio class yenu. Na wengine wako wapi?
Absent.
Wengine wako. So members, nataka tu kuambia kuhusu hii shule. Hii shule inaitwa Kagutio, mumesikia sana kwa mitandao, Kagutio. So mnavyoona hii ndio grade 8. This is grade 8 na hapa ndo wanafunzi wanasomea. Wa grade 8 wanasomea hapa. Hii ndio class yao complete. Hii class nasikia wanafunzi wenyewe ndio walijenga. Walisaidiana na wazazi kukanyaga matope, then wakajenga hii structure. So ndio saizi nawasaidia wanasomea hapa. Hawa ni grade 8. Hii ndio grade 8 sasa. This is grade 8. This one. No grade 8.
This is really sad, man. Like, this is so sad in this country. I have only posted a small portion of this video. Click the link in the description down below to watch the full video.
Mvua ikinyesha sijui watasoma aje. So hivyo ndo maisha iko hapa. Grade 7 wanasomea hapa. Hii ni blackboard yao, mnaona? Hii ni board yao, hata mnaona hata imekatika, imepasuka. This is what they use.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
Okay, my name is JT, the bigger figure from California. I'm also known as Fig Panamera out of Atlanta, Georgia, West Side. Trap Flick started in Atlanta. JT, the bigger figure, started in California. I work with many artists, many producers, many entrepreneurs. Me and Snoop Dogg worked a lot on Trap Flicks in the early years. The rapper The Game, I discovered him. The producer Zaytoven, I discovered him. I taught Master P the independent marketing blueprint that he used at Priority Records. I also did Kevin Gates' first digital distribution. I did Future, Young Thug, Migos, put them in their first movie called The Independent Game. You can find it on YouTube. And man, I got many accomplishments from the past, but my biggest and newest accomplishment is coming to Africa and to rebrand myself over a continent now, where my people come from.
I was the first young nigga out my crew to have 100,000. First time I hit the block, my hood had me going wild. Feel more. Everywhere I go, I had to rep that, put it on.
Lakini Gen Z bila Ruto yote hawezi. Meza nizona hadi mama zenyu. Bila Ruto.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Elvis Deli.
Water is life, they said. Let us go all the way to Migori County, where this water project was never finished. And I'm just wondering, where do the locals get and fetch their water? Take a look. Even the same police officers who are being used to oppress the people of Kenya, the same police officers are also being oppressed. Take a look at this police station. Like, if you're a police officer watching this video, tell me in the comments down below what you think about this.
Hi, habari watu ya Gilgil. In the morning, I wrote about this police station. This police station, hii ni kazi imefanyiwa hapa na ni kazi ambayo imekuwa substandard. We complained about it in the morning na saa hii tumekuja kuangalia progress. Tunakuta huyo mkora ambaye alijenga hii asha tuma fundi hapa kwa ground. This is what I was talking about. These are the cracks that we were talking about. Hii police station hata haijakomishoniwa, haijaletwa askari yoyote. These are the things that we were talking about. Ukiangalia huku kwote, these are cracks on the wall. This is a police shed. Wacha niache kuita cow shed. This is a police shed. Ni mahali ya kujikinga mvua ya polisi. Because the quality of work that has been done here, it is very poor.
We can all clearly agree that Kenya is a crime scene. Even you, police officer who is watching this video, I can see it in your eyes that you agree with me. A senior citizen decided to inject after being inspired by Morara Kebaso Senior, and this is what he had to say. Take a look.
Ye de muhujia wa redemption thini wa kihejo no nitumakite ni barabara eno yekiruo kana ile yuhigariri ni Honorable William Samuel Ruto no kiagitumakiti ni atiriri bara eno kuma Kagwe gukinya Kimende ndira kukinya githungu irathika ni marima maria mekuo andu kuria mareka magera njira ndaihu muno macokage kuria gugwitwo mau road matigite barabara ku ena marima nginya ngari ikigutha iragutha igatuika koguo ri barabara eno turenda tuthondekerwo ni His Excellency Honorable William Samuel Ruto no wekirie nyamu ino agithondeka igituika ati ikorwo ituike barabara ya nginya githungu acha nitukugira barabara ona atumia matigahota guthie ona andu arwaru matigahota gukinya githungu kana gukinya kia koguo Samuel Ruto tuthondekere barabara.
I have not understood a single word he has said in this video, but we can all agree that oppression has no language, and we can all see the oppression, the amount of oppression in this video. So if you understand the language and you know what he has said, just write to us in the comments down below for a better and clear understanding.
Honorable William Samuel Ruto no wekirie nyamu ino agithondeka igituika ati ikorwo ituike barabara ya nginya githungu.
While our children are suffering in Kagutio Primary School in Busia County, take a look at this video of how other children from different countries are being educated. As you can see, our children are striving for the best, but yet they are still studying under inhumane conditions, while other children are being taught meaningful things, advanced technology, and many more. Kenyans, is this the country that we want?
So mnavyoona, hii ndo grade 8. This is grade 8 na hapa ndo wanafunzi wanasomea. This is grade 8. This one, no grade 8.
Since Morara Kabeso Senior started injecting and revealing to us ghost projects in this country, he has gotten haters from all directions. And one of them is Nuru Kanga, and this is what Nuru Kanga had to say.
Morara ametokea tu hii wakati Genzo alikuwa amepanga maandamano, ikatulia. Maandamano ikatulia. Baba akaingia ndani. Morara katokea. Unajua aje kama hii ni project, Morara ni project ya William Samoei Ruto na yule mbunge wa Kisii anaitwa Osoro. Wanataka wacheze na akili yetu. Wakenya wawache kufocus kwa ile kitu inasumbua. Wana focus na Morara. Sasa kidogo Morara amepost hana mafuta. Kidogo amepost sijui ana nini. Kidogo na mimi nikipost wanasema ati tunaomba. Umoja akiposti ameshindwa kulipa nyumba, ati Umoja anaomba. Nuru Kanga akipost ana chakula kwa nyumba, ati Okanga anaomba. Kwani Morara ombi?
So to Nuru Kanga will live for you Jacaranda grounds in peace. And not only him, but also, do you guys remember this fool?
Ati anaitwa Marara, ama ni Morara, ama sijui nini. My friend, we were waiting for you here. Hapa Embu hatutaki hiyo ujinga. Tunaona kazi yako ni kuchangisha pesa ukitumia mbinu ambazo sisi tunaona hiyo ni fraud.
Let me tell you guys, this fool received his greetings in Embu County after he told Morara Kabeso Senior not to go to Embu County and continue doing his work. But not only him, there are more fools. This fool also decided to talk ill of Morara Kabeso Senior, and take a look at this.
Nataka kuongea na mtu mmoja ati anaitwa Morara Kibasu. Morara Kibasu, my friend, leo nimekuja na gari yangu, sijasanyiwa pesa. Nimekuja na speaker yangu, sijasanyiwa pesa. Wewe mnaiba wa Kenya, ati unanganya watu, unafanya oversight. Oversight, my friend, enda ufanye kwako. Oversight, enda ufanye kwako. Wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta ulikuwa wapi? Mbona kufanya hiyo oversight yako? Tunataka kuambia, nataka niwajulisha wa Kenya ya kwamba kitu yenye unafanya ni wizi, unalipwa, unanyang'anya wa Kenya, na Ajini Wanjiga anakupatia pesa, Uhuru Kenyatta anakupatia pesa, unadanganya wa Kenya. My friend, hii Kenya ni kidogo kwa sababu hata mahali niko saa hii ni miradi ya serikali ama si miradi ya serikali. Hii ni ya serikali ama si ya serikali?
We will continue revealing to you guys all these fools who are taking our country backwards and trying to bring politics, but yet for us, we just want a better country, good governance and change, and a better living for our people. Thank you so much. God bless you and God bless Kenya.
Guys, this is Kafo, and the packaging of this Mumia's sugar was done in 2021. Is it even logical? Is this really Mumia's sugar? We need to reject this nonsense.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Oh, he didn't say that. Elvis did. From Kenyans not being paid,
Standard Group Media, pay my money,
to Gen Z's be called names,
tuliitwa hadi dangerous criminals, tukaitwa thugs.
Are Kenyans tired? Online scammers on the rise.
Did you know you could still pay for something on delivery and still get scammed?
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back Gen Zs and Kenyans at large to ShowNewTrend, and I'm your host of today. My name is Elvis Derry. We all know that corruption has been normalized in our motherland, in our country, Kenya, under our supreme leader, not Kim Jong-un, no, but under President William Ruto. Take a look at this police officer who is bluntly and openly taking bribes without shame.
Hiyo tu. Sasa ndio nilipita na gari nyingine. Haina kazi gari siku hizi. Nakuuliza. Nilipita za hii KCT ile tiba.
Ulikuwa na gari nyingine? Haina nyingine. Unaona kanyanga barabara ya serikali bure.
Angalia. Angalia mzee. Ndio huko. Sikia kwanza. Sikia nikwambie.
None of this corruption will have happened if the men and women in blue who they always protect us day and night will be given their rights and also paid what they rightfully deserve. The Gen Zs went to the street to fight not only for our great nation Kenya, but also for our police officers, but yet our supreme leader decided to call them goons and attack them and also degrade them. Listen to what our fellow Gen Z had to say about this.
Tuliitwa hadi dangerous criminals, tukaitwa thugs, wakapewa watu wa pikipiki pesa waende wakitupiga kwa barabara, wakapewa watu wengine pesa waende wakiloot maduka za watu, ndio iambio ni Gen Zs. Nao saa hii waliamka kufanya maandamano saa 8 za usiku ati soko inaibiwa, sijui gavana mgani anataka sijui kufanya nini kwa soko. Hao wenye walibeba mabana, wacheni wazazi wafanye kazi. This country will be run by you. Who do you think you are, guys? That's what they were saying. That's the message they were communicating. Now they wish Gen Zs were on that protest of today. They wish JKA ndo hiyo. They wish Gen Zs wako huko. Guys, and the Russia ndo hiyo. They wish watoto wako Uganda, Sudan huko, boda huko, human trafficking.
During the Gen Z-led protests, you also saw the opposition leaders not only joining the government, but also going to bed and sleeping with the government. Morara Kebaso Sr., a Gen Z who is bringing significant change through civic education, had to say this. Listen.
Kumbuka tunaibiwa na kila mtu. Gava plus opposition. So kuna mtu unaweza trust out of all those people. They are all thieves and plunderers. Mimi nashindwanga, why does William Ruto still steal yet yeye ni president? Because una expect mtu akishakuwa president afai kuwa mwizi. But nikakuja kuelewa mission yao watu. Mission yao watu ni waibe pesa ya Kenya waipeleke abroad, waistore in dollars, wa make Kenya very poor, ndio warudishe ile do wanunue kila kitu, wa own the means of production na wa own economy. They own all the banks, they own all the ports, they own all the airports, they own all the railway lines, so that tukue slaves in our own country, tuwawakie wao wakwe kama kingdom, kama empire, ndio wakuende sasa hakuna haja ya elections. They hand it over to their sons to their sons, hivyo. That's their mission. Kitu imefanya wakashindwa kuiachieve ni juu ya mimi na wewe. Sasa kitu nafuu ujue, wewe mwenye unanisikiza hapo on social media, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Twitter. Sisi wenye tuko upstairs, tuko fiti, tushafunguka macho, tunajua mahali Kenya inaelekea na tunajaribu kuisave. We are the minority.
Moving on to the next video. Kenyans, What happens if your leaders and your seniors are corrupt to the core? Even the people working under them, even in the lowest ranks, they will be corrupt and they will be no different from them and the people above. Take a look at this video of this man who had to protect himself from an armed man who is alleged police officer, and just look at how things unfolded. The silence of the Gen Z does not mean that the war is over. We are still here and we're here to stay. Humundu humundu. Listen to what the Village 254 had to say about the president giving the Gen Z, I don't know, the right information. Listen.
President William Ruto, this is what he said yesterday. He said that the Gen Zs were in the streets because they did not have the right information. Once they got the right information, they stopped demonstrations. So, Gen Zs, the president believes that you went to street because you were stupid. But since he was so wise, he convinced you with his information. He gave you the raw information. Once you understood the information, because he's a very good communicator, you stopped going to the streets and you kept quiet. So what is keeping you quiet, Gen Z, is because now you understand the right information. And therefore, misinformation finished. You are now fine. And that's why you are so civil. No demonstrations. Congratulations, Gen Zs. And this thanks goes to the president for being so wise and very eloquent in communication. And that's why he's going around the country communicating what his government is doing and why raising taxes is good for you. So congratulations, Gen Z.
Dear Mr. President, I, Elvis Derry, the Gen Z Minister of Information, I can proudly say that we are a generation who are well informed and highly educated, and we know exactly what is happening in this country. I want to give a big shout out to all the men and women who are on the ground amplifying civic education and teaching Kenyans on why we need good governance and why this country has to change. So, the Gen Z are never stupid and never will be stupid. Remember, these are the same people who forced you also to reject the Finance Bill 2024.
So, congratulations, Gen Z.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back. Yeah, but so guys, right at Mwea area, you also have like a different kinds of unique transportation system, and I've just seen this amazing, transport system right here at Mwea area, and I would like to give it a try, man. So follow me.
Hello, Mwea area, how are you? I'm saying hi to you. Yes.
So you live around Mwea area?
Yes, I live in Mwea, around Mwea area. It's my place. Yes.
And I can see like Mwea area is well known for rice. There's plenty of rice in this area.
Yes, as per now we are harvesting. We are harvesting rice, and everybody is busy.
Okay. So, what would you like to tell Kenyans this morning?
Okay, this morning I'd like to tell you to work hard, pray more, and fight for Kenya. Fight for a better Kenya. Kenya ni home.
Kenya ni home.
Kenya ni home.
Kenya ni home. Kenya ni nyumbani.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Albisteli.
By now, I know many of you are familiar with these words. Tumepanga, tumetenga, tutafanya. All Kenyans all over the world are familiar with those words. And I want to show you of this video of a Kenyan Gen Z who is enlightening us on how propaganda is being used in Kenyan politics.
Najua tunajiuliza mbona politicians wanapenda kusema uongo sana, na it's very sad because mbona mtu mkubwa udanganye na uwezi pigwa. So nikakumbuka kwa Eastern government walisemanga ati propaganda can be used to ascend to power. So inaweza tumika kuinfluence watu, either ikuwe right information ama wrong, watu wanaitumia to ascend into power. But saizi imeenda overboard, watu wanadanganya sana mpaka watu wamekasirika. Kwa mtaona kwa watu wa Eastern government mkuje mniambie history, labda nimesahau ama nini. But watu wakubwa waache uongo. Uwezi pigwa, hakuna mtu anakupiga. We just held you accountable.
The same propaganda in politics has not only been used in this government but also in previous governments, and it has made many generations not to think big about themselves but to think less. Listen to this.
Hi Kenyans, I want you to think beyond unga. I want you to think beyond bei ya sukari. In as much as bei ya unga, bei ya sukari imeshuka, I want you to think beyond that. Kwa sababu huku nje hakuna kazi. You understand? Mtoto wako anakuja na kupea civil education, telling you about the government, how it's harassing and killing young men, young people. And you are saying, oh, unga bora imeshuka. Think beyond unga. You are the first people to call your kid. Niko na hospitali, sina madawa. Sina school fees ya mtoto wenyu, sina nini. Think beyond unga. Think beyond sukari. Think beyond anything that's revolving around food. In as much as your food imeshuka chini, vijana hawana kazi, vijana wanauawa. Mtoto wako anakupigia simu akiwa university hana chakula. Hiyo chakula yenye unasema imeshuka. Mtoto wako university sai hana hiyo school fees. Mtoto wako sai anarushiwa tear gas, anapigwa na makarau day in day out kwa sababu they don't want a new funding project. So if you don't come out with other parents, then stop thinking beyond unga, manze.
During the beginning of this video, I said this. We all know that corruption has been normalized in our motherland, in our country, Kenya. So if your leaders are corrupt, even the people will be corrupt. Take a look at this video on how online scammers are advancing day by day thanks to being taught by the corrupt leaders of Kenya. Listen to this.
Guys, did you know you could still pay for something on delivery and still get scammed? Now skizeni hapa vile ina happen, huh? For you to understand this, assume kuna wewe, the buyer, is this scammer who is selling stuff online, and there is this real seller. So what happens is, the scammer an advertise product where the buyer unaipenda, for instance furniture, and you order from this scammer. So what the scammer tells you is that you're going to pay for this stuff on delivery. So si utakuwa sure ikifika ndo unalipa. So you go ahead, order. Then this scammer, what he does is contacts a real seller and gives this real seller an order and tells them deliver to this location. Hii location ni wewe yenye, ni ile location wewe umepatia huyo scammer. So the product is delivered to you na wewe uta contact ule scammer. Unamwambia mzigo umefika, how can I make this payment? Anakupatia details za payment na unalipa. After ushalipa, anazima simu, and now delivery guy wa the real seller ask you umelipa? Wewe unasema nishalipa. You confirm, na yeye delivery guy ana confirm with the real seller. Hasa hapo ndio kesi inaanzia, because the scammer hajalipa the real seller na ashakuletea product. So the real seller ana demand for his product na wewe uko hapo pia unasema ushalipa. So mko hapo in between, conflict yenye sijui hata inaweza isha lini.
Since Ruto got into power, he has been traveling every day to different countries. And the question is he gathering for the storm? Listen to what our Kenyan Gen Z had to say about our shore of flying, lying, and stealing, and also, of course, killing. Listen to this.
Ruto is not traveling abroad because he likes flying. Our shore for flying, lying, stealing, and killing. No. He's traveling because he is gathering for the storm that is about to be the kind of dictatorship that we are going to experience under this guy. He is locking in. So, Ruto received an achievement award that was given to him as the most accountable, transparent, and there was a third thing, president. They called him everything that we know he's not, and they know he's not. Why Ruto is being given all of these things is to manufacture the kind of consent that is needed for him to run a dictatorship. So Kenyans, he's been traveling to countries like Germany. He's been with the Israelis. And can you see the things that he's given back? The other time that he traveled, when he came back and he told us the 15 things that he was given, do you know, almost 10 of those 15 things were arms? They were arms. They were given a truck. That is not for the army, it's for the police. He's militarizing the police because the police will be the people who are here every day, hunting us down, beating us up for any kind of dissent against this man. I don't even think we're going to get to the 2027 elections.
It's only fools who oppress their fellow citizens because at the end of the day, we are still being oppressed under the same corrupt regime. We are tribeless, leaderless, and fearless. And I'm happy how Kenyans are coming out and actually speaking out not only about the corrupt government, but also corrupt companies who are taking advantage and not paying their workers properly. Listen to this video about Standard Media Group.
Hizi kampuni unafanya kazi alafu ikifika time ya kulipa, mbona tunasumbuana? Standard Group Media, pay my money. Nilipeni. Why are you guys making us suffer? Your excuse has always been, hatuna pesa. Isi ni 1.5 billion mna receive hapo mkismile. Ziko wapi zangu? Mtaanza kusema pesa kidogo tunasumbuana, ni kidogo but ni zangu, I worked for that. Mnyonge lakini haki yake mpe. I want my money. Pay me what you owe me. First of all, let me just say I don't like drama. You will never find me in drama social media, but I've been pushed. I could be minding my business, just sipping wine and sitting somewhere, but you guys are pushing me. It's either you pay us ama juu tuko wengi sana, you owe us. Tuungane wote twende tuandamane Standard Group Media na Duve, tulale huko hadi mtulipe. We will occupy that standard. Pay us our money, Standard.
So to the Standard Media Group, if you're watching this video, we are the Gen Zs, we are going to occupy that place if you don't pay our sister and not pay the people who are working there. And let me tell you, you will not believe. You will not believe.
Standard Group Media, pay my money. Nilipeni. Why are you guys making us suffer? Your excuse has always been, hatuna pesa. Isi ni 1.5 billion mna receive hapo mkismile. Ziko wapi zangu?
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
I am telling you, and I'm not kidding you guys. I just feel Mandamano is calling me by my three names. Literally. Tell me why Mr. Must Go must keep on lying. You're even lying at utatupeleka Germany. And even Germany inajitoa kwa hiyo story. Come on. I just feel Mandamano is literally calling me and you by our third name. Things are boiling. Things are really boiling. I'm just so done with that guy.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
Elvis Derry. From Rex Masai seeking justice.
Rex Masai was one of the protesters who made headlines after this CCTV video.
To Member of Parliament Sean Dust. What's happening in Kayole? Crime rise in Kenya.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. We all remember our hero, our comrade, Rex Masai, who was brutally gunned down during the Gen Z protests in Nairobi CBD. A police officer by the name of Isaiah Muragiri was arrested and arraigned in court. And just see and listen how things unfolded.
Rex Masai was one of the protesters who made headlines after this CCTV video showed him getting shot by a plainclothes police officer during the Gen Z protests against the government in June. His death sparked a public outcry after the Office of the Public Prosecution stated that the video did not identify the police officer, even though protesters claimed that the officer was Isaiah Muragiri, who was stationed at the Central Police Station. This led to his appearance in the Milimani Court on Wednesday for the first public hearing of the investigation into who shot Rex Masai. However, Muragiri was put on the spot when asked to explain what clothes he was wearing and whether he was in the city center at the time Rex was shot at 7 p.m.
I don't recall the color of the t-shirt, but I can remember I was wearing a t-shirt.
Were you in town at past 6 p.m.?
No.
The prosecutors, led by an LSK lawyer and IPOA, questioned why data from his phone number showed he was near the incident area and left at 10 p.m., despite his insistence that he had not used the number since 2023.
The same officer came out and said that he has never fired tear gas, point blank, at anybody's face. But just take a look at this video, which shows you the opposite of what he said. Truly, Rex Masai's death has been painful to all of us, painful to the Kenyan people. We shall never forget. And to all those comrades who lost their lives during that day, during the Gen Z protests, may their souls rest in eternal peace.
Justice for Rex! 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 Justice for Rex!
Samuel McOure, since he joined the ODM party, he really messed up. People are looking up to him. He was very vocal during the Gen Z protests, but he went on and turned his back on the Kenyan people. He turned his back on the Gen Z. This is what we call betrayal in the city. A few days ago, just recently, Kasaril Makore was at the Bunge la Wananchi and he struggled to convince the people why he joined the ODM party. Just listen to this.
Kama mimi sasa niliamua nijiunge na chama cha ODM. Kama uko na shida si unaingia chama, kuna vyama vingi. Yes. Kuna vyama vingi Kenya. Na we are honorable members haya. My party leader atakuwa the AUC chairman. Yes. Sawa. Yes. Yes.
And that's not all. This idiot was even chased away from the end femicide protests which happened recently in Nairobi CBD. Just take a look. Is this not betrayal in the city? Kasaril Makore, we trusted you. We were behind you. We were supporting you each and every day. Viva Gen Z, viva. Viva comrades, viva. We are always there every single day. But you went on and stabbed us in the back. You went on and turned your back on us, Kasaril Makore. And now what do you expect? Do you expect you come back and we just welcome you with open arms, Kasaril? Why did you do this to us? This is a war that you have started alone. And let us not forget, there's a time that Kasaril Makore said that he's just there for power. He wants power. He will do anything for power.
As long as I'm clear in my mind on how to take political power, the rest.
What do you mean by taking political power?
You're messing everything up, Kasaril Makore. We campaigned for you, even to the point where we were protecting you so that you cannot be attacked by goons in the streets while we were protesting. Man, what a shame, Kasaril. Let us not see you coming to our protests, because we are going to deal with you like you have never been dealt with before. So Kenyans and my fellow Gen Zs, anytime you see that face anywhere, this is how you should react. Apart from the backstabber Kasaril Makore, back in Syokimau, the MCA of Syokimau, Daniel Mutinda, he was forced to walk on mud and stagnant water after the residents confronted him about the poor state of the roads in that area. Just take a look at this video and see how the residents of Syokimau injected properly. Take a look. As you can see, Syokimau residents have injected massively and mercilessly. And that's not all. Do you remember how the CS, John Mbadi, Treasury CS, how he revealed that the politicians, the corrupt politicians, they're stealing taxpayers' money every single day and going to invest in other countries?
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there. Because when we invest it in Kenya, it will be more visible. You also bring money from Tanzania, some of it by road, na magari, mnapitia, mnakuja hapa Kenya, you start constructing buildings around here. That is what we do.
After he went on to brag about how they're stealing the taxpayers' money, and they're stealing it in billions. In billions, Kenyans, they're stealing in billions.
So, if we are stealing 2 billion per day, assuming we reduce the theft, we don't want to stop it, we just say, okay.
Finally, the High Court has ordered CS John Mbadi and has given him 45 days to make public the debt status of Kenya for the past 9 years. And definitely, he must comply. Listen to this.
The High Court has ordered the National Treasury and Economic Planning Cabinet Secretary, that is John Mbadi, to within 45 days make public details of all debt agreements made on behalf of Kenyans information regarding the country's sovereign bonds and issue a comprehensive breakdown of expenditure of all borrowed funds. The ruling by Justice Lawrence Mugambi of the High Court comes 5 months after he suspended an independent task force constituted by President William Ruto. And that is at the height of the Gen Z-led protests, which, among other things, called out the state for an insatiable appetite for debt and financial misappropriation.
So Kenyans, do you think that we are going to get our results within 45 days? And if not, what kind of action do you think we should take? Tell us in the comments down below. And when you go to Nyamavila in Kayole, Embakasi Central constituencies, authorities there, they have raised numerous structures. Like, this season is a very sad season, sad holiday season for people and residents in that area and property owners in that area. Let's take a look at this video of this woman who she stood on her ground to protect, and she fought back, protecting her property from being demolished. What a sad scene to see. What a sad scene to see in our own country, in our own motherland. Illegal demolitions of homesteads. Komarok nominated MCA Joyce Mwangi, she went there at Nyamavila in Kayole, Embakasi Central constituency, to go and stop the illegal demolitions of properties and homesteads. But yet, she got arrested. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Verify the photo of
While Kenyans are suffering out there, there's some people out there who are kissing the government's ass. Yes, I said it. There's some people out there who are kissing the government's ass. For example, like who? Professor Hamo, the comedian. He went on to entertain the president to the point of even giving him his own signature tie. Just take a look at this idiot.
Viongozi wakisimama wanaomba barabara, wengine wanaomba maji, wengine waongezewe pesa. Mimi niko na kitu kimoja ninaomba. Mimi hata siombi, siombi. Mimi nataka kupatia kitu. Najua saa zingine, unajua wewe ni baba ya watu wengi. Saa zingine kuna wagoroki, kuna wengine, tuko wengi. Sasa mimi naomba Mungu akubariki. Nilipatiwa hii tai na baba yangu. Hii tai ni adhirikea. Ninaomba nikupatie. Sasa zile unasikia kutuogelesha, unavaa hii tai, iko na ugoroki na itakupeleka bali. Hii piga picha. Yeah. Mimi sitaomba kitu, mimi nimekupatia tai. Asante. Oh, Mungu ni mwema. Wonderful.
While Professor Hamo, the comedian, has decided to kiss us, crime is on the rise in this country. Just a few days ago, in Langata, Deliverance area, between Breeze Apartments and Jairo Apartments, a robbery took place. Someone got robbed. And this happened at 1 a.m. That's past midnight. And just take a look how things unfolded. So comrades, are we really safe in our own country? In Mombasa County, Marikiti Market, a man was fatally stabbed and the perpetrator took off. Like, just take a look at this heartbreaking footage. So, if you ask yourselves, are we really safe in our own country? Look at all these crimes that is happening every day in our neighborhoods, in the cities, in the streets, everywhere. Corruption in a daily basis. Like, where are we heading to as a country? Our police officers, the men and women in blue, I believe that they should be paid what they rightfully deserved so that they can be motivated even to fight for Kenyans and protect Kenyans every day. They deserve it. And if you don't watch out in this country, crime is going to be rampant. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Muslims joining Catholics,
Mimi nasema isiwe ni wa Catholic, hata viongozi wa kidini wote.
To Anglican Church on fire.
Separate yourself from William Ruto. That's the voice of God.
Is the end times near?
Kwa hivyo wakati nitamuita maandamano, mutoke. Tukisema haki,
Embu governor disrespecting voters.
Wanatoka kura tola kari tiatia. Embu tutiana kinyakau.
Anguka na. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. During the Gen Z protests, you all saw that the church was quiet, even though the young people who went to fight for the freedom of this country, they were being killed on the streets like animals. The church was silent, to the point where they went to meet the president in State House. But currently, I'm seeing like the church is starting to wake up and realizing their mistakes. The Catholic Archdiocese of Nairobi, they say that they will be no longer taking political donations from Governor Sakaja, from Nairobi Governor Sakaja and President William Ruto. And they released a statement, and this is what the statement said. The Catholic Church strongly discourages the use of church events such as fundraisers and gatherings as platforms for political self-promotion. Politicians are urged to refrain from turning the pulpit into a stage of politics. To be honest, they will have released this statement long time ago. Where were they when Rex Masai, the first comrade who was gunned down during the protests, where were they when the Gen Zs, Kenyan people are being abducted, killed and tortured? Where were they? Let us go all the way to the Anglican Church, where Jackson Olesapit decided to inject and sending a very strong message to Ruto and Raila. Listen to this.
This time I want to talk to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Separate yourself from William Ruto. That's the voice of God. Separate yourself from William Ruto. I know you are a man very difficult to accept prophecies and even difficult to accept advice. You are a man that is strong-headed, and what you determine to do, nobody dissuades you. At times even God cannot dissuade you. It is upon you to take this or leave it. But you have time between now and next year, June, to separate yourself from William Ruto. What will come after that, don't blame anyone, blame yourself. That is the voice of God.
Birds of the same feathers flock together. There's no difference between Raila and Ruto. They are all the same. Even their names starts with the letter R. How can you put your hopes on somebody who already sold the country by supporting Adani? He went on and supported Adani Group taking over the JKIA International Airport in Nairobi.
I have therefore followed with a lot of interest the current debate surrounding the efforts to improve JKIA and our energy sector through PPP arrangements.
And do you know why Raila Amolo Odinga didn't hesitate to support Adani? Just listen to this.
It is very well choreographed.
He just came in. The process started.
You know, Adani is one of the big Indian companies. And Raila Odinga has admitted that he knew these companies up to 2010 when he was Prime Minister. And it was one of the companies sponsoring his campaign so that he becomes president in 2012.
Kenyans, this is what we call mchezo wa town. Even I know Henry the whistleblower who went to protest against the Adani deal. When we lose our fear, they lose their power. Churches are injecting left, right and center every day. A Catholic bishop decided that enough is enough and he called for protests. Listen to this.
Kwa hivyo wakati nitamuita maandamano, mutokee. Tukisema haki, na mimi ndio nitakuwa naongoza. Na tunaweza ingia State House. Wewe usicheze na sisi. Zote tunateseka, watu wanakufa hivyo bure kwa sababu matibabu imekuwa ipatika. Hii inaitwa anganisha na shia na wote. Si mnaikumbuka hiyo? Hata ieleweki ni gani. Na imekuwa shinda kubwa kwa watu. Na sasa wakaeleza. Na wakaambia kiongozi wetu kuna mambo mengi hawafurahii. Na uongo umekuwa mwingi katika nchi yetu. Watu wanaambiwa watafanyiwa hivi na wafanyiwi. Na hata sisi tunayaona na tunayapitia na ni sisi tuko pale. Tukiwaambia wanakuja wanatuambia nyinyi hamuna ukweli wa mambo yale mnasema.
Even clerics from Pentecostal churches, they were not left behind. They came out in large numbers to support the Catholic bishops who are talking and calling out the government for not being there for Kenyans, for disappointing Kenyans. Take a look.
Serikali yetu aweze kujali hata wananchi wake, maana kwa sasa hivi tuko na challenges hasa kwa ile card ya NHIF kurudishwa kuwa SHA. Imekuwa ni tatizo kubwa kwa wananchi wengi kwa sababu majina yao hayako mahali pale. Kwa hivyo ninaomba ya kwamba yaweze kutekelezwa kwa njia ambaye inastahili ili tuweze kufaidika katika hali ya kiafya.
The church stands for harmony of all the Kenyan people, and the church is the conscience of the nation. So whenever we speak on behalf of many Kenyan people, and we speak as the voice of the church. We would want to register our support of our brothers, the bishops of the Catholic Church, we are all one church and we all believe in the same God. We serve the same Kenyan people. So the observations that they have made and aired before us are what we also would want to affirm, because that is what is in the ground. And we would want to ask our leaders, especially the elected leaders, to be connected to the ground, to the people who elected them.
So to you clerics from Pentecostal churches, listen, there's no time to connect with deceit, corruption, abductors, and many other evil things that they have subjected to the Kenyan people. The Kenyan people's blood has already been shed. This is what the Kenyan people really want. In Kakamega, a Catholic bishop by the name of Joseph Obanyi decided to inject, asking the president, where is IEBC and why is it not constituted? IEBC stands for Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. This is an independent regulatory agency which was founded in 2011 through the making of the current Kenyan constitution. Just listen.
So the question of IEBC, where is it? Where is it? Why is it not constituted? This is what we are asking. What? Or am I ni mimi nimesahau? Iko. Right now we have to call elections. Is there a body which will carry out that? So vitu kama hivyo tunaomba, na sisi tulifanya hilo kwa wema, so that we can really build a country. We are not doing that so that we destroy any system. No, we are raising issues that are coming from the ground, issues that are real, issues that we get from our people. And when we are raising them, it's not for any evil intention. It is that we can collaborate and see that this country gets what it needs. And we are praying, and that's why we are asking for IEBC and so on, so that people are given their freedom to exercise truly their democratic rights.
Even the churchgoers, the born-again ones, are also tired. They are tired with the current regime. While Ruto was in Embu addressing the nation, the congregants decided to walk away while he was talking. Take a look. And that's not all. Even when Ruto was leaving Embu, the residents, the voters, Kenyans decided to inject, and this is how they injected. After all that, the governor of Embu, Mbarire Sasile, came back to lecture the voters, lecture the residents of Embu, and lecture the Kenyan people for them just expressing themselves.
Rosio, niturenda doko itire gutumwa. Na Ruto tingekora nituretia maundu mau, na tutukinye bandu ba gutura ndoni ati tukaugiriria munene wa burudi shetani ashinde. Wana tukakora turakarite atia. Embu tutiana kinya bau ba kugiriria muthamaki. Na turutetwe siasa cia mbara, cia kuganiriria, cia irumi, ni atongoria marenda ture njira.
This definitely sounds like an ass kisser to me. In the Kenyan constitution and the Kenyan law, Kenyans have the right to speech and express their views and opinions. So class, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Back in Kakamega, Elsie Muhanda, the women's representative, went on to confront the Governor Barasa on stage. Just watch how things unfolded.
Tunataka heshima. Unajua
Reverend Tegu Mutahi decided to inject, talking about the she and sha nonsense that the government has forced it on the people of Kenya. Also talking about the new university funding model. Just take a look at what he had to say.
A number of things that are not going right in this country, particularly the transition from NHIF to SHIF. This has gone terribly wrong. We have patients going to hospital, they cannot access medical care. Some are suffering at home. Some of them have died. So sad. But the government keep on saying that things are going right. It is unfortunate. Just as the bishop said, and we have also been saying it as the President Church of East Africa, that transition ought to have been managed better, because Kenyans are suffering in a very big way. And we are sad that the government is still saying it is going on well, yet there are very vivid pictures of people who are suffering all over the country, in all counties. They can't access medical care. The cards that are being transited to SHIF, it has not been fully done. It's an issue of great concern. The other issue of great concern is university education. One, there is the new university funding model that is, segmenting the students, saying some should pay this amount, some another ratio. It is going to create discrimination in education.
A North Rift chairman, Council of Imams and a preacher of Kenya, Sheikh Abubakar Bini, he came out and supported the Catholic priests, the bishops, the pastors, and all other religious leaders who are being vocal against the corrupt regime. And just listen to what Sheikh Abubakar Bini had to say.
Tumeona kwa muda huu siasa ambazo zinazoendelea ni viongozi wa kidini, hasa dhehebu kubwa la Catholic, maaskofu kujitokeza na kutoa ushauri kwa serikali. Hili tusilichukue ni kwa kuwa ni ukosoaji, bali ni ushauri. Na ushauri una baraka. Ni vizuri serikali wasikie ushauri kutoka viongozi wa kidini. Mimi nasema isiwe ni wa Catholic, hata viongozi wa kidini wote wanapoona mambo hayendi mazuri, ni wajibu tujitokeze tuseme ingelikuwa uzuri zaidi ifanywe hivi. Na inapokuwa mazuri tupongeze serikali, tumpongeze kiongozi ya kwa kuwa unalolifanya ni zuri na uendelee hapo, shikilia hapo. Kwa sababu isitafsiriwe mtu viongozi wa kidini kutoa maoni yao waone kama ni wameegemea mrengo. Hapana, wao ndio wanaostahiki kutoa mwongozo wa maisha ya kidunia na ya milele.
Anapiga watoto wetu risasi kama wanyama. Hiyo ni masaka ya Kenya. Hiyo ameanza masaka Kenya. Tafadhali mtuue sisi wazee. Umetuasia nani? Sasa huyo kijana amekufa hapo. Mama yake amewaswa na nani? Kama baba yake. Akituua ataongoza nani? Shetani.
It cannot be a matter of killing. Kuni mtoto wako analetwa kama maiti jioni. Kuni ndugu yako analetwa jioni, utafanya nini?
Niko na ugonjwa, watu wa gunshots karibu 10 na askari wenzenu.
Enda tutaua wengine wengi, enda chukua wengine. Sawa. Kutoka.
Lakini utaua wengine wengi.
Okoa ila wengine.
Hola, happy support. Hola, happy support. Hola, happy support. Namuuliza nani jambo hivi nimefanya nini?
Kabla ndo poa man. Kama ndio. What am I gonna tell your sister man?
Hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe mpaka mwisho. Ambia hao wengine wasonge kando, mimi na wewe, mimi na wewe tu.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
17 iko control.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
From largest diamond found in Botswana.
What?
To President Ruto clapping back.
This road was promised, has not been built. That road is ongoing.
Is the justice system broken? What's happening in Nairobi Lang'ata?
Kwenda kujipendua hivi, napata dereva mkono yake iko kwa bagi yangu.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. After Mora Kebaso went to Isiolo County to reveal to us ghost projects, the level 5 hospital about the mortuary, and also the Isiolo County government headquarters that was allocated millions, but yet there was nothing to show about it. Even the stadium in Isiolo, Morara Kebaso went to reveal to us these ghost projects, but the Isiolo County government officials decided to clap back. And this is what they say to say. Take a look.
There is no money that is lost in this stadium. Ukiangalia vile tumeenda around, this construction should actually have costed over 500 million. But so far, we have only paid to that one, and the contract to that 1 million, and the contract sum is 345. The enemy of this government has been going around circulating the wrong information concerning the stadium. That at the same stadium, there is corruption in the construction. We are doing our work professionally. The governor is very particular and very concerned about this stadium and for the best interest of the Isiolo people and the youth of this county.
So, to the county government of Isiolo, how can you prove to us that Morara Kebaso was lying? But yet, even in your own county, the county government headquarters, which was allocated 870 million, has not yet been finished. The money has been stolen. Let us just speak the truth, right? So, how can you prove to us that Morara was lying? You are the one who is lying. And you're trying to cover up for your own mistakes. We Kenyans, when you go there to Isiolo, when we see what we see there, when we see the ghost projects, it's quite different from what you are saying. You should be ashamed of yourself.
The enemy of this government has been going around circulating the wrong information concerning the stadium. That at the same stadium, there is corruption.
Not only the officials of the Isiolo County government decided to lie to us and cover up for their mistakes and clapping back to Morara Kabaso. Even the president of Kenya, President Ruto, decided to clap back, and this is what he had to say.
So that conversation as to this road was promised, has not been built. That road is ongoing, but slowly that road is going on well. That conversation about issues, development in our country is a very, very positive conversation. It is the conversation that I always wanted Kenya to have. Not a conversation about our ethnicities or our differences in religion or other sectarian interests. I am very proud that we are having, as a country, the right conversation.
The Kenyan people are already frustrated by the level of corruption that is going on in this country, in all the counties in Kenya. Even Prophetess Ayo decided to come and prophesize to the Kenyans, and this is what she had to say about the state funerals that is coming in this country. Listen to this.
I am Prophetess Ayo, and I'm bringing you a special message, a package on how Kenya will undergo shortly the state funerals that await. The first state officer will enter the comfort of his office with zeal and energy to do his work, but shortly after he is seated, the author of the oxygen in the nostril will disconnect it and he will be pronounced dead then and there, seated on his chair. The second officer will be up and about on his duties, going about, but he will be airborne in the aircraft. But that aircraft will crash, and everyone and everything inside it will be reduced to ashes. Nothing will be found. The third officer will be in the comfort of his own home, in the comfort of his own bed, sleeping, but he will not see the light of the day. The author of oxygen will cut it off, him and his sibling, because how much he has defiled himself with the idols. The idol will sip his blood, he will be pronounced dead in the morning. The essence of this is nothing happened before God reveals to his messengers, I am your messenger. And the purpose of this is to prepare you that after the state funeral, where will you go? Hell? Heaven? The decision is yours to make, because I'd already called you to come for repentance, and I've already also given you opportunity to appeal. The world is prepared, and Kenyans be prepared.
So Kenyans, what happens when your leaders are corrupt? When there's too much corruption in this country? When there's no development, no job opportunities, nothing is going on in this country, even the people themselves, they'll become corrupt and find other ways to survive. Just watch and listen of this story of how this lady in Langata Road, how she was robbed while she was going back home. Listen to this.
Mtu wote ako Langata Road mjiadhari sana. Kuna Nissan iko na dereva na kondakta wake na iko na mademu wawili. Mmepanda hiyo gari hapo mbele, nikakaa hapo mbele. Huyo kondakta anafungua mlango, ananiambia angalia hiyo mlango yako inafunguka. Akaniambia tufunge hiyo mlango. Hebu chukua simu yako unimulikie. Nikachukua simu yangu. Kuchukua simu yangu nikamumulikia. Kumumulikia akaniambia hebu weka hiyo simu hapo chini, ushikilie mlango na mikono yote mbili tufunge. Tumeng'ang'ana kufunga hiyo mlango, tumeng'ang'ana kufungua hiyo mlango haifungiki. Sasa kidogo mimi nikasikia roho imekataa kufanya Kenya ananiambia. Kwenda kujipendua hivi, napata dereva mkono yake iko kwa bagi yangu. Nikashuka. Sasa venye nimeshuka kidogo sasa huyu kondakta wake ananishout. We chukua hii nini mlango juu nikufungie ama uanguke na huko chini. Nikamwambia hebu wachana na hii mlango juu mimi nimekaa hapa, wachana nayo mimi nitaenda hivyo. Sasa kwenda hivyo nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Dereva naye alikuwa ameharakisha kunyorosha mkono yake mahali nilikuwa nimeweka simu. Lakini bahati mzuri ama mbaya, mimi nikachukua haraka, nikachukua simu yangu. Kuchukua simu yangu, sasa venye tunaenda kidogo hivi, huyo kondakta akasimamisha hiyo nini? Akasimamisha gari. akasimamisha gari akaniambia hebu shuka hapa. Na mahali wamenieka, by the way, ni usiku saa hii. Ni usiku, hata mkiangalia niko kwa barabara, si unaona? Niko kwa barabara, wamenieka hapa Lang'ata primary hapo. Hapo ndio wamenishikishia. Mjihadhari na hiyo gari saa hii bado inazunguka inaenda. Hata mimi nimesimama hapa naongoja gari nione kama nitapata gari ya kunipeleka home. Hao watu ni waizi. Venye roho yangu imekatana nikashtuka. Alafu nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu na yeye dereva alikuwa anaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Imagine wameniambia nishuke kwa hiyo gari. Nikashuka. Baadaye wameendelea na safari. But nimemark number plate yao. Nimemark hiyo number plate ya hiyo gari.
The level of corruption in this country, even the citizens are not spared by it. And let me tell you guys, ladies and gentlemen, I have also experienced the same thing that this lady has experienced. And let me just explain to you guys in Swahili. And let me just tell you what really happened that day. So hiyo time nakumbuka, ilikuwa hizo time za COVID-19, time ya curfew. So time nilikuwa nimeenda Migori County, nimeenda kufilm, nimepiga content yangu safi, manze laptop yangu imejaa content mingi sana. So kufika Nairobi, nimefika hapo kitu kama kutoka Migori, nitoka asubuhi, nikafika majioni late night. So hapo nikafika kitu kama 9 PM, 10 PM hapo Nairobi. Nikashukisha hapo hivyo Kenyatta Hospital. And at that time nilikuwa na bahati sana nipata hapo matatu. Kumbe matatu sikuwa najua hiyo matatu ni ya wezi. So kama matatu nikamwambia, cheki, mimi nataka kuishia home. Mnabeba? Akasema na yeye nabeba. Hiyo makanga kaniambia ati kaa uko mbele na nani, nikaa uko mbele na dere. Sasa mimi nikaenda kakao mbele na nani, na dere. Alafu kwa matatu kulikuwa na watu ngapi? Watu 4 people. Kulikuwa na driver, kulikuwa na tumbaba za mekapo kando yangu, makanga, alafu kulikuwa na dem mmoja amekaa kwa nyuma kabisa. So mimi kunyanga ndani kiasi makanga ananiambia huyu makanga amekaa nyuma yangu. Kwa hiyo kiteka makanga na amekaa nyuma yangu ananiambia ati wewe kijana bana, hii kama mlango wako iko na shida, hebu jaribu kuifunga. So mimi najaribu kufunga mlango. Mind you vile yako gari sikutoa bag yangu ilikuwa nyuma ya mgongo yangu. So bag ilikuwa nimekaa kwa kiti, bag iko nyuma. So mimi najaribu kung'ang'ana na kufunga mlango. Kumbe at the same time, majambazi, wezi, sasa kusema vitu mbaya hapa hivi. Ng'ombe wanafungua bag yangu, wanatoa laptop yangu, MacBook Pro. Like hiyo laptop niling'ang'ana sana kuibai. That was my first MacBook Pro ever. But wakanibia. So mimi ng'ombe na ng'ang'ana kufunga mlango. Kumbe bag yangu inafunguliwa na tolewa bag. Rafiki sasa ananiambia tibu wakasimamisha gari akaniambia ti shuka kiasi, tunataka kuangalia mlango kwanza kuna shida gani. So mimi nikashuka. Mimi kushuka tu hivi tu. No sooner had I done kushuka kwa hiyo gari, waka speed off akaenda na laptop yangu. So mimi natembea na shangaa, mbona watu wameenda? Kwani wamechizi nini? Mimi kufanya hivi bag yangu na shangaa, mbona hii bag iko light hivi? Kufanya tu hivi kuipendua kutoka kwa mgongo kuangalia kufungua ndani. Na wala laptop yangu imeenda MacBook Pro. My first MacBook Pro niling'ang'ana na suti yangu, jasho yangu, machozi yangu, damu yangu kubai. Ndio imeenda na majambazi wa Nairobi. Like I was so disappointed. Kama ningepata mawe hapo karibu, wallahi ningetupa mawe kwa hiyo gari na ipasue hizo vio. So nawaambia like the level of thievery, tagari, uwizi yenye imejaa Nairobi, thanks to kufundishwa na our corrupt politicians, imejaa sana. Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country? This is so sad.
Hao watu ni waizi. Venye roho yangu imekatana nikashtuka. Alafu nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu na yeye dereva alikuwa anaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Imagine wameniambia nishuke kwa hiyo gari.
A few days ago, Senator Onyonka went to JKUAT University and he decided to inject, and just opening the people's eyes and showing the Kenyans and the students that how rich this country is and the potential we have as a country. Listen to what Senator Onyonka had to say about this.
Kenya has enough money to provide free health, free education, free water. When President Kibaki took over, his revenue in this country, which he collected, was 710 billion shillings his second year. By his third year, when he was going to his second term, by the time he was having the coalition government, he was at 1.3 trillion. That is revenue he collected. Uhuru Kenyatta came, he picked from where Kibaki left, he pushed the money to about 2.7, 2.5 trillion, then he got out. But what Uhuru did, he made sure we've borrowed 7 trillion shillings in 10 years. And that is where our money is going to pay the debts. My argument is very simple. We have enough money. You don't have to tax anybody. Change what we are doing because we are doing it badly. We are doing it. The system has deliberately been broken so that you cannot understand what they are talking about. Last point. Kenya is a capitalistic system that encourages and allows corruption to thrive. Our universities, which used to be the echelons of excellence and intellectual capacity, has become the trading markets where degrees are sold, where food can be provided for, where the people who are lecturing are the ones who supply food and equipment and stuff to the university. I mean, these things, you know them.
Senator, excuse me.
So my argument, Sammy, is
just hold on, Senator.
We reduce and stop the corruption. We rebudget the money and make sure 200-300 billion goes to taking all these university students and secondary school students for free.
To be honest, I will support Senator Onyonka in this. Let us reduce the corruption because the level of corruption in this country is on a different level. It is on a high level that, man, it has to reduce. Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
So imagine
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
Mbere North Member of Parliament Geoffrey Ruku Kiringa. He's always on TV every day talking about controversial bills, but yet if you go to his constituency, it speaks something different. This is crazy. Just take a look.
Our ward. This is a very dangerous bridge. This bridge reminds me of a bridge ilikuwa ya Kie. The bridge is so narrow na imekulika yote. Like if you look at, this is me who just passed through here. I have a small vehicle, but mguu ya gari yangu ilikuwa hapa. And then, I mean, we are just waiting for something to happen ndio tuchanuke.
How rich is Kenya and how rich is Africa as a whole? Take a look at this video all the way from Botswana, where the president of Botswana, Mogwitsi Masisi, showing off the second largest diamond in the world. Take a look.
What?
And this material is not in, these stones will be coming closer to these in terms of the color.
I see. All right.
Yes.
Oh, you just want my face hidden, eh?
It's the largest stone recovered in the world through a processing plant.
So it's the second largest in the world because of the Cullinan. So our stones or our diamonds go through a processing plant. It was recovered in the mega diamond recovery.
Hey. This shows you how rich and blessed we are as Africans. So, my fellow Africans, just for a second, just imagine if we were the United States of Africa. We were one nation, one people. We would be benefiting from our own resources if we never had these corrupt and pathetic leaders that we have in our continent. Muammar Gaddafi, who was assassinated and killed by the enemies of Africa, the enemies of prosperity. He had this vision of liberating Africa to be one. Look at how rich we are. Imagine if we were all benefiting from all these resources. Even you don't have to go to other countries to look for jobs and get frustrated there. And some of us come back home in caskets, dead. This is exciting and also sad at the same time because we are not the ones who are benefiting from this gold and these diamonds, these oils and all other resources, but it's the enemies of Africa. But I believe one day Muammar Gaddafi's dream will come to pass. We are all one people. It doesn't matter which country you're coming from in Africa. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It doesn't matter what tribe or what food or your belief. It doesn't matter your religion. We are all one people. And I personally, Elvis Derry, I advocate for the liberation of Africa. And that time, it will come. It is just around the corner.
What?
Kenyans have not only been occupying, but they have also been rejecting since day one. Take a look at this video of this man who went to work, but in a construction site, but he wore a UDA. That is President Ruto's party. He went with this shirt, but the people there were not amused, and they asked him to remove that shirt. Take a look.
Unakuja aje huku na t-shirt ya UDA? Toa hiyo kitu bana. Hiyo kitu toa man. Hapana man, hapana hiyo kitu toa. Man toa hiyo kitu man. Ama mtoke huku. Hapana. Ya man toa hiyo kitu. Toa hiyo kitu tukachoe man. Asiyo hata nayo ni utoe tuchome hii tunachoma leo man. Hatukuwa hadi tuanze nini hapa. Man toa hiyo kitu man. Hata tufai kuwa tunaongea ungekuwa meraba ile gate bio sana man. Hapana.
Do you guys remember of this video of this JSS teacher who was being frustrated?
I'm telling you, you cannot join the staff room. Can you give me the chair, one?
I'm going to record.
Give me the chair. Just try to do anything.
I'm going to record.
I do it, one. Whether you are using the phone or what.
No, don't push me. Don't push me.
This is the same situation to many other GSS teachers who are still suffering under this corrupt regime. 18.7 billion was allocated to them, but currently is nowhere to be seen. This is what Morara Kebaso Senior, Inject Party leader, had to say about this.
Papa le Président de la Officer Day promised JSS teachers, 46,000 of them, that he has set aside 18.7 billion to hire them on permanent basis. To date, JSS teachers have not been hired on permanent basis. They are still being paid a stipend of 17,000. And this useless Teacher Service Commission does not understand that it is an independent institution under the Constitution. How does a minister walk around with the TSC letters in a funeral? Alitoa wapi? Then that same useless TSC is the one that is firing 742 teachers. JSS teachers, 742. Ati juu walienda kudemand for better pay. I want to assure this government that their days are numbered. Mukifika 2027, ni bahati. Mukifika 2027 ni bahati. Me, I'm here. Niko hapa ndani ya msitu. I'm looking for illegal mining. Kuna illegal mining inaendelea huko ndani ya msitu.
Since the protest started, young youths in this country, the Gen Zs, they have been targeted. Some of them have died, abducted, and some of them have missed since today. Take a look at this video of how this young Gen Z was being mistreated, mishandled, and how he was being arrested by these officers. Take a look.
Tutakutetea kwa internet. Unapiga picha gani wewe? Chukua picha. Chukua picha. Chona mimi, achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi, unashikia mimi. Unashikia mimi wewe. Unaona sasa watu kama hawa watu kama hawa wanafaa kutulinda. Watu kama hawa wanafaa tulinde. Watu kama nyinyi wanafaa mtulinde. Si right yangu kurecord.
This is really insane. Every day when I wake up in the morning, the first question I ask myself, where are we heading towards a country? Because the things I see happening in this country is just unbelievable. So if you have the right answer of where are we heading towards a country, tell us in the comments down below. My name is Elvis Derry, this is ShowNewTrend, and see you guys in the next episode.
Tutakutetea kwa internet. Unapiga picha gani wewe? Chukua picha. Chukua picha. Chona mimi, achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi, unashikia mimi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Kenyans reacting to Farah Maalim.
You are an idiot of the highest order. You are a murderer.
To joblessness in the city.
People should not be sleeping at 10:30 a.m. in the garden.
Will next elections get rigged?
Kenya hakuna rais ameenda kwa miaka 5. Kwani huyu ndiye atakuwa wa kwanza?
How indisciplined are the youths?
Who exactly has the bar to say, or the standard to say, that we are being indisciplined?
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Mr. Today and my name is Elvis Dairy. Kenyans, do you remember this video of Farah Maalim abusing you?
Alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Kwa nini zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo? Kwani amekaa kwa kiti ya mama yako ama baba yako?
After this video of Farah Maalim abusing Kenyan people circulated on the internet, the people never kept quiet. The people were angry but never silent. Just listen to this.
Yani nikikaa nikifikiria nikikumbuka tu Farah Maalim alitutukana tu kumanina zenu. Nasikia tu kumshika hivi. Farah Maalim. Because you know what? The first 4 letters of that kumanina means vagina. And the second 4 letters of that word means mother. In our Swahili language. You get? So hata hajatutukana sisi. Hajatutukana sisi. Ametutukania mama zetu. That what Farah Maalim. Yani hivyo ndio Farah Maalim alifanya. And then, yani mtu mzima na akili zake, kiongozi mzima wa Kenya amesimama mbele ya umati, mbele ya watu, mbele ya viongozi wengine kututukana tu kumanina zenu. Na hakuna kiongozi ambaye ameongelelea hilo swala. Hakuna kiongozi ambaye amesema ni makosa. Hakuna kiongozi yote ambaye amesimama kwenye stage akasema what Farah Maalim did was actually very wrong. Lakini ingekuwa nimefanya mimi Mkenya tu ambaye sina lolote, sina chochote, ama angekuwa amefanya Mkenya mwingine, angekuwa ametafutwa na DCI, angekuwa ametafutwa na polisi, angekuwa ametafutwa na kila mtu, akashikwa akakuwa abducted. Lakini kwa vile ni MP Farah Maalim, nothing has been done. Alafu nyinyi viongozi mnataka sisi tuwaheshimu. Tunawaheshimuje nyinyi ikiwa nyinyi wenyewe hamtuheshimu?
Even the former deputy president of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, he came and said that the president laughs anytime a politician abuses Kenyans because he's the one who sends them. Let's listen to what Rigathi Gachagua had to say.
Wacha nikwambie Meja Dong, usikashifu hawa viongozi. Najua mimi nimekaa na rais sana. Mimi namjua. Ukiona hao wajumbe wakitukanana, ukimwangalia anacheka. Anakuanga yeye ndiye amewatuma. Si mimi namjua? Yeah, I know him. If you check when they are abusing people, wakitukana anatembea kama umemwangalia hapo nyuma, alikuwa anapiga mguu namna hii.
Even Eric Omondi, the president of Comedy in Africa and an activist, he came and said this.
Farah Maalim, wewe ni fala, una akili, unanikasirisha, ni mpumbavu, he's stupid, he's an idiot. How can you go to a microphone like this? You are not even a parent, you're not a human being, you're a demon. This is what happened in Rwanda. You are very stupid, Mr. Farah. Wacha nikutukane because you deserve it. You are idiotic. You are nonsensical. You are a murderer. You do not deserve to be a leader. By all means, Farah Maalim, I was shaking. I don't understand how you are still in office. You need to resign. It is going to be very bad for him. Genuinely, I just lost. You are a fool. If I met you, I would go to jail. I would punch you so hard. I don't know if you have children. We are all humans, and God. You are an idiot of the highest order. You are a murderer. If I were you, I would leave this country for at least 20 years. You are an idiot, and if I meet you, I will beat you. You deserve a punch on the nose. Farah Maalim, please resign today. I'm advising you. Do not wait for us to come for you. It will be ugly. Cool our tempers by resigning. Farah Maalim, do not attempt to go back to the building that is the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. I repeat, Farah Maalim, stay in your house. I dare you to get into your car and attempt, don't even do, to go to the Kenyan Parliament. Try.
Even a fellow politician was not happy with the member of Parliament, Farah Maalim's statement, abusing Kenyans publicly. Let's listen to what this politician had to say.
Jana niliona mzee, nilikuwa nasoma nikiwa mtoto mdogo, anaitwa Farah Maalim, akiongea vitu zenye hata zieleweki. Lakini Waswahili wanasema usione mvi kwa kichwa mtu kadhani ni hekima, wajinga pia wanazeeka. Na Farah tu ni fala tu. Hawezi ongea hivyo wakati nchi yetu imefika hapa. but we shall teach you a lesson. Na watu wanasema mambo ya mlima. Kenya mzima vijana wote wamekasirika. Wamama wamekasirika, wazee wamekasirika. Wacha kusema mambo ya mlima. Wewe utaona moto 2027 ndio utajua hii Kenya ni ya mama zetu. Asanteni sana na gayomo ya muradhi.
To be honest, instead of these politicians working for the people who voted for them, they're busy moving around Kenya in rallies, just talking nonsense and abusing the Kenyan people. Like Kenyans, must you go and listen to what they have to say? If you see them, just ignore them and continue minding your own business.
Alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Kwa nina zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo? Kwani amekaa kwa kiti ya mama yako ama baba yako?
Truly, Farah Maalim is a shame. He's a shame to the political class. Like those people who voted for him, that people. Like what are you thinking voting for Farah Maalim? Anyway, let's continue. In Lebanon, our people, our Kenyan people are still stranded there since the war started in October 2024. Like the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, they went there to start the eviction process, but they never finished what they started. And our people are still stranded there, still suffering there in these times of war. Just take a look at how our people are surviving. The ministry didn't finish the eviction process, and our Kenyans, our own people, they're stranded in Lebanon in shelters. There's no work, no money, no communications for 3 good months. And those shelters were opened because of the war, and currently they're being closed down. We are in the year 2025. And where will our people go? Where will our Kenyans live and stay? Will they be sleeping in the streets of Lebanon? Just listen to what Dr. Mambe Serke had to say about how many Kenyans are stuck in Lebanon.
Family, 26,000 Kenyans, actually more than 26,000 Kenyans are stranded in Lebanon. And you know, Israel has been ninnying Lebanon like crazy. Even the Lebanese themselves have been trying to leave Lebanon. There's been long queues of cars. Guys have been appealing, the families of those guys have been appealing to the government. The government is silent, they're just joyriding in New York. But no word. They're saying that the embassy, the Kenyan embassy in Lebanon is not helping guys. Is it because these are the Watus? Is it because mainly they're maids and all these things? Why is the government so silent? Anyway, family, I've been talking about this a lot on my YouTube channel. It's time to come home. As we're fixing our country, it's also time to come home because the world's about to get crazy.
The number could be even more higher than that. Take a look at some of these videos of how our Kenyans are surviving in Lebanon.
Wametulipua. Siwezi toka dadangu mpaka wakuja wanitoe. Hii ndio situation hapa sasa hivi naongea na wewe. Nyumba inaenda chini, mimi niko siwezi toka. Sijui venye nitatoka nje kuna waka moto.
Akiwalini siku za Lebanon, aki tunakufa hivi ndio tunakufa. Acha nimeendea bishti yangu. Oh God. Narusha bomu. Aki Mungu tusaidie. Mwadhani, acha niwaonyeshe. Na nimeendea bishti yangu. Wanalia huko. Jesus please God. Please Father please. God please. Gai mwadhani, watu wanapiga nduru. Hivi ndio tunakufa.
Apart from our people, Kenyans being stuck in Lebanon, in Kenya, their own country, things are even more worse. It feels more like the government has declared a cold war against its own people. Like yearly, we have influx of graduates, high demand of job opportunities, but there's none. And this has led to our youths, our young people of this country, being depressed, being suicidal, early pregnancies, drug abuse, and so much more. Just take a look at this.
I took these videos at Jivanji Gardens at 10:30 a.m. Yes, 10:30 a.m. There's people sleeping in the gardens early morning. Okay? This shows there's something very wrong somewhere. Either it's unemployment or it's homelessness. But either way, people should not be sleeping at 10:30 a.m. in the garden. It's not right. Okay? So, please, can we create a good life for our people? These people deserve jobs, you know. They should be working in factories or businesses or whatever, not sleeping here early morning. This is not right. So please, my people, no one is coming to fix us. Let us fix ourselves. Let us get these people some decent form of employment or something. Let's work hard to make a better country and eventually a better continent.
The late president of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, he never supported sending our people to foreign countries to go and work there, to go and die there, to go and get mistreated there. But he advocated for creating opportunities here in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say. Putting politics aside and serving the people of Kenya, working for the people who voted for them, they're busy playing politics, going around in rallies all the time. And even some of them are planning on how they're going to be rigging the 27 elections. Just listen to what Osa Sudi had to say about this.
Kenya hakuna rais ameenda kwa miaka 5. Kwani huyu ndiye atakuwa wa kwanza? Kama tunafanya nini? Kama tumelala wapi? Kama nini imefanyika? Kwani Kenya ni yenu? Mjue William Ruto aende mahali. Makawas. Hapo ndumba nyigura hili kinyiti.
One thing that I love about Kenya right now, currently, is that there's nothing like tribal divisions. Tribalism is something of the past. And currently, Kenyans are more united than ever. They're more patriotic than ever. 2027 elections is going to be hot, and it's just around the corner. And this government, they're very scared of the unity that Kenyans have right now. And they're going to do everything in their power to clinch onto that seat. But the question is, with all this unity that the Kenyan people have, and all this patriotism, will they succeed? Will they manage to run the government again? Listen to what Wood Kano had to say.
Nataka kuwatabiria hii na inaenda kufanyika. 2027 January hapo February tutakuwa tunaelekea uchaguzi. Na wanaenda kununua tear gas mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua rubber bullets mingi sana. Hata the real ones watanunua mingi sana. Na wanaenda kununua water cannons mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua gari za polisi, hizi Mariamu, zile lori mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua farasi mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua rungu mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua vitu mingi sana ya kudeal na mwananchi. Wajua kwa nini? Raundi hii Mkenya aende kupangwa kulingana na kabila. Ati sisi kama jamii tunasikiza kingpin wetu anasema nini? No. Na maskini ameamka. 2027 inaenda kudecide. The few watabaki wakinunua belt za 200,000, viatu za 1 million, chopper, mansions, the few. Wale wachache. Alafu wanakuja kuturingia. Mtu amevaa saa ya 1 million, alafu anaongea na kiburi tena ndani ya kanisa. For the first time ukiangalia hata kanisa yenyewe inarudisha sadaka. People have woken up. Na wamejua tumeamka. Mpango ya kukatalia kiti, kwanza ile ya juu. Wacha nicheke kwa sababu mimi niko huku kwa ground na walala hoi na wasikia vile wanaongea. Hii kura inakuja 2027. Whether mtengeze IBC ama mkatai kutengeza, watu wanaenda nyumbani.
Even Dini Nyoro asked these politicians to stop wasting and misusing public time. Just listen to this.
You must stop misusing public time with nonsense. Hawa wananchi wa Kenya sio wajinga.
So many corrupt politicians have been exposed with time, and so many ghost projects have also been exposed thanks to the vampire diaries of Marara Kebaso and many other Kenyans who have also taken part in it. So Kenyans, do you think that these corrupt politicians and anybody who has ever worked in the government office and has a history of corruption, do you think that they should be charged and jailed? Listen to what Karanja Kibuku had to say.
Wazito, the pressure is increasing. Ukiona watu wanabweka, watu kama Kemanongo, Faramalim, and all those crooks around Ruto, when you see them backing as harshly as they are, then you know we're getting somewhere. They're backing from a position of fear. Tunashinda. Hawa watu lazima waishie prison. Hawa watu tunataka wote ikifika 2027 wakue wako wako Kamete prison, na kama sio Kamete, ICC. On that note, by the way, kuna shughuli hapa inahitaji Mbogi. Email ndio hii. Nataka tuanze kutuma emails kwa hiyo address, highlighting all the ills, all the evils, all the wicked things these people are doing to our people, to our children, abductions, forced appearances, crimes against humanity. Let's do this. I got you. We've got Kenya. God bless us all. Cheers.
When we talk about integrity, then Peter Mbae is a man of integrity. He was the head of government delivery service, but he resigned, saying that you cannot achieve development in a toxic political environment, adding that toxicity cannot go hand in hand with service delivery. Just listen to what he had to say.
One of the issues that came up, I was there, I've been appointed, and I went to my seniors and I told them this is how we want to structure delivery in the Republic of Kenya. Because we discovered there are so many offices, so many centers doing the same thing. And they said it's not possible. Because not unless we want to do this so that every office can feel they are doing something to please the head of state. I said, can we help the president in a better way? Can we corrupt all these small things, like 5 or 6, into one? I have the people, we're able to work so that we can deliver. Now, a lot of what I proposed was not done. There is a lot of structural issues, many issues about, you're supposed to work, what happens, the issue of the working issues and other issues. In short, there's been a lot of frustrations, and I don't want my name. I have a history, I have a record where I've come from for the last 10, 20 years, where I've worked before in my county of Nakuru. What I've done, I don't want to come and mess it here because I got a job. If the work cannot be done, I don't want to be associated. Because what will happen, one day somebody will ask me, why didn't you deliver? Then I'll say, I had issues. They will ask me, why didn't you say then? Why now? Then something will happen, everybody will go, it will be said that the guy who is head of GDS is this one. I better speak early today to say, I don't think the kind of how the government tracking delivery work is being done is going to produce the results that we promised Kenyans. That is what I think.
George Ruto, who is also the president's son, he owns matatus within Nairobi city. And let me tell you, Kenyans, these matatus are being driven recklessly on our roads and they are breaking traffic laws. But yet the people are still boarding these matatus. Why, Kenyans? Why? Like, this can even cost you your own lives because of how they're driving on the roads. Just listen to this.
What is wrong with you? Mnapanda manifest kwa nini? Kwa nini mnapea hiyo matatu bees? Mnajua vile ina harass the rest of the PSVs kwa hiyo stage yenu. Mnajua vile inafanyia hao matatu zingine. And then mnakuja mnapanda na hauko sure kama utafika because you can be, unaweza jipata uko heaven. Burnt offerings. You can be burnt offerings. And then uneno unapanda, it is the coolest matatu. Guys, please, mnajua ni ya nani? You know whose son? Hizo matatu ni za nani? Zina overtake vile zinajisikia. Hata hazitaki kujua kama the next cars ziko na watu. Hazitaki kujua kama watoto wako anywhere near the roads. Barabara ni yao, inchi ni yao. No, hii inchi ni yetu, it is ours. Si ya mtu, hata mimi si yangu, ni yetu. Kenyans, us, not me, not you, us. So, before Ruto akuje ambia wazazi wetu vile they have done a horrible job in raising us, we are so disrespectful, you have done a horrible job in raising your children.
Kenyans, if you ask yourselves, what is the meaning of education? I would say that education is the cornerstone of any nation's progress. But currently, Kenyans, it seems like the government is trying so hard and very determined to sabotage the future generations by crippling the education sector. This is what Honorable Evans Willis Otieno had to say.
Today, we have a situation where students are supposed to be joining grade 9.
Grade 9, yes.
Nobody even knows where they're supposed to go.
Even their results.
Even their results is still a problem.
Yes.
And remember last year in November, the PS education had said they are putting up 11,000 primary school blocks.
Yes.
To accommodate those who are going to join grade 9. Today, there is no classes. No classroom. There's no infrastructure for these kids. These people are trying to mess up a generation. Because once you want to kill a country, you don't have to drop a nuclear bomb. You just mess up its education system. Then you'll have killed that entire generation. Because when those people grow up, they will not have land. They will be zombies. So these people are just really committing an economic genocide on the people of Kenya. They're killing the entire nation of Kenya when you mess up the education system. And we must call out the Ministry of Education. If they are not ready for CBC, they should own up and do the right thing. But we cannot have a situation where our kids are exposed to an uncertain learning environment. We have to call them out and demand better for our kids.
Sometimes in politics, betrayal is always constant. It's no different from saying that kugongewa ni constant. Brian Weke believes that those people who are surrounding the President William Ruto, those are the first people that will send him back home in the coming elections 27. This is what Brian Weke had to say.
William Ruto akifanya saa hii opinion poll ya ukweli. Watu wa mdomo mbaya kama Kimani Ichung'wah. Kimani Ichung'wah amekosea mheshimiwa rais. Kura ya Central imeenda. Sasa mahali William Ruto anaweza saidika ni Nyanza, Western, Coast, Ukambani na Northeastern. Saa hii tena umetuma Kimani Ichung'wah akatukane Waluya kwao. Bravo Lolo. Sasa unasaidika ama usaidiki? Naona watu wengine kama huyu Kamket. Atanasema ati watu wakicheza William Ruto ataka 24 years. Unajua sometimes I ask myself, watu ni kujenga wanajenga ama ni kubomoa wanabomoa? Mheshimiwa Rais anafaa ajipige msasa. Ajiulize hao watu ambao wanamfuata. Are they with me ama wanamharibia?
Kweli.
Bravo Lolo. Because Kenyans mambo yao ni simple sana. William Ruto has to
pesa mfukoni, tax breaks umesema, jobs, mausami barabara.
Ni kazi rahisi sana Bravo Lolo. Saa hii wameongeza bei ya school fee. Ya ma university. Ukiangalia ile mimi nyakati ya Uhuru Kenyatta, nilikwambia mtoto wangu anafanya law hapa Catholic University. Nalipa 30,000. Anko yangu mtoto wake anafanya mechanical engineering hapa TUK. Analipa 90,000. Na asija kwa bande ngapi? Na hii pesa ambayo ameongeza lecturers hawalipwi. Sasa lecturers wanasema hii funding model ambayo iko na hii ya kulipa school fee na nini, na sisi hatulipwi. Bravo Lolo. Inaenda wapi?
Waziri
Mr. William Samoei Ruto, abandon hii project ya kutengeza manyumba. Tengeza manyumba Nairobi, maliza hii maslam. Huko kwingine Oshago tuachie sisi, tuko na manyumba zetu, tuko sawa.
Currently, we know that the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, is fighting to get the AU seat. But it's quite clear that the Kenyan people are not on his side. And even his own supporters have started to question him. Just listen to this.
If he loses and comes back, what will the comeback of Raila have in the political space?
It'll be different. This is the first time when people are questioning him. Even his own supporters are questioning him. There were times when they used to say Raila Baba, Raila Mwana, Raila Roho Mtakatifu. And they used to do everything he said and in the way he said it at the time he said it. Right now I am seeing young people even in Bunge la Mwananchi coming out there because I watch their proceedings. People may want to trivialize that thing, but it has its own followers. And they are saying, Baba, you shouldn't have led us to Ruto. I saw people who have supported him, like a young man who attended the anti-femicide demonstrations, and he was chased away just for following Baba.
While Raila Odinga is still fighting for the AU seat, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, he came out with a very shocking statement. Like Kenyans, corruption in Kenya is real. It's real. Like I was just speechless to hear this statement, and I don't want to talk too much about this. Just listen to this.
Mimi kwa miaka rais wetu Ruto ni kama baba yangu kimiaka. Na kwa hivyo mimi namheshimu sana kama rais wa Kenya. Mimi ile course nimesomea katika university ni course ya economics. Na hii nchi ya Kenya iko pahali pabaya. Hii muhura tumekopa pesa 7.2 trillion Kenya shillings. Tukifanya hesabu ya hiyo pesa kuongea ukweli, huwezi ona hiyo pesa imeenda wapi. Kwa sababu hiyo pesa kidogo tu unaweza kuwa umeweka barabara yote ya Kenya over 20,000 rami, that is around 1.2 trillion. unaweza kuwa umeweka boma zote maji at 50,000 at 10,000 households, that is 500 billion. Kuweka stima at 10,000 households at 35,000, that is 350 billion. Ukiongeza zote, hata kujenga a level 5 hospital in every constituency, a university of 1 billion in every constituency, hiyo pesa haifiki 3 billion. Na hiyo kusema hiyo, hakuna mtu tunatukana, tunasema tu kwenye tunataka Kenya iende mbele.
Educated young people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, they have been holding the government accountable, monitoring the government's every move they take. But it clearly seems like some politicians in the government, they're not happy with this, to the point where they're calling the young people names. They're insulting the Gen Zs. And they're forgetting that in the Kenyan Constitution, Article 33, it clearly upholds freedom of expression. So Kenyans, are the young people, the Gen Zs, in discipline or not? Listen to this.
Are the young people in discipline?
When they are not, and I want to agree with her when we are asking who exactly has the bar to say, or the standard to say that we are being indisciplined. And the DP starts by saying that we need mentorship. And I want to look at who are our mentors. Is he and Joho supposed to be our mentors? How can they show us what vice is and then demand virtue from us? It is impossible. The young people are a result of the general society and the community. And so if the young people are indisciplined, it is a very clear mirror of what the society is, because basically it is monkey see and monkey do. And so we are just doing what they have taught us to do well. It is wrong to say that we are indisciplined, because truly when we agree with what they are saying, that is when we are being called disciplined. When we cheer for them and say, miaka ingine tano for our president, that is being disciplined. But when we say this is wrong and we stand our ground, it becomes a problem to them. And then that is when they are redefining discipline into indiscipline. The young people went to the streets in June and they were killed. They did what was constitutionally right. And so the protest morphed into an online one where they believed, or where we believed, that we won't be touchable. But then we see that young people from the silhouettes, and again I want to say that that man in the casket is just an old man. Our president is very much alive and he has proved it over and over again. And so I don't know why the head of the country is reacting to pictures of an old man in a casket, of silhouettes. How does he know how his shadow looks like? And why is he reacting as the head of the country? It is so uncouth and very unsettling to us. And if we're supposed to follow what is discipline, then we are not ready to be disciplined as the young people. We are very ready to be indisciplined, because this country, if we go the way we are going, we won't have a future for us and our children. And so the government should be ready that we will continue to be indisciplined if that is their definition of indiscipline. Yes,
all right. That's an interesting perspective coming from the Reverend. Okay, let's.
Even some politicians, including the President William Ruto, is pushing the parents to discipline their children, fighting for good governance. But let me tell you, the parents are not taking none of that nonsense. And just take a look at some of these scenes where the parents and the children are having a good time. This is the Kenya we want. We don't want any kind of enmity between our parents.
A birthday gift to my dad.
Another primitive politician is the Dagoretti North Member of Parliament, Beatrice Elachi, a clueless sycophant. She came out and said that if you believe Kenya is a bad country, then leave. Like, seriously? Just listen to what the Village 254 had to say about this.
Kenya is a beautiful country. Kenya is a good country. A country is as good as its leadership. When the leadership is bad, it doesn't mean the country is bad. It just means we must remove that leadership. That's why we have elections every 5 years. What's wrong with you, Miss Elachi? What is wrong with you? What's so difficult to understand? Yani umeenda shule lakini una reason ni kama mtu wako aenda shule. What is wrong with you? Tuondoka Kenya. Nyinyi wanasiasa ndio mnatoka Kenya mnaenda. We will push you out. What do you mean? What is wrong with you? Kenya, nyinyi ndio mnatoka. That's why we remove leadership every 5 years. Because when you have a bad leadership, you remove them every 5 years. Get out of this country. Enda mahali unajua.
Betrayal in the city. Kasamal Makore. He betrayed the Gen Zs. He betrayed the Kenyan people who are fighting for better governance. During the protests, the people are there to protect him and support him. But he went on and turned his back towards the people. He went to join the other team. But currently it seems like even the other team is not very interested with Kasamal Makore. Like Kasamal Makore found himself in the list, but not in the list that he was expecting. Just listen to this.
Kasamal ameona list imetoka ya watu wanapatiwa job na Kasongo, watu wale wamelistiwa. Kasamal kaangalia jina yake kwa hiyo list, Kasamal haoni jina yake. Kasamal kapigia Raila na watu wa ODM. Hello baba, baba sioni jina yangu kwa list. Na mulini promise kazi baba. Nilisaliti movement baba. Kasamal, jina yako iko hapo kwa list, angalia vizuri. Jina yako iko hapo Kasamal, angalia vizuri. Kasamal anamwambia, baba sioni niko na hiyo list. Over 20 people, but baba I'm not there. Kasamal, jina yako iko list. Baba list gani? Baba anambia Kasamal, jina yako iko list ya watu wa kucheza praise and worship kwa status. Unajua Kasamal, you're not a politician, you're an instrumentalist. Sasa wewe uko jina yako kwa list, utakuwa unakuja status kama kuna wageni, unashika keyboard pale, unaimbia Kasongo na watu wageni wimbo za praise and worship na zile ngoma zako. Na Kasamal ukikuja status, make sure umeprintisha CD, utauza CD. Kasamal anajama anaambia baba nilikimbia ati ile siku ya maandamano. Kasamal alikimbia hadi ile suti yake special. Hata hiyo suti haikuwa yake, alikuwa mombango yake. Vile aliruka pale Nation Center iliruka haga.
Kasamal Makore said that he will do anything to get power. But currently, the only power that he will be getting is playing the keyboard for those who are in power. Currently, some rogue politicians are talking about how they are going to be rigging the 27 elections. But do you think that this will happen? Listen to this.
Kazi ya kushinda ukipiga kelele vile mta extend the term ya president to 24 years. Extend it. Lakini sisi tunakuomba kamketi, before you extend the term limit to 24 years, kwanza muangalie kwanza rais mwenyewe anaweza stahimili kukuwa rais for 24 years. Juu president aliingia hapo akiwa na afya mzuri, amenona vizuri, akiwa mzima wa afya. Sasa tukiangalia rais kisoko imetoka nje, nywele imeng'oka, amekonda, hatujui shida nini nakula rais. Sasa kwanza inafaa tushughulikia afya ya rais arudi vile anafaa kuwa. Our president is not healthy, yet you want to extend the term of the president to 24 years. Please wewe bwana kamketi. Kwanza tuangalie afya ya rais ndio tufikirie mambo ya kuextend term limit to 24 years. Mnanipata hapo? So kamketi, hatuna shida ukitaka kuextend your term limit to 24 years. Lakini bora election isikose kwa 2027. Nyinyi wekeni term limit to 24 years, but wewe weka election to 2027. Alafu tuonyeshe vile kunaendanga, Mapema saa mbili hivi hiyo 24 years mnaongea, tutakuwa tumepatia rais mwingine akayo 24 years. Lakini William Ruto 5 years na mtosha, Sugoi Express.
The Kenya Kwanza regime portrays itself as very religious, going to all these churches and donating huge amounts of money. But do you think there's more to that? Do you think that this is just another case of a hyena wearing the sheep's skin? Do you think so? Just listen to what Eska Orunga had to say about Freemasonry in Kenya.
For any unbeliever,
go and Google Ali Bongo, yeah? Kenyans, I want Kenyans to open their eyes and see how this country is really run. Google Ali Bongo and go into churchofsatanism.com. Under the website, Church of Satanism. If you have the guts.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you are? Good. I hope everybody does it. Churchofsatanism.com. Go under History, Media Circus, yeah, and go under 582, type in a code, 582/KE. In there, you will find a name of one of Wilson's very close business associates. Somebody who
we all know?
Yes, associated with True Black Company.
Wow.
I'll leave that for you. So that, I started doing investigations into Wilson because I thought, is this guy a human trafficker, killer? What is he? And then I came across this Freemason information and I unearthed so much stuff. And that is why they are so angry. They're so angry. I have content and I have many more names.
Okay, is it true that somebody was planning to kill you not too long ago?
That is true. If you had this information, they would be planning to kill you as well. They failed.
How?
They sent gunmen. I was supposed to have a car accident. Yeah.
We listen but we don't judge.
Nimepepa pesa milioni 300 ya kulipa wakulima.
We listen but we don't judge.
Kufika jioni leo, kila mkulima atakuwa amelipwa pesa yake.
We listen but we don't judge.
Pesa karibu shilingi bilioni 1 inapatikana kila siku kutokana na biashara ya bodaboda.
We listen but we don't judge.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From accidents during Christmas to Eric Omondi Women's Prison Surprise. Did your grandfather invest? Police officer beaten up.
Aya, ona ule amemtandika polisi. The guy just fights the police.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. This Christmas season has been a season like no other. So much drama, so much things have been going on, and today I want to share with you guys of what has really been happening. An internet personality by the name of King Kalala, she came out to advise relatives and visitors. Listen to this.
Long live the clan. Merry Christmas to the entire clan. Najua mko mahali saizi with your family having a good time. So please mazee enjoy. Lakini of course lazima niingie huko kwanza na vita na kukorofishana sawa sawa. Now to our relatives. Tuanze na wale wa majuu. Kwanza itabia kusema ati I don't know how to cook this. Baba hukuzaliwa majuu. Ingia pale unde modhokoi sawa sawa. Na pia kuingia kwa kitchen tupike vitu tunajua ati sijui chipotle sauce. Tupangi kuhara Christmas sawa sawa. Namba 2 wageni wa Nairobi itabia kudhani ati soda imebaki ni wageni wa Nairobi alafu chai ya watu wa mtaani. Ati sijui soda cheka nget kwa big up Nairobi. Big up kama jai. Wewe that one not going to tolerate. Sawa sawa. These relatives was sijui wapi Christmas tree. Where are we not under the mistletoe? Pereka yo jinga yako ya runda huko. Hapa maze tuko Ocharoria. Sawa sawa. Now last but not least, these relatives with kids. Me because I'm your younger niece does not make me your personal babysitter. Ati sijui nishike, ati sijui undia Lewis uji, ati sijui enda cheza na mtoto bwana wewe carry your burden. Me I'm here to enjoy. Lakini you know what? Merry Christmas and a happy 2025. I'm prosperous.
In Mombasa, Bamburi, drama was unfolding after one police officer was beaten up after they were trying to go and save a boda boda guy. And even the motorbike was burnt.
Guys, the police are being chased away because they don't want the police to save the boda guy. Look, see, guys, see. Even the police are running away. Look, the police themselves are running away. They don't. Ona ule amemtandika polisi. The guy just fight the police. Oh my God, look, guys. Guys, it's burning, Mazay. It's burning. Look. And people are passing. Watu hawaogopi. Nowadays, people are not scared at all. Watu hawaogopi kabisa. Yani moto wawaka tairi la wenyewe lile pikipiki basi ni mpya Mazay. Mwenyewe amepigwa akafukuzwa. Angalieni. Angalieni, hapo kuna jamaa amempiga polisi na jiwe. Kuna jamaa amempiga polisi na jiwe akia nani. Angalieni guys, na hata watu hawaogopi.
Many Kenyans are currently traveling back to the villages to spend time and celebrate Christmas with their families. One TikToker by the name of Winnie Masin, she came out and injected and educated Kenyans on how they should be dealing with their families and relatives who are back in the villages.
Mimi niko ushago. Na ushago unajua watu wengi saa hii mtu anakujanga anaona pesa nyingi unamtumia upkeep. Si important kama ile mheshimiwa nonsense atakuja ampatie kama 200 kama 500. Hawa na value hiyo sana. So kama unataka civil education huko Ocha, ule anko yako mwenye anakujanga na kuomba kaso 2 hapa. Mpatie 50 ama mpatie so. Akianza kukuuliza ni mwambie unaona hii uchumi ya Kasongo. Hivi ndo kunaenda. Mama yako kani ule ati damu, baba damu, sijui nani damu. My friend, anza kukata upkeep. Kama ulikuwa unatumia mzazi wako 5k, tuma 25. Tuma 25. Akianza kuuliza maswali mwambie unaona hii serikali ya Kasongo. Create hiyo anga. Ndo watu wajue watu wanasafa kivipi. Jue watu wako ushago wajuangi. Mtu wa Nairobi anasafa aji na mataxes. Anataka tu nitumie. Sasa yenye umekuwa ukimtumia, mtumie nusu yenye umekuwa ukimtumia. Ndo waingie in line na sisi.
Some politicians wished Kenyans a happy new year, even to the point of having big billboards on the streets, but Kenyans were not pleased with it.
Honorable Beth Nyawera, peleka upuzi nyumbani. What is this you have put for us? Beth Nyawera, hata una adabu wewe. What are this? We don't want your Merry Christmas. Shame on yourself. Beth Nyawera, shame on yourself. We don't want your Merry Christmas. Bloody.
Nairobi City looked deserted after so many Kenyans went back to their villages to celebrate Christmas with their families. One comedian by the name of Nusru Hassan, she came out and said this.
Wara, iko mganga amebaka sisi mafuta magongo wakati amesema kona mtumbo. Habana lambo wara. Iko watu sisi Somalia kiongea kitu kidogo wanatuambia twende jumbani yetu. Kitu kidogo sisi kijangia naambiwa ende jangia upumbafu jumbani yenu. Swali nataka kuuliza nyinyi ni nani ameenda jumbani yao? Nani amewajiwa Nairobi? Wara angalia Nairobi habana iko na mtu. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja. Wara next time mtu na kuambia maneno yataenda jumbani yenu, ambia hii watu wakati wao wameenda ushago kukula jabati na busa. Nani amejiunga Nairobi? Nani amekuwa washman na jungia wao vitu yao? Sasa ni wakati yetu ya kutawala Nairobi. Wara sisi ni watu wa biashara, lazima anafanya vitu yote harash. Kitu unataka niambie mimi ndio nimeshikilia kifungue Nairobi, mimi ndio nimeshikilia. Wara hii parliament na anataka parliament. Wara Osman tachukua parliament takubatena 150 peke yake. Mahmud sisi waekelea wara 200 peke yake. Abana Supreme kadha ameshachukua mimi. Bas Mahmud ameshachukua KICC.
A 3-time Olympic champion winner, Faith Kipyegon, she was caught on camera cooking and preparing cooking ugali for her family. While people are traveling, Modern Coasts was caught in a scandal. People booked from Nairobi to Kisumu and others to Kampala, but over 50 people got stuck because the buses were unavailable and the money had already been chopped. The staff even fled the scene. Take a look. "2024 has been a tough year for so many Kenyans. Eric Omondi went to bail out some women who were wrongfully incarcerated. Some of them were arrested and imprisoned for simply trying to put food on the table. One was arrested for hawking without a license. But thanks to Eric Omondi, they got their freedom, they got a few shoppings, and thanks to him, they are going to celebrate Christmas with their families." Kenyans, do you remember this guy?
Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Viva the people of Kenya, viva! Viva!
Kasamal Makore went all the way to Eldoret ahead of President William Ruto to attend the official opening of AIC Kipkogots, even meeting up with other politicians like Oscar Sudi.
Hapa ni wapi?
Hapa ni Kipkogot, Ainapkoi. Tumekuja kuona hekalu la Bwana likifunguliwa.
Ndio.
Tunashukuru na furaha sana kwa hapa.
Ndio.
Yes.
Wapi baba?
Baba amenituma. Ndio huyo mimi hapa.
Asante.
Asante sana tuko. Ndio sisi hapa bado.
But one man by the name of Big Bad Ogre was not pleased with Kasamuel Makore's action, and this is what he had to say.
Yo, Kasmuel, unaweza enda kukutana na Ruto. Kasmuel, ojana hii, unaweza enda kukutana na Ruto. Alafu umepiga smile kubwa sana. Ni kama kupatia land huko hivyo Soigoi. Kasmuel unakuwa sawa. Yaani zile vitu zote tulikuwa tunapitia Gen Z tunapigania, unajipendekeza kamera ikitokea ndio huyo wewe umefika. Kidogo unataka uende mkutano yote imetokea. Wewe huyo mdomo. Ukijifanya niko na to represent. Sasa hii umepata chance ya kutugeuka uende kwa government unakimbilia Ruto bro. I hope hizo helicopter unapanda saa hii they are worth it. I hope hizo salamu unasalimia kubwa they are worth it. Because remember, at the end of the day, sisi uta grow up na sisi. Hawa wazazi unajichocha nao, utawaacha nyuma. Unashinda ukisema, oh, wazazi wetu wanakupenda, wazazi wetu wanakupenda. Remember mjinga hii, sisi ndio uta grow nao. Sisi ndio tunaenda na wewe umetugeuka. Yako na sisi imeisha. Remember, yako na sisi imeisha, Kasmuel. You are dead to us. How can you go and sleep with the government yenye imekuwa ikituua, ikitutesa, ikitunyanyasa? Unajifanya ni moja wetu, kumbe ulikuwa unatutumia ndio uingie government. Wewe ni fala sana na wewe ni umbwa sana. Na wewe yako imeisha.
In this festive season, Kenyans have been traveling day and night. But some of them are not lucky in arriving to their destination. An accident occurred at Kimende Road where a bus fell off a bridge while trying to avoid head-on collision. And that's not all. Another accident occurred which later on turned into a fight.
Akona mawe na anaogopa.
Mawe imeanguka sasa, katembe.
Nini anashinda akivuta huko nyuma?
Even the SGR was not left behind during this Christmas and festive season. After it was upgraded with the SGR premium coach, making your travels more luxurious, having a better experience. Let's take a look at this review.
This is the Madaraka Express SGR Premium Coach, and I want to review the tech inside this place. Let's find out.
First up, the internet. There is Wi-Fi on board, and these were the internet speeds. But put in mind, we were just 6 people out of the 28 people this couch can hold. And as we all know, the more people, the slower the internet. Before we go to the entertainment, let's talk about the seats. It's a recliner with 3 presets, and the bed can go fully flat. This is me trying it out. Each seat comes with a pull-out touchscreen display. The resolution is not 4K, but it is way better than what I've seen in some airlines. And there are few entertainment options to choose from. And trust me, hautamaliza zote. They give you headphones, which is quite nice, but the volume is terribly low. I wish they could switch this to some noise-cancelling headphones, considering that inside a train, there's a lot of ambient noise. At the back of your seat, you can charge your devices. There are 2 USB-A plug and 1 Type-G plug, the standard UK one. You also get a wireless charging pad for your wireless charging devices. I tried it on my phone, it worked. I tried it on earbuds, it worked. And I also tried it on my Apple Watch, but it didn't. I mean, this is a different technology, it's understandable. You also get an adjustable reading lights with 2 levels of brightness if you're into those kind of things. Pro tip, if you're going to Mombasa, sit on seat number 26, and here's the reason why. Your view is not blocked, but on the other side, it's a bit weird. You're seated facing one direction, but the window is on another direction. I don't know if that even makes sense. But on seat number 26, you get a perfect view of outside and your screen at the same time. Also be cautious of other seats that don't have a view. But again, these seats can rotate. So wanaweza wakazungusha na upate hiyo seat number 26, it's the one without a view. But I'm sure if you're going from Nairobi to Mombasa, it's okay. But going back, wanaweza tu wakazungusha hiyo kiti na ukose view. There's food on board. I honestly don't know how to review food, but it was just sweet. The customer service is amazing. We had 1 stop at Voi, and since it's the premium class, it's the last wagon, you get a view of outside from the back. This is how the amenities look like. They are clean.
And the question of the day is, can your grandpa even? Just take a look at this family where they went to visit their grandfather. And let me tell you, the grandfather has built an amazing home for them.
Yup. Hi, Kuka. Hi, Kuka. Merry Christmas. It's different. It looks so nice.
And in that case, I will leave you guys with some of the footages and videos, show you guys on what has been happening in December and what has been taking place in this Christmas and festive season. Starting off with Kasipul, just show you guys how Kasipul behaves around people who have money. Take a look.
Salimia Mama Samia Suluhu. Mwambie nampenda sana. Nashukuru sana ndugu yangu. Na wewe ndo Simba, East and Central Africa. Wengine ni bure. Tokeni Simba tu kaingie. Tokeni Simba bana. Tokeni Simba. Simba Sarkar. Wanangote. Msogeni basi hapa. Dada msogeni hapo tutakuja kumia. Nasibu huyo. Komanda hiyo basi hiyo.
Sawa na nguvu spin. Unaona ukipata nini wewe? Kamagara. Kama atapata kamagara. Ndio hiyo. Ndio hiyo. Amepata katishu. Ndio hiyo.
He has the taste, definitely has the skill.
Kachukua pia. Ano, kasi local kami.
Sijawahi jua Kenya kuna unity bana. Until nikaona hiyo video ya majamu wanacheza futa bana. Kulikuwa na jam Nairobi Nakuru highway. Imagine amjuani mtu anatoka kwa gari yake au muulizi hata anaitwa nani. Na the best you guys wenye mnaweza fanya ni mkaamua mchukue football mcheze bana. Walai wa Kenya nawapenda manze. Mimi napenda tu unity tuko nayo tu. Anyway guys, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year manze.
Huyu ni mwoga. Ni four wheel. Wanasemanga gari iko na nguvu.
Kufunga anafunga brake.
Wanasema gari iko na nguvu.
Welcome to Kenya. Welcome to Kenya.
Acha tuone hiyo nguvu iko.
Penye amefika.
Sawa.
Nini? Builder.
Kasongo. Mombali na.
Umeshinda mali ya kuekelea.
Kasongo mbona wewe? Songa libala. Oh yeah. Kasongo mbona wewe? Mbona wewe? Mombali na ngai. Hadi ameenda. Hatari ya mama ya.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Kenyans celebrating Christmas,
crash, people die, relationships fall apart,
to overlapping driver dealt with,
Mama!
who threw the tear gas, police officer caught on camera,
Unampeleka ndani kwa sababu amefanya nini? Anguka na. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. This Christmas season has been a season of drama after drama, and today I want to share with you some of the things that have been happening during this festive season. We all know that, and we are all aware that anytime you use a public transport, you have to pay. But one police officer was not aware of this tradition. He went on to assault a conductor because he simply didn't want to pay the fare.
Unampeleka ndani kwa sababu amefanya nini? Unamchukua. Unampeleka ndani na anafanya kazi yake. Amefanya nini? Si amekuitisha message, ungemwambia tu angalie yake. Unampiga wai? Behave. Kukua askari maanisha unafaa kubehave venye unataka. You can't treat people the way you want simply because when you're askari.
In Kahawa Wendani, along Thika Road, one man was hit by a car while he was trying to cross the road. My question is, are there not footbridges in that area?
Guys, we are here on Thika Road. There is an accident. Someone has just been hit by a vehicle here on Kahawa Wendani. The guy is yet to be picked. Baada hajachukuliwa, but alikuwa anavuka barabara na hapa tuko na bridge. So yeye alikuwa anavuka manually from this side bila kutumia bridge, so amegongwa hapa kwa highway. Is yet to be picked. Baada hajachukuliwa. So ndio tuko hapa tunangojea medical assistance ikuje. The guy is trying to roll, he's in pain. Anakuwa position in such a way that damu isiende to the wrong places. Yeah. So
while Kenyans are trying to celebrate the Christmas, some people are just engaging themselves in crime. One thief was caught in Rurita, and let me tell you, from police officer hand cut off.
Bunduki ameenda naye. Bunduki ameenda naye.
To more abductions in Kenya.
Tulitafuta Brian bila jitihada zote, tujapata Brian kila mahali. Hayuko Bondeni, hayuko Central.
What's causing the fires? Kenyan soldier family speaks out.
My name is Katra Abdullahi Isa, the daughter of Sergeant Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim. He was working in the Eldoret Barracks 9KR.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of today, and my name is Elvis Dairy. Traffic along Mahimayu Narok Road came to a halt at Duka Moja after the herders blocked road in protests. The demonstration stemmed from an incident where the livestock, 40 sheep, they were killed by a speeding Toyota Prado, and the motorists were advised to seek alternative routes. Let's take a look.
But it's not worth the risk. You can't go risky. Hata kama ni kulala afadhali ulale, lakini usirisk maisha. Tunataka tumshukuru.
And that's not all. That is just the tip of the iceberg. As time went by, things got more serious, more deadly, more dangerous, where the protesters and the police clashed, even to the point where one police officer lost his arm together with his gun. Just take a look.
Usaidie huyu. Bunduki imeenda. Nani niona tu? Bunduki ameenda naye. Bunduki ameenda naye. Bunduki ameenda naye. Huyu jamaa angetoka kwenda pande ile. Huyu angetoka. Kagile tulia. Wewe tulia wewe. Oi. Usiajilie mtu. Huyu jamaa ingizwa gani? Ngoja, we, mwenye atakuja, usiende huko. We, asiende na nini? We, patiana. Sasa.
Si ilikuwa nini? Si ilikuwa bunduki. Hii ilikuwa bunduki.
This reminds me of one police officer who lost his arm during the Gen Z protests.
There was some resistance. That pin, there was some problem with removing the pin. When it finally got off, and then I was just about to throw my stun grenade, I just saw darkness.
Just take a look at some of these scenes, these deadly scenes of what really happened, what really took place during the protests.
Iko mahali ya moto.
Wale wa light
again. Basi mahali nipo.
Kama kwa bua.
Leta hiyo.
Sasa ine nini jamani?
Alichukua kondoo jana. Sinichukue hiyo kitu.
In Nairobi City, Nairobi CBD, one angry woman decided to occupy Ethiopian Airlines offices at Bruce House, Mundimbingu streets, claiming that she had to take matters into her own hands after the company allegedly defrauded her. Just take a look at how things unfolded, her injecting.
Mtu moja.
Nani kuna kiberiti?
Choma hiyo nyumba yote.
Tutachoma. Police officer. Nilienda kwa Kenya akaunti yangu ikakuwa freeze, ndege ikafungwa, nikalipa ndege mara ngapi? Mara ngapi? My channel is Kenya Police Injustice Case 5.
Kenyans, it seems like abductions has been normalized in this country. Brian Otieno was abducted by Kenya Wildlife Service officers. His wife appealed for her husband's release, the father of her children. And Brian Otieno was last seen with the officers, with the KWS officers. And report says that he was badly beaten by the officers, Kenyans. It seems like currently the Kenya security agencies have adopted to abductions. Like, where are we heading as a country? Are you not tired asking yourself that question all the time? Just listen to what his wife had to say.
Naitwa Alvia huko Okelo, mimi ndo mke wake Brian. Tulikuwa tuna Brian asubuhi vizuri na tulikuwa tunapiga stories za kawaida. Baka nikamwambia mimi nimechelewa kazi, awache niende kazi. Tukaachana na akaniambia anaenda kazi. Kufika saa 4 nikapigiwa simu, Brian ameonekana amechukuliwa na watu wa KWS na hivyo ndo ameenda. So sisi kwa akili yetu tulikuwa tumekaa tukajiambia atapelekwa Bondeni police station kama kawaida. Tulitafuta Brian bila jitihada zote, tujapata Brian kila mahali. Hayuko Bondeni, hayuko Central, hayuko police post zozote, hayuko mochari, hayuko medical, yani Brian hayuko. Tujui sasa walimpeleka wapi. Now the last people walichukua Brian, walionekana wakichukua Brian ni Game Rangers. Ombi langu kwa wale wanachukua, mimi naweza tu waambia wanipatie baba wa watoto wangu. Jota watoto nyumbani wananiuliza kama kuna mwenye aliniuliza leo akitoka shule nitapata dad, mom. Na Baraka aliniambia niende nimtafutie dad yake. And they are young soul. First born wangu iko 6 years. Wapili iko 2 years 5 months.
Despite searching in hospitals, police stations, and even morgues, Brian Otieno is still missing, leaving his family and many Kenyans puzzled. The question remains, where is Brian Otieno and those who are responsible for his disappearance? What kind of action should be taken?
Behind this particular disappearance, there are witnesses, there are people who are there when they took him, there are people who saw him after being beaten up, and we are wondering why they had to do what they have done up to this point in time. So we are demanding the immediate release of Brian from the KWS officers. We know that they know where he is. It is very unfortunate when the family went to look for him first at the KWS office. The information we have is that they were told to wait for 48 hours, the body will rise up in the lake. This is a clear indication that they have done something bad, and possibly they've dumped the body in the lake. We hope that this is just a mere rumor, that this is just speculation, and that we will find Brian. We are also demanding that the KWS Rangers involved be arrested forthwith. They are known, people saw who they were. The authorities at KWS have all the information on who they are. So we don't understand why they are walking scot-free up to this moment.
Currently, it seems like Kenyans are tired, Kenyans are frustrated, and Kenyans are desperate to seek for justice and a better future for the country, for the motherland. One female activist, she staged a lone protest, a silent protest against the judiciary and the injustices in our system. Just take a look at this video of how she occupied and injected.
Mambo ni live kabisa Nairobi, Kenya. Hapa ni Kenya National Archives na tuko na mrembo hapa ambaye anajiita Lady Justice. Lady Justice. Ukiangalia ni kwamba she is demonstrating something. Ukiangalia upande ule tuko na pesa na hapa tuko na naitwaje? So inamaanisha for you to get justice lazima ukuwe na nini? Lazima ukuwe na pesa, au sio? Mambo ni live kabisa, tupo live Nairobi, Kenya.
Ile message gani wanajaribu kupitishia manzee wananchi hapa, sijui inapitishwa kwa serikali au inapitishwa wapi?
A Kenyan soldier who joined the Kenyan military in 1986 by the name of Abdullahi Isha Ibrahim. He went to Somalia in 2016 to fight against the Al-Shabaab terrorist group, but unfortunately he was captured by the militant group Al-Shabaab and he was held hostage for 8 good years, Kenyans, for 8 good years. But before we continue, just listen to his side of the story.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Abdullahi Isha Ibrahim kutoka Kenya. Nimesaliwa katika kaunti ya Wajir 1963. Niko na miaka 61 ya kusaliwa. Mimi ni mfungo wa kivita. Niko mkononi mwa Al-Shabaab kwa zaidi ya miaka 8 sasa. Mimi ni mwanajeshi wa Kenya. Nilijiunga na jeshi ya Kenya 1986 na nimetoka kikosi cha 9. Nimeingia Somalia tarehe 1 Januari 2016 na nikakamatwa na Al-Shabaab tarehe 15 Januari 2016. Kwa ufamisi ile ilifanywa na Al-Shabaab kambi ya KDF huko Elade. Baada ya hayo kutendeka, tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba serikali ya Kenya na wananchi wa Kenya watajitokeza kutushughulikia ili kuturudisha nyumbani tuungane na jamii zetu. Lakini kwa bahati mbaya hiyo haikufanyika. Ni miaka 8 sasa ambayo hatujakutana na watu yetu na serikali na nchi yetu ambayo tunaipenda. Lakini wale wametuweka ambaye ni Al-Shabaab ndio wanatushughulikia katika jela kulinda maisha yetu na kutupatia matibabu. Ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na wazazi wetu. Ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na wake zetu. Na ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na watoto wetu.
Our Kenyan soldier who has been living in captivity for 8 good years, Kenyans, for 8 good years, captured by the terrorist group Al-Shabaab should be brought back home. And I'm just wondering, what kind of action will the Kenyan government take to rescue our Kenyan soldier? After his videos trended on the internet, his family came and spoke out. Just listen to this.
Fellow Kenyans, my name is Katra Abdullahi Isa, the daughter of Sergeant Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim. He was working in the Eldoret Barracks 9KR. On 2016, January 15th, he was in Somalia with the Kenyan military camp. There was an attack in their camp. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of his colleagues, but we were not able to find his body. We were taken to the Nairobi hospitals to take DNAs, but they were all not matching. After 5 years, we sat down with the military. We were given a presumed death certificate of my father. From all that, yesterday midnight, we received a video of my father being in the hands of Al-Shabaab, saying he's a prisoner and he's captive for the last 8 years and more. He's been requesting the government to help him out. We received a call before that video a while ago, like a month ago. He called me at night at 10 p.m. I couldn't believe it was him because we were still in shock.
Apart from abductions, fire incidents have also become a daily occurrence in our country. Not long ago, University of Nairobi was on fire. And now, just recently, Moi Girls High School was on fire after a multi-story building was up in flames. But thankfully, all students were evacuated safely and sound. The Kenya Red Cross confirmed that the fire started late in the evening, and rescue teams arrived quickly at the scene to contain the inferno. Just take a look. We all know that Moi Girls High School has a history of fire incidents. In 2017, 10 students lost their lives in a dormitory fire. Another fire took place in Isiolo County. Now this is what I call a wildfire, and it raged for 5 good days. Like it's Kenya becoming the new California. Just take a look. And that's not all Kenyans. Another fire incident took place at the Mumias Sugar Farm, just moments after President Ruto's visit and his speech. The president promised the people of Kenya that he will not only revive Mumias Sugar, but also empower the people. And I'm just wondering, was the fire part of empowerment? Mr. President, please tell us in the comments down below.
So, hii president amekuwa tu hapa a few hours ago. Prezo amekuwa hapa Mumias Sugar. Na ni kama amepigia wakulima stories za jaba juu hakuna mkulima anaweza ataka achome miwa yake. Unaona miwa ndio inaungua. Na presa amekuwa tu hata ajenda mbali. Amekuwa tu hapa saa hii mamako. Amekuwa tu hapa saa hii ndawa zima moto. Sasa hapa ni 8 feet penye president ametoka tu saa hii. Ya hata hajafika mbali, hata ndege hajatua chini. Maji ndio hata hakuna mtu akona haraka nayo. Watu wa maji, watu wa kuzima maji walikuja, pipe zao zikawapo, hata wana haraka, wanasema hizo vitu ziungwe tu kabisa.
Governor George Natembeya decided to do the Lord's work after he cleared 2.8 million shillings school fees arrears for Mungano secondary school students in Kiminini sub-county. This school had the highest number of grade E in the county, but Governor George Natembeya has promised to mentor them to score better grades in the coming future exams. Let's listen to what the governor had to say.
Sasa mimi what I'm going to do is this. Niambia mwalimu mambo kuongeza fees ile 10 na ngapi hiyo tunataka. Maana ile pesa ambayo wazazi wanalipa majorly goes just to for lunch. Pekee sio mambo mengi, lunch tu. Mimi wakati nilikuwa primary lunch yangu haikuwa ilikuwa tu shilingi moja ya kukula miwa. Nataka lunch ya kula, mtaka kula. Sasa mwalimu, sisi tumekubaliana hiyo, weka shilingi 5,000, ndio I'm going to pay fees ya watoto wote wa shule. We are going to pay the entire fees. Tunapiga hesabu karibu milioni 2 na kitu. 2.7 million. I'm going to pay that money. Na mimi nikilipa fees na ukuji shule, haki ya Mungu utakutafuta mahali huko mnirudishie pesa yangu. Umeelewana? Sitaambia mwalimu and refund, nitakuja tu kwako. Kama unakaa na nyanya yako mtanipatia pesa yangu. Basi wewe kulipa pesa hapa alafu ukose kukuja. Si ndio? Ili sasa mwaka ukikwisha mimi nataka nikuje hapa nione matokeo na kana namna gani. Hapa nini nasikia? Si ndio? Tuondoe mambo ya hiyo tutoke.
Comrades, do you remember that day where patients together with their infants they stormed Afya House when CS Deborah Baraza was having a media briefing and the patients were protesting against the SHIF system glitches?
We are outside there waiting the gate. We are at the gate waiting. 20 patients. We have walked all the way from Kenyatta Hospital, coming here for treatment. From last week, Wednesday, the systems are not working.
Hundreds of patients were stranded at Kenyatta National Hospital, even some of them having a mental breakdown because the systems are not working and they cannot access medical care. Like, what a sad state of affair. Another commotion broke out at Kenyatta National Hospital, where relatives attempted to forcibly remove a patient from the hospital. This prompted the security personnel to briefly close the hospital gates, initiating a temporary lockdown. Like Kenyans. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Yay!
Despite all these incidents of SHIF and SHA system glitches, to the point where even patients are having mental breakdowns, this is the only thing that President William Ruto had to say.
Hata wengine ambao mnasikia wanalalamika hapa mambo ya SHA ni kwa sababu leo wanalipa zaidi kuliko vile walikuwa wanalipa. Sasa badala ya kujitetea kusema mimi sitaki kulipa ile mimi nalipa, anaanza kusema raia wamekataa. Raia ulikutana nao wapi wakakataa? Kwanza raia hawa wengi hawana payslip. Nyinyi mko na payslip? Mko na payslip ya kulipa? Si dunia yote hii watu wenye watu wangapi hapa wako na kazi ya kulipwa payslip? Sasa wewe unatetea nani hapa? Wewe unajitetea mwenyewe, wacha kusumbua raia. Sikizeni wangwana, watu ya Kakamega. Sawa sawa.
Mumias East Constituency Member of Parliament Peter Salasia, he decided to inject, advising President William Ruto on how to tackle this SHIF and SHA nonsense. Just listen to what Peter Salasia had to say.
Mimi nataka Bwana Rais unichukue mimi, nikuwe personal advisor wako, unilipe. Kwa sababu Bwana Rais, hao watu wako hawakuambiangi ukweli. Wanakuambia SHA inafanya kazi na haifanyi kazi. Wanakuambia new model inafanya kazi na haifanyi kazi. Bwana Rais, mimi nataka nikuambia kwamba wewe ni mtu ambaye uko na moyo wa kusaidia nchi ya Kenya. Lakini kuna makatels matapeli wako katika serikali yako ambao hawataki ujue ukweli wa maneno. Mimi najua you are a God sent leader who was sent to come and save this nation. But kuna watu ambao wako hapo katikati wanataka kukutumia wewe vibaya ili ya kwamba nchi yetu isonge mbele. Mimi nataka wakati unaingia katika ile kura ambayo nataka kura za civil servant, Bwana Rais, nataka usilete karibu. Kwa sababu hao wakora wamekudanganya ukafinya payslip ya Mkenya. And that's why you see Kenyans are bitter with you, Mheshimiwa Rais. Mimi nataka Rais.
To be honest, with all these frustrations, pain and suffering that the Kenyan people are facing today, this is the only thing I can tell my people.
This is what I urge Kenyans. Kenyans, I want you to know one thing. This one thing you must know. God will not choose your president for you. God has never chosen a president for Kenya. Every time you've been told God chose a president, later, you cried. It is these very unscrupulous leaders, useless leaders, wicked leaders who pay prophets. They buy prophets to prophesy they are from God, yet they are not from God. If they were from God, why do you cry after they assume office? God will not choose your president for you. Rise up and choose your president. You are first a Kenyan. The politicians have made you believe that you are first a Luo before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kalenjin before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kikuyu before you are a Kenyan. Kenyans can change it. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Luo. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kikuyu. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kalenjin. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kamba. Please don't see yourself with your tribe. Identify with your country and help heaven take these evil politicians from the leadership of this nation. May God bless Kenya. May God bless Kenyans.
Truly Kenyans, God will not choose a president for us, but it is upon Kenyans, it's upon you and I to make the right decision, to vote for the right leaders, not because of tribe, not because of religion, but because of good governance, better and reasonable policies. Where some pastors decide to make sense and enlighten the congregations, some other pastors somewhere else decided to use their brains, their heads as facilities to store shit. Like one pastor, he was given a chance to talk, but he sounded more like an ass kisser. Just listen to this.
And as clergy, Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka kusema ya kwamba even we have misbehaved. Wezi kutolea sadaka sisi tukakurudishia. Jaribu unipatie sahi kama nitakurudishia. It is bad manners. Ni tabia mbaya kuaibisha kiongozi wa nchi. Na mimi nikiwa hapa kama askofu, afadhali mkubwa wangu anidunishe, lakini siwezi kuaibisha serikali yangu kwa sababu hii serikali imechaguliwa na Mungu. People are contradicting things, Mheshimiwa Rais. Na tungependa kwenda huko. Nataka kusema ya kwamba serikali hii kama imechaguliwa na Mungu, lazima tumpe Mungu nafasi, and let us not use the hindrance, the hardship ambazo ziko mbele yako kama ndio kisingizio ama kikwazo ya kukuchukia wewe, na kama wamekuchukia wewe siwapende pesa.
Kila kitu inaendelea, alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Nina zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo.
Mbona ukatuita kumina? Mbona ukatuita kumina? Sisi ni kumanina.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Geoffrey Mosira cleaning the CBD. To students injecting.
Tutaweka bilioni 50 kwa kina mama mboga na boda boda hawa.
Will it come to pass?
I have promised the people of this city, munipatie tu mwaka huu.
Jalango bills for police.
This is the work. Construction for police houses.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your today and my name is Elvis Dairy. Business owners in Nairobi, they've been left shocked beyond words after the Nairobi Chief Officer for Environment, Geoffrey Mosiria, he went around at night in Nairobi CBD dismantling business signages. And I'm just wondering, who and how will these business owners be compensated? Listen to this.
Wananchi wa Nairobi ya mjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Geoffrey Mosiria, katibu mkuu wa mazingira gatuzi la Nairobi. Kwanza niwashukuru kwa ile support mmetupatia kwa kushirikiana nasi tusafishe jiji letu. CBD, we are going to continue cleaning it daily. Wale ambao wanafunga walkways, wale ambao wanachafua mazingira, ikiwa unafanya biashara kama wewe ni hoka, ile masaa imetengwa, fanya, ukimaliza safisha, okota uchafu yako, peleka mahali tumetenga. It's not going to be easy. Many of you are going to resist change, but I want to assure you, you all want a clean city, we must deliver it. Whatever it takes, we have to do it. It's not going to be an easy task. It's a tough one. We have to make some of the difficult decisions, but lazima iwork. Na ndio iwork. Kama walkway umeweka illegal structure, tutatoa. Kama umefunga mahali watu wanapitia, tutatoa. Tutasafisha jiji hadi ringare. Daily lazima tusafishe. It must work. Lazima iwork.
So business owners, do you agree with Geoffrey Mosiria or not? Take a look at some of these scenes of how your business signages were being dismantled in Nairobi CBD. Kata.
Hizi vitu zinaumiza wa Kenya. Hizi hawezi pita. Inaonga mtu kichwa ukipita.
Unapita mtu kama uko na mzigo wako unaingia kwa duka. Unaingia kwa duka yako umebeba kama mzigo wako umetoka ICB. Ukigonga hii kitu, huyo mtu wa kutuka amekutuzi wewe mjinga wewe.
Hii kitu hata inaweza kuua.
Hii kitu hata unaweza igonga na ikugonga na ikunyonga.
After Geoffrey Mosiria and his team removed business signages in CBD, this is how now Nairobi CBD looks like. Take a look.
Mambo ni live Nairobi, Kenya. Kiangazia huku Kanjo jana usiku wameamua kung'oa billboards zenye zilikuwa zimehangiwa hapa nje. Ukiangazia hapa ni Moi Avenue, nataka uone venye huku juu kulikuwa kumehangiwa hizo billboards, lakini tukiangazia ni kwamba Kanjo imeng'oa zile billboards. Ukiangalia hii ni billboard ilikuwa hapa, hii ni moja ilikuwa hapo, lakini wamefikia kung'oa lile billboard. Hatujui ni kweli kwamba hawa watu hawakuwa wanalipa ushuru ama walikuwa wanalipa, lakini tusemezane tu, ni kweli hawa watu hawakuwa wanalipa ushuru. Tukiangazia pia unaona hapa ni kung'oa, yote walikuwa wanang'oa. Naona mambo ni live kabisa. Hapa ni Moi Avenue. Ukiangazia pia hapa ni Galitos. Naona venye Galitos waling'oa hizo zote wametoa zote. Mambo ni live kabisa.
Even hawkers, they were never left behind. They went on to protest and occupy City Hall after they were ordered not to operate in the streets. Take a look. From Marvin Mabonga, alias Kauti Sonko, visit Bungoma County.
Ndio nimefika Bungoma. I'm trying to do my ground mobilization for Friday.
To bodaboda riders complain of pathetic roads.
Hapa Romima tunateseka kwa sababu ya njia ya Sangalo kwenda mpaka Kakamega.
Where is 25 million for Bungoma beautification?
So jamaa, hizi maua za 25 million Bungoma County. Naonyesha tu ni kwa ndugu yangu.
Ground mobilization ahead of civic education.
Hii mkutano tunaanza saa 8 na tungeomba vijana wote wenye mko Bungoma County na mnaweza fika Lechante Kimilili saa hizi. Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Dairy. In the past few days, Marvin Mabonga was in Bungoma County injecting, doing some ground mobilization, also civic education. And on top of that, he went on to show us the current situation in Bungoma County. And to be honest, those leaders, elected leaders of Bungoma County, they should be ashamed of themselves because Bungoma is in a very pathetic condition. And today I'm going to be showing you guys and sharing with you guys the journey of Keoti Sonko, Marvin Mabonga in Bungoma County. As we prepare to celebrate Mashujaa Day, to celebrate our fallen soldiers, this image that you see here, this was Willie, who was shot dead, a Gen Z who was shot dead during the protests. May his soul rest in eternal peace. After a long journey, Marvin Mabonga, Keoti Sonko, arrives in Bungoma County. And the first thing he did is to do some ground civic education, which has also brought a huge impact since the protest started. Later on, he decided to move around Bungoma County and just see how this city is, this county is. And let me tell you, he was shocked when he found himself at the Bokoli Kimilili Bungoma Road. And let me tell you, every financial year, my people, listen very carefully. Every financial year, 1.3 billion is poured into and allocated to the construction and maintenance of roads in your county. Did you know that? Take a look at how your votes are making changes in Bungoma County.
It connects almost 4 constituencies in Bungoma County. And as you can see, this is the nature of the road. Remember, in Bungoma County, this is a county where the budget allocation for the road and for road construction and maintenance every financial year in 1.3 billion. But just look at the state of the road. So this road has been in this state for the last 8 years, because the last time it was constructed, kulikuwa na president anaitwa Kibaki ndio aliconstruct njia in 2008. So for the last 8 years, njia imekuwa hivi, na it was allocated 350 million. Remember, this is the county where our speaker of the National Assembly anaitwa Wetangula anatoka. Yeah? Just look. Na tunaambiwa sijui nyinyi watu wa Western huko mlipewa 30%. Nashangaa 30% ilikuwa ionyeshe hizi njia venye zinakaa hivi. But just look. Hapa hakuna. Nini upuzi hii tuko nayo huko, alafu you guys want us to listen to you as you are our leaders. Hadi huko juu mahali mnaona huko mbele, the road inakaa hivyo. Njia haziwezi kaa hivi. Alafu you as a governor, you are going to use 25 million. 25 million kununua maua sijui ati za Madaraka Day. Unachukua 110,000 kununua wheelbarrow, a piece of a wheelbarrow. Lakini njia zinakaa hivi. Governor Lusaka kindly, it's not even a kind request. I want to demand that this road should be constructed very, very soon.
So, the people of Bungoma County, it seems like your votes are working for you like expected. Am I right? Let's move on. Did you know that the president of Kenya has an airport? Not just an airport, but an international airport in Bungoma County. And it's called William Ruto International Airport. This facility costed the taxpayers' money 139 million Kenyan shillings. But when we go there, there's nothing. No construction is going on. There's no security, no fence. It's just emptiness. Take a look at this video.
Nimefika hapa Matulo, William Ruto Airport, International Airport. Yeah? And this facility was constructed juzi na the president launched. This facility will cost 139 million, yeah? And so nimekuja hapa, in fact nataka kupanda ndege na I can see kuna offices za KAA. Kuja nionyeshe offices zetu za KAA Bungoma. Hizi hapa. Offices za KAA Bungoma za 139 million, yeah? Hii ni ya KAA. Huko ndani unaona ni kama hao jamaa wamefunga. Hapa ndio kwa nyumba ya security wa KAA. Hapa ni kwa security officer wa KAA.
Na security mwenyewe
kama security hayuko. Umeona vile kuna
yeye ameenda wapi?
Hiyo fence yetu. Mtu akisimama huku ni nje, alafu huko ni ndani. So mtu akiwa huku nje hizi access huko ndani. You can see 139 million Kenyan shillings. Hii ni runway. Sijui kama mnaiona. Alafu kuna hizi ndege zina, you can see. Guys, this facility to cost 139 million. Fence haiko, hakuna hata waya ijaekwa. Wameka tu hizo maposti hapo, alafu walisema inakuwa launched. Huku ni ndudi zinapita tu. So this facility venye mnaona, I don't think it's on the standard ya kuitwa hata airstrip.
It seems like the people of Bungoma County, they're really enjoying life. Even they have an international airport. My lord, I wonder. Like, tell us in the comments down below if you're coming from Bungoma County, where you'll be flying to in your next vacation, just like our president who flies all the time. After Marvin Mabonga, Ketu Sonko finishes to book his flight at the William Ruto International Airport. He flies all the way to Matisi Horticultural Collection Center. And let me tell you, this facility was meant to collect horticultural produce. So the people of Bungoma, if you voted for the right people, for the right leaders, this facility will have created so many job opportunities for you guys. Take a look at this video, man. This is so sad.
I'm here at Matisi Horticulture Collection Center. Hii ni center yenye agricultural produce zinakuwa collected hapa. Ndio zipelekwe pale airport. I hope umeona airport nimeonyesha, zipelekwe pale airport Matulo, alafu wazipeleke zikuwe exported. So nataka nionyeshe venye hii facility inakaa. And twende, niko na friend wangu hapa anatoka hii place. Sijui unaweza tuambia ukielezea venye huko kunakaa hapa na before tuingie huko ndani.
Huku ndio wameona hii kitu ilitengenezwa enzi ya Lusaka vile alikuwa first governor akiingia kwa kiti, na kuna pesa zikawekwa hapa, wakaambia wananchi waanze kutengeneza mambo ya agriculture, wapande viazi, wapande mioko, itakuwa inaletwa hapa. Kuna baadhi ya watu walipanda, lakini hizo vitu hazikuwahi ingia hapa, zikaharibika hivyo. Na hata kuna shamba lingine lilinunuliwa kule Mahanga kwa wodi ya Bokoli, kuna ile ilifaa ifanywa agriculture, mpaka wa leo hatujaona hii miradi ikiendelea.
Huku ni Matisi. Meka nduma, meka avocado, wana tu vile kunakaa huku ndani. This facility will cost taxpayers money. Venye zinakaa. And I'm sure hapa kulikuwa na milango, si ndio?
Angalia milango hivi.
Hapa milango zikazi zimeibiwa zote. Okay. Lakini angalia huko ndani venye kunakaa. So hapa ndio Horticultural Center ya Bungoma County, Matisi. Mahali tunaleta agricultural produce. Sio? Jama wetu wa Bungoma bwana. Mimi nashangaa huku kwetu tunakaa aje hivi. Kama mnaona project kama hizi, wameka hapa millions of money za taxpayers, yeah? Every financial year. Alafu kunakaa hivi. And I'm even surprised that hapa kando ni kwa boma ya MP wa huko anaitwa Dan Wanyama, ni jirani hapa.
Ofisi yake.
And this place inakaa, I mean the office ya MP, ya Member of Parliament. So mimi nashangaa si kama vijana wa Bungoma surely kama project kama hizi zetu zenye nafasi tunufaisha zinakaa hivi na county iko Governor Lusaka. Honestly, what are we doing as a county? Because this is ini kazi gani honestly?
It looks like the people of Bungoma County, they will only be collecting air for the moment. So, my Bungoma people, the question of the day is, what is beauty? What is the meaning of beauty? Beauty is a combination of qualities such as form, shape, or color that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. While Baby Babonga was moving around and showing us how Bungoma town looks like, he could not help it but show us how 25 million shillings was spent to beautify the county. Take a look at what how your money, your taxpayers' money was spent by your Governor Kenneth Lusaka.
So jamaa, hizi maua za 25 million Bungoma County.
It seems like the 25 million really did a good job, really did wonders in Bungoma town. So if the Bungoma people consider this and see this as beauty, then it is high time to visit an ophthalmologist, a doctor who is specialized and knows all about the eyes. While Keoti Sonko, Marvin Mabonga, was moving around Bungoma County, he suddenly got a headache because of the development disappointments that he was seeing all over. And he got a headache because of this. So he went to the Kabula District Hospital for checkup. While he was receiving his medical checkup, a Gen Z approached him. And this Gen Z decided to share his story with Keoti Sonko. And this is how things unfolded. Listen to this.
Tumefika hapa unaitwa Kabula Talitia District Hospital in Kabula constituency in Bungoma County. Naona hii is a CDF project. Iliambiwa this facility haikuwa na dawa. Na so hata saizi hakuna activity inaendelea hapa. Hospitali imefungwa kidogo for some renovation. But then luckily nilipata clinical officer hapa. Na tumetaka kusikia kutoka kwake tu how the clinical officers huku interior. Actually huku ni interior sana from Bungoma town. Tuone how they work huku.
Mimi ni clinical officer Printon. We were expected to report for internship due July. Lakini zile pilika za the former CS for help akatupeleka nje ndani, sasa hii tuko kwa mataa. So tunatafuta tu way out kwa dispensaries, clinics, at least tujisort, sababu comrade huwezi kaa bila kujisort. So hapo hospitali ukienda kuuliza vacancy ni kidogo. Why? Because hakuna infrastructure ya hospitali, madawa hakuna, then instruments kitu ya kufanya hakuna. So tunakaa tu, tuko tu mtaani kulima jembe na hizo vitu zingine. So we appeal to you guys that let this go viral. Kwamba actually what is happening on ground hakuna kitu. Sisi wenyewe tuko kwa ground to happen. So if you can communicate to the ministry yenye inahusika, at least utakuwa helped.
So when Marvin Mabonga, Keoti Sonko, realized that even in Kabula District Hospital, it does not have medicines, he decided to continue his journey. So by Bungoma people, Mulembe, Ovolasi, Mulimoyo, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? At this point, you should be mad enough and angry enough to go and stage a protest even right now as you watch this video. So when Marvin Mabonga was moving around in Bungoma County, he met these boda riders at the Sangalo Kakamega Road, and they were very angry and mad at the government for its failure to construct good roads for them. Roads that the projects that were launched decades ago have not even finished, but not even started. Take a look at this video.
Hii kaunti yangu, na nimekuja hapa kwa njia inatoka kwa main road ya kwenda Mumias. Kuna hii junction nje inaenda Kakamega. Ni Sangalo, inapita Sangalo hivi. So hii njia jamaa waliweka hapa pesa inafaa ikuwe na land. Mangalia hapa kwa hiyo board. Mangalia hapa hata ilishafutika, hakuna contractor kwa njia. But now tuko hapa, najua kuna kelele huko nyuma. Tuko hapa na wazee wa bodaboda hapa kwa stage. Nataka mwasikize tu wanasema aje kuhusu hii njia. Ongeza zetu. Kama sisi wazee bodaboda hapa Romima tunateseka kwa sababu ya hii njia ya Sangalo kwenda mpaka Kakamega. Ukifika hapa kwa daraja zote tunataka kuanguka ndani. Sasa tunaomba bana kutengenezea hii njia. Sawa. Ongeleze. Hii barabara ya Sangalo hii sisi kama bodaboda wa Romima State tumehangaika sana kwa muda mrefu. Naomba serikali tusaidie barabara tutengeneze. Sisi watu wengine tunaenda nyumbani bila chochote kwa mfuko ya barabara. Sisi tunaharibika kwa barabara, serikali itengeneze hii barabara. Ni hayo.
So after the boda riders finished to share their views and their disappointments against the government and its bad governance, it was time for Keoti Sonko to go and prepare for the main day, to prepare for the town hall civic education which happened at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili. And this is what Marvin Mabonga had to say. Listen to this.
So this is our venue that we have planned. Tomorrow we'll be having a town hall civic education, and you can see that the hall is already set. Ni bado tu system iletwe. Najua tutaiweka hapo, then We see how we are going to educate ourselves on matters good governance, on matters corruption. We encourage our fellow youth to ensure that they have their national IDs and they take their voting cards. So kama uko Kimilili and the environs, kama unatoka Mount Elgon, kama unatoka Chwele, Bungoma town, this Bungoma county, kuja. Tuko set, viti zimewekwa, inakaa viti za president bwana, yeah? So the hall is too big actually. Viti zingine bado zinapangwa. So we are ready for tomorrow for civic education town hall in Bungoma County.
While Kyoto Sonko and his team were still preparing for the main day, there was still some ground mobilization and also ground civic education. And also there was still ongoing preparation at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili. Even sound systems were being installed by these young and strong men. After everything was set at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili, Bungoma, now that day, the day that everybody has been waiting for, finally arrived. And this is what a serious, dedicated and fearless Gen Z, Marvin Mabonga, had to say.
So leo tuko hapa Lechante kwa mkutano ya vijana ya Civic Education Bungoma County. Na tayari tushaanza kuona vijana wameanza kuingia. Tuko na vijana kutoka Mount Elgon, tuko na vijana kutoka Tongaren, tuko na vijana wametoka Webuye West, wengine wametoka huko Chwele, ya? Na bado hapa wa Kimilili pia wanaanza kuingia mmoja polepole. Sasa hii mkutano tunaanza saa 8 na tungeomba vijana wote ya wenye mko Bungoma County na mnaweza fika Lechante Kimilili saa hizi mkiweze kuja tujumuike pamoja tukiweze kuzungumza mambo kuhusu vijana.
Okay, mimi naitwa Albert, ni mkaji hapa Kimilili. Pia nimejiunga pamoja na vijana ambao wamekuja hapa kwa sababu masuala ambayo yanaenda kusungumuzwa ni masuala ambayo ni ya muhimu ambayo wengi hawayajui, lakini wakati tumekuja wote hapa hivi wengine tutapata mwanga kutokana na mafundisho ambayo tunaenda kupata.
Kwa majina naitwa John Poka Kichana, na mimi mwito wangu kuja hapa hivi nimekuja kujifunza kitu moja, na hiyo kitu ni kutuhusu sisi vijana wadogo. Najua kuna vijana wengi hawaelewi hii maneno yenye yanaendelea hapa ni maneno gani. Sisi tunawakaribisha mkuje muelewe hii maneno hika hapa hivi. Ni mafunzo mzuri sana vijana. Wapi? Kazi kwako. Twende. Aje tusukume bana. Wewe maboys wote tuingie basi.
Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the town hall civic education that happened and took place at the Kimilili La Gente Hotel, it was a success. Very, very successful. So many young people came out. The people of Bungoma came out and they spoke up. They raised their voices and they had very, very good points. Like people were seriously injecting. This shows you that the young people and the people of Kenya, they have a vision, mission, and the future for this country. But the only thing that is taking our people behind is the bad governance and the corrupt leaders. They say this and they do that. They promise you this, but they do that. I personally was there. I listened to the town hall civic education through the KOT Sonko Twitter space. And let me tell you, people are injecting.
Na ili hali kuna vijana wetu wanatumiwa vibaya na wanasiasa. Sisi kwa barabara, tuko kwa barabara tunafanya maandamano yetu in peace. Vijana wanatokea huko wanaharibu vitu za watu. Wanatuambia sisi kama Gen Z jina, umeona? Lakini nataka kuambia vijana wenzetu, tunataka tusimame kidete, tuwe kitu kimoja. Kitu yote kifanyika, wacha tuwe kitu kimoja, tutoke nje, tuwe kitu kimoja na tupige kelele kama vijana, umeona? Msiona Timkobe amesimama huko nje, msichana kama mimi peke yangu niko kwa barabara na beba sufuria. Sijui nani aliona hiyo kulipia sufuria. I was the one. Wacha niseme tu Bungoma County. Nilikuwa mimi mwanamke peke yake kwa barabara na sufuria. Umeona? Ikakuja paka ya finance bill. Nika act the same but tuliwin.
After the town hall civic education finished, Marvin Mabonga decided to continue injecting and he went all the way to Tongaren constituency, where during the town hall civic education, one of the residents revealed that there was no electricity and also the roads were in very, very bad conditions. Take a look.
So guys, hii ndio barabara ya kuenda kwa MP wa Tongaren. Anajiita John Chikati. Na mnaona huku, I hope mnaona stima imejaa huku. Hata saa hizi lights ziko kwa wingi, ya. So guys, honestly huku hakuna stima. Angalia barabara. Huku ni Bungoma County. Angalia barabara venye inakaa. Inaenda kwa mheshimiwa barabara John Chikati. So leo in that town hall for Bungoma County Civic Education, kuna jamaa alisema inafaa tukuje huku kwao tuone barabara venye inakaa. And because we want to come back to Nairobi and attend that Mashujaa Day at Uhuru Park, tulisema ni must tufike huku kwa mheshimiwa tuone. The guy told us huku hakuna stima na huku barabara ni mbovu. And honestly barabara hii ndio main road ya kuingia kwa John Chikati, the MP wa Tongaren. So wacha tuende tu pole pole, alafu tuone kwake kwa boma stima kama iko ama hakuna. Because mimi sijaona any electric post huko hakuna honestly. Ndio hii njia tu ya kwenda kwa mheshimiwa.
Look at the road.
Anajiita mheshimiwa John Chikati. Ndio hii njia.
Look at the road.
Ndio hii njia. Yes. Tunaenda pole pole tu alafu tukuonyesha hadi kwa.
Haya, angalia fence venye imejengwa.
Okay, hapa ndio kwa John Chikati.
Angalia nyumba ilijengwa within a month.
So, hapa ni kwa John Chikati. No, I hope mnaona fence vizuri. Ndio hii fence yake. Hapa ni main gate ndio. Ama kuna main gate nyingine?
Main gate.
Hii ndio main gate.
Yeah.
So Marvin Mabonga and his team decided to go to that area's MP, who is called John Chikati. And mind you that John Chikati's brother, that MP's brother, is also the MCA, and his name is Tim Chikati. Like you Bungoma people, you are only electing family members. And just, this is the outcome. This is the outcome. Take a look at how things unfolded.
So guys, I hope mmeona mali tuko. Hapa ni kwa jamaa anaitwa John Chikati, the MP wa Tongaren. Na huko hakuna stima honestly. Hata mnaona tuna struggle sana kutumia torch ndio tuone. Hii ndio main gate kwake. Yenye kunakaa njia ni mbovu, hakuna stima, lakini jamaa wanakaa Nairobi kule Karen wakicheka huko wakifanya vituko zao, wanaingia parliament kukula pesa yetu tu ya bure. Kuna Tongaren hapa bwana tuambie.
Huko ni home. Mimi nimesomea hapa Shikuku Primary. Nimelelewa huko. Shamba yetu imepakana tu na yao. Hapa it's just a water boundary. And this is the state, and it is very sad kwa sababu like 10 years later bado we are still living like tuko Stone Age. Tafadhali hii message ifikie relevant authorities. That is why we are trying to educate people that all sovereign power belongs to the people and it should be exercised accordingly.
Yes.
That is our message, na tuendelee kusukuma hiyo ujumbe.
Watu Tongaren bwana, hebu mdemand pesa zenu mnalipa tax, huko kuwekwe stima, barabara iundwe, because this is a very bad picture to your constituency. Nyinyi mnaamka mapema kwenda kupiga kura, alafu kunakaa hivi. Angalieni kwa mheshimiwa wenu wenye kunakaa. Sijui kama unaweza kuonyesha huko. Nothing. There is nothing. Huko hakuna stima. Hata hatuoni, si ndio? Hatuwezi ona sawa.
After all that, the next day came and it was time for Marvin Mabonga and his team to pack their bags and continue with their mission. On their way, they passed by the governor's home, the Bungoma County Governor, Governor Lusaka, and they were shocked to see that the governor's mother was being laid to rest, and she was being transported, the body was being transported using very expensive convoy, but the road they were using, it was poorly managed and poorly constructed. Take a look. The only question that I want to ask you today is, where are we heading to as a country? I'm going to be putting Marvin Mabonga's Keuti Sonko's website link in the description down below. So make sure you go and check it out. So my Bungoma people, next time when you go to vote, vote wisely. Vote for the right people. Vote for the right leaders. Vote for young people who have a vision and a mission and a clear future for this country. Vindu vichenjanga. And if you want change, then people like Keoti Sonko, Marvin Mabonga, they will take this country to a different level. I have nothing much to say. I'm going to be putting Keoti Sonko's website link in the description down below. So make sure you go and check it out. Follow his social media handles for more information.
I'm Marvin Mabonga. I come from Kimilili constituency in Bungoma County. So Mr. President, before you go, I want to let you know that in your cabinet, currently we are having so many incompetent cabinet secretaries. For instance, let me give you an example of your friend, Kipchumba Murkomen. Kipchumba Murkomen did law. He has never been in any law firm in this country. He has never won any case. But currently, he's heading the Ministry for Road and Transport. My question is, between where is the conjunction between the Ministry of Transport and a lawyer? In that department, you should be putting there a person who has done even civil engineering, who knows so much about construction. Lastly, the Minister for Agriculture. That person, he even doesn't have a bachelor's. We all know this information. We have the government's website and we Google, we see this information. So Mr. President, if you are going to give us those people who are incompetent, then we are totally doomed. You know, when we elected you as the president, normally they say, you set a thief to catch a thief. But this time round, when we elected you, Mr. President, that you can help us now catch those people who are corrupt in this nation, you're just there laughing with them. Look at Oscar Sudi. He's flaunting with 20 million in a bag in a public forum. I'm even told that there is one of the cabinet minister who was caught in Dubai with 20 million cash, and you actually came through him, so he wasn't taken to a court somewhere or arrested. You know that, Mr. President.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From America, hidden agenda revealed.
Ati America wanataka another
to 2 reasons why we are broke.
The government has made sure that there is no circulation of currency.
Is Ruto in trouble?
Na hiyo ndio pepo tunataka tufukuze hapa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe.
Mozambique is injecting.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. To be honest, I am not really sure if witchcraft is real or not, but it has been there for so many years, for centuries, for generations. A few days ago, a man stole someone's motorbike and then the witch doctor sent bees to attack this man. Just take a look. Apart from the witch doctor sending bees to attack that man, in Embakasi East, a woman was caught trying to steal a 3-year-old baby, and the public wanted to burn her alive, but the police intervened. Just take a look and see how things unfolded.
Unachukua mtoto nyasi wako unampeleka kwenu. Unampeleka kufanya nini? Sio acha tena. Mtoto kufanya nini kwa kwako? Huyu msichana anakuambia vitu vingine ni wewe rekodi kwa sababu anafanya nini wewe tena? Nitoka tu naye pale kupika pale alitolea panti.
Aongee. Aongee kwanza.
The Ugandan parliament sometimes has drama. Like the politicians, some of them they're full of drama. And recently, 2 politicians, they decided to fight. They decided to throw hands just because of a seat. Like Ugandans, are these the leaders that you are voting for, you are supporting? Just take a look.
Can you sit? Can you sit? Honorable members.
Dear Africans, we know that the West has always been interfering with our progress. Recently, a shocking news arrived in Kenya where the US military want to open 2 bases in Kenya urgently. Listen to what a Kenyan radio presenter from Radio Jambo, Gidi Ogidi, had to say about this.
Ati Amerika wanataka another military base hapa Kenya. Na wameambia Ruto it's either in Turkana ama Wajir. Na wanaitaka urgently. Unaona vile msichana anakutumia message anasema send me 2000 urgently. Hivyo ndio Amerika wamekuja wameambia Ruto we want 2 military bases urgently. Ile Amanda wanataka ipanuliwe ikuwe kubwa, wanataka more land, more space. Alafu Wajir ama Turkana urgently. What's going on? Ni nini inaendelea jamani?
This is absurd. Do you support foreign militaries in our continent, in Africa, in Kenya? Do you support it? Even when you go to Nanyuki in Kenya, you'll find the British Army there. And let me tell you, they have been doing the worst of the worst in that area.
Na wameambia Ruto it's either in Turkana ama Wajir. Na wanaitaka urgently.
The US elections is finally over and Donald Trump has won, beating Kamala Harris mercilessly and making him the 47th president of the US. This means that a new administration will be taking over and the policy between Kenya and the US will also change. So do you think that the current Kenyan regime will be in trouble?
If the rumors are right, I've just heard that Trump just won the election, then that means for Ruto, you're in trouble, man. You are in trouble. You're not gonna get support, man. No more support to keep us enslaved, man. I kind of feel with the win of Trump, this is a win for us Kenyans and the world. Woo! Trump!
Just recently, Nuru Okanga met Oscar Sudi at Oga Obina's live show. And Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga some goodies, some gifts, and later on, which he gave him some money. Nuru Okanga went and bought a Porsche, but that Porsche didn't last. It got stolen. Just listen to what Nuru Okanga had to say.
Sahi, kisiagi imepotea. Naweza ongea mambo matatu juu ya kisiagi. Ongea dakika moja. Ikipotea, mtu ya kwanza mwenye maiba ni Nuru. Mtu ya pili mwenye anaiba kisiagi ni Sudi. Mtu ya tatu mwenye anaiba kisiagi ya Nuru ni Ruto. So Mr. Speaker, kisiagi kipotea, tuulize Oscar Sudi. Kisiagi ya nani tena? Kisiagi ya Nuru. Bila hiyo tinga, mtakuwa mmeharibu maisha ya huyo kijana.
The President of Kenya, William Ruto, went to visit a church, and the man of God decided to inject, and he injected without fear of contradiction. And he was saying that when he went to the State House, he saw a demon, and he decided to ban that demon in State House. And he was saying this in the presence of the President of Kenya, William Ruto. Just listen to what this man of God had to say.
Unitazame, kwa sababu zamani tulikuwa tunafukuza pepo, na pepo ambayo tulikuwa tunafukuza hatukuwa tunaiona, lakini kwa sasa tunafukuza pepo kwa sababu tunajua pepo anaingia katika mtu, na mtu ndio anakuwa pepo. Mtu anakuwa mtu mzuri, mtu anakuwa mtu msafi, lakini pepo ikishaingia kwa huyo mtu anageuka. Hata kama ni mtu mzuri, unashindwa huyu mtu amegeuka ni nini? Na hiyo ndio pepo tunataka tufukuze hapa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Pepo katika jina la Yesu. Kristo.
Even the people from a country from the southern part of Africa, Mozambique, they decided to inject after a fraudulent elections. But before I show you how people are injecting and protesting, just listen to what really happened.
Things are boiling in Mozambique. Massive protests witnessed in the capital city, Maputo, after Daniel Chapo, the candidate for the ruling party Frelimo, which has ruled the country for over 48 years, was declared the winner in the elections that happened on the 9th of October. It took about 2 weeks for the results to be announced, and after that, all hell broke loose. Now, the independent candidate, Venancio Mondlane, who had some massive support from the youth and still has, called for protests, and the youth turned up in their numbers. The footage you've just seen is that of the youth hanging on an army truck, and instead of the army officers meting out violence on them, they sort of said, peace, as long as you're peaceful, we are not going to harm you. SADC has already called for a crisis meeting regarding that situation in Mozambique.
Many brave Mozambicans came out to protest and say no to fraudulent elections. Just watch this video and see how things were boiling on the ground. In Kenya, we all remember during the protests that some people who are wearing balaclavas and masks disguising themselves and shooting towards protesters, killing them and even taking part in abductions.
The killer cop. Hana uniform. Killer cop. What the fuck? Anaangalia dina.
But back in Mozambique, the ground was hostile for this kind of people. One secret serviceman who was walking around and shooting people, he ran out of ammunition and the protesters decided to delete him. He was unalived. Take a look at how things unfolded.
Martin! Yeah! Wait! Martin! Yeah! Martin!
So I want to give a big shout out to all Mozambique comrades. Continue injecting, continue fighting for your freedom, and continue fighting for your rights. With all these natural resources, minerals, and all these blessings that we have in our country and in our motherland, why are so many people still broke? Why are so many people still suffering? Take a look at this video where the Villager 254 explains to us on two reasons on why there is no money. There's no money in the economy. Listen to this.
The government of Kenya has borrowed over 5 trillion Kenya shillings from the domestic market, meaning banks. That's why when you go to the bank, they have no money for you. They give you conditions you cannot meet and they tell you you're not qualified. Why? Because banks are no longer interested in lending Kenyans. Why? They are lending to the government. Two things have contributed to the banks not lending you money. Part number one is because they are lending to the government, over 5 trillion. Reason number two is because the government has made sure that there is no circulation of currency. There is no money circulating in the economy. How have they succeeded in doing this? Remember, the government is the biggest business partner, is the biggest contributor to micro SMEs and medium SMEs and small enterprises. All of these, the government is the biggest supporter. So most of the money comes from the government. Remember, the government has a budget of 4 trillion to spend 4 trillion. The government spends a lot of money, and by government spending money, local businesses make money. When government does not spend this money locally, local businesses don't make money. So how have we lost? Why is it that there is no money in the economy? It is simply because whenever the government is giving contract to companies, and this, I'm talking about contracts that are millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions. We are talking in terms of billions. All the contracts for billions are given to international companies. Call it construction companies, call it consultancy companies, call it what companies. All of them, they are being given these contracts, big contracts.
In London, African Summit was being organized. At the same time, Bien, a well-known and famous artist from Kenya, also had his concert there. And at that concert, the people decided to inject. People were protesting, and this is what they were chanting. After all these protests that was happening at Bien's concert in London, the officials organizing the African Summit in London, they decided that Ruto will not be a speaker and also not even attend. Just listen to this.
Kenya, nyinyi ni watu amazing. Si nyinyi ni watu amazing. Ai! Yani mtukufu Magosta akifikiria huko tumerelax. Kumbe Kenya huko mayuni kumchomea mapicha. Wanachoma picha. Sasa kulikuwa na hii nini African Summit inafaa kuhappen hapo London. Na nabii Mr. Magost alikuwa ametengwa kama one of the speakers. Ataongea kwa hiyo mkutano. Yala? Lakini sasa pia kulikuwa na concert uko London ya Bien. Unajua Bien Musa kijana barubaru wa Sauti Sol. So kwa hiyo concert nakwambia watu walikuwa na chat Ruto must go, Ruto must go. Yaani mpaka tumuzunye huko tu ni Ruto must go. Na unaona hiyo summit ina happen London, officials wa kunini hiyo summit wakaona, umesikia vile Magost anaimbiwa huku Ruto must go. Na huyo ndo mtu tumeweka kuwe speaker. Ikabidi wa change mind. So ikabidi Ruto manze, wewe you cannot be a speaker. You cannot. In fact, we think you should not attend this one. You should sit this one out. Kaa tu wewe usiattend. Relax. Tutakuita hiyo ingine. Hivyo ndo aliambiwa.
We all know that William Samoei Ruto is the 5th president of Kenya. And just ask yourselves, what have all these presidents who have been in power, from the first president of Kenya, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, to the current president, what have they been doing for Kenya and Kenyans at large? Just listen to this.
Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, he was the first president of Kenya. Alipata kama Kenya iko misutuni. He reduced illiteracy, he reduced poverty, and most importantly, he expanded Kenya economically. Mzee Moi, he was the second president of Kenya. He introduced 844 system of education. He introduced milk in schools to encourage people to go to school. Mzee Mwai Kibaki, the third president, he introduced CDF. He introduced free education. He expanded classes. He also introduced roads and he built thicker superhighway. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the fourth president, call him the father of development. He built SGR. He built expressway. He also built several hospitals. He introduced modern healthcare system, whereby he introduced Linda Mama. He also introduced NYS. President Ruto, the current president, ushuru, Shakahola, floods, accidents, tutatenga, tumefanya, tumeweka mikakati, traveling agency. Call him the father of the fake promises.
So tell us in the comments down below, is this accurate or do you have a different opinion about this?
Ushuru, Shakahola, floods, accidents, tutatenga, tumefanya, tumeweka mikakati, traveling agency. Call him the father of the fake promises.
Did you know there's a mountain in Africa that touches the sky? Mount Kenya. It's the second highest peak on the continent, towering at 5,199 meters. But here's what's wild. It's a massive ancient volcano. Thousands of years ago, this giant erupted, shaping the entire landscape you see today. And hidden in its jagged peaks, glaciers. Yes, ice on the equator. How crazy is that? And deep in its forests, elephants, buffalo, and even leopards. You're looking at one of the most mysterious places on Earth.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Inspector General Kancha ashamed.
I'm never happy. Every other time I hear that there is a traffic officer who has been arrested collecting bribes.
To Brian Odhiambo's body discovered.
Si watupe tu hiyo mwili, tuende tuzike, tukue na amani, hawatatuona kwa barabara.
How do authoritarians shut down critics?
Authoritarians begin by arresting and charging anybody that criticizes them.
Corruption caught on camera.
Day 20.
They're coming for you.
You cannot continue to be rude like this. Being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Since the Gen Zs decided to be vocal in the political arena, holding the government accountable and politicians accountable, fighting for a better future and a better governance for Kenya, many of them have gone missing. Many of them have been abducted, arrested, tortured, and even worse, get killed. But the fight still continues. The journey still continues. Authoritarians are using their full power to silence Kenyans, to silence the Gen Zs, and to shut down critics. Just listen to what journalist Larry Madowo had to say about this.
Authoritarians begin by arresting and charging anybody that criticizes them in the hope that it instills fear in the people. When that does not work, they restrict social media. They ban certain social media companies. And when that does not work, they shut down the internet.
Kenyans, Comrade Brian Odhiambo, who went missing in Nakuru last month, his body has been recently found floating on Lake Nakuru. But after this discovery, the game rangers went on again to disappear with his body. Listen to what Brian Odhiambo's mother had to say about this.
Watu yenye tulipata, vijana walipata kijana wangu kwa maji on Monday. Wakitaka kumtoa, boti ya game park ilikuja na wakusugulika hata na wavuaji ya samaki. Wakati walisema huyo ni Brayo, walikok bunduki wakitaka kushuta au vijana. Hao vijana wakatoka na wakachukua tu hiyo mwili na wakaenda. Hawakusugulika hata na hao vijana. Ni hiyo mwili walisugulika nayo wakachukua na wakaenda nayo. Sasa naomba tu kwenye walichukua hiyo mwili wakapeleka. Vijana tulienda kwa Jack kuangalia kama kuna mwili yote imeingia hii wiki. Tukapata hakuna mwili yote imeingia kwa Jack hii wiki. Si watupe tu hiyo mwili, tuende tuzike, tukue na amani, hawatatuona kwa barabara.
Why are you giving Brian Odhiambo's family a hard time? You have already inflicted enough pain to the family and to the Kenyan people. Enough is enough. I'm just wondering, where is justice when you need it the most?
So kuna kijana alijitokeza jana, ametoka huku hivi Ronda, akakuja akatuambia kuna mwili ilipatikana kwa maji na ilikuwa kwa gunia but waliona mguu. Na wali suspect ni Brayo kwa sababu they immediately waliona wamechukua hii mwili. Kitu yenye hao watu walifanya, walikuwa kubunduki na wakashoot juu. Hawa game rangers walikuwa wawili. Na vijana wangeweza kufanya anything kwa sababu pia walikuwa wawili. So ile by the time walikuwa wanataka kubeba waitoe nje ya maji, ikape nao hao walikuwa washafika na boat. So sisi tunashindwa je, hii mwili yuko kwa Jack? Hii mwili hayuko mahali popote kwenye sisi tunaweza itrace. Simu kama ukweli walipata mwili, si hawa KWS wangetoa tukuje tujue aje mwili ni ya nani, ama wangepeleka kwa Jack twende tutafute tujue ni wa wapi. Lakini sasa kama mwili ilionekana, walichukua mwili wakapeleka wapi? Acheni kutusumbua, wacheni kutusumbua, kindly tupeni Brayo.
Is this the future that the Kenya government promised the people of Kenya during campaigns? Injustices after injustices taking place every day. And I'm just wondering, where will the Kenyan people run to when they need help? Where will the Kenyan people run to when they're in trouble? Where will the Kenyan people seek refuge? And for how long will we keep on losing our people, losing our children, losing our brothers and sisters, our mothers, the young people of Kenya, the future of Kenya? Like seriously, Kenyans, it is time to take action. Listen to what We Don't Have a Country here to say about Brian Odhiambo's case.
Okay, so Brian Odhiambo's body was found last night floating in Lake Nakuru. And once the KWS Rangers knew that his friends had discovered his body, they came cocking guns and forcefully took the body away, okay? There's something that I wanted to reiterate to the state or to the political class in general or to the rogue colonial state. Mkiwa online, you know, when you're reading funny Kasongo tweets or you're seeing funny TikToks of people making fun of Jambazi and his rogue terrorist regime, mnaonanga hizo vitu mnakuwa like hii ni kelele, or plus even those tweets and TikToks, they are, most of them or most of these popular people on social media, 99% of them, they are all politically correct, okay? They won't tell you the way we are going to drag you out on the streets and put your heads on pikes. Okay, they'll just be saying, oh, sijui, oh, Maraga, sijui, oh, Matata, sijui, 2027, sijui, the way Babu Owino, sijui, is sucking whose cock, Sakaja, sijui. You know, there is this echo chamber of media where media always wants to control the narrative, always wants to show, you know, things are going well. Let me remind you something. On June 25th, and even during other protests, those people you see on the streets, Akina Sisi, we are not usually laughing with you people. We are not usually making funny tweets, oh, sijui endorsing bogus state presidential bids and all that crap. Once we're on the streets for the second and final wave, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be getting dragged out on the streets and choppers flying out of the country.
Apart from the abductions, unlawful arrests, and murder that is taking place in the land of Kenya, another serious crime is taking place under our noses, Kenyans. In Masai land, forced marriages of young girls is going on. Just take a look at this. How is this possible, Kenyans? Forced marriages in these modern times in our country. Like, where are we heading towards a country, Kenyans? Northeastern and coastal leaders are also another problem. Pure jokers, just looting. And when it comes to corruption, they will put their religion aside and fill their stomachs and blame other regions for being underdeveloped. Just listen to this.
Angalia kaunti zote ambaye wanaongozwa na viongozi wa Waislamu kimaendeleo wako nyuma. Kwa sababu gani? Wote wamekuwa leo wafisadi. Kila mmoja anataka kutengeneza nyumba Karen, kila mmoja anataka kununua Prado ya V8, kila mmoja anataka kuweka na kusave pesa nje ya nchi. Nani atasaidia hawa Waislamu maskini ambaye kwamba muliapa na Qur'an ya kuwa wallahi tutawasaidia, tutajenga barabara, tutawapatia maji, tutawapatia uhai na dawa na afya wapi? Lakini mjue yeyote katika Waislamu ambaye atakufa ati kwa ajili ya amekosa dawa, ama atakufa kwa ajili ya amekosa maji, ama atataabika kwa ajili ya amekosa barabara, na hiyo hali ikamtatiza mpaka akakufa, na wewe uko juu ya kiti na umeapa na Qur'an, wallahi kesho tayarisha maswali yako mbele ya Allah. Fama aljawabu idha suilna wa rabbuna Allahu shahidun bima fa'alna. Viongozi wamche Allah, waogope Allah. Uongozi unakuja leo na unaondoka. Hii dhulma ambayo mnafanya, hii pesa ya umma ambayo mnaiba, hii mambo ambayo kwamba mnafanya juu ya ardhi, wallahi kuna siku ambayo kwamba hesabu yake itakuwa ni kubwa mbele ya Allah, na hiyo siku muandae na mtayarishe majibu yake.
Mandera County Secretary by the name of Bilo Isaac Hassan has hit the headlines by flaunting a luxurious car in Dubai. Despite receiving 12 billion annually Mandera people are still dying of hunger and thirst. Kenyans, just take a look at how your taxpayers' money is being wasted. It is quite clear that these politicians, these corrupt politicians, are not respecting the voters, are not respecting the Kenyan people.
The people are your employers. They are the ones who make you popular. The money you have, you drive public money. You live on public money. You are popular because of public money. So please, respect the Kenyan people. Do not betray them.
Even the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, is ashamed of the amount of corruption that is taking place in Kenya, to the point where even his own children are holding him accountable. Recently, I've seen on social media and on the news, traffic police officers have been arrested for taking bribes from motorists. Just listen to what Douglas Kanja, Inspector General, had to say.
I'm never happy. Every other time I hear that there is a traffic officer who has been arrested collecting bribes. How do they? Hata nyinyi mnasikia kabaya. Sifurahi mtoto wangu akiniambia, "Ai, umeona hiyo video nimekutumia?" You know. And you see, hawa watoto wananitumia as a matter of urgency. Hey, it's not fair. See, it's not very fair when you see that daddy, umeona hii, unajua hii watu hii wanasema wanaokota pesa walete huko juu. Sasa huko juu waga ni wapi?
Former police officer turned activist Shakur the Cop, he talked about what is done to police officers who defy unlawful orders. How police officers are recruited without undergoing psychological assessments. Kenyans, did you know that some police officers out there are holding and carrying guns every day, but they are mentally incapacitated? These are some of the issues that needs to be addressed. Listen to this.
Sema like nilikuwa na pass message ya makarau wa respect lawful orders. Unajua a cop has a right to decline unlawful order. If me, for example, if I'm told to go and kill someone that I know is innocent, I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to say no.
Why do you think some of these people made this decision to actually take the lives of young people who are just holding a placard and a bottle of water trying to speak?
Yeah, maybe I think maybe kuna wase chuni trigger happy. They think like life ni kama video game. So unapata mse maybe anafurahia, maybe amepewa order, unlawful order. Yeah, vitu kama hizo, alafu maybe unapata maybe, but me according to me like when tulikuwa tunatrainiwa, sikuona place wali test mse brain yake, unaona. So na feel pia unaweza pata tu umepea mse kichwa mbaya bunduki, so yeye ana shoot tu kama ana play video game. Yeah.
I'm talking more about police officers. Machakos governor by the name of Vinya Ndeti, she's using police officers to silence her critics. A millionaire revolutionist by the name of Felix Mambo has fallen for this. He was arrested for holding the governor accountable. Just take a look at this.
Vinya Ndeti, umeamua utakuwa unanipeleka koti kila mwezi juu ya kuambia unaiba, unatesa watu wa Machakos. Mtu si mbali, majenzi utapatana wao na hiyo tuachi wewe viatu twende.
Since when did holding the government accountable and holding politicians accountable, criticizing them for the wrongdoings and the corruption that is happening in this country be wrong? Since when, Kenyans? The Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, he went on to say that government critics should be fair. Just listen to this.
Mimi naomba wakosoaji wa serikali, be fair. Be fair. Be fair. Because, you know, Rais Ruto hakusema hii mambo yote atafanya in a day or in a week. He has a 5-year term. So those questions will come at the right time. Lakini also we don't mind you reminding us what we said, because you are helping us achieve our targets. Kwa sababu sasa once we achieve our targets, I wonder what these characters will say. Sababu sasa hii wanasema hii haijaanza, hii haijakamilika, itakamilika. And then you will have no story.
I'm just wondering, how can government critics be fair, but when they criticize, they end up being abducted, unlawfully arrested, killed, tortured, and disappearing without a trace. How can they be fair? Mr. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, tell us in the comments down below.
Mambo ya abductions katika Kenya yetu ya watoto iishe. Na abductions doesn't matter whether you are in Kenya Kwanza or in Azimio or in which party. Mambo ya kushika watoto wetu kwa barabara bila kujua anapelekwa wapi iishe.
Japhet Mayora Isaboke, who is Kilgoris Principal Prosecution Counsel, he was caught on live camera Kenyans receiving bribes. Like it seems like these people, they don't understand why we are fighting for better governance and a better future for this country. They really don't understand. They're still taking part in corruption on a daily basis. Kenyans, everything that is hidden shall come to light. Take a look at this.
So that you also no, nilitaka huyu madam aliniambia the moment DPP anapeana tunakwambia ni sawa peana
the 20
Sources have revealed that the former IEBC chair, Wafula Chebukati, has been declared clinically dead and most of his organs are no longer functioning. And his family has been asked to make a decision on whether to switch off the life-supporting machines. Listen to what Dr. Bombi Seraki had to say about this.
Have you seen what's happened to Wafula Chebukati, where the head of IEBC, they're saying he's either already checked out or he's like on life support. Barely 48 hours after Baba lost the African Union chair election. Isn't that just a little? And you know, now with everything that's being revealed about USAID supporting Boko Haram and all these guys, there's also these rumors and allegations going around that the Alphabet Boys are the ones who actually installed Nabi, and that's why even Akina Maggie Dearest were defending him literally, even in the face of everything he was doing.
We all know that the IEBC, that is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, has been corrupt, especially during election season. And currently many Kenyans, many young Kenyans, the Gen Zs, want to vote in the coming elections, but they're being frustrated. And how are they being frustrated? Just take a look at this.
Nimetoka kwa ofisi za IEBC na wananiambia siwezi kuwa registered as a voter juu hakuna commissioners. Nyie muone kama kuko na shida. Process yenye inafaa kuwa continuous according to Article 82 Clause 1C of the Constitution. Hiyo process haifanyiki sahi. Hamuoni kama kuko na shida.
Despite them frustrating the Gen Zs, they should know one thing about the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are fearless, unshakable, unstoppable, unbogable. Like the Gen Zs are the future. They are already the future of this country. And the Gen Zs have the power to rise their own presidential candidate. Listen to what Anthony Samba had to say.
Wana underestimate watu wanaitwa Gen Z. Ndio. Wana underestimate kabisa. Ndio. Tutaona the true character ya Gen Z baada ya IBC commissioners kuselektiwa.
So you wanted to seek Gen Z katika Kenya office pale vile?
Hakukuwa na Gen Z pale. Pale ni vigogo tu, watu wenye wamekuwa kwa siasa miaka sijui tangu tukue primary school.
No, nakuuliza. Tayari that formation. Huo ni muungano tayari?
Hiyo si information ya
watu washabonga. No.
Hiyo ni formation ya wale status quo.
Hivyo ndio itakuwa.
Hiyo ni formation ya status quo. Kutakuwa na third force. Ndio nakwambia. Hii third force, Gen Z wanaweza toa hata presidential candidate wao.
Alright.
Na waseme ni Mwashumbe candidate wetu, tunaenda naye mpaka mwisho. Kwa sababu kumbuka yale maneno ambayo Gen Z wali raise hayajakuwa addressed to date. Watu bado ni kama wamewaneglect, wamewaignore. Wanasema vijana hawana mwelekeo, hawana msingi ya kikabila, hawana political base. Political base yao ni zile ideology ambazo walijaribu kuleta wakati ya protest.
Okay.
Usijaribu kuunderestimate nguvu ya vijana ambao wako frustrated, hawana kazi.
So dear government of Kenya, do not underestimate the power of the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are here to stay, and the Gen Zs are patiently waiting for 2027 elections. And let me tell you, they are going to drain the swamp.
May I never hear another boomer
talk about, oh, your generation, oh, Gen Zs, mnakuanga tu kichwa ngumu. Because when you're celebrating the finance bill being rejected, understand it's the Gen Zs that were on the streets and some of the reformed millennials who know better. But it was never the boomers, because the boomers were sitting at home waiting for fate to take over because they have no backbone or no spine. So never say that Gen Zs do not stand for anything or that we're just impatient people. We know our worth. Never forget that.
And the question of the day is, are the voters sometimes wrong? Were the voters wrong for giving us William Ruto as the president? Listen to what a former Raila Odinga supporter, Fanya Mambo Kinuthia, had to say about this.
If you think the voter is never wrong, they gave us William Ruto for president. Now you know that voters are wrong. We even had a pastor on that ballot called Mwaure. I wish they even voted for him. So all I'm saying, there was a time when Mother Karua...
Or we even had Wajakoya.
Even Wajakoya, afadhali hata tungekuwa tunauza hizo vitu za fisi. So Mother Karua had vied at some point, and I hear she's vying right now.
Yeah, she said she won't deputize anyone.
Yes, and she's had a good track record. She's one person I am yet to hear scandals. Will Kenyans vote for her? So that's why I tell you many times, Kenyans are wrong.
So we stop, voters, please stop being emotional and get yourself to vote with the brain, not the heart, yeah? Because the heart is emotion.
Kenyans, are you not tired with the daily corruption that is taking place in the Republic of Kenya? Are you not tired? Even banks have had to play some dirty games. Imagine working hard for years, saving money for future investments. Then one day you decide to go and check your bank account balance and you find there's nothing, 0 shillings, and the bank tells you that there is no money. What will you do? Just listen to this.
Hiko maajabu inafanyika Kenya. Sijui ni mimi peke yangu ama watu wote. Nilifanya kazi kwa bidii. Nimetafuta pesa yangu. Nimeweka pesa kwa bank. Maajabu, nimeenda kwa bank mara 4. Wananiambia mimi hakuna pesa. At bank hawana cash. Jamani, kunaendelea nini? Tangu nisaliwe sijawahi kusikia bank wamekosa pesa. Juzi ndio nimeenda sasa kutafuta pesa yangu, naambiwa bank hawana pesa. Sitaki kutaja ni benki gani hiyo. Na wameniambia bank hawana pesa. Maajabu si maajabu hiyo. Sijui nipeleke bank kotini, sijui nifanye nini, kwa sababu pesa yangu nilifanya ni jasho yangu nimeweka kwa bank. Ninataka hiyo pesa kutumia, naambiwa bank haina pesa. Sijui nitafanyaje.
And that's not all Kenyans. Even some banks have threatened to auction the affordable houses that have already been sold to Kenyans. And I'm just asking myself, is this really affordable housing in Kenya? Just take a look.
A local bank has threatened to auction the Pangani affordable housing project, where some Kenyans have already bought units. And you probably have seen a project that is being constructed that is known as Jevanji Estate, what used to be county houses there. But the land was later taken over by a developer for purposes of building affordable houses, where construction is currently ongoing. Now, there's a dilemma because once the developer started building the new houses, the title of the 8.9 acre piece of land was transferred to a special purpose vehicle where the developer would own the majority share and the Nairobi County government will get a 20% valuation. The developer was even allowed to take a loan against that piece of land. You know, it's public land, because he needed the money to build the houses, which were then to be sold to Kenyans at a later time. He got a loan from a local bank that was about 1.9 billion. The land was valued at about 1.8 billion. And now the developer has defaulted on that loan. And the Nairobi County government now is claiming that the land, which originally belonged to the county, was greatly undervalued. That is to say, if you take 1.8 billion by about 8.9 acres, you will say each acre was being valued at about 200 million. These houses were under the affordable housing program by the government, but the bank says if the developer does not pay up, they'll have to auction the entire project to recover their money because the collateral given to them is the title deed of the land. And even if the county is disputing the process, the title is already held as collateral for this piece of land. There are also other issues where there are claims that the developer is already using the piece of land for other activities unrelated to the affordable housing project.
To be honest, Kenyans, we cannot continue to be ruled like this by sick people, mad people, liars, thieves, and criminals. Like, enough is enough. Just take a look at how a fearless activist by the name of Julius Kamau injecting.
We cannot continue to be ruled like this. Being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals. These are the people who are in power in Kenya, in Africa. That is the situation we are living in. That is kind of life we are living in. That's why people are dying and nobody cares. Poor people are suffering, nobody cares. So I don't know what's the role of the government. I don't know. I want to know today, what's the role of the government? To protect the people or to kill the people? Or to make the people suffer? I think we have failed our people. The government has failed, everybody has failed. We have also failed ourselves. I don't know, my concerns will not allow me to keep silent. And at any time, at any moment. I don't know whether this is going to come up anywhere, but we must have this debate. We must have this conversation. We cannot continue living in fear. I see a lot of fear in this country, a lot of fear in the courts. Just yesterday we saw a magistrate who was shot by a police officer. I want to speak, my dear friends. I want to speak because when you try to tell me to keep silent, my heart is burning. You know, it's burning because of this country. Because for 60 years we have been living like we are not human beings, like we are half human beings. We are considered like children of a lesser God. Now, this cannot continue. It cannot continue in any way. We are ruled by a minority that does not care for the interests of the majority. Politicians are liars and thieves.
As injustices, crime, and corruption is taking place in the country, your politicians, who you voted for, are busy having a good time. Take a look at these members of parliament playing in Naivasha.
Umedanganywa na Gen Z.
Unaruka hiyo hiyo ulikuwa umeweka kitu.
The Kenyan people are being frustrated each and every day, to the point even where comedians have also decided to use their platforms and their voices to speak out and be vocal. Just take a look.
I'm actually very excited because Ruto got haircut in Isiolo. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. Do you know how shitty of a person you have to be haircut by people in Isiolo? Like, people in Isiolo still think Kibaki is the president, but they know Ruto must go. Like, how bad can you be as a person? You know, like, what do you know about Isiolo, sir? Exactly, but they know.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We cannot continue to be ruled like this. Being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals.
from Kenyan churches under threat.
Waafisa wa polisi wanakuja kuangalia watu wakihubiri.
To Gen Z say no to Kindiki.
Supervise vijana wakiabductiwa, wengine wakiuriwa.
Is the deputy president post irrelevant?
Now with the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua, the post of deputy president has been watered down.
10-year-old Clinton with a golden voice.
Walikuwa nenda kutetea haki yao, lakini wako ukatuma na mapolisi wapiga marisasi.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. In Kiambu County, in Kenya, preachers and church goers are being harassed. Like even in church, there's no peace. Preachers and church goers are being asked like, what did you talk about? What did you preach about? Even to the point that even police officers are going to monitor churches and what they're talking about, even preaching. Just listen to some of the preachers from Kiambu County had to say about this.
Hata wanakuja wanaketi kule nyuma watu ambao tuwajui na tukawaambia waweze kusema majina yao hawasemi. Baadaye wanatoka nje na kuanza kuuliza washirika hao watu ambao walikuwa wamekuja huku mlikuwa mmewaita kwa nini?
Yaani tunasema kama sasa chief anapatikana akichukua nafasi kutaka kujua kanisa ilisomwa nini. Hawa wabunge pia wanataka, kama wewe ni mbunge wa area ile watu wamekuja, unapiga simu unataka kujua pastor fulani alikuwa anazungumza nini, kwa nini watu fulani walikuja kwa kanisa hii. Sasa inaonyesha ni kanisa ni kama mlango wa kanisa umefungwa na serikali, wao ndio wataamuru watu watakaye kuja kanisani.
Tunapokuona waafisa wa polisi wanakuja kuangalia watu wakihubiri wala kile tunahubiri kifire kiko, tunaona hiyo ni jambo ya kufinyiria watumishi. Kwa sababu kama sisi watumishi tunafunza na tunahubiri na neno kulingana na ile neno Mungu aliweka ndani ya mtumishi. Hatuwekagi kuhubiri kenye kimeandikwa mahali.
Tumesema tunajuta sababu tunajiuliza ni kwa nini hatukufikiria ati baada ya kufanya vile tulifanya kutakuwa na mambo ya kutufuata nyuma kuona kama tulitenda dhambi. Sisi tulijua tunamweka pale rais wetu sababu pia yeye ni mtumishi wa Mungu na ni mmoja wa kanisa.
Currently in Kenya, all generations are awake. Generation zote. Everybody is speaking up against the corrupt government. Everybody is speaking up against the corrupt regime. Take a look at this video of a 10-year-old Kenyan Gen Alpha called Clinton who raised his voice and spoke up. Just listen to this.
Nataka kusema wewe Ruto mwenye uko State House, ulifanya Wakenya sana vibaya, ukawapiga marisasi huko bunge. Walikuwa nenda kutetea haki yao, lakini wewe ukatuma na mapolisi wapiga marisasi. Ruto utaanguka pamoja na Kindiki. Leo umeenda ukasherehekea mpaka nikakuona mnasherehekea huko Kwale. Kwambia utashukishwa kwa hiyo kiti. Right on time.
At the state that murdered him. Anytime the state comes out to kill another young people, we will raise Rex Masai's flag higher. This Jacaranda ground sits just next to Kayole here. Kayole is the crime scene where the state, every time the states want to kill a young man, they come here in Kayole.
And speaking of all generations, take a look at this video of elders from the South Rift who are questioning the current government, the current regime about their leadership. And many of them are speaking in pain. Just listen to this.
Kenyita inone ki yukase kele kachut lagok keberber akobir kot kaptirio kobir menjo komi torusie kani amase bit kebirte Sibarongero ore chingele kwa ime mure nikono. Nikaste. Ako to mati kurwa isya gile. Nakiba logochu ako ker ko taptumi. Ako tando icho nikakiche gilian mami nakiwa tumen bichu. Ngone makiyatita. Kole nakikobwa logo kagonyo ko yitita ko ker tumi. Kilione kiyoene.
So Kenyans, let us just be honest. In the coming elections in 2027, do you prefer voting for somebody who talks about God all the time, somebody who praises the Lord all the time, or do you prefer voting for a drunkard? Take a look at what this Gen Z had to say about it.
Njoo ni kuonyesha Kenya Mureu alifanya. Mureu aliweka rami mpaka kwenye akufai kuwa. Hebu niambie ni hapa unaona gari gani hapa? Mureu aliweka hii yote. Wabiriani. Na si hii peke yake. Mpaka akachimba mpaka nini zinaitwa drainage. Huyo ni Mureu, mwenye mlikuwa mnaita Mureu. Acha sasa mnasema Gachagua. Hata mmutoe. Huyo mchungaji huyo hakuna mahali atawapeleka. Huyo mchungaji wenyewe hakuna mahali atawapeleka. Kabla muone barabara kama hii Eldoret yenye itumiki.
So the question is, will you choose a drunkard or a church goer? Tell us in the comments down below, and also tell us why.
Huyo mchungaji wenyewe hakuna mahali atawapeleka. Kabla muone barabara kama hii Eldoret yenye itumiki.
Did you know that in Kenya we have the highest number of young people? That is the Gen Zs and the millennials. And did you know that if they decide to vote today, they can remove all the corrupt politicians, they can remove everybody in the government and put new leaders, new faces, new names. Just listen to this.
Now, with the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua, the post of deputy president has been watered down, has been diluted, has become useless and irrelevant politically. There is no group of voters who intend to vote as a bloc who should negotiate for the post of deputy president. Gen Zs are 18.3 million, millennials are 12.1 million. So if they decide to vote as a bloc, they can easily have their own presidential candidate. But they should not negotiate for a deputy president post, because if we have a deputy president who is Gen Z, they will be a deputy president for 2 hours and then they will be impeached and they will put whoever they want. Mount Kenya should also not negotiate, ever in their lives negotiate for the post of deputy president. Kenya was better off when Mount Kenya was in the opposition for 24 years and we had Kibaki and Matiba as the opposition at whichever times they were. And a lot was achieved at that time within those 24 years as opposition, getting multipartyism, a new constitution, all those things happened during those 24 years when we had an effective opposition. As opposed to having a deputy president position that is redundant, that is not bringing us anything. An effective and strong opposition is better than the post of a deputy president any day, any day.
So it is high time for the young people of Kenya to have their leaders. Why not? We can have a young president, young deputy president, young MPs, young senators, MCAs, you name it.
Gen Zs are 18.3 million, millennials are 12.1 million. So if they decide to vote as a bloc, they can easily have their own presidential candidate.
In Eldoret town, things were boiling nicely. Take a look at this video of these comrades who decided to inject, and they injected without fear of contradiction. Just listen to this.
Thank you. I'm clarifying something. It was a comment, so it's like 1 minute, okay? Thank you. Number one, you see these comrades are very angry, and they told you very early in the morning. So these people, they need facilitation and refreshments such that they get energy to inject and reject what they don't deserve. The second thing is leadership. You see, student leadership in UDA, they are taking puppets and then they brand them the leadership of comrades from all campuses only to users. We will not allow that one. Then on the other thing, you've had several comrades who are here are from Moi University. And Moi University, we have not learned for now like 2 months. And these people, I want them to use the same speed they use in impeaching the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua to solve the issues of Moi University. We will not allow that one. We will not allow that one. Then on the last thing, the new funding model, Mr. Professor. You say you are in the presidential advisory team. The president on the new funding model, can you tell these comrades that a student studying education who is going to earn 35 to 40,000 is going to have a whooping loan of up to $500,000, earning 30,000 and a loan of $500,000? Are you going to pay the fees? Are you even going to survive? Are you going to build a home for your family? Are you going to change your life? Bwana, it is time to reject this thing. We are not comfortable.
Amazing, amazing. As you can see, this guy decided to inject. And let me tell you guys, like, it doesn't matter which politicians or political party you support. If you see wrong, don't fear to inject. When you see wrong, say it is wrong. It's as simple as that.
You see, student leadership in UDA, they are taking puppets and then they brand them the leadership of comrades from all campuses only to users. We will not allow that one.
As you all know, President William Ruto has endorsed and wants Kithure Kindiki to become the next deputy president after impeaching Rigathi Gachagua. But the Gen Zs, millennials, and all Kenyans, Generation Zote, Gen Zote, people are not agreeing with the president. Nobody wants Kithure Kindiki to become the next deputy president. Just listen to what this Gen Z had to say about this.
Tumeumia tena zaidi kwa sababu wameappoint Kithure Kindiki ambaye ni alikuwa CS of Interior Security, alisupervise vijana wakiabductiwa, wengine wakiuriwa, na the president hana guts za kumappoint kama the next deputy president of Kenya. Hatujafurahia, though we respect his decision kama kiongozi wa nchi. Sisi kama vijana wa Nakuru hatujafurahia na vijana wa nchi. In fact, the president sasa amedhihirisha kwamba he is the one-term president.
As you all know, Kithure Kindiki was in charge when Gen Zs and millennials and Kenyans were being abducted and being killed. So why should he become the deputy president?
Kithure Kindiki ambaye ni alikuwa CS of Interior Security, alisupervise vijana wakiabductiwa, wengine wakiuriwa, na the president hana guts za kumappoint kama the next deputy president of Kenya.
I am shook. So I've just learned people developed an app overnight. Imagine. App ya, do you know to do what? To give updates. Kwenye makarao wako, kwenye tiagas ziko, kwenye watu nalipuliwa zaidi. Kama ukitoki, like unaingia hapo, unaongea na wase, unawaambia the safe areas, the safe place, kwenye mtapitia. Kama saizi, the app has said tusipitie kwa lami. Ndio lami, tunapitia huku ndani. Even inside the Naivas, 5-8. The unity is crazy. Like the creativity pia. Mulifikiria kutengeneza app and it's working overnight. Wow. This is so nice. This is so nice. This is a revolution, guys. A revolution aided by technology. I'm so happy to be a Gen Z.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Marara Kebaso injecting,
Uhuru Kenyatta na Matiang'i should not come close to the State House.
Okay. To Sudan's RSF parallel government set up in Kenya.
What we want, just when we want it, right now.
What is period poverty?
What is period poverty?
Oscar Sudi at the wrong place.
We are coming for you.
We have forgotten, and Kenyans should stop being forgetful. Okay. That we lost 24.6 billion shillings.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of Day, and my name is Elvis Dairy. Kenyans, what is the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces? This is a paramilitary force formerly operated by the government of Sudan, and the Kenyan people are very worried and very concerned. After this force, they met at Nairobi's KCC to launch a parallel government.
A diplomatic row is brewing between Kenya, the US, and Sudan. Why, you may ask? So Kenya has today opened the doors of one of its most iconic installations, the Kenyatta International Conference Center, to the Hamdan Dagalo-led Rapid Support Forces and other allied forces who are going to sign the Sudan Founding Charter, which essentially will form a parallel government. They are calling it a peace and unity government. So why are people saying this is a serious diplomatic mistake from Kenya? And why is Washington not going to be so amused by this move by the Kenya government? So this guy, Hamdan Dagalo, is currently sanctioned by the US government. Why? The Rapid Support Forces which he leads are accused of committing serious war crimes amounting to genocide in Sudan. And last year, the Kenyan government cancelled a press briefing they were set to hold at the last minute after Washington released a statement regarding those sanctions. And then, of course, in January, President William Ruto met Sudan's foreign minister and assured that foreign minister that they were not going to allow the Rapid Support Forces to form a parallel government from Nairobi. But now, here we are. The crowd is already gathering at the KICC. An invitation has already been sent to media houses, and it is more than clear that that parallel government is going to be formed in Nairobi. So what's changed, you may ask? The Sudan conflict and Kenya's involvement in it is said to have been a serious thorny issue, especially during the AUC election campaigns. And now that that is in the past, the Kenyan government seems to have nothing to lose. And some people argue that that could be the main reason why Kenya has now opened its doors to the RSF and the formation of that peace and unity government by those allied forces in Sudan. What do you think about this move from the Kenyan government?
How can a rebel force enter the Kenyan territory and launch and form a parallel government? This is very worrisome. Let's listen to what Dr. Mumbi Saraki had to say about this.
Kenyans are shocked to see Nabi allow a rebel nene from Sudan, RSF, to actually come to KICC and set up a parallel government. And guess what? The Alphabet Boys knew about this a month ago. This is probably one of the reasons why Baba was rejected. Another reason why Baba was rejected. But I'm telling you, family, Nabi isn't just operating on his own. He's under someone. And I actually think Meggie is his handler, and the Alphabet Boys who installed him into power are the ones giving him instructions, because then they're being chased away. They're trying to find strongholds. Don't you remember Meggie bringing the arms dealer from the divided states and stuff, and they took pictures? You don't think all of this is connected?
Just take a look at some of these scenes that took place at Nairobi KCC building. Election season is around the corner, just a year and a few months, and many Kenyans want new faces in the coming government. So, who do you think will be worthy to be given the keys to State House after the next elections? Listen to this.
Nilikuwa naendelea kuzungumzia mambo ya Uhuru Kenyatta na ni kwa nini Uhuru Kenyatta na Matiang'i should not come close to the State House.
Okay, why?
Nikakwambia kuhusu NYS. Kwamba tuliambiwa kwamba ni 1.9 billion ilipotea lakini ilikuwa zaidi ya bilioni 20. We have forgotten, and Kenyans should stop being forgetful, that we lost 24.6 billion shillings kwa mradi wa laptops za watoto. Saa hizi hakuna mtoto wa primary ama lower primary ambaye ako na laptop. Yet we lost 24.6 billion. We should not forget that under Uhuru Kenyatta, 1.9 billion shillings ililipwa under the NCPB, National Cereals and Produce Board, to fake farmers that were not existing. We should not forget that we lost, what is on the report is that we lost 2 billion for BBI, Building Bridges Initiative. But actually, we lost more than 10 billion. Kumbuka kwamba MCAs Kenya mzima walipewa grant ya kununua gari ya milioni 2. Can you imagine 2,200 MCAs? Everybody received 2 million shillings. That's more than 4.5 billion.
Kenyans, do you think these politicians should take a pay cut? Like they're being paid high amounts of money, but yet there's no evidence of them working for the people. But corruption is the order of the day. Listen to this.
What do members of parliament do to deserve a salary of 700,000? Surely. What do the members of county assembly do to deserve a salary of 160-something thousand Kenya shillings? Members of parliament don't go to those houses. They don't speak. Members of county assembly don't go to the county assemblies. They don't even feel it. They don't speak. Some of them can't even read and write. They're very empty at head. In fact, the National Assembly and some of the county assemblies are where you find some of the most uneducated idiots who can't even articulate issues. They can't even discuss issues affecting the common citizens that they purport to be leading. In fact, if doctors, teachers, and police officers are being paid what they're being paid, then all these politicians should take a pay cut. No member of parliament deserves to get anything above 350,000. No member of county assembly deserves to get anything above 100,000. If we do this, it will be a very good lesson for all those willing to join politics in the future to know that you go there to work for people, service for people, not to balloon your stomachs and live a very lavish lifestyle on Kenyan taxes.
And talking about uneducated idiots, Kenyans, take a look at this video of Honorable Oscar Sudi swearing in.
I, Oscar Kipchumba Sudi, having been elected a member of National Assembly, do swear in the name of the mighty God that I will bear truly faith, discharge the people alleged to the faithful, alleged to the people and public of Kenya. I will obey, respect, uphold, serve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and I will faithfully, consistently discharge the duties of member of Parliament. So help me God.
So many vijana muongeze pia bidii.
By the way, that is the last time that Oscar Sudi spoke in Parliament. He even went to class to study, but yet he couldn't understand and get anything.
We say neither nor. Interested nor willing to participate. Can we read together, class? He is neither interested nor willing to participate. Can we read together again? He is neither interested nor willing to participate.
As we continue, I want to show you guys a rare video of Oscar Sudi back in the days when he's still a young boy in school. Take a look.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Jokes aside, our public schools are in a mess, in a serious mess, Kenyans. In Kiambaa constituency, Muchata Primary School is in a sad state. Like I'm just wondering, how can our children, our own Kenyan children, learn in such an environment? Just take a look.
I'm still in Muchata Primary. Hizi ndo choo.
za Moshadha Primary. Ndio hizi hapa. Si wanasema kila kitu ni uongo. Wanapaka rangi darasa moja, wanapost kila mahali. Ati viroronekana. What is this? What is this? We are in 20th century. Kazi ya Kawanjiko ni kwenda kwa parliament kusema yes, kupigwa picha na Ruto na Raila ndio wapate vitu za kupost TikTok, lakini hakuna kazi amefanya. Akipaka class moja rangi inapostiwa kwa group zote Kenya mzima. Na bloggers. MP ameinvest with bloggers. Sio kufanyia watu kazi. Ameinvest with bloggers. This is Moshadha Primary toilets, my friends. Na tukiongea wanasema ati tunatukana, sijui tunaonea Kawanjiko, sijui nini. What is this? Watoto wetu wanaenda kwa hizi choo. You can imagine. You can imagine. Na yeye kazi yake ni kupigwa picha na Ruto. Now and then. He's royal to Ruto. Wako na pesa, wako na president, wako na pesa. This is the situation in Moshadha Primary. Sijui kama watazi demolish leo ndio watu wasikuje kuziona. But this is the situation in Moshadha Primary.
What a sad state of affair. I really weep for my country, Kenya. Like Kenya and the Kenyan people and our children, they deserve better than this. Just take a look at this video of this road in a very shameful and in a very poor condition.
This is one of grassroots data collection of Kia Mtata PEC committee, and we came to the Magadi ward. And guys, this is a road. This is a road. You see this? This is a road. And one of the biggest problem in this area is roads. Every person talk about roads. So many people have died being taken to hospital. There's no hospital on this side. So imagine someone being transported from this side. This is flooded. Many people have died because they have no roads. This is actually Kajiado West, Guruman area. This constituency in Kajiado County, no roads, guys. This is a road. This is a road. Children going to school, pregnant mothers have died. This side is no hospital. The hospital was washed away, so they are supposed to be taken to hospital way far, and there's totally no roads. This is Kenya, guys. This is Kenya. This is a road in Kenya, Kajiado County. We are in a serious problem. We need to do something as the people of Kenya, especially for the Maasai community.
These politicians are no longer hiding corruption anymore. Like they're just doing it in the open space, in the open air for the world and the people to see. That even foreigners who are coming to Kenya, they're trolling our country. Kenyans have filed a petition in court challenging President William Ruto's mental fitness, citing excessive lies and leadership failures. They have requested Chief Justice Martha Koome to establish a bench to assess President William Ruto's mental fitness. Just take a look.
He's mentally sick.
He's completely out of touch with reality.
Who knows a person who has lied 50 times? Forget 5,000. 50 times. Does anybody know mtu amekudanganya mara 50? Ruto ako na 5,000. Huyo jamaa ni mgonjwa.
Yaani kila siku.
Kila siku. Tuko na Germany, tuko na Swimming Lions, tuko na Parliament of Bamboo. This guy is...
Tuko na people who are not abducted.
People are not abducted. Kindiki anatuambia there was gunshot that came from the police, but we cannot tell whether the killing was a result of that.
These people are not even trying now. They are just telling blatant lies. Walishika jamaa wa Kwari in a record 24 hours. Record 24 hours. Didmas Baraza aliua mtu, in fact ilikuwa kwa news. Yeye hawajui kwenye yako, hawajawahi ona hiyo kesi yake, hata hawajawahi mpata.
Ladies, since when did having periods become shameful? Is it not a sign of fertility? Like, I think it's high time for to ban all NGOs that are in Kenya and save our girls, our women from humiliation. Gloria Orba, she went on to erect a billboard humiliating and shaming our girls, our women. Just take a look.
Look at this. What is period poverty? Kuna vitu zingine za ujinga tunafanya hii country. What is period poverty? What do you mean? Cheesy?
Do you remember that day when Gloria Orba, she went to parliament during her periods? Like, where did we fail as the voters? Just take a look.
So having period is never a crime. How to handle those periods is where we begin to differ.
A woman on her period caused quite a stir in the Kenyan parliament because she wasn't wearing this. I am talking of Gloria Orboba, a senator in Kenya who has been criticized by other MPs, including women senators, for showing up to the parliament in her blood-stained pants. And for this, she was asked to leave the floor.
Indeed, if you read the Bible and even the Quran, if a woman is going through her periods, they're not even allowed to touch the Bible or the Quran. So you cannot say that being discriminated against. So Senator Gloria, I sympathize with you that you're going through the natural act of menstruation. You have stained your wonderful suit. I'm not asking you to leave because you're out of order, but I'm asking you to leave so that you go change and come back with a cloth that is not stained.
Kenyans, what kind of politicians did you vote for? Like, seriously? Mutahi Kagwe went on to send a strong message to President William Ruto and Raila Odinga, telling them not to take their positions so strongly. It is just temporary. Listen to this.
Never take your position, the position that you hold, so strongly that if you do not have that position, then you are nothing. The position you hold is just a position. Whether you are the president, member of parliament, a big person on the judiciary, is just a position. The final day will be you alone and you without a position. If we can be like Judy, who did so many things yet remained so humble. It's amazing. For me, it's just amazing. When I heard people talk about her and I just thought about her as my daughter, it's absolutely amazing. I can see Judy doing this. I can see Judy getting up there and wondering whether there might be a few people in hell who have been taken there by mistake and are wanting to take those cases for them instantly and immediately.
Nairobi's Governor Sakaja was asked a very simple question: what he thinks about the anger directed towards the government, and this is how he answered this question.
What are your thoughts on the current political anger directed towards the government?
My thoughts is the expression of anger by the public should not be ignored. We should listen. Government should listen at all levels, national government, county government. We should not look for excuses and say that this is driven politically or it is funded or whatnot, because where there is smoke, there is fire. People have great expectations, and you can look at it positively or negatively. For me, whenever there's, and I get a lot of it, I try to see what is the source of it, what can I do about it as a governor. And so let us not also react with anger towards Kenyans. Let's not speak with arrogance and pride. It never works. It never works. So I mean, let's have our ear on the ground, and you will see it changing because people are genuine. I believe Kenyans are honest people. They can and they're not fools. You know, they can know when what you're saying is correct or when it is not.
Our entertainment industry, the music industry, is in total shambles. A former MCA and a musician in Bungoma County complains of how musicians are being mistreated in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say.
Tulikosea wapi Ruto? President. Sisi kama wasanii tulikosea wapi? Wacha nitoe tu nguo. Mnione uchi yangu, mnione uchi. Yaani president. Mtu anaitwa Ezekiel Mutua anatumia judiciary. Ana manipulate judiciary kutumaliza sisi wanamuziki. Tamu ya watu kukaa kwa ofisi iliisha. Tukasema tuende uchaguzi wakakataa. Saa hii wameenda kotini, kuna mtu anaitwa Njoki Mwangi. Amesema tuende kwa ofisi kama interim board. Saa hii tena amerudi amesema hapana. Hapana wasiingie. Tunafanya nini? Tunacheza mchezo drama ya nini? Sisi wanamuziki tulikosea nini? Mungu Baba, tulikosea wapi? Yani sisi tulikosea wapi Mungu Baba tusamee. Wanamuziki tulikosea wapi Mungu? Ewe Baba, wajua sababu kwa nini tuyapitie haya. Mungu Baba, we wajua sababu kwa nini tuyapitie. Yani niulize, mtu anaitwa Ezekiel Mutua na mtu anaitwa Kubasu Law Firm.
To be honest, Kenya needs to be restarted. We need to start afresh as a country. We need a new government that will serve the people of Kenya with integrity. Just listen to how this man of God injected.
Speak truth to power. If some things are wrong, they are wrong. Abductions are real. We have a leadership that has become very unresponsive, very defensive on their position and whatever they want to do. When you see a father going to court, coming all the way from Embu, coming to court with the hope that they will produce his son, even if in chains, at least you will have seen his son. And then the father, of course, the son doesn't show up. And the father is so broken, cries in front of the whole world like a baby, saying, I just want to see my son. That should prick our conscience, friends. These things are real. So it upsets some of us when you hear a whole elected politician claiming that there's nothing like abductions in this country. In fact, suggesting that, oh no, maybe some of those young people are somewhere in an Airbnb hanging out with their lovers, and then after a few days they will come out and then tell us that they were abducted. How irresponsible can we be? Agencies? This journey that you began last year cannot stop now. It must stop at the ballot box.
Tunajua kuna zingine pia tukiangalia tu kweli. Hii nchi yetu pia iko pabaya, kusema tu kweli. Tunaumia sote, sisi wananchi na nyinyi pia kama mapolisi. Kila mtu. Shida ikitushika, hakuna njia ya generali, hakuna njia ya polisi, si ndio? Tukiumia tunaumia wote. And remember that if we have good leadership, tukiwa na nini nzuri, nchi nzuri, wote tutakuwa mahali poa. Ya? Wazazi wetu wote wanalia huko nyumbani, hawawezi enda usiku, wote wanaumia. Wakikufa hata sisi wetu wanakufa. Hii ndio mlipiga kura. Hakuna mtu asikii vizuri. Naona.
Kwanza siku wa Kenya wangeambilika. Sisi ndio mlipiga kura. Sisi we don't even vote, tunawachunga. Mnatuingiza kwa noma na
ni sawa, but sasa hata ukiangalia
nikichunga kura. Umeingiza huyo mudi. Sasa mnamgeuka sasa. What are we supposed to do? Ni kama hapa akikuja hapa. Hapa ni kunyamba kila siku, atanyamba sana. Yako na gari yake. Sisi hatujui hiyo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We have forgotten, and Kenyans should stop being forgetful, that we lost 24.6 billion shillings.
From Morara Kebaso angry.
The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe.
To Mzungu injecting.
The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey.
Have you paid rent? I beg your pardon.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there.
Anguka na.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Before I start today's episode, just watch this video.
Mmependa hii barabara? Mmependa? Afande mmependa? Acha niulize afande swali. Afande umeongeza mshahara kweli? Umeongeza mshahara kweli? Naona venye barabara inakaa na anatenga. Afande.
While I was watching this video, I was very speechless. Like, just look at how that road is poorly managed. But yet, millions and billions is disappearing every day. Every day, Kenyans. Every single day. In Embakasi East, the residents decided to inject. William Ruto went to visit them and talk to them, but the residents couldn't want to hear anything from him. Just see and hear how the residents were injecting. Viva comrades, viva! Take a look.
Wewe nyumbani. Anahinga yuko hapa na tumekubaliana vijana 18,000 saizi, lakini tutaongeza vijana mpaka wafike vijana 1000. Ruto ongo.
I almost took a wank while watching this video. Like, people are injecting everywhere. People are pushing to end bad governance in this country. Amazing. Karen Nyamu, a Kenyan politician, she was kicked out of her house after she failed to pay the rent. Just take a look. These are the same politicians who will be flaunting on us online how they're living lavish lives, how they're living very expensive lives. But even if you go to their constituencies, they're not doing anything for the people. But yet, they cannot afford to pay their rent.
My lord, I wonder. Yeah? My lord, I wonder. Yeah?
Inject party leader Morara Kebaso Sr., who is also known for his Vampire Diaries episodes. But he was shocked that some people are watching his Vampire Diaries is just like another movie. And people are not actually, some people, not everybody, but some people are not taking it seriously. Like, just watch what Morara Kebaso had to say about this.
Why do you watch the Vampire Diaries? Is it an entertainment joint? You don't watch the Vampire Diaries for entertainment. The Vampire Diaries is to provoke you to take action about your nation. It is to provoke you to think of change and think of a better Kenya. The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe. Mbona hawajawaonea huruma? Kwa nini hawajasema mimi ni governor wa hii county, mimi ni Mkikuyu kama hao Wakikuyu wenye naongoza sitawaibia? Why?
While billions, taxpayers' money is being stolen, disappearing every day in front of our eyes, Visoi Ward residents were also met with another rude disappointment, where the governor launched dry taps.
7 kilometers. Alafu nakuja 7 kilometers na maji. Tutabaki hiyo nayo ikakuja kama kilomita ngapi? Kama 3 sasa ndio hapa. Sasa unafungua kwako nyumbani. Hebu tufungue na wewe.
Ewe Mungu usituache sisi peke yetu, watu maskini hatuna nguvu. Mungu simama na sisi.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Visoi ward residents have been scammed.
Ewe Mungu usituache sisi peke yetu, watu maskini hatuna nguvu. Mungu simama na sisi.
So Kenyans, I have a very specific question for you. Do you think that if funds were properly managed in Kenya, that Kenya would eliminate the need of external borrowing? The Treasury CS, John Buddy, said that 2 billion shillings is being lost every day to daily theft, to daily public funds theft. Just take a look.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there. Because when we invest it in Kenya, it will be more visible. You also bring money from Tanzania, some of it by road, na magari. Mnapitia, mnakuja hapa Kenya, you start constructing buildings around here. That is what we do. So, if we are stealing 2 billion per day, assuming we reduce the theft, we don't want to stop it, we just say, okay, if you have been stealing 1,000, please steal only 500 shillings. If you have been stealing 100,000, steal 50,000. If there could be that, I don't know whether to call it conscious decision, but if there could be such a decision, ridiculous as it sounds, we would be saving 1 billion shilling per day, which would accumulate to 365 billion shillings. That is more than the external borrowing.
So is your pressure increasing or decreasing? If your pressure is not increasing, that means that you are definitely cooperating with the criminals. Listen to what this man from Bunge la Wananchi had to say.
Wewe Mheshimiwa Ruto, wewe Mheshimiwa Ruto, nilikupigia kura mimi. Mimi nilikupigia kura mimi, nikiongea kutoka hapa Bunge la Wananchi, mimi binafsi nikajitolea muhanga mimi kupigia kampeni wewe, mimi binafsi nikijua na nikiamini mambo yako na akili zako na misimamo yako na polisi zako. Lakini leo mwisho wa kuisha umetusaliti, unatuletea takataka impeachment zenye haziko kwa agenda yako. Wewe President Ruto, wewe ningetaka kuambia Gachagua mahali popote alipo asiwe na wasiwasi. Hii tunajua yote ni siasa, ni siasa. Ruto, wewe tunakujua sahii umefanya safari 66 plus kuendelea huko juu. Umenunua Boeing 6. Umepeleka tenda kwa Adani ya kuprint pesa ya Kenya. Umepeleka tenda kwa Adani ya kununua airport zetu. Umepeleka tenda zote za SHA huko kwa Adani. Wewe ni mwizi, ghasia, takataka hii.
Even the tourists and foreigners are currently tired of the current regime. They're tired of being taken advantage of. They're tired of the corruption that is taking place in this country. Listen to what this man had to say about the nuisance that is taking place in the current government.
From the streets in Nairobi to Port-au-Prince to Harlem in the USA, it's the same struggle, and it's the same imperialist enemy who lies to us, from Ukraine to Palestine to Haiti. How can these criminal imperialists claim to be broke when it comes to all of our needs in the belly of the beast, but they can send 150 billion of our taxpayer dollars? The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey, stooge, and sellout. U.S. puppet. U.S. puppet. In the streets of Nairobi, we tell you that you should be ashamed.
Death to Zionism, death.
Death to Zionism, death. Death to Zionism, death. Death to Zionism, death.
A director and home security consultant at Kinside Security, Polo Kimani, he came out to address and talk to the youths of Kenya, and listen to what he had to say.
My youths, na mavijana, by vijana actually I mean, it's a unisex word for both females and males. And by youth I mean anybody who's born between 1994 and 2024. I believe nyinyi mko below 30 years. So listen, sijika nyinyi notice, but personally I have that between ile time nilikuwa mtoi, time tulikuwa watoi, time tulikuwa naendesha mataya za gari na za pikipiki na za baiskeli, time tulikuwa vipi. Na hii time sasa mimi nimegrow, in fact sasa mimi ni muda mtu nina watoi. The political scene has remained unchanged. Wale walikuwa pale ile time wako hapa bado. I don't know what they are doing. But what they have actually been doing, waki-interchange this position. Wa left anakuja right, wa right anakuja left, wakati kati anaingia chini, wa chini anaingia left, wa left anaingia huko, anaingia juu. But they have been there and they have created their own blanket of political elites. Na wakagawana Kenya. Huyu ana represent Mrima, huyu ana represent sijui Kambani, huyu ana represent sijui Luo. And Kenyans for some reason went on with that unquestionably. Now listen, the reason I'm addressing youths is because I know you guys are smart. You know, sisi ni wase tumesoma, sisi ni wase tuko na madegree, sisi ni wase madiploma, sisi ni tumemaliza form 4. We are people who can make decisions based on our own analysis and observation, rather than making decisions based on what we have heard, like our parents used to. Sisi ni wase wa smart. And let me just say this. I will say, these old bastards, kina Wetangu na kina ma-DVD, kina Kalonzo, all of them, there is nothing they are going to change that they did not change when they were in government. Nothing.
What Polo Kimani has said is actually very true. I approve his message. The problem with our people, our own people, the residents, the citizens, we elect the same leaders. We vote for the same leaders. We campaign for the same leaders every election season. For what? And yet they're not doing anything. No progress, no development in our country. And of course, in Africa. Just take a look at this video.
One of Africa's biggest cancers is that Africans, for whatever reason, seem insistent on electing leaders who've built nothing and then wonder why they build nothing. You've built nothing. You've created nothing. But for your words and political oratory, your ability to hold a tune and sing a verse, your ability to fill a stadium with poor people on the promise of a food hamper and a t-shirt. And then we vote for you. And we wonder why you don't know how to build roads or houses or balance a budget or just make sure that crime and law and order is in place. We elect clowns and then give them the seat of the headmaster's office.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From former IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati passing away,
Wafula Chebukati has been officially declared as being no more family.
To President Ruto's lies detected.
Wanasema hiyo barabara yote ni barabara ya World Bank.
Is poverty increasing in Kenya?
40% of Kenyans are now at the level of absolute poverty.
Governor Irungu Kangata acquires mobile dialysis truck. Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today, and my name is Elvis Dering. Kenya has had the same politicians since the 1990s. They keep on shifting camps, forming new parties and alliances to keep Kenyans hopeful for a better future. But recently, Kwame Owino from the Institute of Economic Affairs conducted a thorough research revealing the hard truth, revealing the high increase of the level of poverty in Kenya. Let's listen to what Chega Majuis had to say about this.
Listen to this. Ndio wewe unafikiria some other tribes are your enemy, ufungua akili. There is this guy called Kwame Owino of Institute of Economic Affairs. They have been doing some research and taking data. And they have discovered that 40% of Kenyans are now at the level of absolute poverty. Absolute poverty. Absolute poverty means that those Kenyans cannot be able to afford a meal. 40%, we are talking about almost 20 million Kenyans now, cannot afford a meal. Again, he said another 20% are in multi-dimension poverty. Ile ni ile kubahatisha. Huyo sasa ni ule mtu anabahatisha, leo na kesho anaweza kula, leo na kesho ako job, hizo zingine hajui. So we are talking about 60% of Kenyans now, 60% of Kenyans now are at poverty. Yani wako kwa umaskini ya kupindukia. Wanasema kwamba that even watu wamekuwa maskini than they were in 2000, year 2000. That watu wamekuwa maskini zaidi than even walikuwa before COVID. Young people have become so poor.
Kenyans have been voting for their enemies for years without even noticing. The same faces in government positions, the same faces on ballot boxes. But yet, Kenyans end up getting the same results. It is time to wake up. Just listen to what Senator Edwin Sifuna had to say.
So if you look at the current state of the country, what is the greatest threat to Kenyans? The greatest threat to Kenyans is not external. We don't need him to wield that sword against anybody, because he himself is the greatest threat to Kenyans. If you look at the year that Kenyans have had in 2023, it is the worst year. If you speak to anyone, people did not even have proper celebrations for Christmas because they don't have money. As we speak right now, many people have been unable to take their kids to school. Schools have opened. There is basically no money. If you look at the level of taxation, we don't have anything that he can use that sword to protect. That is why he wants to use it against us. When the leader of the country stands up and he tells investors that in this country there are only three options. Either you follow what I am telling you, or I send you to heaven, or I jail you, or you go back to your country. That is somebody who has been corrupted and with power. So he feels that the only thing to do is to use that sword against his own countrymen.
After announcing 2007 election results, Samuel Kivutu lived for only 2 years and 7 months. In the year 2022, after Wafula Chebukati announced the election results, he also lived for 2 years and 7 months as well. Kenyans, breaking news, IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati has passed away. So, to the next person who is going to replace Wafula Chebukati, taking the IEBC chair position, just know that the deadline is 2 years and 7 months.
Wafula Chebukati has been officially declared as being no more family. And the sad thing is, Kenyans are actually celebrating because of the anguish and the pain that has been caused by the last two rigged elections, allegedly. But the interesting thing for me, family, is why now? Okay, I know he was sick. He was really sick for the last 2 years. He's been in and out of hospital. But why today? Why now, just after they declared that they were going to be reconstituting the IEBC and Nabi was bowing to pressure and they were now starting the process? I know you guys, you think everything I see is a sacrifice, but there are no coincidences.
When our politicians work for the people diligently, we will keep on supporting and appreciating them. Governor Irungu Kangata, Murang'a County, has decided to do the Lord's work, acquiring a mobile dialysis truck to reach patients in remote and rural areas. Kenyans, check this out. Governor Irungu Kangata says that Kenya has a unique opportunity to transform the society through technology. The investments that need to be done to achieve this is not actually very expensive. Let's listen to this.
Yes, I think from where I see it, Kenya has a unique opportunity through which to transform the society generally and public sector generally through technology. I also think the investments that needs to be done to achieve that are not expensive as it sounds. It only requires goodwill. It only requires strategic thinking. I know Kenya has the know-how to do so. It has the right attitude to do so. And I pray in the next 10, 15 years, I think Kenya ought to be at that place where our technologies be able to make Kenya a better place for our children, for our future, and we prosper together holistically in a more logical and in a more tech-savvy society. Thank you.
Another politician that deserves a round of applause is Member of Parliament Githunguri constituency, Gathoni wa Muchomba. Kenyans, let's take a look at this development.
Mangetu Chita Chronicles. Hapa mahali niko munaona ni kitchen, si ati niko kwa hoteli. Niko mahali inaitwa Ikinu, hapa ni Githunguri constituency, Kiambu County. Hapa is a central kitchen ambayo nasikia ilijengwa na mjumbe hapa anaitwa Gathoni wa Muchomba. This place they built a central kitchen ambayo inapikia chakula all schools ambayo iko kwa hii constituency. I'm told they are feeding over 22,000 kids. They have a program inaitwa chakula moto moto na madhe. Lazima madhe ni huyo wa Muchomba. You see, they have mpaka hii saa nimeambiwa na Yesa nikatop up hii ndio wasasi wana top up 20 bob inaitwa tap to eat. So mtoto mwenye ako shule anatembea na kitu kama iangalia maajabu. Una tap tu unapatiwa chakula. I arrived here 9 am. Malori ilikuwa inatoka distributing foods to all schools in this constituency. Unaona vile kitchen inakaa mpaka nimevalishwa kitu kwa kichwa because they are hygienic. Now let me tell you something. Maendeleo inawezekana.
Do you think Kenya is going to have a one-term president? Do you think President William Ruto is going to lose the coming elections? Honorable Anthony Kebagendi decided to be a prophet. Kenyans, listen to this.
Hivyo mimi naambia wale wajumbe tunatoka nao hapa Kisii County na Nyamira ambao wameungana na rais kugandamiza wananchi. Hawa wananchi ambao waliwapitisha wakawaweka bungeni watakutana na nyinyi tena hapo 2027. Na mimi nawaomba wananchi tusifanye makosa tena ya kuhadaiwa na Rais William Ruto. 2027 Kenya hapa itafanyika kama Marekani, itafanyika kama Nigeria. Hapa tutakuwa na a one-term president. Toi bwana nile. Si hata nyinyi mmechoka? Ni wangapi wamesema tunapeleka Ruto nyumbani? Mole tayari? Laki asante sana wacha.
Senator Edwin Sifuna has recently attacked Honorable Oscar Sudi, saying that how can President William Ruto hang out with a class 2 dropout, in the process degrading Oscar Sudi to the world. Just listen to this.
There is very little that Ruto can do in the intervening period to save his presidency, and he knows it. That is why his allies are speaking the way that he does. That is why he is insulting the public and telling them off every turn he gets. Told us that he has a PhD and nobody should lecture him on anything. I've never seen a PhD who hangs out with class 2 dropouts, because what you do then is that you reduce the average intelligence to at least class 8. If you are just surrounded by, they say birds of a feather flock together. How are you a PhD hanging out with Sudi?
After Edwin Sifuna's statement on live TV about Oscar Sudi, Honorable Oscar Sudi being a class 2 dropout, Oscar Sudi got into his feelings and he decided to clap back.
It's you insult this one, you rubbish the other one. Oh, you know, you. So let me. Can you go and ask people or ask your friends if and ask them to tell you the truth. They will.
When news spread that Honorable Oscar Sudi is clapping back, The people did not hesitate to support and defend Edwin Sifuna, Senator Edwin Sifuna. Just listen to how the people, the comrades, were injecting at bunge la mwananchi.
Oscar Sudi ametusi Edwin Sifuna ambaye ni Secretary General wa ODM. Akamutusi stupid, sijui nini, ati Sifuna hana IQ yenye inaweza toshana na yake honestly. Ati Sifuna hana IQ yenye inaweza toshana na Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi anaelewa maana ya IQ, yani in full. Does Oscar Sudi know how to calculate IQ? Anajua. To calculate IQ, you take your mental age divided by chronological age times 100. Does Oscar Sudi know that? Oscar Sudi ni level ya Edwin Sifuna. Anaweza toshana, can Oscar Sudi engage Edwin Sifuna in an intellectual discourse anywhere? Oscar Sudi aheshimu Edwin Sifuna. Edwin Sifuna sio klasi yake.
Juja Member of Parliament George Koimburi dramatically escaped on a motorcycle outside Kiambu Law Courts. His lawyer Ndegwa Njiru described this incident as a brazen abduction attempt. Kenyans, just take a look at how things unfolded.
Overcome, we shall overcome someday. Deep in our hearts, we do believe we shall overcome. We shall overcome.
Kenyans, do you remember this?
Ndio barabara itoke Mandera, ikuje Ramo, ikuje Gari, ikuje Elwak, ikuje Kobo, ikuje pale Kotulo, ikuje Tarbaj, ipitie hapa Wajia, iende Samatar, iteremuke Modogashe, ifike Isiolo, iende Nairobi, watu wa Northern Kenya wakae kama Wakenya wengine.
Did you know it was just a prank by President William Ruto? The Kenya government is taking credit on World Bank funded projects. Listen to this.
World Bank is trending at number 3, and World Bank is trending at number 3, reason being Wakenya wanasema kwamba Rais Daktari William Samoei Arap Ruto anapoongelea kuhusiana na barabara ambayo itoke wapi? Isiolo. Iende wapi?
Iende Burji.
Itoke Burji iende wapi?
Iende Koasi wapi?
Iteremke wapi?
Huko kote.
Wanasema
Samatar.
Hiyo barabara yote ni barabara ya World Bank.
Okay.
World Bank walianza kuitolea hela in 2020.
Ndio.
Na hiyo barabara tayari imetengewa pesa na World Bank.
Okay.
So sio barabara ambayo rais anapaswa kuiongelea sana kana kwamba ni yeye ambaye anaishughulikia.
Okay.
Wameweka paka mapicha kutoka katika mitandao ya World Bank kabisa wa Kenya pale, from Washington DC, September tarehe ngapi? Tarehe 8 2020. The World Bank of Directors today approved $750 million in International Development Association financing to improve the movement of people and goods, digital connectivity and access to social services for over 3.2 million people living in the northern eastern region, where the Isiolo Mandera Regional Road Corridor traverses.
Okay, Samatar.
When President William Ruto was confronted, this is how he defended himself.
This is serious business.
Ndio barabara itoke Mandera, ikuje Ramo, ikuje Gari, ikuje Elwak.
The many people who sometimes enjoy me about about this is serious business. I fairly know many places. I would tell you the roads in northern Kenya, the way I would tell you the roads in central Kenya, I would tell you the roads in western Kenya, in many parts of Kenya. And it's because it's my job, you know, this is the job I applied for, to think about the country, to know what to do, where, and to make sure that no part of Kenya is left behind.
We are approaching election seasons, Kenyans. Let's not make the same mistakes that we did in previous elections. Vote wisely. Listen to what Michael Joseph said.
Kenyans have peculiar habits, you know. Here you have an election, time to register, and then on the last day,
there's a long lines to register. And then the government announces an extension and everybody goes home.
Wait till the other
last day. Come on.
Talking more about elections, Cyprian Sekundi posted an opinion poll on his X page. The candidates were William Ruto, Raila Odinga, and a Mosquito. And the Mosquito won by 70% of the votes. This clearly shows that Kenyans prefer a Mosquito to be the president rather than these corrupt individuals in government.
Lakini Kenyans nyinyi watu mnakuanga wa maajabu sana. Yani Kenyans mnakuanga tu watu wa maajabu. So pale X kuna msee unajua Cyprian Nyakundi aliweka poll katikati ya Ruto, katikati ya Raila na Mosquito. You understand? Katikati ya Raila, Ruto na Mosquito. Mwenye saa 2027 tunaweza pigia kura. And guess nani amewin? Mosquito imewin kura against Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Aki Kenyans nyinyi. What? No. Kenyans lazima mchunguze. Hii breed ya Kenyans ni ngumu kuelewa.
Hii ID is more than just a card. It's the key to opportunities. Ni ufunguo to freedom, the change we have been waiting for. So bila ID yako msee, unajua nini itafanyika? You will be financially excluded. What do I mean by that? You will have no access to M-Pesa. You will have no access to M-Kopa phones. Like we the youth are very familiar with that. Hutaweza kufungua bank account yako, hutaweza kupata loan, hutaweza kununua shamba wala kuuza shamba. So, kwa nini hauna ID kama kijana? 2027, without your ID, you will not be able to vote. What are you doing without your ID? I will urge all of us to hold each other accountable. Uliza mzae, uliza madhe, uliza beshte yako kama akona ID. Identity yetu, Kenya ni yetu.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Uhuru Kenyatta warning Kenyans.
Mimi nawaambia chungeni sana. Hakuna kitu hatari kama mdomo tamu.
To Kirinyagan's revenge. Are we safe in Kenya?
Ruto, let me tell you, you don't know who you are joking with.
Who will you vote for?
2027 tunachagua mlevi. Mlevi.
Anguka na. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. After Rigathi Gachagwa's impeachment, we saw so many people crying, so many people complaining, to the point that some of them went to visit him at Karen Hospital and some of them were crying while talking to the media. And listen to what this Kenyan Gen Z had to say about people complaining after the former deputy president's impeachment. Listen to this.
Impeachment like this,
Mumelia, mumejaza Kenya machozi na vitisho havina msingi. Oh, sisi tumeshaona, we have learned. Hata hiyo kitu usitupe tena. Tumekuona. Si nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mnaonea watu 18? Nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mmetuimbia hapa, hatupangwingwi di hatupangwingwi. Si uchawi, ni maombi. Yaani Ruto anacheka na wauliza ati amfanyi nini? Mnasema hatupangwingwi. Anacheka na uliza mungelijua vile nimewapanga. Impeachment moja hivi, sijui chest pain, mshalaza hospitali. Mtuulize sisi wenye tumekuwa tukifuata babu. Unajua kabisa seriously sasa hivi unaenda kupiga kura anashinda. Mnakosa kushinda, mnaenda kotini. Mnakosa kushinda, mnaenda street, mnakosa kushinda. Mnangoja another 5 years. Nyinyi moja tu hivi. Moja tu, one betrayal. Mmejaza Kenya na machozi. Sasa hatupumui, ni nyinyi sasa. Wakati mlituambia hapa nyinyi ndio mnajua kurauka. Tokera tene. Tokera mwokirire tene kwekate. Mulirauka kufanya nini?
Before Ruto was appointed as the president of Kenya, did the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, warn Kenyans about voting in William Samoei Ruto? Just listen to what Uhuru Kenyatta had to say about this.
Mimi nawaambia chungeni sana. Hakuna kitu hatari kama mdomo tamu ikuje ikuambie vile atafanya na yale anakuambia atafanya wakati alikuwa na uwezo hakufanya. Lakini leo anakuambia mimi nitakuja kufa. Tunaelewana? Tunaelewana? Na ndipo nasema wenzangu wa Bungoma. Wenzangu wa Bungoma. Msicheze na moto. Si mumecheza na moto na mumeumia. Si mumecheza na moto na mumeumia. Mnataka kurudi kwa moto ama mnataka kuokoka? Mnataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia. Uzee si ugo. Uzee sio nini?
In Mombasa County, things were boiling. Things were boiling nicely. The residents of Mombasa County came out to call out Raila Odinga after he has disappointed Kenyans for some years, even to the point that he went on to accept Adani Group to take over the JKA airport in Kenya. Just listen to what this Mombasa resident had to say about Raila Odinga.
Namlaumu Raila namlaumu sana. Yeye ndo ameleta hii chochocho hapa. Angeacha ile nyumba ikaungua ikateketea peke yao. Amechukua wa mawaziri, amewajaza pale. Yeye ndo amechochea. Na kule AU nataka anguke, atatoka. Manake yeye ndo amechochea hii. Watoto wameuliwa wakati wa maandamano. Rex Masai alikuwa wa kwanza. Hawajapata haki yao. Hawajapata haki yao kabisa. Wameuliwa. Kwa nini wabunge wanajadili mambo mengine ya ujinga, wasijadili mambo kama kina NHIF ya uwanja wa ndege? Waona hiyo hapo. Mimi kwangu nimekataa, nimekasirika hivi. Mimi pia naenda hospitali, nasikia homa kweli, naenda hospitali.
Abductions has been a daily normal activity in Kenya. TL Elder was threatened. He was told that he's going to be abducted and his mother will actually cry in his funeral. But a fearless TL Elder, a fearless Kenyan, he came out and told the president that, I don't fear you, we are fearless. Just listen to what TL Elder had to say.
I am very angry today. Ruto sent 5 DCI goons led by Mr. Odhiambo to my mother's house in our village of Kwenmwanduka, Teri, in Sagala. 5 goons, and they told my mother that if I show my face in Matuga, I am going to be abducted and I am going to be killed. She will build tents on her compound to bury me. Ruto, let me tell you, you don't know who you are joking with. I am Wabili Mwagodi. Am I scared? I am scared. But am I afraid of death threatening me with a good time? You think I want to suffer in your country, in your Kenya? I will see you in Matuga tomorrow, 12 p.m. Ruto must go. Usintisha mimi. Wewe nani? Who are you? Ruto. You are a murderer. You are a thief. Shenzi wewe.
Kirinyagans have done it again. They sent cows to their member of parliament by the name of Mary Maingi, who she voted yes in the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. So the people of Kirinyaga County, they decided to send cows to this MP's farm and to eat the crops and destroy the farm. Just take a look at this.
Huko ni kwa MP wa Moya tutekumugweta rito ni mumuwi uria urari wa kuvuti yes Gachagua inuke
no murakiona ni kukou kwa mere maingi ni kukou kou andu makirinya ni meritheria ni undu wa kuingata Gachagua onei nombei mugonda kwa mere maingi.
The late politician of Kenya, Kalembe Ndile, he's still injecting in his grave. Just listen to what he had to say about the current regime and about the president of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto.
Ni ofisi ya ufisadi. Unakumbuka Makindu Motors walifisadiwa pale, wakakoniwa 300 million pale kwa ofisi ya Ruto. Ule Kemei katika hiyo golden deal ya Ekesa. Pia Kemei akakufia pale. Kwa hivyo watu nataka waliflect waangalie vile Ruto alikuwa na nguvu. In fact, saa nyingine najiulizanga Uhuru wakati anaenda ngambo kama president wa Kenya. Ile swali kwanza aulizwi Kenya umewacha ikiwa namna gani? Anaulizwa Mr. President, how do you handle corruption in your country? And your deputy president is the chief priest of corruption. Hiyo ndio kitu anaulizwa. How are you going to do about it? How are you going to go about it? Because your deputy is the main actor in terms of corruption. Kwa sababu Ruto alikuwa amenyakua shamba ya Mukesh, Ruto alikuwa amenyakua Langata Primary School. Hiyo ndio nataka kukumbusha Ruto mahali mambo yake yalianza. Kwa sababu wakati uko na power, angekuwa ni mwizi wa zamani na aache wizi. Vile Songo alikuwa atatuambia yeye aliiba zamani na ameacha wizi. Lakini Ruto bado aliendelea na kutaka kuiba, na kwa maoni yangu vile nasema ni lazima president hawa ameulizwa hiyo maswali ya deputy wake. Lazima akienda kila mahali anaulizwa, how are you going to deal with your deputy who is corrupt in Kenya?
The people of Kenya have been seeing a mysterious white truck, a white lorry, being escorted by police officers, and people are asking themselves, like, what are they carrying inside this truck? What is the agenda, or what is the project? Take a look. So tell me in the comments down below what you think is being carried inside this truck. People of Kenya have been comparing the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the current president of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto. And people are asking themselves, would you rather vote for a drunkard or vote for a born-again Christian? Take a look at what our brother had to say about this.
Guys, mimi nimeokoka. Lakini 2027 mtu yote atakuja na Bwana asifiwe, huyo siwezi kumwamini. Mtu yote atakuja kuniambia mwadhani ya gosho, huyo siwezi amini hata kidogo. 2027 tunachagua mlevi. Hatutachagua mtu wa kanisa tena. Kama watu wa kanisa hata hawezi sameana, fadhali mlevi. Mlevi at least wangekuwa unachapa chupa mbili, mnasahau mambo ingine. Tu kanisa bure.
Churches have been a playing field for politicians for so many years. And many of these politicians, they put millions of shillings into those churches. The pastors accept them. The men of God accept those millions. But yet when you look around those counties, those places, those areas, there's no single development. God's projects are in high numbers. Just listen to this.
Siku ile alikuwa anakuja kwa hizo kanisa zenyu, anawatolea mchango. Mbona siku hiyo mko mnakataa hiyo pesa, mnasema imeibiwa? Saa hii ndio mmejua imeibiwa, saa hii majenzi wameenda kwa barabara ndio mmejua hiyo pesa mlipewa imeibiwa. Si mchukue hiyo pesa mrudishe State House basi. Kama mmekasirika sana na mnaona for sure alikosea juu mnatoa statements kama mmekunja mpaka mmeleta hizi nyama huku mbele ni vile mmekasirika. Si basi mkasirike kabisa mrudishe hizo pesa State House. Na muite TV tuone mkirudisha. Sincerely speaking, when young people are looking at us, and especially for us, men and women of the cloth, so we are called, the clergy. Munakula na mtu, anakuita kwake. Munakula, munakunywa, na munaomba pamoja. Alafu munasimama huku nje, munataka kutoa statements. Na ni mtu mlikuwa munakula na yeye. As in for sure, mimi yenyewe, ningekuwa prezi, pia mimi ningefika mwisho. Ningeshangaa mazeni, nilikuwa nakula na nani hawa? Ulikuwa nakula na manyoka, si watu. Mtu mnakula na yeye, mnaomba na yeye, mnakunywa na yeye, alafu anarudi na kutolea statement. Na sasa hiyo umemdunga maka ya macho. Sincerely speaking, wacheni tuokoke. Kama for sure umesimama na mtu, simama na yeye. A brother loves at all times. Yeah. And a brother is born for the days of adversity. And yes, iron sharpens iron. So you challenge each other behind the scenes. But usikuje kuanika mtu mmekula na yeye, mmekunywa na yeye na mkaomba na yeye mbele za Mungu na mtu aseme nimemuita nyoka. In fact, tuache maneno turudi kwa neno. Na ndasoma leo lugha zote mbili, la Kizungu na Kiswahili.
How easy is it for the citizens, for the people of Kenya, for the locals, for the mwananchi to recall their member of parliament, their MP or their senator? How easy is it? Senator Kajwang proposes amendment of law to make it easier for the citizens. But will this really work under this corrupt regime? Listen to this.
A president or a deputy, it takes only 45 senators to remove it. And yet we, the members of parliament, we have written laws that make it impossible for us to be removed from office. It is my intention to bring an amendment, and it is not a constitutional amendment. It is a simple statutory amendment to the Elections Act. If today you want to recall your member of parliament, you cannot recall him until he is convicted by a court of law. And after conviction by a court of law, you must get signatures of 30% of voters. And after getting signatures of 30% of voters, there must be a referendum on the recall, which 50% of elected voters must participate. The threshold is higher than amending the constitution. The threshold for recalling a member of parliament or a senator is higher than changing the constitution of Kenya. That threshold is inconsistent with the constitution. It violates Article 99 of the Constitution of Kenya. And if the deputy president is removed from office, and that is an instrument that is available to us, we must reflect. We must also make it possible for citizens to recall their members of parliament without undue bureaucracy and undue obstacles.
So Kenyans, do you think if this law is implemented, will it make a difference in this country? Making it easier to recall your MPs and senators? Do you think it will make a difference? Tell us in the comments down below.
A president or a deputy, it takes only 45 senators to remove it. And yet we, the members of parliament, we have written laws that make it impossible for us to be removed from office.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
from GSS intern teachers harassed.
Just try to do anything.
To Bruce John fighting for justice. Are you a man of integrity? Polo Kimani injecting.
I've decided to let the government fuck me unlubricantly.
We are coming for you.
Allah, how are you? So many pastors have messed up this country once they decided to accept corrupt leaders to talk on God's altar. Even those pastors are also working in the government and also taking part in corruption. Where are we heading to as a country? Listen to this.
Let me tell you how much pastors have messed up this country. This is a commission called the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And they're supposed to be handling corruption cases in this country. We've seen Morara going around the country exposing to us all the things that are going on. And you know about the JKIA airport and the Adani deal and all these crazy things that are going on. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, which is supposed to be managing these things, they're supposed to be the whistleblowers, they're supposed to be doing this thing. Do you know who their chairperson is? Bishop David Oginde. Bishop David Oginde was the bishop for CITAM, Christ is the Answer Ministries. He was their bishop for 10 years until he retired. After he retired, he was personally appointed by Dr. Zakayo himself. Dr. Corruption personally appointed him to be the head of the EACC. So hizi scandal zote zikitokea, you know the EACC does? All they do is arrest police officers who are collecting 50 shillings on the road. They only go for small fish offenses to make it appear that there's something going on. But those scandals for billions? And it's hard to believe that these guys are not actually getting a share of all the corruption money that is going on in this country. Watu wa CITAM mutanichukia, lakini ukweli usemwe. All the monies that are getting lost from our government coffers, the teachers cannot be paid, doctors are on strike, all these things are going on. Do you know who's the head of the EACC? You're a former bishop. Na mnaringanga na hizo makosa zenu za leadership, sijui ethics and integrity, sijui what. Your poster child is this Bishop Oginde. And what is he doing in this country when this country is going up the way it is going?
Mabonga 254, also known as KOT Sonko. He has recently joined Morara Kebaso Senior in going around the country and revealing to us ghost projects. Just take a look at this video of how KOT Sonko was addressing the nation. Listen to this.
Sasa sisi tumekuja hapa leo ni kwa sababu tumekuwa tunapigana kule Nairobi na mmesema tufikishe civic education hapa kwa ground. Mimi naitwa Marvin Mabonga na wengi wenu pale kwa mtandao wa Twitter mnanijua kama KOT Sonko. Kijana mkakamavu ambaye aliuliza rais maswali ngumu sana akashindwa kujibu. Na tumekuja hapa kusema kwamba hatutaki ukabila kwa sababu ukabila ndio kitu imekuwa ikitunyanyasa sisi hapa nchini kama vijana. Tunataka kusema pia mambo na corruption tukiweza kuitupilia mbali. Na kwa sababu sisi vijana tunataka kuona nchi yetu ikisonga mbele, inamaanisha kwamba kijana yote ambaye amehitimu miaka 18, kama umetimisha miaka 18, uende ukachukue kitambulisho. Ukishachukua kitambulisho, tukiweza kuchukua kura. Na pia tumekuwa na viongozi wafisadi sana katika nchi yetu. Kuanzia leo tunasema viongozi wafisadi wakaweze kurudi nyumbani.
As you can see, KOT Sonko in his real name's Marvin Mabonga. He's preaching the word of tribalism. Let us all end tribalism in this country. We are all one people. And also he's preaching about corruption. Let us end corruption because corruption has been a disease in this country, taking us backwards. And also he's urging the people of Kenya, if you're 18 years and above, take your ID and go register and take your voting card before 2027.
Kuanzia leo tunasema viongozi wafisadi wakaweze kurudi nyumbani.
As K.O.T. Sonko and his team go around the country revealing to us God's projects and also preaching the word of togetherness, peace and ending tribalism in this country, there are some fools and buffoons who are still primitive and living in their primitive ages. Look at this video of how this GSS intern teacher was being treated.
I cannot get out of the school compound. You cannot dictate where I'm supposed to be sitting. We have a staff room for the members of all the members of staff. We have a staff room.
It is me locating you where to say.
No, you cannot locate me under a tree.
Who are you?
You cannot locate me under a tree,
Who
Mr.
are you?
When I head teacher, you cannot locate me under a tree.
You will go there.
I'll not sit there. There is a staff room for all members of staff.
You will not. You cannot join the staff room. I'm telling you, you cannot join the staff room. Can you give me the chair, one?
Jotel, I'm going to record.
Give me the chair. No, just try to do anything.
I'm going to record.
I do it one.
What? I'm going to make issues.
Can you leave this chair?
I have a right to sit in the staff room.
Can you leave the chair?
I have a right to sit in the staff room. Mamar school. I'm a member of the school.
Whether you are using the phone or what.
No, don't push me. Don't push me.
That is why we all need to go and register, take our voters card and also end corruption and end tribalism in this country. This is so sad to watch this video.
Whether you are using the phone or what.
No, don't push me.
I believe many of you are familiar with this story that happened to our brother Bruce John, a Mombasa-based blogger and activist. He was attacked by goons and he was assaulted, inhumanely assaulted, thanks to the governor of Mombasa County, Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir. But before I talk too much, I just want you guys to hear what Bruce said in this video, which led to his assault. Listen to this.
I'll be sending video to audios and messages. Madamu mmemtukana bwanake Mama Zamzam. Mimi namtukana mamake Abdul Swamad. Mama Nasimu, wako kincho. Kwa nini ulituzalia mtoto mwanaharamu kwa hii Mombasa? Mama Nasimu, wako kincho. Take me wherever you want to take me. Mama Nasimu, wako kincho. Ulituzalia mtoto mwanaharamu governor sijui Abdul Swamad. Madamu mmemtukana Thima na mtukana mke wa Abdul Swamad. Mke wa Abdul Swamad ni mashangi. Hayuko na Abdul Swamad. Wanapiga tu picha onekane ati governor yuko na bibi na hana bibi. Mke wa Abdul Swamad ni amestiriwa tu. Security wajio washamla mke wa Abdul Swamad. Muje muyaseme hapa hayo. Nyisi mumeanza, twendeni nalo.
While I was watching this video, I'm not just only listening to the insults, but I'm seeing a frustrated Kenyan who is seeking justice, who is fighting for good governance in this country. I'm seeing a frustrated Kenyan who is suffering, but yet our politicians are enjoying life and posting them on social media accounts. After this video, the governor of Mombasa, Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, decided to send goons who attacked our brother Bruce John, who assaulted him inhumanely. And after the assault, this is what our brother Bruce had to say about that event.
Sisi leo tumekuja kufunza adabu. Tunakufanya kitu chenye ukitoka hapa ukiongea tu tunapost kwa mtandao. Sasa wale vijana walionichukua 20 wakawa wengine watatu wako huku wameziba, watatu wako huku na 5 wamenizuia pale, wana nguvu, wamenishika, nimefurukuta lakini wapi. Huku akinipiga. Ikawa pale kando kuna vijana wawili wamevaa mask. Hao vijana ni wale, kuna hizi gari za kubeba uchafu, hizi za Mombasa County za kubeba uchafu. Wale vijana wenye kupakia yale magunia, wale ma street boys. Wale ndio wakawa wamelipwa. Mmoja akavua nguo, akanilala mpaka kamaliza. Wa pili akalivua tena nguo, akalala mpaka kamaliza. Nikajikojolea, nasikia maumivu. Baadhi ya vijana wanaochukua video ni baadhi ya vijana kutoka Kisauni, Sindimba, na Sele ambao walikuwa wanafanya kwa mpaka saizi wanafanya kwa Mombasani yangu. Na washika paka mguu, nawaambia jamaa kama kunipiga mshanipiga. Bora bali dhulumu na jili watu walijua.
This is very painful to hear. As you can see, our brother Bruce, he suffered. He suffered under the same hands of the people who should have protected him and also listened to his cries. But yet, they decided to send goons to attack him and also to assault him in a very inhumane way. So to you, Governor of Mombasa, Governor Abdulswamad Sharif Nassir, may you never know peace. You are a shame in this country and are a shame to Islam. You are a cursed man. And to those men, those young men who was paid peanuts by the governor to go and assault our brother Bruce, our brother who is fighting also for their rights, may you never know peace in this country. You are a shame in this country and you don't deserve to be among us. We as a Gen Z, we will never give you our votes. And to the people of Kenya, don't give your votes to such criminals, such terrorists who are assaulting our young men and women in this country.
Accusation ni kwamba alicreate content na akataja Governor Abdulswamad na family yake. Na mimi naona it was only fair yeye pengine basi awe subjected to a fair hearing. So amefanywa sodomy na akatupwa kwenye gunia kule Mwakirunge.
Yule ni kakangu, yule ni babake mtu, mtoto wa mtu. Sawa, walivyofanya si sawa. Vijana msilale, lale lale, vijana msilale, bado mapambano.
May your bloodline never know peace. You have not only traumatized the Kenyan people, but also you have traumatized your own family members and your own children. To the people of Mombasa, next time when you go to vote, vote wisely and don't vote in such people, such inhumane people, such evil people. Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back. Welcome to a special journey today. We're talking about something super important, supporting local businesses. It's like being a superhero for your community. Join us in celebrating the heart and soul of our neighborhoods. Let's get started.
我是老板，我是你的老板，我是老板，老板的老板，我是老板。
Embu. Yeah, so guys, if you're at Embu stage, you'll find like different people selling different kind of products, and we have our brother right here selling his products. My brother, what do you sell?
I do sell something like chains, earphones, rings, like specs, and also nail cutters, and also sprays that help me to earn a living.
Yeah, so guys, remember it's all about supporting local business too, right at Embu County. And I've just bought this bling bling right at Embu stage, man. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Video gani? Unakuja kutuchukulia video hapa? Si video.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
A spoken words king and also human rights defender Willie Oweba has been going around the country injecting and also amplifying civic education. Look at how the people are appreciating our brother Willie Oweba.
Weka mkono hapa. Tukisema Ruto must go, unasema Kihiga must go. Twende, ati Ruto must go. Kihiga must go. Ruto must go. Kihiga must go. Ruto must go. Ruto
We all have seen those officers who always take bribes on the roads, also take bribes from matatu conductors and drivers, and if they fail, they end up putting them in police stations and in cells. This man of integrity decided to inject and to warn those kind of officers who are practicing corruption in a daily basis. Listen to this.
Zaski hapa. Nyinyi majegemezo ya madonda. Choreni hizo rieng. Asibie bana. Siki madonda bado wanajitafutia bana. Wanajitafutia ngima bana. Dile tu bana ni kuamara bana. Mkuitisha kichele bana jo. Aya bana. Cheki sasa vile kumegadha na kumboka jo. Wewe unataka kuwapige shughuli gani? Na ni kujitafutia bana mtu wangu. Ni kutafuta ngima bana hadi kwa bana kukulwe. Kwani jo rada? Achoreni jo manzema dondo apige shughuli. Si bie magidhe huko bana wanasumbua mama mboga joeni kubishana na donda bana mtu jo na shughuli ni kujitafutia na jitafutia. Choreni hizo rieng si best bana. Ni wera bana jo wanajitafutia mtu wangu. Kwanza nitaje warekwa. Ama bisti warekwa tunawangam shughuli zenu na mchore madonda cheni kwa sumbua deila. Hiyo kichele mnaitisha deila itatoka. Kwani nyinyi hamna kichele, toshekeni na mshahara yenu.
Personally, I've met good officers out there. Officers who have respect. Officers with integrity, good morals, and the list goes on. But of course, there are few bad apples among them. And that's not all. Even the City Council of Nairobi, also known as Kanjos, there are also a few bad apples among them. And just listen and see what they did to our Kenyan brother.
Cheki hivi venye wananifanya. Ndio hii. Angalia venye wananifanya kwanza umse. Waangalie tu. Walai. Ya kuna unanipika tu ati nakwambia nifunge shop yangu. Hakuna. Unanipika tu nimekwambia nifunge shop. Hakuna. Wacha nifunge shop. Wewe pita tu wrong side, mimi si chali. Wacha nifunge shop yangu. Walai. Lakini hivi venye mnanimisando lisipoa. Lisipoa. Wewe nipige tu kama unanipiga. Si makende yangu umeshika umefanya. Unaona venye unarudia mpaka trao. Iko sawa. Iko sawa.
Since Gen Zs, millennials and all Kenyans took to the streets to fight for good governance and protest against corruption and evil leaders in this country, many lives have been lost along the way. People have been abducted, and that is still happening till date. So Metro Booming, also known as Polo Kimani, decided to inject, and this is what he had to say.
Listen, each and everyone who was out there on 28th, on 25th, on 99 was there for their own personal reasons. Mwingine ana protest because he's tired every time he visits a government office, he has to pay for bribe for services. Mwingine ana protest jueni is today, but akirequest loan ya help before ifike kwa account yake first inapitia kwa account ya politician ndio i-generate interest wale umsiana lalanja. Mwingine ana protest because every time he wants to start a business, carry an hour in his neck. Everybody was there for their own personal reasons. And unfortunately, people have paid the greatest price in this world, which is life. Many lives were lost. So the moment we give you a voice, a platform, to be the one voicing out these demands or wants, no one let mambo ujinga to umeibiwa slogan. Who gives a shit about your slogan? This is not some pissing contest. This is people fighting against oppression. And some of you seem to have lost sight of what you're actually fighting for. Mkisema ati movement imekufa. You know what that means? Ukisema movement imekufa, it means you have sat down and said, okay, the way things are, I've decided to let the government fuck me unlubricantly.
What I can say is this: the protest is still on, and we will never stop fighting for this country. We will never stop fighting for good governance, and we will never stop fighting till justice is served. Thank you so much for joining us on this show of today, Show New Trend. I am Elvis Derry. May God bless you, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From George Ruto matatus impounded to wife's knife attack. Who is St. Anne's Girls Principal? Kimalel Primary School students occupy.
Wewe.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. In Greenfield Estate, drama unfolded where a woman stabbed her husband. Then she went ahead to set the house on fire while they are still both inside the house. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Ameenda kwa usi. Ndio karao. Udema ametoka. Udema ametoka. Ametoka. Ametoka yote nyingine. Usi atasalimiwa. Lazima asalimiwe huyo.
This photo that you see here, this is the man after the incident. Luckily, he survived. And another video surfaced online where a man shared a video of his wife stabbing him and attacking him with a knife. Take a look.
Na nikichukua usicomplain. Sitaenda. Okay, you see I'm bleeding. So if I attack you, it's a self-defense. So anything I do, self-defense. Okay. Ni vizuri. Inaonekana mimi nataka hivi ndio nikifanya against react kwa ni ndio ni self-defense. Okay. Okay. Continue. Wewe unasema kitu watu tuongee, eh? Watu tuongee. Hata basi, hata kunipigia wewe.
Apart from these Kenyan wives going nuts, students from St. Anne's Girls, they were locked and left stranded outside the gate by their principal, Veronica Muli, after these students failed to pay their school fees. Just take a look.
Iko sawa. So, mimi mtu ajangililia ama kila mtu. So like
Kama kutoka asubuhi saa 4 nimelipa school pass nusu na ndio lakini ningia shule na kwetu ni mbali.
Nimetoka Kiseri wa Mombasa. So like wanataka tulipe fees yote 26 CGK, lakini ukilipa nusu bado utaingia. Like so what's the point? Kukaa nje tumelipa nusu
na tunalala kwa tumekaa nje. Wengine mnashani 4K.
After this incident trended on social media, the public, the Kenyan people, parents and the Gen Zs, they were not happy with St. Anne's Girls principal, Veronica Muli. Let's take a look at this video of the principal hiding from her heinous deeds. What a shame, what a big shame to this principal, Veronica Muli.
Kama kutoka asubuhi saa 4 nimelipa school pass nusu na ndio lakini ningia shule na kwetu ni mbali.
Even Gen Alpha are not left behind. In Eldoret, Kimalel Primary School, the students there decided to inject where they chased away Rai manager over land grabbing and tilling of their school playground. Just take a look at how these Gen Alphas injected.
Wewe. Hey. Si wanafunzi wataua hiyo jamaa wa Rai.
This clearly shows you that the pressure is increasing and no generation in this country called Kenya is going to be taken for granted.
Wewe. Hey. Si wanafunzi wataua hiyo jamaa wa Rai.
Another incident occurred at Price Chopper Supermarket in Lucky Summers, where police were forced to disperse a crowd of angry residents demanding justice after a thief was allegedly locked up and mistreated and reportedly mistreated for hours. Take a look. Some young students were forced to walk barefoot to school, learning under the scorching sun, and they had no books, no desks, nothing. But thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi, new classrooms were built, they got new uniforms, they got books, and they got everything that they need. Just listen to what Eric Omondi had to say.
Wanasoma kwa hii chuo. Huyu mwalimu utaona ile video tuliona, watoto wanaandika kwa mchanga. Nataka tuwajengee classes hata kama ni 3 ama 4, tuwatoe kwa jua, tusaidie mwalimu na vitu za kufundisha. But most importantly, nataka tubaie watu hii, watu wetu wabaie viatu. Ukiona mguu ndogo kama hii, mguu ndogo kama hii na kanyaga hapa, ni it's very hot, yeah, it's scorching, yeah. So we're going to get them shoes, we're going to get them uniform, because shule inafungua Monday. Na watoto pia ni wa Kenya, si ndio? Hao pia they deserve the opportunity that other children have in this country.
Just take a look at this video of these students, these young Kenyan students, learning before Team Sisi kwa Sisi arrival. Billions and billions of shillings is being lost every day in this country called Kenya. But yet, the children of this country, the future generation of this country, they are learning under inhumane conditions. But thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi, they got everything they need just to learn in a comfortable environment. After this successful project, thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi giving these young children a new life, the Turkana Council of Elders, they came out to condemn Eric Omondi's actions, his projects. Just listen to what this fool had to say.
Kuingia kwa kaunti ya Turkana bila kujulisha viongozi wa Turkana kama unaingia hapa kufanya maendeleo. Hatukatai maendeleo kama ilikuwa ni maendeleo, lakini tunakataa ukora. Sisi tunakataa ukora kwa sababu katika sheria ya watoto hauwezi piga mtoto ya mtu picha kama msasi wa huyo mtoto hajakubali kupigwa mtoto wake picha. Sisi tunalaani hayo mambo ambayo Eric Omondi alifanya kwa watoto wetu. Ni mzuri kutoa msaada, ndio inakubalika, lakini utoe kwa njia ambayo inahusisha kila mtu. Lakini kuingia kama mwizi, hiyo ni wizi, hiyo ni haramu, hiyo ni mambo ambayo haitakikani katika jamii yoyote. Kwa hivyo tunataka tu ndugu yangu Eric Omondi, kama kuna project ulikuwa unatazamia kuletea watu ya hapo, kama ilikuwa ni kwa Harambee, kama ilikuwa ni kwa pesa yako, tafadhali kuja anzisha project yako. Wacha kubandisha project juu ya ingine. Ile wewe ulikuwa unaweka mabati, hiyo ni ya professionals ya hapo. Ndio walifanya hiyo darasa wakiongoja mpango yao wenyewe. Kwa hivyo tungekuomba tu kwa heshima, kuja tu uanze project yako polepole umalizie, lakini si kuweka kubandika juu ya ingine. Kwa hivyo ni hayo tu na Mungu awabariki.
The only question I can ask this Turkana Council of Elders, where were you when these children were walking barefoot to school? Where were you when they were learning under the hot, scorching sun? Where were you when they were using the ground as books? Where were you, Turkana Council of Elders? What action did you take to help these young children? In Mumias East, Honorable Peter Selassie, he went to visit the schools that he has built and actually renovated. Take a look.
Kweli?
Naona sasa tumeraise, alafu tumeweka tarazo, sasa tunatengeneza blackboard ya mwalimu. Si mko sawa? Sasa msome na msikize mwalimu, si ndio? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Habari zenu? So we are supposed to build
South African first president who served from 1994 to 1999, Nelson Mandela, he said that education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. Recently, Kenya has been experiencing space debris falling from the sky. In Moyale, the residents were shocked to witness an anomaly in the dark night. Others were saying that it was an UFO, an identified flying object. Others were saying that it was an UAP, an identified aerial phenomena. My question is this: will extraterrestrial beings visit Earth soon? Take a look.
Mom! Toka nje!
Haraka hili.
Ili shoot hapana ni satellite. Debris.
Isa ndio kizura bora. Isa ni mira tinjigatini. Record.
Whoa! Ini UFO ama ni
UFO kinaenda.
UFO. Apart from the extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth in Moyale, in Boni East Makueni, the people were shocked there to witness a partially burnt, high-density metallic object falling from the sky with a thunderstorm-like sound. Just listen to this story.
Kitu saa 9 hivi nikasikia kitu kinagonga, kinapiga bomu. Nilistuka, nikaangalia kwa huko mbinguni kama inaona moshi, nikakosa moshi. Kama nitaona pumbe, nikakosa pumbe.
Tukaanza kuona tuko kwa mawingu, vitu ikiondoka, tutoko. Tukikifuata tunaona kitu kikubwa sana. Na kiko moto, huwezi kusika hivi na mikono.
The owner of this home believes that the fall impact of the object a few meters from here is what caused the crack that we've seen in this building and in some of the other buildings in this location and in the vicinity. She says she doesn't feel very safe here in her home at the moment. Now, that correlation is something the BBC was not able to substantiate.
My question is this, Kenyans. If this space debris falling from the sky pose danger, cause harm, and even worse, loss of lives and damage of property, who will be there to repay? And what is the Kenya Space Agency saying about all these incidences?
Ini UFO ama ni
UFO kinaenda.
President Ruto's son, George Ruto, was on the spotlight after his matatus manifest were caught live on camera breaking traffic rules. Take a look at some of this video of these matatus misbehaving on the Kenyan roads. After all this misbehavior on the Kenyan roads, George Ruto's matatus were seized by the NTSA, that is the National Transport and Safety Authority. A traffic police officer was also seen telling passengers who already boarded the matatu manifest to come down. Do you remember when the President of Kenya, William Ruto, said that parents should discipline their children, but yet his own son George Ruto is not respecting simple traffic rules? Listen to what the video at 254.
We have been reminded once again by Kasongo that we must take care of our children. The government will do its part, churches should do their part, and then parents should also do their part and mentor their children. While he's saying that, his son's vehicles manifest. They have been impounded for breaking the rules, being unruly on Kenyan roads. Talk about good mentorship. Okay, that's good mentorship. Very funny.
Even one matatu tout by the name of Freddy Psycho, he came out with this full chest and said that any traffic police officer who is trying to stop manifest will lose his or her job. That manifest belongs to the government. Just listen to this nonsense.
Itafanya makarao wengi wapewe transfer. Nishamu itafanya Nairobi, alicheka. Wenyewe kama citizen nimewaambia hii ni mkubwa. Na mko na gati ya kuweka cruiser mbele yake. Mnaexpect nini nyingine? Hii gari kitupa mbao inatafuta do, mtaenda tu home. Niko bali nimetoka Nairobi imewashinda.
So Freddy Psycho, whether those matatus belongs to the government or not, or whether they belong to George Ruto, who is the president's son, or not, traffic rules should and must be followed. Recently, a female chief in Nairobi decided to unite Kenyans after she recorded herself playing with her forbidden fruit. Like, instead of her respecting the uniform and working for the people, she's busy entertaining Kenyans online.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
We bana oi, eka supu hapo. Eka supu bana oi, eka supu eka nyama baju, eka nyama. Hapa ingeiva. Aje bado keji.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Kelly exposing the government,
when it comes to taxation, it seems like the joke is on us.
to Gen Z's called names,
And they must go where?
Aende wapi?
Who works for the government?
Si kwa ubaya. Mtu yote hadi sahi ana trust Morara. Wewe ni mpumbavu.
Piolo Lumumba honest opinion.
The Kenyan government may support him, but I believe that he is not my candidate.
He's not your candidate.
He's not my candidate.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Mr. Today and my name is Elvis Daring. Sometimes even fools can get power. A member of parliament by the name of Julius Kamket, he went on to rant and disrespect the Gen Zs, calling the Gen Zs names. Like he was trying so hard to be a comedian. But let me tell you, nothing that was coming from his mouth was funny to the Gen Z.
Tufunge internet. Hapana, wacha hao watu ambao kazi yao ni kuhangaika kwa kitanda because they are lazy bones. Hakuna kitu wanafanya, ni kuhangaika tu kwa kitanda kuchokoza watu. There is nothing they will do. Nchi ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rais, agenda yako utadeliver. You deliver your agenda. We will ensure you get your second term. Na wakicheza watu tunaweza amua uendelee kidogo hivi ama namna gani? Kwa sababu wanaletea huyu jamaa kisirani, kwani si huyu rais kama wengine? Ati must go where? Aende wapi? Na tukusema aendi, hata akimaliza hiyo wengine watadu.
Maybe, just maybe, he should receive some greetings so that next time he can have a clear understanding on why he should never mess with the Gen Z. This year, 2025, is going to be a tough year. It's going to be a different year for these kind of politicians. Like the pressure is going to increase beyond limit. Listen to what the villager 254 had to say.
Pia Mudavadi alisema the same thing, eh? Sio Joho peke yake. In fact, everybody in Kenya Kwanza, they have been threatening us that they are coming for us. So, but remember we are 56, 57 million Kenyans. Umeona X wewe? X umeona? Do you know, I felt what the same spirit that was there in June 24th, 23rd, anga ilikuwa ina build. Na ujue ilianzia 18th. Remember the first demonstrations? By 25th, sisi watu tulikuwa ready. Tulikuwa tumechoka. Are they ready for what Kenyans can do? Wanapangia wa Kenya, lakini wanajua wa Kenya wanawapangia nini?
Kenyans, the question of the day is it true that anyone who is working in the government is either lying or buying time? Take a look at this video of CS Kipchumba Murkomen being lectured.
Bwana Waziri, I just want you to know that anyone who is working in this government and comes here, gives us promises, and deep down their hearts, they know they are lying or buying time. Being a new person in this office, I think we should go with what the PS said and the CEO, or we will impeach them, because we cannot sit here. We go to our villages very excited with all the chiefs and village elders clapping for us. Me being a new member of parliament, how do I go back to the people and say the new CS came in with the new terms? Because that is what I'm seeing. It is very unfortunate that we are still discussing about this. I thought we were going to be told from this date and this date, things are rolling out. Not cancellations, postponement, new discussions. It's sitting bad. Even as you sit there, I was telling my colleague, the CS is talking too much. Because already I'm seeing it is not progressive. We are now on pause, and yet we had kid play. We were so excited, all of us here. So I don't know what exactly you've been saying. Maybe I'm not understanding because I just blocked. From listening, I blocked my mind. Can somebody talk a language I understand here? Mambo iko karibu kuharibika hapa.
Currently, we all know that the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, is campaigning for the African Union Commission seat. But Pierre Lumumba had a different view on this. He came out and said that at the age of 80, Raila Amolo Odinga should be writing memoirs, not competing for a secretariat office. He went on and said that his manner of campaigning is inconsistent with the African Union Commission spirit, and he does not consider him as a candidate. Listen to this.
First of all, I use the word statesman very differently. I don't support Mr. Odinga's bid for a number of reasons, and I've already stated that in different fora. Number one, because his bid is an attempt to use the AU position to exile him from local politics so that this administration may get the support of his constituency. That is not a reason why you give somebody a seat that requires young and vibrant individuals. Mr. Odinga is going to be 80 in the month of January. Really, at age 80, one should be writing his memoirs, not competing with younger people for holding an office, which is a secretariat's office. So, and even the manner and style in which he has campaigned is inconsistent with what the spirit of the AU is. There have been people who have held that office, they did not campaign in that manner. President Connery did not campaign in that manner. He was the first. Jean Ping of Gabon did not campaign in the manner that he is. Nkosazana and Lamini Zuma did not campaign in that manner. Mohamed Faki did not campaign in that manner. My own view is that Kenyans and other Kenyans, the Kenyan government may support him, but I believe that he is not my candidate.
He's not your candidate.
He's not my candidate.
So Kenyans and fellow Gen Zs, do you think that Raila Amolo Odinga will get the African Union Commission seat? Listen to this.
Raila will not get the AUC position.
Why?
But William Ruto will say, oh, you know, simuliona mimi nilijaribu. And let me tell you, I'm making a political prophecy, and I hope you can invite me when the election is done. It won't happen. Baba ataoshwa. In fact, as they say, as you say in the Luo, they will nango Baba.
Bomet residents, they decided to inject after they walked out on President Ruto while he was addressing the nation. Like Kenyans, Gen Zs, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Take a look.
Na niko na Davis Chirchir ambaye ni waziri wangu wa mambo ya barabara. Na huyu waziri mumenipatia ni mtu ako na mpango mzuri sana. Ananisaidia kupanga hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niseme watu wako noin. Mbebe pole pole anatoka mbio.
Still in Bomet, sources claim that Farouk Kibet slapped a member of parliament by the name of Vincent Mandazi. Later on, the MP went on to release a fearful statement saying that he never provoked Farouk Kibet in any way. Listen to what Dr. Mubi Saraki had to say about this.
Imagine Farouk has slapped an MP. As in, okay, at first the story came out that Farouk's aides had slapped this MP for trying to sit on his seat. So now that Farouk's just started trending on X. Next thing, now the MP, he's called Vincent Mandazi. I think he's the MP of Chemalango or something like that. He released a statement and he sounds so afraid, guys. He's like, yo, me, I was just minding my business. Or it's like his office that has released it. So they were like, MP Mandazi was just minding his business and he received a hot slap, literally, from Farouk, but he didn't provoke him in any way. He didn't antagonize him in any way. It's like he's now like fighting for his life or something. He's just trying to tell guys like me, I had nothing wrong. Yo, this guy is out of control.
The former Laikipia governor, Ndiritu Muridhi, has been sworn in as the chairperson of the Kenya Revenue Authority Board. My question is this: will he take charge in fighting the corruption that is taking place in the KRA? Take a look at this video of him being sworn in.
I, Ruto Muridhi,
having been appointed the chairperson of the Kenya Revenue Authority Board of Directors, do swear that I will be true and faithful to the best of my ability and power in the execution of the trust committed to my charge and the inspection of the service of the Kenya Revenue Authority Board of Directors. And that I shall not acquire, take or receive any fee, gratuity, or reward, whether pecuniary or in any sort, or of any sort, or description whatsoever.
From Musiguze Murima to former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, claiming that President William Ruto is targeting the mountain. And how is the mountain being targeted? Listen to what he had to say.
Na baada ya sisi kufunga hizo factories na kukaza machiefs na police, pombe ikapungua. Vijana wakaanza kurudi nyumbani, wakaanza kuoga, hata wasichana wetu wakaanza kupata watoto. Na tukaanza kuona dalili inarudi. Hasa hapa kwa Mlima Kenya, Nakuru, Laikipia, Nyandarua, pahali tulikuwa tumewezwa sana na hii pombe haramu. Ndio PS wa internal security akaambiwa na rais kwenda fungua hizo makampuni. Na makampuni zisipofunguliwa, zikaambiwa sisipeleke hiyo pombe pahali ingine, silete hapa kwa Mlima Kenya. Na ndio mimi nikakuwa na shida sana na rais, na nikamwambia tukiwa Nyandarua, nikamwambia unakosea watu wa Kenya, hao watoto wetu kufungulia hao pombe iwaue ni makosa. Hiyo pombe ilifunguliwa hizo companies mpaka wa leo. Haiuzwi Rift Valley, haiuzwi anywhere else. Pombe ile yote sumu inaletwa katika mlima. Jana pale Bahati hapa Nakuru kumekufa watu 3. Simuliona kwa TV jana? Tangu wanitoe kwa kiti, ile pombe yote mbaya ya kuua watu, rais aliagiza iletwe hapa kwa mlima, ndio imalize vijana wetu.
As I've heard the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in Bahati constituency, in the home of one of the victims who passed away after consuming methanol from a small-scale industry, grief filled the air in that home because this tragedy has claimed the lives of 3 young men. And let me tell you, Kenyans, those who survived after consuming this illicit nonsense, some of them are still intoxicated. Just take a look.
Wanya! Tafadhali mrembo.
After Rigathi Gachagua's expose, I'm just wondering, how was the former deputy president impeached? Listen to what Usingishu women representative unknowingly exposing on how Rigathi Gachagua was impeached.
You know, I'm one of these people. I'm told to speak briefly, I speak briefly. Your Excellency, I'm your loyal foot soldier. When you tell me speak briefly, I speak briefly. If you tell me Gachagua ende nyumbani, Gachagua anaenda nyumbani. So I always follow orders, and I will follow those orders.
Whether you call me a psychopath, I don't care. Not my words, but Honorable Okello's words. After he went on to confess to the public that he will support every piece of legislation that will be coming from the government.
I want to make it clear that because President Ruto has accepted our experts in his government, I cannot turn around now and defeating his bills that have been brought before me by the same experts that I gave him. So moving forward, so therefore moving forward, I want to support every piece of legislation that will come from government. Whether they call me a psychopath, I don't care. I want to close my eyes and support all the issues that shall be brought forth by the experts that we gave him. And one of them is my sister Dorcas Oduor here, the chief government legal advisor.
It seems like some politicians are shapeshifters, are like reptilians. Today they say this and tomorrow they say that. Honorable Simba Arati, he has urged all ODM to work exceptionally in Ruto's government. They should work so well that Ruto is impressed. And remember, there's a time that Ruto was part of ODM. And even Simba Arati went on and said that he's going to support Ruto in the 2027 elections. But Kenyans, Wait, hold on. Let me take you a few years back during the 2007 and 2008 post-election violence, while Simba Arati was still the Dagoretti North Member of Parliament. He said that Ruto should come out and apologize to the Kisii community for the deaths and the killings that took place at that time. Listen to this.
Sisi kama jamii ya Omo Gusii, naomba Bwana Deputy President, sisi wakati wewe ulikuwa ODM pamoja na baba, mlikuwa watu wawili pamoja, watu wetu wa Kisii wengi waliuawa kule Rift Valley. Omba msamaha hapa sasa. Omba msamaha kwa watu wetu ambao walikufa kule Rift Valley. Wewe wacha.
Still in 2007-2008, Ruto came out and told the people that they should go back to their ancestral land, even if you bought it. Like, I'm just speechless. Listen to this.
Who lived where? Whose land is ancestrally whose? For example, the whole of Kitale. The Luyas, the Kisis, many of the Kalenjin subtribes who are there today will have to move out because that land ancestrally belonged to the Pokot, the Cherangani, the Sengwer, and the Sabaot.
Oh, but that's a little extreme, Mheshimiwa.
It is not extreme, it is in the Constitution. I will challenge you to go and read it. That's it.
I believe that as a Kenyan, you are free to live, work, and even marry in any part of Kenya you wish to. You are free to move around in this country because this is our home. This is your home. Kenya ni home. So why all this tribalism? Let us stop tribalism. Just listen to what President Ruto had to say.
Kama muko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa?
So Kenyans, if I may ask you, what is true patriotism? What does it mean being a patriot in a country? Patriotism is not being loyal to a government and kissing its nyash. True patriotism is being loyal to your own country. Siding with an oppressive regime, a corrupt government which abducts the young people of Kenya, Kenyans who are fighting for better governance, that is not true patriotism. A true patriotism is holding the government to an account so that the country can move forward in the right direction. Listen to what activist Hussein Khalid had to say about this.
Patriotism is loyalty to your country. Patriotism is not loyalty to your government. Actually, a true patriot must hold the government to account. A true patriot must make sure the government delivers on its promises, that the government adheres to the constitution and the laws of the land. Siding with the government when young people are abducted left, right, and center, that is not patriotism. Yes. Siding with the government when they refuse to arrest killer cops who are known to everyone, that is not patriotism. If you are a true patriot, you must stand firm in the defense of the country, in the defense of the constitution, and in the defense of rule of law and human rights. So we are asking Kenyans all over to stand firm and say no to government excesses. We must stand firm as true patriots and defend our country, not defend the government.
And talking of patriotism, being a patriot in a country, currently many Kenyans are baffled and confused if Morara Kebaso Senior, the injured party leader, is a true patriot in this country. Take a look.
Si kwa ubaya, mtu yote hadi sahi ana trust Morara, wewe ni mpumbavu. Unaona pumbavu zake vile wanasemanga. Watu wanatuona pumbavu zake, ndio hiyo. Sawa, mtu yote tu ana trust Morara na anatumia Morara pesa, pumbavu zako. Wacheni niwaambie, Morara amenunua gari mpya 17.5 million. 17.5 million. Na wacheni tuende kwa point. Mimi sina issue, mtu ni mzuri kununua gari ya 17.5 million. Hiyo si point yangu, na mimi hata hiyo si issue yangu. Kwa nini naona Morara anabeba watu wengine mafala, which si mimi. Mimi unajua mimi niliwaambia mimi ni mtown. Na kama umezaliwa town, mimi niko sure watu Morara anagonganga na wanamtumia doni wale watu woshe wale watu huo na Abel Mutua amesimama na wanaona Abel Mutua ni mfani, ati Abel Mutua ni comedian, stand up comedian, nao ndo Morara anakula do yao. So wacheni tuende kwa point. Morara amenunua gari ya 17.5 million. Aya, kitu inanishangaza na Morara ni kwa Twitter ya Morara amepin Ukienda sasa kwa Twitter yake amepin, I am requesting for your support to fuel. I am requesting your support for fuel. Anything little or more, we will appreciate. Thank you in advance. Amewekea paybill, amewekea DNCBA. Bro, unaweza nunua, unajua hiyo 17.5 already ile gari uko nayo unasema gani ya Wakenya. Na hiyo gari unasema gani ya Wakenya ni wewe ndo utumia. Hata hiyo gari kama Wakenya ndo wamenunua. Hii 17.5 million umenunua nayo hiyo gari. Hata kama umenunua na haya purchase, lazima umeweka gari ya 17.5, lazima umeweka zaidi ya mita 8. Hiyo mita 8 mbona ungetumia kufueli gari?
So Kenyans, feel free and share your thoughts and views about this.
Sasa leo kuna morara wa serikali. Sasa tufanye kazi. Tunataka amani, sio? Leo nimesema kwa. Hi, how are you? Haya, super. Nakutafuta simu. Hata nakuja pale kwa promote nimekuwa WhatsApp.
Kenya is blessed by the most fearless, beautiful and courageous women in Africa. I want to show you a video of a young Gen Z who she stood on her ground and fought for what is right. This is what I call true patriotism. Take a look.
Madam, like cross-tones, but we just wanted to be allowed to
Recently, we saw that new CSS have been appointed. Apostle Michael, he came out and warned the new Kenya Kwanza CSS, saying that they will be used as perfume in a house full of carcasses. Listen to this.
I saw Ruto shuffling his cabinet again. I've said though, and I'll continue to say, all of it useless. Kuna kitu hapo. I want to talk to the people that were appointed. William Kabogo, Lee Kinyanjui, Mutai Kagwe, and Muridhiga, and Kempi Gutura. These are honorable men from the mountain. Honorable men. I want to advise you as a prophet to the nations. Don't take those positions. Ruto wants to use you as a perfume in a house which is full of rotten carcasses. No amount of perfume can cleanse a house which is full with rotten carcasses. Very soon, you'll be rendered irrelevant and he's going to look for more others to use. But as it goes, politics is a game of flies and dead meat. Where there is dead meat, flies will fly there. Don't be flies. If you like, you can fly. But Apostle Michael have spoken.
Dear Kenyans, jokes on you. Jokes on you when it comes to taxation. The Gen Z went to protest against the Finance Bill 2024, which later on it got rejected. The President of Kenya complied with the Gen Z's demands. But today I want to show you guys a video of Kelly exposing the government reintroducing the taxes that were rejected on June 26th.
Because look at this conmanship. The taxes we rejected under the Finance Bill 2024 have quietly been reintroduced through the Tax Laws and Procedure Act of 11th December 2024. Imagine, and here's the story. On June 26th, after weeks of peaceful protests, President Ruto surrendered to our demands and withdrew the Finance Bill 2024 in totality. But fast forward to 27th December. Today, what do we see? The same tax proposals that took us to the streets have been repackaged and are now in effect. Here's what to expect, to mention but a few by the way. 1. An increase in the price of sanitary pads as imported raw materials are now taxed. 2. Increased prices for consumer goods thanks to the increase in the railway development levy. And finally, an increase in the cost of internet access services thanks to the introduction of the significant economic presence tax and the increase in digital service excise duty. Remember how alisema tutapata free bundles? By the way, it's clear that this government is operating on the principle of Kinimacho, saying one thing and doing the total opposite. But if they think we're not paying attention, they're very wrong. Because we can at any moment from today remind them that the voice of the people shall never be ignored. Because manze, this government lacks honesty, lacks accountability, and lacks transparency.
So if this does not increase your pressure to take action, then I don't know what can increase your pressure. Kenyans, should the pressure increase or decrease? Take a look.
Kama kuna nchi inaweza sikia kuchukua William Ruto, wanaweza mchukua kwa sababu sisi wananchi, we don't need him.
Ametuchosha ama nyinyi hamjachoka? Mjachoka na Ruto? Ule mtu anataka kuchukua William Ruto, you can take him for free, take Wetangula for free, take Mudavadi for free. Tunawapea hizo takataka zote. Waende waongoze if they are good to you.
So hustlers, how you day? Many of you I know right now are enjoying luxurious and lavish lives. Like right now, many of you are just chopping money. You dey chop money. Currently, if you are a hustler, like how is the economy? This is how they will reply.
I want to assure you people and assure the country, the economy is now on.
Amazing, amazing. Like I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the hustlers out there. Like people are doing great. I know the economy is booming, right? Listen to what Gathonio Muchomba, a member of parliament, had to say about hustlers.
Hi guys. Leo nimebadilisha kakofia, nimevalia haka kameandiko wa Muchomba Hustler Queen. Kwa sababu ma hustlers wamecelebrate sana, hata hatujalala. Wamecelebrate sana kwa sababu mahasla wenzao walipewa nafsi ya kuingia katika serikali wawe mawaziri. Na unajua imekuwa mtindo, hii serikali ni ya hustlers. Na ilivotiwa na mahasla na narrative ilikuwa hustler aingie kwa serikali. Na imekuwa serikali ya kusikiza mahasla kabisa, inasikiza kabisa. Hustler akisema mama boga ameachwa nje, mama boga anaappointiwa, anawekwa kama minister. Tulikataa finance bill, tukasema ilikuwa inatufinyiria sisi mahustlers. Mahustlers tukachukuliwa wengi, tukawekwa kwa serikali, tukakuwa ministers. Tumeteta juzi, tumesema chief na SHA haifanyi kazi vizuri, mahustlers ndio hao wameappointiwa, sasa wameingia kwa serikali. Hata tukiendelea kuteta hivyo, tunateta maneno ya vaccination ya ng'ombe. Imagine mahasla watapewa serikali, watakuwa ni mawaziri, ma-PS. Kwa hivyo tuendelee tu kuteta, tuendelee tu kufinya, kwa sababu mahaslas sasa wameingia kwa serikali, na hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni serikali ya mahasla kweli. Hasra tawara! Hasra tawara! Hasra!
Pack your bags and let us go all the way to Kisumu County, where an incoming Kisumu County Governor by the name of Ruth Odinga is giving Kenyans sleepless nights. It is quite clear that in the coming next elections in 2027, it's going to be heavy.
So I want to dedicate a song to all the lives that we lost.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Moses Kuria facing angry crowd. To Mutuse chest away. Did Africa build the world?
Has built the world.
throughout the ages.
Rigathi Gachagua comeback.
Rigathi Gachagua will immediately begin undermining government policies.
Angukana. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Dairy. The struggle is real. It has always been real and it is still real. Julius Kamau, a patriotic comrade and a Kenyan citizen who has always been there since day one, fighting for a better governance of this country and a better future and the rights of the people. But yet, what does he get in return? He gets humiliated and treated as if he's the criminal. Take a look at this video of brave Julius Kamau.
To express ourselves is a God-given right and a constitutional right. Kenyans, we must come out and fight for our right to express ourselves. Thomas Sankara said, may my eyes never see, may my feet never take me into a society where half of the people are held in silence. Kenyans, we must refuse to be held in silence by either the police or the government or the rulers in power. We must not be afraid of politicians. Politicians are us and this. And they stolen our freedom. They have stolen our land. They have stolen our minds. They have stolen our futures. Why people are giving their opinions there? Why am I being denied my right to speak? I've seen other people there give their opinions. If they are right, but you're refusing to listen to me because my speech is so radical. Because this country needs a revolution that will save this nation. Yes, we have the duty to save this nation. People are dying everywhere. My people, we are dying. My God, we are living in a society that gives us nothing but death. I refuse to die. Yes, I refuse to die. I will not die. But I shall live and declare the words of our Lord. For the Lord God has sent his command. Today I are saying, do not touch my innocence. Do not harm my prophet. I'm ready to die for my people. I am ready to die for the truth. Christ said that the truth shall set you free. And he said, when you are my disciples indeed, and you will know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
As you can see, no matter the obstacles and no matter the amount of arrests Julius Kamau has faced over the years, he's still there on the ground, fighting for change, fighting for freedom, and fighting for better governance in this country.
I am ready to die for the truth. Christ said that the truth shall set you free. And he said, when you are my disciples indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that Africa, our motherland, has always been the cradle of mankind since day one. But yet, just look at how Africa is being robbed. Our resources, our wealth is being robbed and being used to build Western countries. Take a look at this video of P.L.O. Lumumba, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, had to say about Africa.
Has built the world throughout the ages. Africa built Europe. Africa built America. Africa built Australia. Africa is building China. All the resources. You go to Europe today and you see the gold, the copper, the electricity, everything. It is from Africa. And that is why they came here and enslaved us. That is why they came here and took our mineral. That is why they are still coming here. Because Africa is the continent that has fed the world. When we talk about the mother continent, we are not simply talking about the mother continent to the extent that she feeds our own children, but she feeds the world.
And the world knows that.
And the world knows that. That's why she cannot be allowed to be free. And that is why she must wake up. And she can only wake up when her sons and daughters wake up. And we are not saying that when she wakes up, she's not going to feed the world. She will. But she will do so on her own terms and with dignity. But throughout history, Africans have been dehumanized, have been humiliated,
So chosen ones, Africans, for how long will you be humiliated? For how long will you be robbed? For how long will you be separated by these colonial borders? For how long?
Africa built Europe. Africa built America. Africa built Australia. Africa is building China. All the resources. You go to Europe today and you see the gold, the copper, the electricity, everything. It is from Africa.
As we all know, we have a new deputy president, Kithure Kindiki, replacing the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua. But since the former deputy president has been impeached, Rigathi Gachagua, do you think that it has created a vacuum, an easy path for Raila Odinga to become the next president or even the next deputy president in the coming elections 2027? Listen to this.
Ruto has opened a very big and bad, terrible door. Floodgates of bad things can come. Assume Ruto succeeds in impeaching Gachagua and he appoints a new deputy president. Assume this person is in the person of Raila Odinga. Raila, all his life, all he's wanted was to become a president. He has tried 5 times, correct? Now, what if Raila, once he becomes the deputy president, he incites the entire house to impeach Ruto? Because anything in politics is possible. There are no permanent friends, no permanent enemies. So this is what is going to happen. He uses his billions to buy the MPs the same way Ruto has used millions to buy the MPs to vote against Gachagua. Assume he succeeds. Now Raila, being the deputy president, becomes the president of the republic. Is that a possibility? Yes. The madness that Ruto has opened to the MPs is too much to wish away. This man is under threat and he will live under threat for the length of his service.
And talking more about impeachment, a member of the National Assembly by the name of Peter Selassie, he went on and asked the President of Kenya, William Ruto, a very critical question. Why is the development in this country, the ghost project in this country, not being rushed the same way the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua was given attention and rushed? Listen to what he had to say.
Nataka niulize rais wa Kenya, the way tu unakimbiza wabunge wako kufanya mambo ya impeachment ya Gachagua kama ndio kazi ulichaguliwa kufanya. Nataka niulize wabunge wako, bills gapi ambazo mmepitisha katika committee za agriculture na zingine ambazo mtasema mmepitisha na zinafanya kazi kuinua mwananchi wa chini, lakini mnataka kupitisha zile ambazo mko na interest nazo, ambazo mnajua hiyo ndio interest yenu na haiwezi benefit mwananchi wa kawaida. Na hata transition ukiangalia wamekuja katoa maneno ya NHIF, wanaleta mambo ya NHIF. There should be a progress, there should be progress. Like ukitoka hii saa hii ukienda NHIF uko nayo haiendi through, unaenda SHA haifanyi kazi, na watu wanataka kutibiwa, mko pale mkatoa UPA ya wanafunzi wetu, watoto wetu walikuwa wanatibiwa, amukuleta alternative nyingine, mnasema mnatuongoza, mnatupeleka wapi nyinyi watu nauliza?
So, do you think this question deserves an Oscar? Tell us in the comments down below.
Nataka niulize wabunge wako, bills gapi ambazo mmepitisha katika committee za agriculture na zingine ambazo mtasema mmepitisha na zinafanya kazi kuinua mwananchi wa chini?
During the previous presidential campaigns, you saw William Ruto going from church to church and portraying himself as a saint and a savior to Kenya and Africa, even to the point that he's also advocating for Pan-Africanism. But yet, here in Kenya, people have died. Many people have died and are still dying. People are being abducted under his presidency, under his administration. Listen to what our African brothers had to say about this.
Killings, abductions, and bodies being found dead in rivers. But to our surprise, this was only not just a mock to the people of Kenya, but a mock to God, because they held that Bible high. We are saying as the youths of Kenya that we are not going to be led by people who are killing us. We are saying as the youth of Kenya that we refuse to be led by people who are martyring us, people who are butchering us in the streets when we are advocating for good governance. And seemingly, it seems that the president, Mr. Ruto, is not getting us clearly. And therefore, I have an urgent appeal to the First Lady, Mama Rachel, that tonight, we believe that you are a very prayerful lady. Tonight, help us communicate to the president, maybe through love, because what kind of force, what kind of chains cannot be broken by the power of love? Look straight into the eyes of Mr. Ruto and tell Ruto that the bloods of the children who are martyred in the streets for no apparent reasons are wailing and crying in the streets. For the blood of the Gen Z youth who are martyred, who are butchered by the police on 25th, are wailing and crying in the street. And I want to say, even to the youths of Africa, from the northern bonds of Algeria to the southern tips of Azania, South Africa, from the eastern horn of Somalia, Kenya, Ethiopia, across Central Africa to the western plain of Guinea-Bissau, that we must rise up.
So Kenyans, are you aware that a member of parliament by the name of Mwengi Mutuse, he was just away at Kalembe Ndile's wife burial after he had a quarrel with an MCA? So Kenyans, things might be getting hotter, but compose yourselves and watch this video.
What is good?
So in your view, do you think Mutuse has graduated from an MP to a quarreler?
It may be getting hotter, but look at the document, compose yourself and read.
The only thing I'm missing right now is a mustache. But how can you go and quarrel at someone's wife burial? No respect for the family. Apart from Mutuse being chased away from Kalembe Ndile's wife burial, take a look at this video of Moses Kuria being chased out of stage from Tony Young's event. Take a look. There have been many abductions that have occurred since day one, since the protest started, since people occupied the parliament and they finished Kumalod. But why are people being abducted by this corrupt regime? Take a look at this video of somebody being abducted. I have watched this video in disbelief. Like, how can somebody be abducted, but yet people are there just standing and watching? Kenyans, learn to take actions. Since now the former deputy president of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, is no longer in power, do you think he will start going against the government in terms of exposing the corruption that is deep-rooted into the government? Listen to this.
After being successfully removed from office, Rigathi Gachagua will immediately begin undermining government policies. When they bring SHIF, he will now be in a position to speak against it. He'll be in a position to speak against the Adani deals. He'll be in a position to speak against just about anything that does not sit well with the people, including abduction.
I want to give a very big shout out and a very big thank you to all the Gen Zs out there, to all the people of Kenya who took to the streets to fight for better governance, for a better future in this country, and for good leadership. And the former Minister of Justice, Eugene Wamalwa, came out during Mashujaa Day to congratulate and appreciate the Gen Zs. Take a look.
Gen Z, we salute you. And as a nation, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Sababu ninyi mmeonyesha ni mashujaa na nyinyi mmeonyesha ni wazalendo. In fact, what you have achieved in 3 weeks has never been achieved in the last 3 decades. You, the Gen Z, have dared where other egos never dared. And today, as we celebrate this hero called Rex, we want you to know, you too are our heroes. You are soared like young eagles above the boundaries of our parochial tribal politics. You have said you want a Kenya that is tribeless. You, as the young eagles, have soared above the boundaries of our regional politics. You have soared above the boundaries of our corrupt parochial politics. So we celebrate you here today.
So this man deploys a military, watu wako na makombora, against people whose only weapon is a hashtag. A couple of people get killed, and then he goes on national television to say he has no blood on his hands. This is some diabolical shit. Alafu utapata delinquents 2027 wakimkampenia tena. Yo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Justin Muturi abduction scandal,
I would just say bring it on,
to Gen Z body recovered. Is he serious?
Kenyans are such an indisciplined lot.
Family fights for father's release.
Mimi siendi. Kitu nasema sirudi Nairobi kama sijapata haki yangu. Kama nitakaa 1 wiki kwa hii gari na wala siendi.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Diri. Abductions is still happening in Kenya. It's still taking place in Kenya without shame. Without shame, even from the international audience. And Wajakoya, he has come out and said that anytime you see someone being abducted, Kenyans, take matters into your own hands. That's not what he had to say.
Shikeni hawa watu. Either wapeleke polisi, wakiwa na bunduki, apply force. Restrain them. Washikwe, wapelekwe, na kama anataka kuleta nuks, wachapwe. That's the only way out, because tuko na serikali ambayo inatakana kulinda watu. Hapa watu wanasema ati enda waandike statement kwa polisi, kama umeona vile wameambia Muturi hapa ati kama alikuwa na hiyo maneno aandike statement kwa polisi. Unaenda kuandika statement, hao wameshika mtoto wako, hataki kujitambulisha, unaenda kama kuwachezea muziki ile kuchezea mbuzi gitaa. Unajua mbuzi ni burukenge. Come on, if it's me, deal with the situation the way it comes as a soldier. Because mahali tumefika, mbona hatujakuwa hapa siku zingine? Wakati wa Moi tulikuwa na hiyo, dunia ikasaidia because of the Cold War. Saa hizi tuko na Rais Ruto, watu wananyongwa, watoto watu wanapigwa, wanashikwa, wanatekwa nyara. Serikali ni yake, sio ya mtu mwingine.
I'm still wondering, like many other people out there who are still wondering, where are the missing abductees? Where are those men and women who have been abducted? Those Gen Zs who have been abducted, who are still missing till date? Where are they and how are they surviving? Bernard Kavuli, who was abducted, later on released, he came out and said that he saw approximately 32 people being held in a single room.
For those who do not understand Kikamba, what Kavuli Bernard was saying in the interview that he had during his homecoming party at home in Ukambani was, he was taken to the first place, he stayed. For 5 days, he was only given water twice. Very dark room. He was beaten twice a day. Clothless, naked. Then they were taken to another place inside the forest. And there, he says he saw Muteti. And there were many young people. He estimates that there could have been 32 of them who were held there captives in the middle of a forest. And they also
a man by the name of Mr. Hilary Gichuki, who was allegedly wrongfully arrested and remanded at Kirale prisons for a whole year, Kenyans, for a whole year without being presented to court. His family, the Mziza family, they went on to campaign for their father's release. And I'm just wondering, is it possible under the Kenyan laws to arrest somebody and imprison them for a whole year without trial, without being presented to court? Is this not illegal? Is this not holding somebody hostage? Just take a look.
Pesa 1400 ikawa nikazunguzwa hivyo tena ni Oshioro akiwa huku. Then unaweza wekea mtu pesa aje? Na ito jina. Unasikia venye anasema? Huyo ndio nataka aje. Inatoa Kevin. Tunaitumia saa hii. Inatoa Kevin. Huyo Ajeri mimi ndio nataka. Ndio nikukilipa pesa kama ni ukweli. Tujue Ajeri na Hilary walikuwa na uhusiano gani?
Hata itoi Angelina inatoa na mbona huyu mama hakuendea Angelina mwenye alimwekea pesa?
Anasema hakuenda. Ndio hapo ndio nafikia. Na hapo ndio nilitisiwa na polisi. Nilikuja anikafanywa hivi na polisi mwenye alimleta alinifanyia hivi.
Lazima ifike.
Hata niulize statement yangu. Sina haki. Hapana. Hiyo imenichokeza. Ama
mwaka mzima
mpaka hapa.
Mmoja tu.
Niende nikajikalise.
Mmoja tu angoje au jue na probation ndio apewe nini?
Mimi siedi. Kitu nasema sirudi Nairobi kama sijapata haki yangu. Kama nitakaa 1 wiki kwa hii gari na wala siendi. Naendelea zistahili. Siendi. Tunaenda huko. Hata mkitunyima nini ya kukaa, tuendi. Mimi wala siwezi enda. Nikakae wapi na watoto wangu? Nikakae wapi?
Mwaka mzima kila
kitu ya kukula. Saa zingine unasijaibu kumpe ati mtoto anaisija. Mimi kazi iliza nikitafutia huyu alikuwa juzi, huyu ni mzaa alizaa juzi. Mtoto atafikisha miezi 2 na niko na mtoto mwingine. Hiyo nayo hapana. Then nilisimama kwa koti nikasitizia bwana yangu hiyo statement bwana ilitolewa juzi. Alikuja kunifanyia hivi ati hata niitisie bwana yangu statement. Kwa nini?
Anani uchungu mami.
Atukue pia huyu aweke hapo.
Asinde kunoti hiyo pesa.
The young people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, have been very vocal and holding the government accountable. But it clearly seems like the government has tried abductions and even worse, killing to shut down the young people, to shut down the Gen Zs, but it has all failed miserably. Force will not work on the young people. What we want is accountability, good governance, and a better future for this country. Listen to what Kevin Ayodi had to say.
But I want to tell the government one thing. They have tried abductions, they have tried all this killing of the young people. Has anything changed? No, nothing has changed. Okay. So what are we saying? We are saying that the force does not work with these young people. Can we try to figure out something that we can use to make these young people behave? Right now we are seeing when you attack them, the more they become disobedient. Okay. They start coming up with cartoons and everything that upsets you. So what does that show you? Let's come up with an alternative way to see how we can calm down these young people. Because if this behavior continues, like she said, when the police comes maybe to arrest someone, these people will come and burn the cars and do everything. We don't want to get to that point.
It has started already.
Yes, it has already started.
People, when they say anyone trying to be arrested,
exactly,
they call it abduction.
And you know how police behave. So if such a fight starts between the police and the citizens, that's when they start shooting people to defend themselves, to defend their own. So we don't want to go to this stage whereby now the citizens decide to torture police vehicles, resisting arrest, themselves. Actually resisting legal arrest, thinking that it's abduction. Okay. So what we are saying is that let this government come up with strategies whereby they can listen to the views of Gen Zs, because they have demonstrated that when Gen Z speak something negative, they get it. That's why you see they speak the funeral. But when they are criticizing something useful, they tell you we don't want this in the finance bill, we don't want this, we don't want. They don't hear that. They don't. In fact, yes.
So Kenyans, do you think it's high time that the President of Kenya, William Ruto, should be arrested and charged for all these happenings that is taking place in this country? Listen to what Jeremiah Keoni had to say about this.
It's been confirmed here by Muturi that the abductions were really under his command, because he's the one who made the call and the young man was released. So if your son or daughter is released and you cannot get hold of William Ruto, what does that mean to us? We are on our own. When we have the likes of Sudi, Kamket, Kimani Ichung'wa, and Farah Marin, allowing the utterances that we have heard from their mouths in the presence of William Ruto, and to the amusement of him, William Ruto, kwa sababu yeye ndio alikuwa anapiga makofi kuliko wananchi wanapotukana watu. It means that the center is not holding. And we as Kenyans must heed the call that has been made by our leader. And we must prepare to do what the South Africans, the people of South Korea, have done. It is time for us to go and arrest William Samoei Ruto from State House, because we are on our own. Hakuna kitu kingine tunangojea, na hakuna Mkenya anangojea kuambiwa Ruto ni mbaya, wanajua ni mbaya kuliko wewe mwenyewe. Hakuna jambo unaweza sema kwamba anaweza saidia sisi nalo. It is upon us to organize ourselves and get Ruto home. As leaders, na sisi wote wa Kenya.
Kenyans, abductions have become a national crisis, and different people are using different forums like churches to speak against abductions in Kenya. Let's take a look at this.
You know, when Vika was talking about abductions, because this is something that has also disturbed me a lot as a parent, as a Kenyan, as a brother. But no, I just thought about it and said, the people who are planning it and even executing it, you know, there are people who could be in our neighborhoods. There are people who live amongst us. Some of them are relatives, friends. Some even come to church on Sunday, and as they walk out, they've just abducted. I mean, that's how sad it is, causing so much pain and grief among families. You can imagine if it's your child who has been abducted. Then the people who are responsible, they throw it back to us and say, we as parents are the ones to blame, you know. Somebody causes it, then they are blaming you. Yet we know that the same people who are saying that our children are indisciplined are the ones who are indisciplined. They are the ones who are stealing, causing so much mayhem in the country. So even as we continue praying, let's pray for this dark, evil spirit in them to be exorcised.
Even a man from Kisumu had a very strong message to the President of Kenya about what is currently taking place in this country. Just listen to what he had to say.
President Ruto, uwache kukua peti. We have so many things unafaa udeal nazo. Wachana na vitu vyenye MCA anafaa fuatilie kijijini. you are bigger than this thing. Show your wisdom kulingana na uwezo uliopatiwa na Mwenyezi Mungu kukaa mahali ulipo. In abduction haifai. Iwapo kuna makosa mtu amefanya, kuna protocol inafaa ifuatiliwe ili haki ipatikane. Dan kushika mtu, uende umtese, umuue, wazazi wamemsomesha. Sasa mtoto wa miaka 20, Ruto ako na miaka 60. Tofauti yenu ni gani kama mnafanya kitu inafanana? Kulingana na mimi, you are a parent, you are a leader and you are a president. Fanya vitu kulingana na umri wako na hekima yako.
Even some politicians are not safe from abduction. Justin Muturi, who is the Public Service Cabinet Secretary, he went to Kilimani police station to record a statement regarding the abduction of his son during the anti-government protest in June 2024.
So Nuruddin Haji calls in Muturi to make a statement about his son, and Muturi ends up exposing all of them. Kwani, I think these guys are possessed. At this point, they're making such blunders, such childish blunders, kindergarten blunders. The blunders you make in training school and you get like a D or an F or an E minus. Because what the hell, now we know they're behind the abductions. And I'm telling you, family, the only thing Nabi's government cares about is their international reputation. And they don't realize, because of the way they behave, Nairobi is the center of the spy world. There's so many spies from all over just roaming in Nairobi. So they're not relying on PR stunts. They're getting the information qua ground. So what is the game plan?
While Justin Muturi, the Public Service Cabinet Secretary, was writing his statement at Kilimani police station, he came out and said that Nuruddin Haji was responsible for his son's abduction. Later on, Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, he said that Nuruddin Haji is a huge threat to justice, rule of law and accountability. Just listen to this.
Kenya Kwanza regime is hell-bent on proceeding to unilaterally and single-handedly reconstitute the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. This comes against the backdrop of the earlier illegal forcing out of 4 commissioners who disagreed with Mr. Fuller Chebukati over the presidential election results. A biased and partisan IEBC is being put in place. Kenyans know what such a commission has done to this country before.
After Justin Muturi wrote his statement and revealed the dirty secrets that is currently taking place in this country, some politicians were not happy. Like Member of Parliament, Aldai Member of Parliament Marian Kitany, she went on to threaten Justin Muturi, saying that she will move a censure motion against him in Parliament.
Kama mtoto alikuwa abducted, alafu akarilisiwa, kuna kitu inaitwangwa kwenda kuripot kwa police station. Kutoka hiyo miezi 6 tangu siku hiyo aliyekuwa abducted na kurudishwa paka saa hii hujaenda kuripot kwa police station. Unataka nani akufanyie hiyo kazi? You are the minister for public, meaning hao watu wote in short wana report kwako. Ukikuja kwa media kutuambia kwa press na wewe ndio minister ya hao watu, hiyo ni kusema nini? Si umekosa kazi yako? Umeshindwa na kazi? So bado unafanya nini kwa hiyo ofisi? Wewe ujiuzulu, kuja ongea huku nje kama raia mwema. Ushike microphone kama raia mwema ukiongelesha ukigonga hiyo serikali. Lakini huwezi gonga serikali ukiwa ndani yake. Haiwezekani. Kama huwezi heshimu serikali yenye unaifanyia kazi. Mimi kama mjumbe kazi yangu ni kitu inaitwa oversight. Ninakuambia wewe ujiuzulu, na usipojiuzulu mimi nitapeleka motion bunge ya kusensha wewe.
Apart from Aldai Member of Parliament Marian Kitany threatening Justin Muturi, even Sylvanus Osoro was not left behind. He came and gave Justin Muturi 10 days. It's either to resign, apologize or be impeached. Just listen to this.
Justin Muturi
Ile kiboko tulipiga Gachagua ndio inakuja kwako. You resign ama nikutoe. Vile tuna resume bunge because tuko na siku 14 ndio to resume bunge. Justin Muturi, you have 3 options. Ya kwanza, resign. Ya pili, apologize. To ignore your maneno. Ya tatu, we impeach you. Tuna collect signatures. Uende nyumbani. You cannot serve the government of Kenya yenye unalima kila siku. Ati yo maneno namna hii. Sani yako anashikwa akifanya ukora, unasema ni abduction. Na wewe sani yako alipatikana kwa bar na vitu zingine za kufuta sijui nini, akashikwa. Fundisha mtoto wako maadili bwana. Wacha ajipange pole pole. It can't be that the only people complaining are from one region. It can't be. Mpaka ma CSS mumongezewa. Leo vetting inafanywa ya CSS kutoka mlima. Na sisi tumenyamaza tu. Unafikiria tuko happy?
Despite Kenyans, despite Justin Muturi's son being abducted and also being threatened that he's going to be impeached in parliament, let's listen to the response of the Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi.
I would just say bring it on. At my age, I'm not the kind of person to respond to some of it is really very perfunctory statement made by fairly inexperienced politicians. I think they're not worthy my response. So if anybody thinks that I don't know what I'm doing, then they are up for a rude shock.
Many Kenyans are asking themselves, why did Justin Muturi take 6 months, 6 good months to make this issue public? And how was he trying to solve it? Listen to this.
Na hiyo kulikuwa na hizo habari kwamba mtoto wa Justin Muturi alitekwa nyara. Na ilikuwa ukweli, sio uongo. Lakini ile kitu ambayo watu wanajiuliza, mbona imemchukua miezi 6 kuongea? Mbona imemchukua miezi 6? Lakini ukisoma vizuri hiyo statement yake, yeye anasema kwamba hiyo muda yote alikuwa anajaribu kuuliza maswali ndani ya serikali, kuuliza wahusika ili apate majibu. Kulingana na mimi naona ni kwamba vile anavyoeleza ni kwamba alikuwa anataka kuresolve hiyo issue internally but like there was no cooperation from those who are concerned. Ndio imemchukua hii muda baada yeye kukosa kupata majibu akaona aongee. Mimi kulingana na mimi sioni siasa hapo, ingawaje pia hiyo kitu inaweza kuwa kwamba Justin Muturi anataka kuitumia kisiasa kwa sababu hajajiuzulu. Nafikiri anangoja rais amfute, kwa sababu rais akimfuta atapata some sympathy kutoka kwa watu wake huko Embu. Nafikiri hiyo ndio kitu anataka kuvuna kidogo kisiasa kutoka kwa hili swala, ingawaje aliadhirika. Hivyo ndio mimi ninaona.
Kenyans, remember Justin Muturi, this is a minister serving in the government, talking about abduction, also giving his own experience. So I'm just asking myself, like if a minister, a man who is serving in the government, can be a victim of abductions, what about you?
The headlines in all our papers today are Justin Muturi. All, including Business Daily. And what he said, this is a minister serving in the government talking about abductions and giving his own experience. We raised that issue here in the newspaper hour and we asked, why now? He was Attorney General. At the time his son was abducted. The son was released 6 months plus down the line. We now hear him. So is it a convenient time? And was it that in a previous time it wasn't convenient for him to speak about these things? Now, everyone and their uncle and cousin and grandmother have spoken on the subject of abductions, including our relatives from outside this country and outside our borders. It's an issue that young people have raised, civil society have raised. It has flooded the so-called media, social media spaces. It is everywhere. So one could argue he has come into the conversation, we hear him, but he has come into the conversation when people have been having it for a very long time. That's why the subject of, is it a convenient time? Not to diminish that he has spoken. No. Not to diminish that his son was abducted and he and the family must have gone through some serious turmoil. That's not it. The question of why now is what we were asking. Why now? Why didn't he speak earlier? Remember, you're talking about a subject matter that people have unrelentingly spoken about. Even today, they speak about it. They speak about it every single day.
Despite CS Muturi taking 6 good months to reveal his son's abductions, his sentiments must not be taken lightly, and he's passing a very crucial message. Like, abductions has been a daily occurrence in the Republic of Kenya. And let me tell you, Kenyans, it is time to fight back. Just listen to this.
When a system or a government subjects the masses through what we call political oppression, social degradation, and economic exploitation, the only option is resistance. As in, let me tell you, not unless those 3 things are taken keen into, we will always go into the same cycle of violence, of mistrust from the citizens, of misunderstandings between the citizens and the government, and it won't end there. But the worst thing is, growth is a gradual process. If you look at what we were discussing 2 years ago on what might come and what is happening today, it's growing by the day. Now look at this issue you're talking about today. You're talking of abductions. Now today we're just seeing there's a video trending where a police officer was arresting someone in Nakuru. And now the citizens are saying, hey, huyu hamumchukui.
Yes. Yeah.
And let me tell you, what happens is when you have a government, when you have top leaderships in a country who don't follow the rule of law, then how do you expect the normal citizens to follow the rule of law?
Yeah.
So we are going down that road of lawlessness. It's seriously and honestly sad, to an extent where you see a very senior government official like the former Attorney General, who is a sitting cabinet secretary, state clearly in a press conference yesterday that even his son was abducted. He sits in what we call the National Security Security Committee. That is the senior most security organ in the country. That is where all the critical decisions are made. And the people who sit there are very few top people: the president, the deputy president, the director of National Intelligence Service, the director of the police IG, the attorney general. Very few selected top security people in the country. And he says he could not be able to ascertain who had abducted his child.
And talking more about abductions, Thika Road was blocked at Ruiru after a body was found inside a river. And the demonstrators were saying that this body is a victim of abductions. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. A senior counsel and a former member of parliament, Abdikadir Mohani, he discussed and gave his honest opinion on why the Gen Zs are being abducted in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say.
The only difference now is that the Gen Z are engaged, and that the Gen Z are the target. The reason why they are target, we all know, is because they have become politically active. Which is why it's absolutely no-brainer who is behind the abductions. And to be straight, it's the government of Kenya. That is government operatives who are behind this. There's zero doubt about that. But the reason why they are the target now is because they are doing important stuff. If they were worried about their Instagram stuff and nobody would bother with them, nobody would abduct them. They are doing important stuff, and the abductions is to scare them off. The reason why they are being targeted is because they are doing important work. And because they are the ones who are engaged, I can assure you the government is very scared right now. And the pushback is very important. Even that guy who you said don't do it.
The fact that he's saying don't do it.
3 years ago, nobody, they would stop at the middle of the streets and people will pick somebody and nobody would bother. In fact, if anything, they would help do that stuff. So I think absolutely they are doing a great job. You said it's the evolution. We have to continue evolving to the point, because between me and you, it's actually stupid for whoever thinks that kidnapping people or killing people solve anything.
Yeah.
This abduction issue in Kenya has now gone internationally. Even the BBC, they decided to make a story about abductions in Kenya. Let's take a look at their version of the story.
Since June 2024, young people in Kenya critical of the government have gone missing. The Kenya Human Rights Commission says more than 80 people have been abducted in the last 6 months, with 24 still missing.
Some even say that they were waterboarded, hit with whips, punched, kicked. It was full scale of torture. They say they were security agencies because the line of questioning related to what the government appeared to be afraid of. So they were being asked, for example, who is funding your protests? Why are you protesting?
24-year-old Billy Mwangi is one of the people who went missing. He returned home 15 days after he was abducted from a barber shop by hooded men in unmarked vehicles.
When you hear your son was forcefully burdened into a car, you start now getting worried, because I remember when the mother got news, she collapsed. The boy has not shared a lot. When he came, he was not his real self. And as we speak, he is still healing from that shock.
The abductions started in June 2024 after a nationwide protest led by young people against the proposed tax hikes, corruption, and poor governance.
The reasons for abduction is simple. The government is afraid of accountability. The government is afraid of responding to critical questions that Kenyans have been asking.
I haven't authoritatively confirmed that it is a government who abducted that boy, but investigations are still ongoing. The abductors, I think they are trained, they are skilled, but I can assure you he was not abducted by any ordinary person.
The Kenya government has denied any involvement in the abductions. Kenya's head of police and the director of criminal investigations have twice ignored court summons to explain the abductions. For Billy, the road to recovery begins.
Billy is a young man who is so disciplined, and as at now, he has not restored that picture of himself. So he's still healing, let me say so.
The abductions have caused outrage across the country. Parents and activists say they will continue to campaign until all are released.
Another member of parliament by the name of Kiare John, we all remember him during the Gen Z protests. He came out and said that those images that you're seeing on the internet are photoshopped. This member of parliament, this politician, has come back again with another bombshell. He has made a very reckless and careless statement about abductions in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say.
Yes, there are issues that could be pointing a finger at the police. In the same breath, there are people who have been reported and sensationalized online for a whole weekend, only to turn up that they had traveled to a different county or a different town to go and see a boyfriend or a girlfriend, which is also a fact. But the point I wanted to make was beyond
What is
that.
factual about that?
Yeah?
What is factual about traveling to see their boyfriends or girlfriends?
But they had been reported as missing.
Who?
And we had even cases where we had people who were even sensationalized on social media that this is a massive missing person, and it was mistaken to be a case of abduction.
What is the?
And you even reported.
What is the
it on
example?
media. Well, there is a lady who disappeared for an entire weekend, and it turned out that they had gone to see a boyfriend in a city that was different from where they live.
Is that what she recorded with the DCI?
Is what is that? I have no idea what she has recorded.
So why are you
with the
pointing
DCI.
that out as an example?
Okay, let's give that.
Even our own soldiers are having a hard time, Kenyans. Like some of them have been taken to Somalia and other countries to fight terrorism under harsh conditions. One Kenyan soldier who went to Somalia to fight, then he was captured. And he was captured for a quite number of years and was never released. Just listen to this sad story.
Mimi ni mfungo wa kivita, niko mkononi mwa Al-Shabaab.
So that initially looked like just another propaganda video by the Al-Shabaab. But now the family of Abdullahi Issa Ibrahim has reached out to me and confirmed that that is their dad. Wanaomba hiyo video ende viral. Why? Now, walikuwa initially budao amededi hadi wakafanya burial. Kwa nini? Now allegedly the military guys have a rule that if a soldier goes missing for over 5 years anakuwa declared dead. But jana, out of nowhere, on a random TikTok page, wanaona budao akisema mazejo mi bado niko Somalia, nimeshikwa, and if possible the Kenyan government should come for me. They are now asking the public to make that video go viral. This is the page in the video eco. If you get the right people, so that their dad can come back home.
So Kenyans, do you think that all systems in Kenya have already collapsed? And do you think that the men and women who should be protecting the people of Kenya and fighting and seeking justice have turned their backs on the people? Let's listen to what Ismbanya had to say.
The image of DCI in this country has completely gone to the dogs. Completely. It will take a miracle to have, that entire system cleansed. I don't know what manner of corruption got in there. They use our officers as abductors, as kidnappers. Unasikia even at the highest level. Mtoto wa Justin Muturi. Wenye walipanga walikuwa huko juu. These high ranking officers at the DCI branch. My God. Where are we headed as a country? Manzi Ruto ameharibu every system in this country. He found working systems. All of them are corrupted to the core right now. I don't think we have one working system we can trust in this country. In less than 2 years, and just 2 years, everything gone. Poof.
If you dig deeper and ask yourself, what is the actual reason for abductions in Kenya? Because this is getting out of hand. Like, we cannot keep on losing our people. We cannot keep on losing the Gen Zs being abducted. And some of them, their bodies are found in rivers. For how long? Listen to what the villager 254 had to say about this.
By the way, did you sit for a moment and think why the government and all politicians are against the Gen Zs and the millennials? Let me give you facts. Number one, we've always been told that the leadership of tomorrow is belongs to the youth. Now, the people we had planned to rule them for 100 years have suddenly woken up and they can no longer be ruled by us. Therefore, we want them to lie low like an envelope and they allow us to rule them. Apparently, the Gen Z and the millennials are taking up leadership, and this is the biggest problem that Ruto never anticipated and his political charlatans never anticipated. Now, this is the problem. The youth are taking over.
Unlike Dadaab Member of Parliament, Farah Maalim, who said that if he was given power, he would have killed 5,000 Gen Zs. Another traitor, another betrayer, another backstabber by the name of Kasabwel Makore, he came out again to abuse Kenyans. And just listen to what this, just take a look.
Kenyans are such an indisciplined lot. One, they come for protests late. Two, they don't want to take accountability. But they don't want you to take charge either. This thing requires discipline. It requires total commitment. It requires, people just love typing this, that it requires eternal vigilance.
Apart from the Tanzanian activist by the name of Maria Sarungi Tsehai, who she was abducted in Kenya just recently. Do you guys remember when Kizza Besigye, a high-ranking politician from Uganda, was abducted in Kenya and taken back to Uganda? Like, if a high-ranking official, government official, a politician or an activist can be abducted in Kenya, do you think that you are safe? Do you think that we are safe in this country? And so many other people have been abducted. Foreigners who are seeking asylum in this country, seeking refuge in this country, that are being abducted, and some of them, they end up losing their lives. Let's listen to Yvonne Okwara's take.
So you want to tell me that Ugandan security officials had the knowledge that Kizza Besigye was walking around in Nairobi, particularly in the Riverside area, dangerously armed? Not only were they aware of this, they trailed him and then arrested him in Kenya and transported him across the border, only to be presented before a Ugandan military court. All of this without the Kenyan government knowing what the Ugandan sleuths were up to? Wow. So what else are they doing in this country that we may not be aware of? In fact, might there be any other foreign security officials or mercenaries, for that matter, wandering about here like children in a plantation looking to pick guavas to eat? Further, assuming that this information may have some merit, isn't this a Kenyan territorial issue? A dangerously armed man is in the country. Isn't that a matter for us to deal with? To be specific, seeing as he was supposedly found somewhere around Riverside in Nairobi, shouldn't that be a matter for the Kilimani Police Division to deal with? I imagine it would be the Kilimani Division police officers to conduct the investigation and the arrest, present him in a Kenyan court, and then inform Uganda that they're holding their national. Folks, this whole incident smells off. And this is because this is not the first incident of this nature that we've witnessed in the country. You see, exactly 1 month ago, the Kenyan government abandoned the principle of non-refoulement when 4 Turkish nationals were abducted and deported back to their country. The Foreign Affairs Ministry says this was at the request of the Turkish government for the 4 individuals who had been recognized by the UN as refugees. To boot, Kenya adopted a Pontius Pilate stance, saying they did not want to get involved in the affairs of another country. That's not all. Remember Ethiopian national Samson Tekla Michael, who was abducted and has been missing in this country for 3 years now? And don't forget that in August 2022, or later in that year, Pakistani journalist Arshad Sharif fled his country, sought refuge in Kenya, following death threats over his reporting on corruption. How wrong he was. He was shot and killed in Kajiado County. These incidents do not bode well for Kenya's territorial integrity. They erode our standing in the eyes of the international community. All of this, by the way, even as Kenyans themselves get abducted within their own country. If we're not careful, Kenya could soon be known as the abduction capital of the world. That's my take.
Do you guys remember these photos of the president which has been trending on the internet? It seems like the politicians, the government, they don't understand the real and true meaning and definition of these photos. And if you also don't understand the meaning, just listen to this.
We have seen people who have been told not to do this and they are doing that. Why? Because Kenya has become like a rehabilitation to everyone. We have seen people, like we saw the president, saying that we were not supposed to post those things that we have posted. But let me tell you, we are not burying the president. We are only burying the character in him. We are burying the bad characters that are happening in our government. We have seen people who have been abducted. We have seen people who have been going through a lot of problems in Kenya.
This clearly shows you that the politicians are afraid of this.
In the book of Paul said that it's better the day you die as a good man than the day you are born. Are we together? Just go and look in history. All dictators in the world, you can tell them anything. You can tell them stop Adani, they will close their ears. You can tell them we don't want vaccination, they will close their ears. You can tell them we don't want finance bill, they will close their ears and wacheni porojo, and they will tell you wacheni porojo. But dare tell the dictators that they are going to die. That is the worst thing you'll ever tell a dictator.
This issue has gotten so serious in Kenya. Even one Kenyan man is urging the Kenyans in diaspora to take action.
This one is for Kenyans in the diaspora. Tafadhalini, wherever you are, whether it's UK, Europe, USA, guys, we have groups, we have WhatsApp groups. Let's unite. Tushirikiane, let us brainstorm, let tuchange, let's do all we can to make sure that this brutal dictator by the name William Samoei Ruto, we get rid of him within the shortest time possible. God bless you all. God bless Kenya.
Despite the challenges that Kenyans are facing each and every day, the people are still injecting, and they're injecting mercilessly, and they're injecting in different forms, fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. Take a look at some of these kids from Kenyans who are remaking and reacting the abductions scenes.
But
No, I'm not taking any questions.
Someone is literally
Who's
being
abducting people?
These people, these police are taking.
No, there's no police abduct. What do you mean? Abel, just tell her that you're not the police. What does she mean?
No, this is not the police. This is the NIS. What is what?
Mombali nanga. Kasongo mbona wewe. Songa.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host today, and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenya has been facing high cases of abductions in the recent past days, weeks, and months. And some of the people who have been abducted are still missing till date. Inject Party leader Morara Kebaso Sr. has come out with a life-changing lessons on personal and digital security for young people out there who are fighting for better governance. So, comrades, enjoy this class.
This is a festive season. On an ordinary day, we should be with our families enjoying. However, in the wake of abductions, ladies and gentlemen, I've thought it wise to leave the comfort of my home and come and teach you about some little tactics of how the government traces you, and also some self-defense tactics against abduction. So we're going to talk about abductions. Now, abductions don't just happen. They begin with what we call trailing. So the abduction will most likely begin with trailing and surveillance. Yeah, to begin with trailing and surveillance. Now, the government nowadays is very lazy because of technology. So because of that technology, they found easier ways to trail you and surveil you. So you need to understand these digital tactics that the government uses, and then what you do with that information is really to your own safety. Number one, Safaricom or any line whatsoever, but most notoriously Safaricom. Now if you have a Safaricom SIM card, how a SIM card works is that it communicates to the nearest cell tower. Therefore, they are able to use a process called triangulation. They are able to use a process called triangulation to approximate the area where you are. And the people do this mostly is NIS and DCI, a department called CRIB. So there's a department in DCI, it's called the Criminal Research and Intelligence Bureau, and there's the National Intelligence Service. So mostly they are the ones who are going to do this because they have back-end access to Safaricom. And because they have that back-end access, they are able to trace your location. Na inakujanga kama Google Map pin. So they're able to follow that pin to an approximate of where you are. So you need to know this about the Safaricom line. So if you're up to something or you know that you're being trailed, you may need to remove your line. Now there's another thing I need to tell you about your Safaricom line. There is something about your phone called an IMEI, an IMEI number. Now, even if you know they are trailing you and you remove this SIM card and you throw it away, but you buy another SIM card registered in your name or even in another person's name, but you still put it in the same phone, they are going to use the IMEI to get your new number.
So even if the new number is going to be registered in a different, name, they're going to use your email number and they're going to get your new number. You need to be careful on that one. So you may have to throw away your phone and your SIM card, or keep away your phone and your SIM card and use a different one. Some of you believe that ukiwa na katululu ama kamulika mwizi you cannot be traced. That's very false. That's not true. You can be traced with any device, including katululu. So be aware of that. Number 2, all right, on the issue of tracking and tracing is KPLC. Now, so KPLC is very notorious for giving out your location. And KPLC knows literally where 90% of Kenyans live, especially if you have electricity. How they know is because of your meter number. Now, you will remember that whenever someone applies for a meter number from KPLC, they always provide the plot number. And whenever KPLC comes to give a quotation, they usually take the coordinates of that place. So because of this meter number and because of the national grid of the KPLC, they can use your meter number where you pay tokens to know your house. That is why sometimes you wonder, unapata wamekuja, wameenda hadi 5th floor, wameingia hadi number C1. It's because they know your meter number where you pay your token. So they're going to know your house. Again, as I told you, what you do with that information is really up to you. Number 3 is your phone. And here I want to specifically speak about something called Pegasus. Now, Pegasus is a hacking software, a surveillance software that was developed in Israel, that Kenya bought for billions of shillings. Of course, there was corruption. There's corruption even in NIS. And what it does is that it sends a text to your phone. Now, Pegasus, unlike other hacking softwares, they don't have to touch your phone. Sio lazima washike simu yako for them to install Pegasus. They just need to send you a message. Once the message enters your phone, it downloads the software into your phone. Now, one of the ways to know whether you've been attacked by Pegasus is you leave your phone on the table, you're not using it, then you come back and find that your phone is hot. Unaacha simu kwa meza, unakuja unapata iko na joto. The reason is it's transferring information somewhere. And once Pegasus is in your phone, they can do everything. They can turn on your GPS, they can turn on your Wi-Fi, they can connect to the nearest Wi-Fi, they can read your messages, they can read your WhatsApp, they can check your M-Pesa, they have your contact list. There is nothing they cannot do if they've infected your phone with Pegasus. Nothing at all. So now, if they've hacked you using Pegasus, the following things are going to happen. Number 1, they will access your information. They'll access your data. Everything you do, including calls. Number 2, they'll turn on your mic. So there's a microphone in your phone. They'll turn on that mic and listen to you real time. Like as you are talking, they're listening. The third thing they'll do is they'll turn on your camera. So they cannot just listen. They can also take a photo of you or a photo of your surrounding as you're holding your phone. That's what they can do with your phone when they hack it. And as I've told you, they don't have to access your phone. It's not like these hackers who send you a suspicious email, you click on the link, then they hack your phone. No. This one, if they send it to your phone, you don't need to do anything. They've hacked it. Now, if you have the following things in your phone, you need to be careful. Number 1, a loan app. A loan app. If you have a loan app on your phone, most apps that you use to borrow loans, what is it that a loan app usually asks you whenever you download it? Number one is allow contacts, allow the loan app to access your contacts. Number two, allow the loan app to read your messages. Allow the loan app to access your photos. Now, the people are controlling loan apps in Kenya. They have access to your photos. So if you have nudes in your phone and you think somebody else doesn't have them, you need to think again. Okay? That's how much information the loan app can access. The loan app can read your messages because the reason they usually request to read your messages is to determine whether you are worthy of a loan. So they'll see your messages, maybe how many other loan are you borrowing from other places. Are there people who are asking you to pay them back money that you've taken from them? From your messages, they are able to know what business you do and what you are involved in. Imagine this is personal data that they are accessing inside your phone. So if you have a loan app, you should know that everything that goes on in your phone, there's a likelihood that the loan app servers have it. Okay? Number two, a dating app. They can either read your messages inside a dating app or they can come to you as a person wanting to date you. Now, the government has limitless resources. And NIS is allocated an unlimited budget of billions of shillings. And because people are greedy, sometimes they usually steal that money. But whenever they put it to good use or to bad use, whichever the case, they can actually send someone to date you. It can be a lady, it can be a gentleman, it can be anything, depending on who you are and what you like. So they cannot lack $1 million or 200,000 or 50,000 or 10 million to give to someone to date you. In fact, they themselves, they have beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen who can be given a quick Range Rover. They come and show you a lot of razzmatazz and glamour. You fall in love and they start surveilling you. So they can either do it to surveil you for information or they can do it to kill you. So death is also a possibility. So dating app. Number three is Google Maps. Now if you have Google Maps on your phone, just go to the settings, you'll see something called Google Timeline. And if your Google Timeline is on, itakuchorea everywhere you've gone with a blue kind of thing. So if this is Google Timeline, it's going to show you everywhere you've been to. Itasema ulitoka hapa, ukakuja Umoja, ukaenda town, ukakuja Donholm, ukakuja West, ukateremka Mombasa Road, Mlolongo. It's going to draw everything every day, not just one day. As long as it's on, Google Timeline is drawing everywhere you go every day. So they can access it. They can know where you are on the 11th of November and where you went after that because of Google Maps. All right? Number four, I'm now telling you about the kind of apps which, if you have in your phone, they're going to be dangerous. Sometimes they use game apps. So sometimes you may download a game app thinking that you've downloaded an app for a game, but this app is accessing other information around your phone. So it's
From Tanzanian activist abduction in Kenya to Nakuru abduction fail. Is Shakur the cop safe?
For the past few days, I've been receiving anonymous messages.
Pastor Nganga fights back.
Jaji ndiye ataamua hii kesi, sio nyinyi mtaamua mkidinap. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua. Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, the question of the day is, are we really safe in our own country? Like even asylum seekers are being abducted. And so many cases of asylum seekers have been taking place in this country. A case has been trending recently of a Tanzanian journalist by the name of Maria Sarungi Tsehai. She was abducted in broad daylight. And even some Kenyans tried to help her. Just before we continue, just take a look at how things unfolded.
Hata wewe funga huko. Hii mbona wanafanya hivyo? Au yes.
A very big shout out to that city hopper driver who tried to block that car which was being used to abduct the Tanzanian journalist. After the abduction, she was later on released, and this is what she said.
Asanteni sana, nipo salama, Mungu ni mwema. Na kesho nitachukua muda niwashukuru vizuri. Naomba niwashukuru watu wa Kenya, watu wa Tanzania, and all the international people. Specific shout out to the people who are the Man Nation, because today I have been saved. Thank you.
As you can see, she's clearly shaken after going through all that, being abducted in Kenya. So what really happened? Let's listen to how she narrates her story.
I think I answered your question on the asylum and how many people there were 4. So 3 were the ones who got out of the car and were always moving around. There was the driver. At the last time we stopped before they released me, the driver also got out. And I was left only with the person on my right who was holding me and choking me most of the time. And he kept holding me all the time. So he never got out of the car. He was the one, I think, who was assigned to basically keep me there. And the driver, when he got out, that was the longest time they were gone. And I believe they were doing some consultations. The passenger in front is the one who I suspect, because was speaking to me in Swahili and my name and always wanted to get my reaction. I suspect he's the one who was actually giving or taking instructions. And sometimes I could hear and I could feel movement, so I think they were doing sign language or something over my head, so I wouldn't understand. But those were more like maybe saying, let's go or watch or something. But if they needed to do any bigger thing, they would leave.
What a sad state of affair. Just because she called out the Tanzanian government, run by the president of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, for her wrongdoings. Now she's being abducted in Kenya. And remember, Kenyans, this is an asylum seeker in Kenya. That means that she should be protected under the Kenyan law. But yet, the same government that should be protecting her is the one that is being used to abduct her. Like seriously, why do you abduct asylum seekers in Kenya? Why do you abduct visitors and investors? This does not make sense. Like, just listen to what the villager 254 had to say about this.
Wadau, things are getting very thick for our country. Imagine mwanaharakati, a critic of the government of Tanzania, has just been abducted just 4 kilometers from where I am, in my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, a foreigner who is a critic of the government of Tanzania has been abducted on Kenyan soil. Oh, wow, we have lost it. Kenya is not safe for anybody.
Despite all this crap coming from the rogue regime, Tanzanians have stood with us. They have stood with us like a family, like brothers and sisters. Let's take over this video all the way from Tanzania, Zanzibar, supporting Kenya.
Nilipokuwa kwenye matembezi ya mji mkongwe, niliona kundi za vijana wa kiume wadogo wakiwa wanazamia ndani ya maji ya bahari ya mji huo. Watu wengi kutoka nchi mbalimbali na hata wakaaji walikuwa wakiwazongea kutazama tukio hilo. Nilidhania ingelikuwa vizuri kama ningekwenda kutazama, Nilipofika do salale, hichi ndo nilichokiona. Mimi ni wenyu Elvis Deri.
Welcome Zanzibar, karibu hakuna matata. Kasongo! No. Kenya, welcome to Zanzibar.
Mbali lidanga, kasongo mbona leo, songa la libara.
In Nakuru, another abduction case unfolded, but this time round it was not successful. The residents there occupied, saving a patriot who was being abducted, and those abductors, they narrowly escaped death. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. But if you ask yourselves, what really happened during the abductions in Nakuru? Listen to these statements from the locals.
Kusikia sisi tukasikia kuna gari. Kufika kwa hapo kwa stage ya Nduthi, gari kapotea. Tukakimbilia gari. Jamaa mmoja wa Nduthi akigonga ukuta ni venye ametolewa bunduki. Akatishwa na yenyewe.
Wakaniambia wanataka mchele. So juu niko na nibongo anauza mchele hapo, nikawaambia iko. Wakaniambia niwapimie kilo 20. So venye walifika hapo kwa kazi wakanipigia, wakaniambia wamefika. Kufika wakanionyesha kande za DCI. Nikawaambia kwanza nipigie bosi wangu simu, wakakataa.
Gari kukuja, nichukua msichana na kumweka kwa mbuti. Sisi kwa watu wa Kiamanyaki tukatoka mbio. Hakufuata gari.
Ndio niliamka nikakasema siku hizi mtu anaenda kwa hakujulikana.
Wameponea kifo kwa kufuata njia mbaya yenye wamekuja kushika mtu naye. Na zile gari wanakuja kushika nazo ni zile zinaandafti watu.
Maafisa wa polisi kutoka DCI wamekuja hapa, walikuwa na mtaka mshukiwa mmoja. Kwa hivyo wakaweza kuja kumchukua, lakini kwa vile hawakuwa na gari ambayo inaweza bainika vyema kwamba ni ya polisi, raia walipoona hiyo gari wameweza kuleta shinda na wakaizuilia.
Still in Nakuru, where the residents occupied, a patriot was being abducted in broad daylight, Kenyans, in broad daylight. But the residents there resisted and they went on to save this patriot from being abducted. Let's take a look at how things went down.
Ajitambulishe. Ipo ndo anadaktu watu, ipo ndo mnadaktu watu. Ajitambulishe.
Another patriot who has always been there since day one, Shakur the cop. He was being detained and forced to eat the inmates' food. Like, I'm just wondering, this regime, what do they have against freedom of expression? Just take a look.
Kando siwezi kula chakula fungu.
This clearly shows you that those officers who are detaining and forcing our brother, our patriot, Shakur the cop, they got orders from above. And even Shakur the cop, he was almost abducted. Just listen to his story.
My name is Jackson Kuria. Most of you know me as Cop Shakur or Shakur the cop. Today, I've survived an attempted abduction. Were it not for my self-defense skills, nongelea stories zingine. For the past few days, I've been receiving anonymous messages, anonymous calls. So wamekuwa wakinipigiana private number, wakiniambia vile wataniua, vile I should stop criticizing the government. Yet I'm not even criticizing the government. I'm just speaking the truth. The government is killing people. The government is abducting people. So today I have a message for the government of Kenya. Tomorrow I'll present myself to the police. If you want to arrest me and charge me, do it. But stop coming to me at night na kunifanyia vitu zingine. I know it's the government of Kenya that is trying to do this, because the people who are trying to abduct me, they had guns. Tomorrow I'll present myself to the authorities. If you want to charge me in the Kenyan court of law. That's my message.
During the past election, Shakur the cop voted for President William Ruto, and currently he is regretting his actions. And why is that? Let's listen to what he had to say.
Yeah, I personally went and voted for the current president. Tulikuwa tunasimamia election in Kiambu. I took an Uber to go and vote for him. I paid an Uber for 1,200 shillings. I think to and from it was around 1,200 shillings. And the allowance that we got was around 900 bob for that whole period. And as a young person, I'm just asking myself a question. Is this the country that I want my daughter and my son to live in? Is this the country that we want to have in future? And if we continue having this tribe thing, and these people are saying, we are going to be a complete mess as a country.
Abductions. Like for how long? For how long, Kenyans, will you keep on hearing about abductions in Kenya? Paul Kalani Mwema, who was among the 4 abductees in Mlolongo, who are still missing, who remained missing since 16 December. His aunt, by the name of Margaret Munyoto, she addressed the media with pain and sadness in her heart, and also urging Kenyans to pray for the families victims. Just take a look at this.
Tutafanya nini? Sasa mtoto atatoka hapa. Pia mama yake, hata ndugu yake. Kwa ufupi mimi nasikia shida. Mimi naomba serikali hata kama ndivyo na kuomba wewe ni msafi. Hata kama ulifanywa nini na hiyo watoto na kuomba uchukue kama mtoto yako. Na kuomba.
Kenya's controversial pastor by the name of Pastor James Ng'ang'a, he went head-on with Oscar Sudi and Kimani Chungwa over the abductions that is taking place in Kenya. Just take a look at how Pastor Ng'ang'a injected.
Previously, on keeping up with the Kenya Kwanza government.
Sasa wangenipatia hiyo docket hiyo ya usalama siku 3 peke yake. Hiyo watoto na ujinga hiyo ya kuchora vitu kwa maneno itaisha.
It's about to go down. Nimeona Sudi akisema ati kama ni yeye angeandikwa angeua watoto, siue mama yako, umbwa wewe, takataka, you are killers. You are, sipeleke mtoto kotini, sipeleke mtu kotini. Naona jana wanashambulia ati mpaka na mapasa. There is nowhere kotini kuna mada na kuna life. Jaji ndiye ataamua hii kesi, sio nyinyi mtaamua mkidinap. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua kule watoto wanaenda. Don't blink nonsense. Na hii mwaka na nyinyi mtaona mtakufiwa na special zenyu.
Shame on you. Shame on you. And I say again, shame on you, Governor. You cannot claim abductions when you are the key abductor and murderer of Kenyans under the previous regime.
Mnachochea, wewe unaenda Rift Valley, wewe ni mtu wa Kiambu, kaa kwa mama yako, stupid. Utaendaji Rift Valley kwenda kuchochea Natembea kwake? Unaenda kwa Natembea kwake? Si wachana watu wa kwake wapigane wenyewe. Lakini utapigana na mtu. If you want my battle, wewe Joe. Driver yako ataigisha gari yako kwa lori nyuma. Huyo bodyguard yako ndio atakushoot. Sababu tutapigana na nyinyi kiroho. Nyinyi mtumie polisi na mimi nitumie spirit. Hata hao polisi wenyewe wanakulana. Spiritual controller. Kuna siku nilikuwa nataka kuua watu. Hao watu walikuwa wananigiria. Bwana kaniambia goja. Sijakupatia hiyo lakini wakikuattack. Sasa nagojeaga mtu aniattack. Nagojeaga tu mtu aniattack. Hata kama ni nani, I swear before God, I will show you. Mungu si wa kutukano, kibarangoto. Salimia mtu mwambie achana mimi. Utaja.
Kenyans, if you are asked to make a wish today, what kind of wish would you make? And what kind of positive change do you think Kenya needs right now? Listen to this.
The positive change is Kasongo must go. That's what we look forward to in the year. Huh? So you know, when we went to pray over Christmas, we asked God to lift this cup off our shoulders, take this burden away from us. So if it is going to be a new year that Kenyans are going to celebrate or feel a positive trajectory, then Kasongo has to resign or to get out of office. Because look at it this way. His economic policies of last year made us have a very somber Christmas. Now you want to again wait for another 1 year? 2 more?
The question of the day is the DCI boss, Mohamed Amin, a wanted fugitive? And Kenyans, who do you think should be arrested first when it comes to all these abductions that is taking place in Kenya? Just take a look.
Okay, so the second day in a row, DCI detectives are almost getting lynched by crowds. Okay, right now it literally just happened in Nakuru. And you guys, you should be very wary, okay? Because you're going outside saying you're following orders. If you end up being lynched or killed, are those orders going to feed your family, okay? This is not making sense. If you want to start arresting criminals, start with your boss, Mohamed Amin, who's a wanted criminal right now as we speak. Okay, stop going and risking your life for nothing. Okay, if that crowd decides that, it doesn't matter whether you're, because even these people abducting kids, they are still security agents, and some of them are DCI detectives. Okay, if that crowd becomes riled up and they say they are gonna lynch you guys, trust me, there is nothing you and those 12 bullets in your side piece are gonna do. That is a fact, and you know that. In fact, actually shooting one person would mean you're actually gonna get killed even quicker. Okay, so if you wanna arrest criminals, before mfikia our swim swap and all of those funny criminal, go after the ones who are abducting and killing innocent citizens.
Like, Kenyans are tired hearing about abductions, killings every day in this country. And people are coming with very creative and different ways on how to deal with these abductors. Just listen to this.
Yes, nimeona William Ruto akiwa huko kwao Rift Valley amesema ati wale vijana wanamweka kwa coffin. Sasa atahakikisha kwamba amewaua kwa real. Atahakikisha kwamba amewaua. Na mimi nataka kukuambia William Ruto, labda ukuje wewe mwenyewe uwaue. Lakini ukitumana au mapolisi au ma-DCI au NIS, tutachoma hiyo magari ya serikali, tutapiga hawa na tutawavunja na hao ndio tutawaua. Na hata wewe ukikuja tutakuua. A president, and let me lecture you bwana William Ruto. A president should be a symbol of hope, a symbol of unity, a symbol of transparency, a symbol of integrity. But William Ruto, you've become a symbol of crimes against humanity. You've become a symbol of lies. You've become a symbol of hopelessness. You've become mediocre. And you are worse than Moi, Kenyatta, Uhuru, and Kibaki combined. Since Kenya became a republic, we've never had a president who is the second most corrupt in the whole world. It is you, William Ruto. Your time is up. Na sisi hatukuogopi.
Even the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, he came out and warned the president of Kenya, William Ruto, that he's going to be taken back to The Hague following the atrocities that took place in 2007-2008 post-election violence. Listen to what the former deputy president had to say.
And I want to ask the president to remember that he was in Hague, charged with the crimes against humanity. The route huyu waziri wako amechukua pale Lamu, na huyo ni waziri wako rais, ya kutisha jamii wale wamekaa pale Lamu by right because they are Kenyans, na kusema watafurushwa, na waziri ndio ameconvene hiyo mkutano. You must remember that journey to The Hague. Na vile mimi naona rais na watu wako mkiendelea, mtaenda hiyo barabara. Na mimi nataka kuambia watu ya Lamu wasitishwe na mtu yeyote. Every citizen has a right as per constitution to settle anywhere within the Republic of Kenya. Lamu County is part of Kenya, and the people who stay there are Kenyans, and they are there by right, and nobody should threaten citizens of this country that they can displace them from one county to wherever. And we want our team that is working on ICC matters to document that meeting properly, so that we again put ICC in the know as to what is being planned in that county of Lamu.
It seems like some people, they really don't understand why the Kenyan people, the Gen Zs, are fighting for better governance and holding the political class accountable. Some people don't really get it. Some people think that the Gen Zs, the Kenyan people, hate the president. No, we don't hate the president. The Gen Zs don't hate the president. What we don't like is the president's policies, lies, corruptions, abductions, and so many more. Kimani Mbugua, he decided to choose the wrong side, and just listen to what he had to say.
Hello all, young people, Gen Z, millennial, and everyone who's under 35. Let me be very open with you. You know, when I was looking at you guys protest last year, I was very sad. That day in June was a very sad day for me. Because, let me just be honest with you guys. Violence, toxicity, and negativity is not the way to go. Mimi nataka niwasihi tafadhali. Please, respect the president. Respect him. There is a good reason why he is there. You know, it is only God who appoints leaders. And some leaders come for transitioning people from a tough time to a prosperous time. And some leaders come within a critical time. Of course, you all know that we are in a very critical time. But insulting the president, making nasty memes about him, that's not the way to go. Why would you want the president to be dead? Why would you celebrate? Do you not understand how high that office is? You see, this just shows your naivety. You may think that you're doing something good. Okay, so he's dead. So what? Are you going to take over? Are you going to solve our problems? So he's gone. Okay, so what?
And of course, there's always light in every end of the tunnel. Kenyans are being praised everywhere around the world. Like Kenyans, let me tell you, we are not only injecting in Kenya, but also injecting in neighboring countries. Like Uganda, Pastor Semper decided to praise Kenyans, and this is what he said about the Kenyan people who are in Uganda.
I mean, even now in the city of Kampala, people would rather employ Kenyans, especially in higher level management jobs. You go to any hotel now, you go to banks, who do you find there? Kenyans.
Mostly.
Why? They are producing them with the capacity of self-confidence. The old school of Sempers, us, Mao, Nobat, Kulaije, okay, the late Jacob Oulanya. That is the last of the giants.
Start with breaking news out of Nairobi, Kenya, where ongoing protests have now inflamed further.
Hello and welcome to the programme. I'm Elizabeth Puranam. Fierce protests across Kenya, violent crackdown by police, and the worst unrest since President William Ruto came to power less than 2 years ago.
We begin with breaking news from Kenya, where thousands of protesters have stormed Parliament. Several people have been shot dead after police opened fire. TV footage showed the governor's office and City Hall were also burning.
So why has this bill brought so much anger, and what are the wider implications?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From our brother Henry joining university, to the villager 254 revealing the hard truth.
The government of Kenya is giving the land to JKA for 30 years.
Who is Gautam Adani?
The Indian national is 62 years old and has a net worth of $81.2 billion US.
Mass protests at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend, and I'm your host of today. My name is Elvis Derry. Many of you are familiar with the Adani Group, and before we start this episode of today, let us first know who Adani is.
The Indian national is 62 years old and has a net worth of $81.2 billion US as of September 9th, 2024, according to Forbes. The figure places him among the world's 25 richest people. He is the chairperson of Adani Group, which has interests in ports, airports, power generation, and green energy. Adani Group began operations in 1988 as a commodities trading company. It thereafter expanded through acquisitions. Adani is India's biggest airport operator. He also controls India's largest port called Mundra Port in Adani's home state of Gujarat. He also owns Abbott Point, a coal mining project in Australia said to be one of the largest globally. In 2022, Adani became India's second largest cement producer after acquiring a Swiss cement manufacturer in India.
Before the protest started, Henry the whistleblower took to the streets to protest against the Adani Group and against them taking over the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Take a look.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza muhindi. Gani? Muhindi gani? Sijui kwa muhindi. Lakini huyu Ruto alimaana nyumbani. Aende kalale. Moja hajauza airport. Kile hajauza airport. Nani? Hujauza airport. Kwani anakwenda kuuza airport hapa? Yeye ni nani? Hatutaki. So sasa tunaelekea airport. Tunaelekea airport pale. Sawa. Sasa tunaelekea airport. Arudie airport hapa.
Journalists were heading to the airport to cover the protest that was about to start at 12 midnight, but they were not allowed to get inside the airport.
So this is the situation, guys. We have been stopped at the JKIA. We can't go access to do our work to report on that. What's your name, sir? So they're stopping media from covering the situation at the JKIA simply because of we are going to report on the situation, how people are stranded at the JKIA, and this is the current situation. Yeah, it's crazy. Now the government doesn't want the public to know what's happening at the JKIA.
While the journalists were still negotiating their entry inside the airport, the workers were already conducting their demonstrations. So the government decided to deploy National Youth Service to take over, but which they failed miserably. There were long lines at the airport, travelers waiting anxiously to reach their destinations. Take a look at some of these video clips which was filmed by Larry Mado.
So airlines are rushing to get the flights to leave JKIA before midnight, because at midnight everything shuts down. The staff say they want a total shutdown, and that means even flights cannot land and take off because members of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union includes air traffic controllers. Just every single aspect of the airport run by Kenya Airports Authority staff will not go on as they oppose the plan to transfer the operation of the airport to the Indian firm known as Adani.
This is insane. This is mad. We? Naomba kupita tafadhali. Ati? Piti sana. Piti sana.
Some travelers even gave up and they wanted to go back home, but they were locked inside the airport. Like Mary Mariga, which she tweeted on X and said that, "Can someone rescue us inside JKIA Terminal 1C? We need to go and sleep. We have been locked from outside for 1.5 hours and no one is saying anything." Even Embakasi East Constituency Member of Parliament Babu Owino was not happy with the Adani Group, and this is what he had to say.
Alafu mtu anatoka
kule India anakuja hapa kufanya biashara Kenya. Fanya biashara India kwanza. Hapa Kenya wacha Wakenya wafanye biashara yao hapa Kenya. Na ukitaka kuinvest Kenya, kuja ununue shamba ujenge airport yako kama Adani. Sio iko sawa? Na uajiri wa Kenya hapo. Si ati kukuja kuchukua airport ya wananchi. Kenyans only need 238 billion for the expansion of an airport. Hiyo 238 billion yezi shinda serikali ya Kenya ku expand its own airport na kuongeza jobs hapa ndani. The moment tumekubalia Adani kuchukua airport yetu, tuta lose kazi. Pesa itatoka Kenya kuenda nje. Na hiyo in economics ya ikubaliki hata kidogo. Inaitwa foreign absorption. Hiyo haiwezi grow nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo Adani tunakuona kabisa. JKIA is my constituency. And we are not going to allow you and President Ruto kuwa na utu.
A reformer and Red Party of Africa leader Clinton Mariera Ndege had to send this message to the airport workers. Listen to this.
Kwa wafanyikazi wa JKIA, let me tell you the truth. You are going to be jobless soon after Adani takes over JKIA. So saa hii mkikubali hao wasee wachukue hiyo airport, mwanze kutafuta ma-CV zenu na passport, tuende kutafuta kazi pale Saudi Arabia. So you must stand strong against this Adani. We are all supporting you as Kenyans. Thank you.
While Kenyans were holding peaceful demonstrations at the airport, a Kenyan senator all the way from Mombasa County was complaining that he couldn't take his brother abroad for medical treatment. Listen to what he had to say.
Ulikuwa ukisafiri? Asante, nilikuwa nasafiri kwenda Mumbai kumpeleka ndugu yangu kwa check up ya moyo. Na tulikuwa tuondoke alfajiri na ndege ya saa 12. But unfortunately kutoka hiyo time mpaka sasa bado tuko hapa. Na huu mgomo ulianza saa 6 usiku usiku wa leo.
I will also like to show you a video clip of JKIA staff members mobilizing to make history. Take a look.
Sasa tusikizane tafadhali. Nataka tuelewane. Ninyi ambao munaenda nyumbani sasa, hakikisha kesho asubuhi ninyi nyote mko hapa. Yes. Asubuhi na mapema. Lazima wakati historia itaandikwa miaka mingine, sema jina langu liwe kwenye wale walitetea uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Usiwe nyumbani eti unaangalia kwa televisheni. Tuko pamoja?
Many patriotic Kenyans wanted to go and join the protest at the airport, but they were met with heavy security and tear gas. Even they couldn't board buses and roads were blocked. Moving on to the next video. While Kenyans were being tear gas and blocked in Nairobi CBD, at the airport, GSU officers were deployed. Our Kenyan hero, Henry, who protested against the Adani group taking over the airport. Later on, he met with Eric Omondi. After meeting Eric Omondi and redoing the protest video, he later on got an opportunity to join Ndere Vocational Training Center.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza muhindi. Yaani muhindi gani? Sijui kwa muhindi. Lakini huyu Ruto lazima aende nyumbani. Aende kalale. Moja hajauza airport. Tena hajauza airport. Nani? Hajauza airport. Kwani anakwenda tuuza?
Our brother Henry not only got support from Kenya but also around the world. Even the comments were very, very positive. Listen to this.
Kama kuna mtu ametetea airport ni huyu kijana. Huyu kijana abebwe na ndege, azungushwe juu, hata ninajua hata airport kukanyaga sijui kama shakanyaga. Kenya mzima huyu kijana peke yake ndiye alijua airport inauzwa, na tukacheka. Jo alikuwa anasema nani airport imeuzwa na imeuziwa Muhindi. Hata wafanyikazi hawakokuwa wanajua, hata wasomi wenye at least wenye tunaona wako sawa hawakuwa wanajua, lakini huyu kijana alikuwa anajua. Usiwahi dharau mtu. Huyu kijana yeye peke yake ndiye alingangania airport inauzwa, na akasema airport inauzwa na inauziwa Muhindi, tukacheka.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza Muhindi.
A patriot, a professional relator, and a Pan-Africanist, the Villager 254 had a disturbing message to Kenyans on why Ruto is in panic modes. Listen to what our brother, the Villager 254, had to say about this.
JKIA was sold. It was not leased, it was sold. That's a done deal. Now, this is the Villager 254, Patrick. Why I believe JKIA has already been sold, and that's a gone deal. And it's a deal, that's a matter under the water. It's gone, finished. The only way the government of Kenya can redeem itself is by paying damages, because they will have to cancel this sale. This deal has to be cancelled. It doesn't matter what you call it. I am a real estate professional. I have done real estate for how many now? Full time, 15 years. But I've done it 5 years before then. Now, when you enter into a lease, the landlord retains the mother title. You write a new contract called a lease because you are not taking the property, the whole property for yourself. So you enter into a lease, and that lease is registered in the Ministry of Land. And a lease is anything that is 5 years plus 1 day. That's what the law says. Now, what is the difference between what JKIA have done and the normal leases that people have out here in Kenya? The difference is this. The government of Kenya is giving the land JKIA for 30 years. And remember, my people, it's not only JKIA. It is even Moi, it is Eldoret, it is Isiolo, it is everywhere. Everywhere where we have airports, Adani will be running.
Let me know in the comments down below what you think about this.
And remember, my people, it's not only JKIA. It is even Moi, it is Eldoret, it is Isiolo, it is everywhere. Everywhere where we have airports, Adani will be running.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
You're welcome.
What's up, my good people? Finally, I've arrived in Nairobi, Kenya, man. And today I'm going to be showing you guys how this amazing city looks like. I remember you. So guys, before you finish, continuing showing you this video, but
Kenya, nimetembea kote kote, nimetafuta kote kote, nimezunguka kote kote, hakuna na hata kuwepo.
Ati Zakayo afanye nini?
Ashuke.
Zakayo afanye nini?
Ashuke.
Ati Ruto must go.
Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Elvis Deli.
Peaceful demonstrations are not only happening in Nairobi, but also around Kenya. Let's go all the way to Eldoret City and see how the airport, the Moi Airport staff members demonstrated. Take a look.
Bado mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano.
The Secretary General of the Central Organization of the Trade Union, Francis Otoli, was also not left behind as he joined the staff members at the airport for peaceful demonstrations. And this is what he had to say.
Hiyo sauti Yule aliyesikia hiyo sauti hana masikio. Kwa hivyo mimi naambia mngojee, tunaenda kwa mkutano na msimame hivyo. Sema ya kwamba wale shop stewards wameshikwa, waachiliwe haraka.
While peaceful protests are going on at the airport, some Adani Group members had to hide themselves like cockroaches. Meanwhile, some Kenyan delegations went all the way to India to rubber stamp the Adani deal. And this is what Dr. Mumbi Saraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only, so now family. How has the JKIA Adani deal received crazy uproar and backlash in India? Can you imagine? In India, family. Paka, the opposition leaders came out and they were like, yo, this is a bad deal for our country because it could even affect Indian-Kenyan relations. Of course, these guys are seeing these things trending globally. Adani has been trending globally because of Kenya. And they said that this would also put the lives of Indians living in Kenya at risk. It would put the businesses of Indians living in Kenya at risk because Kenyans obviously don't want it. It looks like somebody's listening to us. And the reason this is happening is because the Kenya delegation recently landed in India to quickly rubber stamp Adani. You know, the way they're trying to do everything chini ya maji. But where? Can you imagine?
Indians themselves are protesting against the Adani Group. Who are we as Kenyans to accept Adani? Take a look at this of how Indians protested against the Adani Group.
The money of the people that has been forcefully invested into the Adani Group, and now that the stocks are falling, now that there is a huge crisis, the money of the people is at stake. Apurva continues to be with...
The allegations of fraud levelled against the Adani Group caused deepening political unrest on Monday. Some of India's opposition party members were detained by police during protests, with the event stalling Parliament for a third consecutive day. Communist Party of India member John Brittas is calling for a joint Parliament committee.
I mean, we want a JPC or a Supreme Court monitored inquiry into the scandal that is Adani. Adani itself is a big scandal, and the government has to come clean on this. And this is a symbol of crony capitalism that is in demonstration now.
Not only Kenyans or the Indians protested, even the Australians protested back in 2017, and Adani was actually banned in Australia. Take a look.
Climate change protesters have scaled trees in the heart of Sydney CBD during a rally against coal giant Adani. They are...
Tuesday week, October 17th, kicking off at 6:30 at the Golf and Diggers.
Kenyans, are you aware about the evilness behind the Adani deal? Like personally, I was very, very shocked, and I want you guys to listen to this and listen very, very carefully.
Adani has presented a PIP to the Kenya Airports Authority to do what? To run the JKIA, all right? The Kenyan government will not build a new airport in the next 30 years that can compete with JKIA if Adani Airport Holdings takes over the operations of JKIA. This is according to the demand set forth by the Indian conglomerates. So the PIP says, we come, we do airport. You don't do no airport. You use airport. 30 years, no other airport. Adani will also propose amendments to Kenyan laws and change of national aviation policies to enjoy the sole mandate for running JKIA, stop competition in a bid to maximize returns. This overrides Vision 2030 that was initiated during the late Moi Kibaki's tenure, which aimed to transform Kenya into a logistical and service hub in the region. Under these proposals, the 38 airports in Kenya will not be upgraded.
Even our Kenyan Gen Z sister was not left behind, and this is what she had to say about the Adani deal.
The rumor has it that when Adani takes over Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, all the licenses and permits will be renamed Adani Airport Holdings Limited, and JKIA will not be called Jomo Kenyatta International Airport again, but the name will be changed to Adani Holding International Airport, and Adani will operate in Kenya for 10 years tax-free.
A popular Kenyan TikToker by the name of Wazimu Mwenzenyu, also known as Ellen, revealed that the Kenyan government is full of brokers, and this is what Ellen had to say about this.
Adani JKIA deal. I think the last cabinet had brokers inside, because how would Adani want to spend 1.8 billion to upgrade and expand JKIA, while Qatar Airways in Rwanda wants to build a very good airport at the amount of 1.3 billion? Secondly, I did not see any committee that sat with the then Transport CS Kipchumba Murkomen to engage in any discussion, because he was the Transport Cabinet Secretary at that time. 1.8 billion is enough to build a new functional airport. So Adani would have come and built their own airport. They could have leased land to them. But now there is a broker in between Adani, the Cabinet Secretary, and then Kipchumba Murkomen, and Nabi. I really want to know who the broker is. What shocked me more is this, that deal between JKIA and Adani will be compensated if there are interruptions from courts or parliament or protests. I have come here this morning to tell you that our parliament, our government, our cabinet is run by brokers. What wakomboka?
Many Kenyans are puzzled on how Kasamal Makore managed to enter inside the airport and take part in peaceful demonstrations against the Adani group. This is what Kasamal Makore had to say.
Lazima kuwake.
No, for sure, we are here to occupy the airport. Occupation watu wanafikiria ngani kupiga kelele. Hapana, occupation ni kuhakikisha kwamba whatever is meant to happen is not happening. Whatever is meant to happen is not happening. Hao watu wamekaa hapa kuanzia 4 am. They were supposed to fly out to different destinations. Wanachanga maandamano itaanza saa ngapi? Maandamano itaanza saa zile hawa sio kasirika mbaya sana. Like karibu. Hiyo things are boiling nicely.
So class, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Take a look at some of these scenes at the airport in Nairobi of peaceful demonstrations. As you can see, things are boiling very, very nicely at the airport. And take a moment and pause this video and just read on why Kenyans should reject Adani.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter. Jikoni itakuwa hot.
Ruto lies and all the time, and that is his nature. Nataka niwaambie hivi watu wa Kitengela, hii serikali yetu ya Kenya itabidi tusimame tuitetee, sawa sawa? Itabidi kila Mkenya atokee atetee taifa ya Kenya, na atubembelezi na atuombi ruhusa. Kenya ni home, Kenya ni home. Wametuzoea, kazi yao ni wizi bila kazi. Kazi yao si ni wizi bila kazi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Oh, you didn't say that. Don't give Elvis Derry. From Morara Kebaso enlightening Kenyans to Crazy Kanar exposing the political class.
The first artificial intelligence road that will be completed in less than 1 year.
Are you a spoken word artist?
Mambo inazidi kuchacha na nyinyi mmeshuhudia. Mnyonge ana haki, sauti yake nani ataisikia?
Billions stolen under Ruto's government.
And the amount is 70 million. Angi, kap koti moja. Ni koti tu ulikuwa nayo.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. A Gen Z by the name of Morara Kabeso has been traveling around Kenya, revealing and enlightening Kenyans about the ghost projects that have been launched by the President of Kenya, William Ruto. Take a look at this video of Morara Kabeso.
Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka nikukumbushe kwamba hii mradi ambayo umezindua leo, kama kidogo ulikuwa umesahau, hii mradi uliizindua tena ukiwa naibu wa rais. Na hii mradi haikuanza na haikuendelea. Lakini tumefurahi umerudi tena ukiwa sasa rais na umeizindua tena kwa mara ya pili. Tunatumai ya kwamba hautakuwa tu unazindua, kwamba wakati huu kwa kweli hii mradi itaweza kuendelea.
As you can see in the video, Morara Kabeso, he started with no crowds. But I will show you of this video of where Kenyans are appreciating Morara Kabeso's goods work. Take a look.
Kenya boma yake ambayo anaiba mali ya umma. Ameiba sana. Hello. Wow.
Haters and stupidity deserve to be buried in the same grave. I'll show you of this man from Embu County who was threatening Morara Kabeso Sr. not to go to Embu County and continue enlightening Kenyans about the ghost projects. Take a look.
Hivi leo tumeshinda hapa tunangojea jamaa ati anaitwa Marara ama ni Morara ama sijui nini. My friend, we were waiting for you here. Hapa Embu hatutaki hiyo ujinga. Tunaona kazi yako ni kuchangisha pesa ukitumia mbinu ambazo sisi tunaona hiyo ni fraud. Hatutaki kunjua wewe ni wakili ama ni nini. Respect the president. Na sisi kama watu wa Embu, we know what the president is doing here. Anatufanyia kazi, lakini inaonekana wewe kuna secret players wenye ambao wanakulipa pesa. My friend, ndio ukuje uharibu jina. Tumekungojea hapa, bahati yako haukukunja. Na jaribu ukunje, tutakungonjea hata siku hiyo. Tutakungojea tu ukunje hapa tukuone. Wewe mwenye kazi yako ni kungangana na kutukana president wa Kenya, wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
I don't want to comment too much about this man, but what I know is that he deserves greetings. So if you know where he lives and you know his phone number, just comment down below and he will be dealt with accordingly.
Ama ni Morara ama sijui nini. My friend, we were waiting for you here. Hapa Embu hatutaki hiyo ujinga.
The world and Kenyans at large are aware about what is happening at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. I'll show you of this video of Senator Onyonka blasting Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua live. Take a look.
Your Excellency, how can we sell our airports? What is it? How can we take 14 airstrips and give them to an Indian company? Nobody knows the agreement and what has been signed. We have 5,000 employees with the Kenya Airports Authority and nobody knows where these people are going to go. It's not okay. Tell the president we have no issue with him. We only have a problem with his policies. Our country needs to be taken care of. We are not taking care of our country.
So shout out to Senator Onyonka for blasting Deputy President Gachagua about the airport and the Adani group. Later on Twitter, Morara went and tweeted, and this is what he said. The corrupt Indians are finally here. I don't believe this is happening. Our president who loves Kenya so much is finally giving the airport to Adani group for 30 years, guys. Like for 30 good years. This is unbelievable.
It's not okay. Tell the president we have no issue with him. We only have a problem with his policies.
Moving on to the next video. Corruption is real in this continent of Africa. I'll show you of this video all the way from Kenya in Shanzu, where this man was detained for challenging a judge. Listen to what he said.
It is very unfortunate that I have to be brought into the court cell because I told the magistrate that what the lawyer for the accused was doing is completely unacceptable. At this stage of the case, the lawyer cannot stand there and start arguing a case, bringing unsubstantiated issues. And then when I said no, I'm being brought into the cell. What kind of justice is this? What kind of justice is this? The world must know. I already know this accused has got the capacity to corrupt the whole system. But I told her she will never do it with me. She tried to do with the police. She was charged today. She will not do it with Gordon Omondi Tete. Thank you and the best of luck, my friend. I'm in the police cell at Shanzu Law Courts. For what reason? Let this magistrate explain the reason why she decided to put me in the cell. For what reason? Simply because I've objected to the way that lawyer is making presentation.
A popular comedian, actor, and content creator, Crazy Canal, all the way from Kenya, East Africa, he shocked the world by making a comedic video, revealing to how Kenyan and African politicians behave. Take a look.
I am proud to announce to you the first artificial intelligence road that will be completed in less than 1 year. The government is setting aside 10 billion for the completion of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
So tell me in the comments down below, how accurate do you think Crazy Kenar is in this video?
Thank you.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back. What's up, my good people? This is Elvis Dairy.
Ruto. I don't know if President William Ruto means it, because he said so many things and I can't locate him these days, because the things he said during election, the things he's doing now are two different things. I don't know, because I heard him saying we need to do away with the dollar and build our own currency, but his actions are not speaking to anything of doing away with the dollar. The latest being putting a red carpet for a murderer. Tell President Ruto that the people of Palestine are what Mau Mau was. Tell President Ruto that the people of South Africa are what Palestinian people are today. It can't be correct that President Ruto, knowing the history of this country and the history of South Africa, comes and tells us that it's with Israelites. Let there be peace in DRC. Without peace in DRC, Kenya will never know peace.
Ruto must go! There are some people here are saying that Ruto must go, man.
Go! Watu si wajinga bwana, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Watu si wajinga.
So guys, they are saying that Ruto must go. Ruto is the president, current president of Kenya, but they are saying that he should resign from government. Kenyans, did you know that millions and billions of shillings are being stolen under your noses? I want to take you guys all the way to Uasin Gishu County, where a Gen Z explains to us on how their politicians in that area are robbing them in broad daylight. Listen to this.
Uasin Gishu County, Honorable Jonathan B., there is a project entry at the audit report that has the title Governor's Residence. And the amount is 70 million. Angi, kap koti moja, ni koti tu ulikuwa nayo. Nyumba, milioni 70. Ah, bwana. Hey. Deputy Governor's Residence, 65 million. Okay. Umepita ile njia ya Kapseret, uko chini kidogo. Ah, la.
So, do you see what happens if you elect people because of stupid reasons? Governor Jonathan B. of Uasin Gishu County, he was only elected because he already had one court. Can you imagine that? Nonsense.
Honorable Jonathan B., there is a project entry at the audit report that has the title Governor's Residence. And the amount is 70 million.
Kenyans have raised a huge amount of money for activist Hanifa after she published a report of how 31 million shillings was spent during the Reject Finance Bill protests 2024. Later on, she was asked, what does Kenya mean to her? And this is what Hanifa had to say. Listen to this.
So I just have two questions. What does Kenya mean to you?
Kenya is my country. I love Kenya, and as you can see, everyone here too, and that's why we're fighting for this, because of the love we have for our country. It means everything for us. Our allegiance is to our country and not the government. So we are going to protect our country from the government.
Yes. Kenya. What is your dream for Kenya?
My dream is a corruption-free country, a country free from nepotism, a country that has, equal opportunity for everyone, a country that doesn't bully the poor. Yes, a country that, works for everyone. Yeah.
Kenya ni wapi?
Kenya ni home.
Home ni wapi?
Home ni Kenya.
Thank you so much.
So shout out to activist Hanifa for the great work she has been doing since day one. And also, tell me in the comments down below, what does Kenya mean to you?
Kenya ni wapi?
Kenya ni home.
Home ni wapi?
Home ni Kenya.
Thank you so much.
A spoken word king by the name of Willie Oweba, he has been educating Kenyans since day one on why the country has to change and why the country needs good governance. I want to show you guys of this video of Willie Oweba's spoken word. Listen to this.
Viva corporates, viva! Viva Defenders Coalition, viva! My name is Willie Oweba. I am an urban spoken word artist. Ni combination ya failure na success. Vitu most zilikosa meaning, squeeze me ujimpress, ndo ni smile ama na smile kujimpress. Tumilianzia nax, tunahii saiko hewani. Main motive kujiexpress. Akili sio syllable sana, usistress. Usidigress, mkuwe wa diverse. Wape hata chorus wakidiverse. Isola
Zakayo afanye nini? Mr. President, do you know the leaders of tomorrow are dying today?
And that's not all, guys. A human rights defender and a spoken word artist by the name of Bennett the Poet also had a message to send to Kenyans and the world at large. Listen to what she had to say.
Sovereign power belongs to the people, but it's too unfortunate vile regime ina power kuliko raia ina leader. Nchi inaongozwa kwa giza na tuna Kenya power. Ni innocent people in this country wanazidi kubleed. Freedom of expression squeeze iko limited to zero. Na kuikosoa serikali wanasema umetukana na kutukana. Kana serikali ole wako unatatikana. Singependa kuongelelea ili swala, naogopa maswara, sina lawyer mi, ila nimejaribu kunyamaza ila nafsi haitaki, nikaona nilifanyia haki. Baitha, hizi abductions in a democratic country aswa azileti shangwe. Ningependa sana kuachana na kazi ya wanaharakati ili kujepusha na watu wasiojulikana. Ningependa sana kufanya mziki kawaida kama Nadia Mukami, ila kwangu si rahisi. Hii ni sauti ya mnyonge anayetetea wala hoi wenzake, na sipo watazidi kuathirika. Mambo inazidi kuchacha na nyinyi mmeshuhudia. Mnyonge ana haki, sauti yake nani ataisikia? Risasi pekee ndio hukumu inamkuta kijana asiyekuwa na hatia, na wakiulizwa wanasema ni mistaken identity. Mistaken identity kweli? Kinachonikwaza zaidi ni jinsi bei ya bidhaa imepanda na wapinzani wamenyamaza. Sijui kati ya mtawala na mpinzani nani mwoga hapa. Hivi ni mtawala anayekataa mikutano zifanyike, au ni mpinzani anayekataa kuifanya wakati anajua ni haki yake? Siku hizo king'ara tu kidogo KRA wako na wanek hawamini ni bidii na Mungu, wanadhani ni wash. Ashenzi nyinyi. Bidhaa jenzi, peni rais time afanye kazi. Mnataka nchi yetu ibana. Sasa nyinyi mnafanya kazi, chini endelea kufanya kazi.
It is happening, guys. It is happening. It is happening. It is happening.
A man staged a lone protest in Nairobi CBD after he was attacked by this gorilla, which it broke his arm on July 16th. Take a look at this video.
Geuza hiyo kitu hivi.
Our brother by the name of Japheth Olima, he seriously needs some medical attention. Also, he deserves justice. So if you love to help him, his number is on the video.
Geuza hiyo kitu hivi.
Jacaranda Grounds has been giving Kenyans sleepless nights. As shows of this video of the people there deciding that they are not going to support Ruto, neither are they going to support Raila. Listen to this.
Ukiona mtu anasifu William Samoei inafaa peleka mapare apime kama akili mzuri. Hiyo ni point umeongea. Mwenye na support William Samoei Ruto inafaa apelekwe mapare apimwe akili kama akili yake ni tamamu. Yaani mnachukua sisi wajinga aje? Sasa hiyo wameendea pesa wameingia Kenya. 40 bilioni. Unapiga mdomo na wewe utalipa. Bado atumekaa chini. Unabudu na ila mbona baba amemaliza yake. Angalia maisha yako ya kesho. Raila Amolo Odinga amefanya venye anaweza. Na I think wenye nakuja kuongea, I think wengi wao kupiga kura. Ndio wanaweza ongea kitu kama hiyo. Mimi nakumbuka nilipiga kura 2017. Kidonda haikupona. Nikapiga kura 2022. Kidonda yangu haijapona. Ikaongeza yani ya 2017 ya 2022 ipata. Kama haijapona.
So tell me in the comments down below what you think about Raila Odinga, of him being in previous governments and also in the current government. Do you think he's there to improve the life of Kenya and good governance? Or do you think he's there just to eat and satisfy his own personal needs?
Mimi nakumbuka nilipiga kura 2017. Kidonda haikupona. Nikapiga kura 2022. Kidonda yangu haijapona. Ikaongeza yani ya 2017 ya 2022 ipata. Kama haijapona. Ongea na ongea hapo. Wewe Ruto wewe ni kubwa wewe.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
We're coming for you.
Elvis Derry. From sad life of a Kenyan youth in Germany.
Ulikuwa na miaka ngapi?
To man stealing a gun from police officer.
Akachukua nini bunduki? Akachukua bunduki, akamkata na nini?
What is Kenya exporting?
Kenya has produced and exported housemates.
Kericho Gen Zs take it to the streets.
Ofisi ya Kipto anataka watu wanafaa kutoa nguo.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Many of you have heard about job opportunities in Germany, and the president of Kenya says that there are much needed labor to be exported in Germany. And I just want you guys to hear what President Ruto had to say about this.
One of them is the agreement we just signed. This agreement will unlock 250,000 job opportunities for young people from Kenya. That is a bilateral agreement between Germany and Kenya. It is a win-win. You know, there is a big labor deficit in Germany. There is a big labor oversupply in Kenya. How do you benefit Kenya? By giving them the opportunities in here. And how do you remove the deficit here? By leveraging Kenya.
So Kenyans, do you think the same opportunities and job can also be created here back at home? Even the Germans were not happy with the president of Kenya, and even they held a citizens' assembly. And this is what a Kenyan living in Germany had to say about this issue.
The Germans had their own citizens' assembly on X Space. Topic of discussion, you guessed it, Kenya. Because of one human being. Even the tweets. This tweet is talking about language barrier. And if you were to come into Germany, you have to have the language. Do you have it? You can't get a job. Another gentleman is talking about the fact that over 3 million people do not have jobs in Germany as we speak. So you want to bring in 250,000 other people? I completely understand their logic. Selling us unicorns while some of us have not even ridden a horse. These lies and madness also give an opportunity for the racist people to come and chime in on all this. And how much they dislike us. They took our jobs!
They took my job! They took their job! They took our jobs! Yeah, they're down, took our job!
Absolutely embarrassing. And rather than take responsibility, as usual, they create distractions and tell us of how Gashaks didn't come for service, and even put an arrow showing an empty seat. We are the talk of the town. Forget the town, the world, in an international level scale. How dumb we are because of just one person. Schooling him and educating him on how the policies of immigration work in their country, because he clearly doesn't know. He advises his advisors on how to advise him. No need to even ask a question. As the distractions continue, Adani have been given a contract to develop high power voltage lines.
Many of you have heard this saying that says that when the deal is too good, think twice. Even the Kenyans who are already in Germany, they don't want to be in Germany. And a few days ago, the president went to Germany, and the Kenyans there, they had to confront the president of Kenya. And this is what our people had to say.
Nobody wants to stay in Germany. I will be very clear about that. I'm a Kenyan. I've been here 13 years. I'm working here really hard. I've studied the language. They take away 1 year of our education when we come here, when they try to compare our education system. That you spoke about education, they take 1 year away. With my credentials from Kenya, I am a gymnasium material. But they take 1 year away, send me back to school for 1 year to study German, English, German, and mathematics. Yeah, I did that purposely to show them that we Kenyans, we are very smart. That with even a standard 8 or 7 qualification, you can still come here and learn. And we have engineers, we have nurses, we are very educated, we are very smart, we are hustlers, and we know how to hustle everywhere. Yeah. So we really need the education that they give us, our equal education. If I've learned for 12 years in Kenya, I have learned is the same as the education here in Germany, which says it's 12 years. They should give me what belongs to me so that I can also be in the market. So I would wish to see, as a German recruiter, Kenyan German recruiter in Germany, that we get equal opportunity.
Moving on to the next video. We all know that Kenyans are the most educated people, the most intelligent people, and the most hardworking people. But yet they're being exported to go and do jobs that are not according to their standards. Listen to what Senator Kajwang had to say about this.
South Africa, the education system has produced and exported Elon Musk. He's now the richest man in the world. The Indian education system has produced and exported executives of tech companies globally. Kenya has produced and exported housemaids to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the CS for Labor brought here a redacted summary of Kenyans who have acquired jobs in the recent job-seeking spree that the president has been on. Out of that entire schedule, Mr. Speaker, 60% had secured jobs as housemates. Housemates. We are exporting housemates. We are manufacturing housemates. Mr. Speaker, what kind of education system is that? South Africa, the education system has produced and exported Elon Musk. He's now the richest man in the world. The Indian education system has produced and exported executives of tech companies globally. Kenya has produced and exported housemaids to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. It is a big shame. That is the state of education in this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if there is a crisis that we need to deal with today, it is the education crisis that is manifested in strikes at all levels, from primary to secondary to universities. A university funding model that does not make sense, Mr. Speaker.
East to west, home is the best. I show you this video of our Kenyan youth who went to Germany for greener pastures, but her life ended up going south. Take a look.
Umeniambia unaitwa nani? Na unaishi wapi? Unawezaje wachana na kukunywa hii pombe ukitaka? Unaweza wacha?
Naweza wacha nikiwa na ndo mzuri.
Ulikuwa na miaka ngapi?
26 na 27 November.
Uko na muda gani hapa Ujerumani?
5 years.
5 years. Umesoma Ujerumani? Na hakuna mahali, hauna nyumba, hauna address?
Sina address at the moment.
Kenyans, do you see how our people are being wasted every day? Instead of taking them to Germany for work, why don't you create the same opportunities here? Because we have enough resources and we have everything that you need to take this country forward. And let us just be honest, we all know that Germans are the most racist motherfuckers.
Ulikuwa na miaka ngapi?
26 na 27 November.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
Double I war, Buyong I war, Pingo Ziji I war, DJ, Woyao Tiao, Dola, DJ Yao Tiao, Wanshang, Woiga Wanshang, Sajuba Tiao, Tiao, Zainali, Tiao, Zajuba, Tiao, Zainali, Tiao, Zajuba, Tiao, Zainali, Tiao, Zajuba, Tiao, Zainali, Tiao, Zajuba. Ruto must go, 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 Ruto must go.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Alvis Deli.
We all know that one man who, if he's not lying, he is flying. The Germans decided to inject by disagreeing with President Ruto about the 250,000 blah 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 job opportunities in Germany. Listen to what the Villager 254 had to say about this.
Why should the head of state, in the person of President William Samoei Ruto, tell us before he goes to Germany that he's flying out to Germany because the Germany's chancellor promised Kenya 200,000 jobs. That's why he's flying out to go and sign that contract. While he's in Germany, he's interviewed by Deutsche Welle TV. And there in Germany, he says, the bilateral agreement we have signed today with the German government is it will create an opportunity for jobs up to 250,000 of Kenyans will get these opportunities. Please tell me, why would the president lie that within the bilateral agreement there was a clause saying 250,000 Kenyans will go to Germany? Then shortly after, BBC writes the same information and says that we at Kenya have signed an agreement with Germany for 250,000 Kenyans to go and work in Germany. Germany Ministry of Interior and Communication sends a response to both the BBC and the Dutch, the Deutsche Welle TV interview of President William Ruto, and says this information is false. We did not have any clause for quota, number, or anything like that in the agreement.
Well, Kenyans are being exploited like cabbages to go and work in racist countries. Even back at home in Kenya, our young people, the Kenyan people, are suffering. The Gen Zs of Kericho, they decided to go and protest, and some of the leaders are saying that if they want to be employed and get job opportunities at Aaron Cheriyot's office, they have to remove their underwears. Take a look at what Kericho young Gen Z's ladies had to say.
The reason we are here today is because of hakuna accountability na transparency in our county Kericho. Tunakataa hiyo maneno. Ofisi ya Kipto nataka watu wanafaa kutoa nguo na wapewe barua ya
Herman Manyora decided to inject by asking Kenyans and requesting Kenyans to wake up from their deep sleep and take a look at what is really happening around them. And this is what he had to say about job opportunities and exporting our people to racist countries like Germany for job opportunities.
You can't blow away all the jobs and then purport to be taking Kenyans for jobs outside. You be in the village and let your car break down. See if you can get anybody to manage your car. Why don't we organize to have young men do some little automotive engineering? Let your electricity have a problem in the village. See if you have somebody to do it. There's nobody. Let you do a house at home, you want to do plumbing. See if you'll get somebody to do plumbing. I was trying to do some work and some man had also died, a big man. The few people who could do a little plumbing were all there. I was left hanging. These are jobs in this country. We talk about vocational training. We are just jokers. Even if the boys try to learn masonry, carpentry, building, what have you, there is nothing they will do, because if there is a CDF project, this is a constitution CDF, if we are building classrooms in a local school, the big contractors from I don't know where will come and do that class. Why can't we have policies that these classrooms are done by local boys and girls who have gotten those polytechnics? Jobs abroad. What jobs are you talking about?
Kenyan corrupt regime under the leadership of Ruto has affected Kenyans mentally and psychologically, to the point of this man went and attacked a police officer with a panga, took his gun, fired a few shots before he was arrested. Take a look at this story on how things unfolded.
Jamaa amekuja akiwa amejificha, akiwa ameweka panga hapa kwa mnini kwa suruali. Akapata askari alikuwa kwa simu. So akaona huyo askari hakuwa tayari, akachukua bunduki, akamkata na akamkata na mpanga kwa kichwa. So na kukimbia akarusha risasi zote zikaisha. Tukakimbizana na yeye mpaka na huko kwa buzi. So ile risasi zikaisha, tukamchukua, nikaanguka na yeye.
Kutoroka ndio askari alikuwa peke yake. Huyu mwingine mwenzake alikuwa na yeye, sasa ndio akakuja. Wakaanza kurushania risasi.
I'm Lilian Monini. I work at Best Care Hospital as a nurse manager. And today around 2 p.m. we received a patient. He was bleeding so profuse. So the doctor who was on duty took over the emergency. And we did stitching to him to arrest the bleeding. And I think right now the patient is doing okay.
And that's not all, guys. Even this man decided to call the president while he was in his tour in Germany looking for the 250,000 jobs for Kenyans and telling him that he should come back. When he comes back, he should come and launch the Kapsabet High School. Listen to this conversation between this man and the president of Kenya, Ruto.
Hello, William. Nasema nilikuwa natembea hapa Kapsabet nikapata kuna project kubwa sana, hakuna mtu amelaunch, hata sijui wanafanya nini, hakuna mtu ameona kabisa. Wanapita tu awalaunch na iko kwa bottom up agenda. Kuna gate hapa kubwa, nataka ukitoka Germany ukuje straight to launch William. Kuja wewe mwenyewe, usitume mtu. Hii ni project yako, hii ni kubwa kabisa, inakutoshea. Sawa William, ni ya kuinua mama mboga, umake sure ukitoka Germany ukuje. Sawa Gongoi Fire, nimekushikia hakuna mtu atalaunch. Gongoi Fire.
After all these incidents, I'm asking myself, are Kenyans being manipulated? Take a look at what our Kenyan sister had to say about the manipulation of and the PR of our president.
This is where everyone is going to be like, what are you talking about? Are you fucking crazy? Now, I need you to stay with me for a moment, okay? Think about it like this. When you watch something every single time and you see a certain narrative, you tend to change your mind and be more susceptible to accept that narrative as it being true. Right? Okay, so the reason why Ruto became president is because he created this new persona of I love God, I am all about God, and I am going to be chosen because of God. And, I'm a sinner, and you can relate. Okay.
I was like, if you are without sin, I want you to be the first person to cast a stone.
Whatever that part of the Bible said. I was like, oh my God, this is the chosen one. They've accepted you. But rather you have accepted the devil. You see all these interviews of him portraying. Right now, after he's being the president, he's done. There was a whole public outcry. People have gone on the streets and they have marched and they have protested and they were met with a lot of violence. And he comes out there and he stands in front of people and he says, I will not allow this type of behavior. Not verbatim, but you know what he said. That's not where you gotta leave you. He goes back and he thinks. And he's like, oh my God, that made me look terrible. I need to rephrase my wording so they can take me back. So he goes back, he comes back, and he speaks again. People have woken. They know you. They see who you are. The mask, the blindfolds, it's all out. Then what does he do? Again, the lies, the lies, the lies, the lies.
Not only Kenyans in Kenya are tired, but even Kenyans living in Germany are tired. Even to the point of they decide to deport the president back to Kenya while they're eating roasted meat. Take a look.
Nini? Mnaona tunakula nyama Germany. Tunakula nyama. Ruto tumefukuza hapo huko kwenu amerudi. Amuone niko kwangu Germany, amuone nyumba yangu. Amuone nyumba yangu. Mnasema tuende wapi? Acha ni hiyo mchezo yenu. Amedipotiwa. Amesema watu warudi tukamdeport. Nendeni mtafute State House ama kwa ndege juu sababu anakaa kwa ndege juu. Willy. Kule nyama ni none. Nyama ya Germany. We, msicheze na hii. Ruto back home.
My fellow Gen Zs and Kenyans at large, the last video that I want to show you guys today is very heartbreaking. But due to the long hardships that we have faced as a people, as a country, and as a nation, nothing can break us and we are fearless. Listen to what this man had to say of how we are being played not only by our own people who look like us, but even the racist colonizers. Listen to this.
Good morning. I'm doing some gardening and something just hit me. You know what? Kenya is not a country. Kenya is a corporation. And the corporation is called British East Africa. And the aim of the corporation was to extract as much resources, as much money, as much minerals, as much labor, as much wealth as they could from our motherland and take it back to Britain. Now the reason it was renamed to Kenya was just political, but the corporation remains. And it gets even twistier. When we were fighting for independence, it was not even the Africans fighting for independence. No, it was the British settlers fighting to detach from Britain so that they could own all the wealth in Kenya. And the Africans was just, the struggle for independence was just, Africans was just used as a decoy that, you know what, Africans are fighting for independence. No. It was the settlers who wanted to control their own wealth and detach from the British, from the motherland, UK. They had seen the success of the settlers in the US, they had seen the success of the settlers in South Africa, they had seen the success of the settlers in Australia, and that's what they wanted for Kenya. So when the time we got independence, it was them getting independence from the UK. We as the Africans, we're just slaves in this system. You either work for the system directly for working with the Kenyan government, or you work for other corporations that the mother corporation British East Africa has allowed to work in Kenya. And if you work for other corporations, then you pay a tax to the mother corporation. And whatever you do, if you're generating any income within this corporation, you have to pay.
Mimi nataka niwaulize, unipigia kura 2027. Muko tayari jameni kushirikiana na mimi tupeleke hii Kenya mbele?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Elvis Derry. From Raila Odinga faulting Ruto's government.
The issue of abductions of innocent people. This is a primitive thing.
To churches siding with the government.
Let us make sure that we respect our leaders.
Are abductions fake?
Some of the cases of abductions that have come out, and I've realized that some of them are just total propaganda.
Why Uhuru Kenyatta quit social media?
Hata Twitter munaona na hiyo, mimi niliondoka huko. Ngaona hii kitu ni bure, ni matusi tu.
Anguka na. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your today, and my name is Elvis Derry. This Christmas has not been a Christmas for everyone. Some people are still grieving for losing their loved ones, and some people are still looking for their missing and abducted loved ones. Even the parents are being told that they did not raise their children properly. But yet, those same children who are protesting against the government, they are also taxpayers in this country, and they have all the rights to question the government. Listen to this.
Christmas is a time for merry, but unfortunately, we have to talk about abductions this year. Kibet was abducted, and no more Kasongo cartoons. It's really unfortunate because it seems this man will stop at nothing. He is in church lecturing our parents, telling them that they did not bring us appropriately. He's forgetting that we are adults who pay taxes in this country. We are citizens and therefore deserve good representations. This is the Moi blood that believes that we are children. That's why he's saying we need to be guided. We need to toe the line. We cannot believe that we have, we have recruited our parents even in bowing off his commissioners when they come to read his speeches. First of all, why is the president's speech being read as if we are in 1970s, like in the counties? Is it necessary? People have TVs, people have phones, they can watch the president if they want to, and if they don't want to, forget about him. Anyway, back to the abductions. That is the topic of the day. It's serious, and many of us feel helpless. People are saying we should arm ourselves, we should fight these abductors, because the police have said they're not the ones abducting people, so it is criminals. And people like Mother Karua have been on record saying that people have been recruited from other countries, neighboring countries, to come and do these criminal activities because it would be very hard to bring them to books.
It seems like some churches have decided to choose sides. Instead of the church leaders coming out and calling out the government on its wrongdoing, they have decided to defend the government, and to the point where they are telling the government to abduct and jail those young people who are fighting for good governance in this country, and also criticizing the president. Just listen to these fools who call themselves men of God.
We need to respect our leaders. As young people, we are always reminded that respect and discipline and obedience is what gives us success in life. Before we go to the social media with things that we cannot get facts of, please let us restrain ourselves. Let us make sure that we respect our leaders. Name calling does not make us have peace. Kenya has enjoyed peace, and we continue to enjoy peace. That we who are parents, if we don't take care of our children, then we are going to lose them and lose the country.
I want to urge our young men and the Gen Zs that let us be cautious on what we post on the social media. Before we blame the government on the kind of abduction it is taking place in this country, let us be very cautious on what we post. Let us have some kind of respect for our leaders. The positions we held today from the president are not individual positions, but position on behalf of the great people of Kenya. Let us respect those who are in authority and exercise constraints as we execute and exercise our democratic rights as citizens of Kenya.
It looks like the current president of Kenya does not know how to handle criticism from the people of Kenya. And I just want to show you guys of a video of the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, how he handled this kind of situation.
Hata Twitter mnaona, na hiyo mimi niliondoka huko. Ngaona hii kitu ni bure, ni matusi tu, hakuna kitu kingine inaendelea hapa. Right? Unakaa hapo unasoma hulali, nini wanasema nini, huyu sasa wewe unapiga simu, unaona vile huyu mtu amenituka. Afadhali nilale bana. Niongee. nipige story hapo na mama kidogo hapo, nilale niamke niende kazi, dunia iendelee. Kama ni namna gani jamani?
If you cannot handle the truth, you cannot handle the heat, why not just close your social media accounts? Just listen to what Member of Parliament Gitonga Mukunji advising the leaders, the politicians, to close their accounts if they cannot handle criticism. Take a look.
And I want to advise leaders, because myself, I also get a lot of issues in social media. I just want to quote when the former president found it intolerable to look at the social media. He left social media. Alitoka akafunga hizo account zake zote. Kama kiongozi yote anasikia kwa social media imemlemea, funga hiyo account, hakuna mtu atajua wewe wataka social media. Wazazi wafai kuumia kupoteza mtoto wao. They should be able to have their kid. If he is arrested, wataenda kotini, watafute wakili, watete hiyo maneno.
Some politicians don't really get it. Janet Mohammed came out and condemned all those young people who are expressing their views and their opinions in different and unique ways online.
Mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya, tafadhali msiweke mimi kwa coffin kabla wakati yangu hajafika. Unaenda unaweka President of the Republic of Kenya, unaweka yeye kwa coffin, unaweka yeye kwa Twitter na Facebook. Hiyo ni tabia chafu sana. Na watu wanapiga kifua wanasema hiyo ni haki yangu ya kusema. Huna haki ya kuweka mimi kwa sanduku, ya kudhulumu watu kupitia mtandao. Ati fulani ya sasa amekufa, amevalishwa tai na suit, iko sanduku ndani yake. Bana, hiyo ni jambo la kuhuzunisha sana, ambayo inafaa tutoe mfano mzuri kwa vijana wetu na watoto wetu. Unaruhusu mtoto yako anaweka mtu kwa sanduku, hatua ikichukuliwa unalia, unapiga kelele. Mbona ulizuia kuua mtu mwingine? Mtu ambaye amewekwa kwa sanduku ni kama mtu amekufa.
But you know, the more they condemn and the more they abduct and the more they keep on killing our comrades, the more the pressure increases. Just listen to what our brother here had to say.
Hao Wakenya walikuwa kwa maandamano, bado ndio hao mnaendelea kukasirisha. Kama mlishtuka, bado hamjashtuka vizuri. Kulingana na ile nimesikia mkisema mlikuwa mmeingia baridi, na hatukuwa na nia, tulikuwa tunataka msipitishe na mkapitisha. Haya, endeleeni hizo vitu mnafanya. Mtajua Wakenya, nyinyi mnaona eti Gen Z, mnabandika tu watu wamekasirika jina kwa sababu mnaona vijana ndo. Halo, endeleeni hizo vitu mnafanya, mtaniambia kama tutafika na nyinyi 2027.
We are all familiar with Kibet Bull's work, where he was making those cartoon-like images of Kasongo that has been trending on social media for several weeks. Later on, Kibet Bull went to meet Okiya Omtata. Then he was abducted. So was this a coincidence or was it planned?
Kibet Bull manze inaniuma sana. That guy was a revolution single-handedly. Those cartoons were speaking volumes. Alafu mnataka kutuambia it was a coincidence after tu meet Okiya Omtata, the guy is taken. Well, we know Okiya Omtata manzi, he had a secret meeting with Ruto's point men. Unaona, after they walimwambia you need at least 7 billion to run a presidential campaign. You don't, guys, don't be naive. Anything that looks like a duck walks like a duck. Please trust your instincts. Ikikuambia this is it, stop convincing your instinct that oh sijui nini, but this guy has fought for us for a very long time. Oh, this guy, no. Let me tell you, it's not a coincidence. Mse aliseti boy wetu. Number 2, Morara. Mimi nataka uniexplainie kama mtoto. Ile siku likamatwa, after you were released, you said you were met by asijui an ambassador. Akakwambia utoe watoto wako Kenya. That must have been Meg Whitman, 100%. Number 2, to open a political party in Kenya, you need to at least open 21 county offices of your political party for you to be given a certificate by ORPP, Register of Political Parties. Who is this powerful person in government that assisted you to get a party certificate without opening 21 offices, Morara?
A Kenyan politician by the name of Samuel Atandi, he came out and said that these abduction cases are not genuine, that some of them are fake, that they're aimed in tarnishing the government's image. Like, is this serious about this? Like Kenyans? Just listen to this.
Because I'm also intelligent. I was also trying to analyze some of the cases of abductions that have come out. And I've realized that some of them are just total propaganda. There may be a few cases, but a number of them are total propaganda. And we want to ask people, the enemies of government, to go slow. Yeah. Some of these stories about abductions are not real. Now, if there are a number that are accurate and are real, we want to urge them to resolve them. But we want to say that all the stories about abductions, most of them are not genuine. They are aimed at tarnishing the name of the government. They are aimed at bringing the government down, the government of the day down. And we don't want to bring the government of the day down. Because one of the reasons why we joined government to support government is because we didn't want Kenya to collapse. Many countries have collapsed because of political turmoil. And our work was to bring stability so that the country can move on and the rule of law is respected.
Even the Interior CS, Kipchumba Murkomen, he came out and showed his full support to the police after the Inspector General said that they are not taking part in any kind of abductions in Kenya.
Kumekuwa na mjadala kubwa sana taifa kuhusu vijana ambao wanasemekana wamepotea. Ni kweli kama vile Inspector General of Police amesema ya kwamba kama idara ya polisi hakuna there is no policy, yani hakuna policy yoyote yenye tunayo kama serikali ya kusema mtu atashikwa apotee, na katiba haiwezi kubali. Katiba inasema mtu akishikwa kwa masaa 24 lazima afikishwe kotini, na idara ya polisi imesema wazi ya kwamba hakuna mtu tumemshika na hatujampeleka kotini. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kuhakikishia Wakenya, sisi kama serikali tuna vitu mbili ambayo tunakubaliana. Ya kwanza ni kwamba idara ya polisi kama vile katiba inasema lazima iwachiwe nafasi yao kufanya kazi independently bila kushurutishwa na waziri ama rais ama naibu wa rais ama mtu yoyote. The police is under command of the Inspector General and they will do their work independently, and we will support the independence of our police service to do their work independently. And therefore we will never allow a situation where any of us will direct Inspector General of Police of National Police Service on how to do their work.
After the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, came out and said that the police are not involved in any kind of illegal abductions in Kenya, Mwengi Mutuse, a Kenyan politician, he came out with a very shocking revelation after he said that the former Deputy President of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, is to be blamed for the abductions.
Kulingana na habari tulizo nazo ni kwamba mpangaji akisaidiwa na wandani wake wa siasa na wengine ambao wana vibaraka wake katika serikali na wengine ambao walikuwa serikalini mbeleni, wale wanahusika katika haya mambo wanaongozwa, the highest responsibility lies with Rigathi Gachagua. Kwa hivyo sitasema ingine, nishasema kwamba ni Rigathi Gachagua, na Rigathi Gachagua atueleze mambo yake katika haya maneno ya abductions ni happy ndio na Wakenya wajue ukweli.
In the middle of all this chaos, abduction chaos and protests, some Kasongo brigades came out and said that all these abduction cases are fake and that the people of Kenya, the Kenyans, the Gen Zs and the activists are lying. Like I'm just wondering, like which country do these people live in?
Wale culprits wawekwe ndani na wastakiwe.
What we are witnessing is a systematic intention and deliberate move to destabilize the country and to polarize the communities in the Republic of Kenya. I want to take this moment and condemn and to call upon every leader. As much as we have political difference, we have political scores to settle, it is not the right way to polarize the country and to cause mayhem among the communities, including the fact and falsehood where we are being informed and we are causing Kenyans to believe there are abductions caused to the children of Kenya. DIG was here, and I have no doubt in the capacity of the police service of Kenya to conduct investigation and to bring order on those particular issues. But nonetheless, to say we will not accept, and this is a replication of exactly what happened during the GNC uprising. The people who took over the GNC demonstration and put our nation into shame.
Are trying to plot against this government, especially people who have been impeached, people who are at home. The best thing you're supposed to do once you have been impeached, you go and watch.
I really don't understand these people. Like, I cannot believe my ears. Like, I'm just wondering, which country do they come from? They don't see what is happening in this country called Kenya, in East Africa. They don't see. But on the other side, Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, he came out and criticized the President of Kenya over these abductions that has been taking place. And just listen to what Raila had to say.
The issue of abductions of innocent people, this is a primitive thing. And it is something that is very strange. You cannot live in a country where people disappear or people are abducted for no other reason and kept incommunicado for a long time. That shows that there's no government. The government must take this matter seriously. And this thing must end completely. People have been abducted. Families have been left in pain. Many parents have been crying. Our child was abducted the other day, and by some people who were uniformed, and you have never seen this child up to now. These kind of things are very strange. So I want to urge the government to ensure that this matter ends completely this year. We want a safe and secure country. We want a safe and secure country. Gone were those days when they used to arrest you and take you to Nyayo House. But at least then you're being taken to Nyayo House, which is a government institution. These days you're being taken to unknown places. We don't want these kind of primitive things to happen in our country. It's primitive and it's unacceptable.
I definitely agree. These issues of abductions is taking this country, is taking us back in the dark days. Some young Kenyans, they went to go and look for their abducted comrade, but yet there was a car that was trailing them and following them in Peponi Road. Just take a look.
Hello guys, look at this vehicle. Imetufuata all the way from that location yenye tumeenda kuangalia comrades wetu. The number plate is KCQ 840G.
Lexus.
Ametufuata tukaingia petrol station alafu akatoka.
Nata haendi speed. KCQ. Acha nitumie hii pia. Bede unajua tunaweza mfuata hivi, uone tu vile ko aimless. Bede tumfuate mpaka mwisho wa dunia. Uko na mafuta? Niko na.
Since the protest started, the young Gen Zs, the Kenyans, have been called so many different names by some politicians in the government. But young, brave and wise Kenyan, he came out and asked very tough questions to the current Kenyan government regime. Just listen to this.
Wewe, sasa leo ulikuwa unaambia watu ni mapepo chafu na ni mashaitani na ni demons. Nani alikuwa abduct wewe? Kuna mtu alikushika? Sasa ulikuwa unaji-express how you feel about the Kenyan public who arrested you, who abducted you. Now why are you abducting us? For expressing ourselves? Huh?
So comrades, let's head over to Jacaranda grounds where Nuru Okanga opened his heart and shared his views and opinions on the current happenings, including the abductions that is taking place in this country. Just listen to this speech.
Raila Odinga, mdozi wake William Samoei Ruto, ambaye anamsaidia kampeni ya AU, ndiye anapoteza watu. Anakuanga na Ruto daily, State House pale. Hiyo sio maneno Raila Odinga kuja kwa public media kutuambia. Aende State House, aambie Ruto kwa nini watu wanapotea. Aende huko. Sisi kama wananchi, Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Hata mimi nilipigiwa nikaambiwa next ni wewe. I'm ready. I'm ready. Mimi kama Mluya niko na watoto wawili. Nikikufa watoto wataniita. Sina hasara. Mimi sina hasara kwa maisha saa hii, ni kukula na kukufa. Mluya ukishazaa mambo ni mawili. Kukula na kukufa. So hii government, Mr. Speaker, sisi kama vijana hatutanyamaza.
So, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Some Kenyans have decided to arm themselves and not be defenseless like before during this time of abductions and so many things that is happening in this country. And as people plan for the 30th of December for the protests. Let's listen to what this young Gen Z had to say.
Nyi watu si mnajua maandamano salama ni ya watu wajinga. Ati peaceful nini? So nyinyi mbebe flags, mbebe placards, wao wakuje na silaha. Na mnafikiria mtasikizwa at all? No. Tafadhali beba tool. Beba tool. E30th beba tool. Juu mtu anakuja na marungu, akona rubber bullets, akona shower spicy. Wewe uko tu hapo na ka placard Ebu beba tool na ikiwezekana mpaka pepper spray.
And in that case, I would like to show you what really took place during the 30th of December protests of ending abductions in Kenya. And let me tell you, the people came out, the Kenyans came out, the Gen Zs, and everyone else came out to support. And this is how the streets look like. Take a look.
Stop killing us! Stop killing us! Munatuua. Wanatuua. Unatuweka kwa gari yako badala ya kusaidia jamaa ameumia. Wewe jamaa tolewa hapo. Saidieni hiyo mtu. Wewe, hebu toeni huyo jamaa kwa mweka kwa nini? Peaceful. Ruto continue. Victory is certain. Victory is assured. Aduta continua. The struggle continues. We are peace. Struggle continues. The struggle continues. We are peaceful. The struggle continues. Release our people. Kenya ni home. Kenya ni home. We shall overcome. Tuko katika mikono ya mabeberu. This is the colonial system. Hivi ndio mkoloni alitaka mkwe mnafanya. Unadhulumu Mkenya mwenzako kwa sababu anatetea haki yake. What are you doing? Kuja naenda wapi? Kuja naenda wapi? Lazima upande. Lazima upande. People power. We are peaceful. People power. We are the people. That's the constitution. Ruto continua. The struggle continues to victory. Yes, Ruto, your days are numbered. We are coming for you. We are coming for you. You are a coward. You are still a coward. Ruto, you are a coward. You have nowhere to hide. Ruto, you are a coward. You have nowhere to hide. Ruto, you are a coward. Ruto, you are a coward.
Ako wapi? Billy Mwangi. Ako wapi? Peter Muteti. Ako wapi? Peter Muteti. Ako wapi? Bernard Kabuli. Ako wapi? Bernard Kabuli. Ako wapi? Kevin Muthoni. Ako wapi? Kevin Muthoni. Ako wapi? Justice Mutumwa. Ako wapi? Justice Mutumwa. Ako wapi? Martin Zioka. Ako wapi? Martin Zioka. Ako wapi? Katiba tutaelewa, tumesoma katiba tukaelewa, kufanya maandamano ni haki yetu, kufanya maandamano ni haki yetu. Tumesoma katiba tukaelewa, tumesoma katiba tukaelewa, kufanya
ngo.
Ngo.
Ngo mpaka ngo mpaka ngo.
Ngo.
Wapa juu ya kaso.
Ngo.
Alishinda juu alipeana ho.
Ngo.
Namkata kiwibon kito.
Ngo.
Pia kuja tupeane ngo.
Ngo.
Alitupromise amekuwa akisema wasi kila mtu jada pia.
Na yeye pia ni mwongo.
Ngo.
Huku mawe hakuna, huku mawe bana.
Ndio ametupa moja. Kuna moja nalipukia hapa.
Mafala! Viva! Dogo. Stop killing us. Stop killing us. Oya, leteni. Huyu amelala. Mnatuua. Wanatuua. Unatuweka kwa gari yako badala ya kusaidia jamaa anaumia. Huyo jamaa tolewa hapo. Saidieni huyo mtu. Wewe, hebu toeni huyo jamaa kwa mweke kwa nini? Yes. Wacha tunarua bwana. Wewe wacha wewe. Wacha wewe. Mnatuua Nokia. Mnatuua Nokia. Mnatuua Nokia. Mnatuua Nokia. Mnatuua na seneta. Mnatuua na seneta. Mnatuua na seneta. Mnatuua. Mnatuua na seneta. Mnatuua. Mnatuua na seneta. Stop killing us. Stop killing us. Stop killing us. Stop killing us. Mnatuua Nokia. Wanatuua Nokia. Wanatuua Nokia. Mnatuua.
Ni mimi nimesema Ruto ni takataka. Ni mimi nimesema president wa Kenya ni takataka. Bado nitasema Ruto ni president ambaye hajielewa, hana akili. Ruto hauna akili, wewe ni takataka. Wewe ni president takataka, umbwa.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
170 go control.
We are coming for you.
From Kenyans shocking Tanzanians.
Hakuna nchi yenye siasa ngumu duniani kama Kenya.
To 120 students arrested.
And they're being held at Pangani police station.
Did Ruto do this?
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM.
Fake church support.
Wamenyamaza tu, wamenyamaza wanagoja waone hii mchezo ya patapotea vile itaenda.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. So, the question of the day is, who is William Ruto? Some people will say that he's a great president. Some people will say that he's a corrupt president. Some people will say that he's wise, that he knows how to play his cards well. And some people will say that he's a butcher. The former member of the Kenyan parliament, Martha Karua, had to say this about William Samoei Ruto.
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM. And who was the chief butcher? Ruto again. That's why he went to the ICC. And you forgive me if I call William Ruto the butcher of Kenya. That's what he is. Last year in Azimio demonstrations, over 70 dead. The known ones, because we don't know whether they falsified records also last year. This year, we don't know how many, but I bet there are more than 100. What other name can we call him but butcher of Kenya? This has to stop, and it will only stop because you and me want it to stop. Kenyans must stop fearing. Some who were killed were not even in the demonstrations. You are met going about your business, children coming from school, people in a supermarket. So even if your fear keeps you away from thinking about this, it can happen to you or to your loved one. We are called upon to save our country. Our country is gone. The republic is no more, not the way the Constitution knows it. In its place, we have a colonial, exploitative state that doesn't care about people's life, that is gleeful when taking away people's life. It is gleeful when forcing Kenyans to die of hunger. It's gleeful when civil servants, including the police, have pay slips that are in the negative.
So Kenyans, who is really William Samoei Ruto? If you have the right answer to this question, tell us in the comments down below.
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM. And who was the chief butcher? Ruto again.
The more we talk about William Samoei Ruto, the more questions pop up. And Kenyans, like, are we really being led by the right leaders, or are we slaves in our own country?
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. 90% of the GDP. It's controlled by 8,000 people.
6 families.
6 families and 8,000 people. They control 90%. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We live in people's... we are not a country. We are a plantation. We are not worse. We are not better off than what used to exist in the medieval times when there was slavery and because we work for Ruto. We work for these 8,000 guys.
6 families.
That's why they can afford to buy houses in Dubai at the cost of 210 million, 207 million. That's why Ruto's ministers can import edible oil and evade and lose, the country loses 11 billion shillings like that. This is why a government minister writes and says, I want 17 billion to buy to pay oil subsidy. And that money is withdrawn from the consolidated fund, which is criminal and illegal, which is treason, and it's happening.
As we have our own eternal affairs in our own country, but outside Kenya, Kenya is being praised worldwide. Listen to what this Tanzanian man had to say about Kenya.
Hakuna nchi yenye siasa ngumu duniani kama Kenya. Ya hata ukienda kumuuliza Mbowe Tundu Lissu, muulize mwanasiasa yoyote atakwambia pale ni nchi yenye siasa ngumu kuliko taifa lolote duniani. Duniani, sio Afrika. Yaani nchi yenye siasa ngumu. Muda wote damu inamwagika. Kila mtu ana akili, kila mtu ni msomi. Paka mama ntilie kasoma chuo kikuu Kenya. Paka mpiga debe chuo kikuu kwao ni sawasawa na sisi form 6. Yaani mtu Tanzania kwamba yuko form 4, form 6. Ilivyo hapa eti ni kitu babu kubwa. Sasa kule chuo kikuu ni sawasawa na form 4, form 6.
So Kenyans, let us make Kenya a great country, because this country is loved. This country is being praised worldwide. People love Kenya Many people are craving to come and visit Kenya, even marry our beautiful women. So, Kenyans, let us not give up in this battle for fighting for good governance.
Kila mtu ana akili, kila mtu ni msomi. Paka mama ntilie kasoma chuo kikuu Kenya. Paka mpiga debe chuo kikuu.
Currently, the people of Kenya are really tired of what is happening in this country. Even in Mombasa, one woman came out and expressed his disappointments towards Raila Odinga for him going to bed with the government. Just listen to what she had to say.
Namlaumu Raila namlaumu sana. Yeye ndo ameleta hii chochocho hapa. Angeacha ile nyumba ikaungua ikateketea peke yao. Amechukua mawaziri, amewajaza pale. Yeye ndo amechochea. Na kule AU nataka anguke, atatoka. Manake yeye ndo amechochea hii. Watoto wameuliwa wakati wa maandamano. Rex Masai alikuwa wa kwanza. Hawajapata haki yao. Hawajapata haki yao kabisa. Wameuliwa. Kwa nini wabunge wanajadili mambo mengine ya ujinga, wasojadili mambo kama hayo kina NHIF ya uwanja wa ndege? Waona hiyo hapo, mimi kwangu nimekataa, nimekasirika hivi. Mimi pia naenda hospitali, nasikia homa kweli, naenda hospitali.
Bad governance will kill us all. Imagine, taxes are increasing every day. The medical system, people are being hospitalized, but the medical system is down. Like there's nothing working. Development, ghost projects from years and years back, there's still nothing to show for it. But yet our beloved government has the balls to increase school fees. The students from the Nairobi Technical College said enough is enough, and they took it to the streets, and this is how things unfolded. When the fearless students from the Nairobi Technical College took to the streets and expressed their disappointments against the government for increasing school fees, and yet our economy is in bad shape. But what did the students get in return? 120 students were arrested. They were met with brutality. Just take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about it.
I'm receiving reports that 120 students, including the student leaders of the Nairobi Technical Training Institute, have been arrested and they're being held at Pangani Police Station. They were actually demonstrating peacefully against the sudden hikes in student fees, which is going to affect most of them and make it impossible for them to continue with their education. Next thing, they were rounded up and now they're being held in Pangani Police Station. So guys are appealing to LSK or any lawyers of goodwill to please make your way to Pangani Police Station and see how you can help them. Kwani, I thought peaceful demonstration is part of our rights. How are we turning into a police state all of a sudden, family?
It is not illegal to demonstrate. In the Kenyan Constitution, Article 37, it clearly says that every Kenyan, every person has a right to peacefully and unarmed assemble, demonstrate, to picket, and present petitions to public authorities. But yet 120 students were arrested. Why? Ruto, why?
How are we turning into a police state all of a sudden, family?
Sometimes I wonder, is the Kenyan churches a business place, or is it truly genuine that they are serving the one and truly living God? When Rigathi Gachagua, the former deputy president of Kenya, was in power, you saw so many churches every day inviting his wife Dorcas Rigathi to church events. But since it's no longer in power, the churches have gone silent. Like, mteja wa nambari unaopiga hapatikani kwa sasa. Listen to this.
The truth of the matter is that the The support for Pastor Dorcas Rigathi from the church was not genuine. The only reason walikuwa wanashinda waki-invite Pastor Dorcas Rigathi kila mahali is not because they value her as a person. It's because of her position of power and money. Ile pesa alikuwa anapeana kwa hizo makanisa. That is why she was getting that kind of attention, invitations and relevance. Throughout this process of impeachment, umeona a single person wa hizo makanisa akitokezea kupeana a single statement. Hata saa hii vile Rigiji is in hospital, have you seen any of those churches? Wamenyamaza tu, wanagoja waone hii mchezo ya patapotea vile itaenda. And their attention and loyalty is going to shift maybe back to Rachel because that's where the money and power is. Yeah, and Pastor Dorcas Rigathi will no longer be relevant to those churches because their interest is not who she is as a person, but the money and the influence she has. Na wao chenye wanafuata ni pesa na influence.
So genuinely speaking, in your own view, tell us in the comments down below, what do you think about the modern Kenyan churches? Do you think they are serving the one and truly living God? Or do you think this is just another business industry?
Na wao chenye wanafuata ni pesa na influence.
A Kenyan politician by the name of Cyrus Jirongo, he came with a very incriminating information against the president of Kenya, William Ruto. Like, I'm just speechless. I have no words to say. But just listen to what Cyrus Jirongo had to say. Listen to this controversial confession.
Mheshimiwa Ruto alikuwa kwa gari yangu. Ilikuwa na Road Recovery. Pamoja na Mheshimiwa marehemu George Kapeni. Wakati kijana mmoja ambaye alikuwa kwa wale ambao walikuwa wametumwa alikuja akachapa mshale kwa gari yangu, George Kapeni alitoka mbio akapata huyo kijana. Akamwangukia kwa miguu akashika. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiri tumeshika mtu. Lakini huyo kijana, rafiki yangu, ndio nikaelewa ana damu ya kuua, alienda akageuza shingo yake akaua huyo kijana. Wale mlikuwa zamani mnakumbuka yule aliua huyo kijana, alikuwa deputy president Nyinyi mnaelewa, mtu akizoea kuwa watu ataendelea kuua. Damu yake, damu ya wale ambao wamezikwa haitamwacha ndani.
A Kenyan urban spoken word artist by the name of Brian Silways has done it again. He took to the streets to inject civic education to the people of Kenya. Story go, story come. Listen to what he had to say.
Story go, story come. Na story come, story go. Itasisitiza a way to say no to stress, depression na ina form. Itakukosesha usingizi kwa hiyo mattress. Landlord wana plot na ma-agent will automate our night sleepless. Extra pressure, ukipata padlock extra kwa mlango. Elimu ni ufunguo wa maisha lakini si wa mlango. So hapo kwa education. Hata uwe na more spice way useless. Whether in the past or present, relax or tense, don't stay wondering what to do, stay hydrated because water is source of life, but life is not source of water. Weomba kazi na wasko pia ukate maji lakini usikate kakuota, na kabla ulewe chakari, ulepa option ya soda, mrembo unakaa fiti. Kuacha na utaachwa. Wewe unalilia mbegu ya boyfriend akutaki nikao juu unaweza pata jeans kwa toja. Na bro, hata kama umeunga kwa jeans, hawa rembo wa Nairobi situmia mapenzi ya kifua. Juu wanaweza kuacha juu msee ameunga kwa toja. So Nakuru place nimetoka, wasanii na wachezaji wa mpira wako so sad yetu wanakuwa kuwe na furaha. Hii ni after kurealize kiwanja imefunguliwa online lakini juu ya corruption kwa grao imefungwa. Na sports city ni fake kama KMC ulichagua kwa parliament. So dear Mr. President, let's talk about IMF. Where just like your friends abroad umefanya Kenya na madeni zimekuwa ma-BFF. Wewe unaenda kudiscuss issues za vibanda kwa KEF. Na Kenya we have a very prayerful nation. Wameamua kuwork hand in hand na maghost worker. Huko apart from bathing wezi pata waoga. Na nasema Nairobi tunaambia serikali maisha imekuwa costly, alafu wanatupeleka coastal. Na ndio endelee kupractice political prostitution, wanaamua nani hata mkubwa wa magoldiga kuwe Joho.
Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Power, power! Power, power!
We are here to reclaim our country, to redeem our country, and to repossess our country. Because our country has been taken hostage.
Cost of living, guys, is too high. And for me, for my safety, if at all the government cannot protect themselves, how can they protect us? So I hope what has happened here today will make them see that we are not alone.
Our people united! Our people can never be defeated! Our people united can never be defeated!
Mr. President, we are tired of you. Mr. President, can you please stop killing Kenyans? Mr. President, can you please think about our future?
Viva, viva! Viva, viva! Viva, viva!
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you!
From Billy Mwangi's father seeking justice,
Seriously, who took my son and where is my son?
to unseen CCTV footage. Will abduction stop?
Zakayo, kama umetahiriwa, kuja ni abduct. Zakayo, kama umetahiriwa.
Larry Madowo takes action.
Peter Muteti was abducted while he was at this store on Saturday morning.
We are coming for you!
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host today and my name is Elvis Derry. As Kenyans are being traumatized by daily abductions and kidnappings, a well-renowned journalist and a patriot by the name of Larry Madowo, he came back to Kenya after cancelling his vacation to come and report on the mysterious kidnappings and abductions that is taking place. Take a look at this.
Peter Muteti was abducted while he was at this store on Saturday morning. He was buying milk and eggs. And a lot of people have been to question the staff there, except the police. The police have not asked them anything if they claim they don't have them. He was bundled into a car that was parked over here. But here's the interesting thing. The building has 5 different CCTV cameras facing here. There they are. Those are the cameras on every floor of this building. There's a CCTV camera, and the family has not been able to get access to them so far.
Currently, so many Kenyans are still missing, and people are asking themselves, where have they been taken to and how are they surviving? A social media influencer by the name of Peter Muteti, who was abducted just outside his apartment in Udhiru. Just take a look at this CCTV footage. Later on, the relatives of Peter Muteti were interviewed by Citizen TV, and this is what his family had to say.
It is outside this apartment in Uthiru, Nairobi, where 22-year-old Peter Muteti, a social media influencer with a considerable following on X, was abducted by 4 armed men on Saturday at around 9 a.m. According to family members, 2 armed men jumped out of a moving vehicle, registration number KCF 035M, and bundled him in. 2 other people, including a man in a police uniform, were inside the car, which sped off. His mobile phone was switched off and he became inaccessible.
Jana aliendea breakfast around 9 and hakurudi, so I went downstairs to check on him. Nikaambiwa na some witnesses amekuwa abducted.
Wambui says Muteti was living in fear after receiving threatening messages from unknown persons on the X platform. The threats followed a post he made on Thursday afternoon with a picture of the head of state that some would find in bad taste. She says he was concerned about the threats and he deleted the post.
And that's not all Kenyans. In Ngong Town, a digital content creator by the name of Bernard Kavuli, he was forcibly bundled into a pro box by unidentified men. Kibet's sister, Mercy Cherotich, she gave out her statement on Citizen TV after his brother was abducted. And this is what she said after having a phone call. Just listen to this.
Familia nyingine kaunti ya Nandi imejitokeza na kudai haki baada ya ndugu wawili kutoweka kwa njia tata. Gideon Kibet, almaarufu kama Kibet Bull mtandaoni, ambaye hutumia vibonzo kwenye mtandao wa X kushtumu serikali, alitoweka Jumanne.
Wakakommunicate akasema ashapanda gari anarudi Kikuyu na hakufika. Since then akajaribu by 9 p.m. yesterday anajaribu kumpigia, tunajaribu pia hadi saa hii tunajaribu kupiga masimu offline, hapatikani, no communication, hatupati any communication.
Cherotich anasema kabla ya Kibet kutoweka, nduguye Roni Kiplangat, ambaye si mtumizi wa mitandao ya kijamii, alitoweka kwa njia tata Jumamosi iliyopita eneo la Kikuyu na hadi sasa hajulikani aliko.
We think it's related because I think Kibet hakuwa anakuja Nairobi sana. Alikuwa anasema he save on the other side because alikuwa anaona because anapost some things online yenye criticizing government inaweza mfanya maybe akuwa arrested or abducted.
Familia inasema simu za wawili hao zilizimwa na hadi kufikia sasa hawajui waliko.
A group of bodaboda riders, they decided to inject and they conducted a civilian arrest and they occupied one of the cars that was being used to abduct Kenyans. Take a look.
Leo tumeshika moja yenye inabuta kingi watu, ndio hiyo wase. Leo tumeshika. By the way, tunazaiweka tu moto. Tunazaiweka moto na tuacha aende. Tumeshika moja zenye zinabuta watu hapa.